Chapter 201 Emperor Shishin escapes. Duan Lang is enraged. Shishin opened his eyes and saw a red cloak fluttering in the wind and a broad figure. It was Superman. Superman had promised not to let Duan Lang kill him. His intuition was right. Superman had actually stepped forward to help him. Duan Lang, you said before that you wouldn't kill him if he handed over the phoenix blood. We've obtained the phoenix blood and the cultivation technique, there's no need to kill him now. He wasn't going to live much longer anyway. Shishin had only lived for 2,000 years thanks to the phoenix blood, without it, he probably wouldn't even survive 2 more years. Luo Feng looked at Superman in astonishment. Was this guy serious? Wasn't Duan Lang just saying that to trick Shishin into handing over the phoenix blood? If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring. Even he understood this principle. Duan Lang's face was ashen, his worst fears had come true. He hadn't approached Superman before because he was afraid Superman would soften his heart, but he still softened. Damn it, he has absolutely no sense of justice. Duan Lang gritted his teeth, looking at Indra behind Superman. Should he really let him go? Letting him go would mean he couldn't even sleep well. What if Indra recovered and came to kill him? But he simply couldn't bring himself to kill Indra in front of Superman. Superman, put away your pity. Do you know how many people he's killed? For the martial arts manual, he's even slaughtered entire families, massacred entire clans. And you need to understand, I'm the one who asked you to help. Superman shook his head and slowly said, your request is to obtain the phoenix blood and the martial arts manual, not to kill him. You specifically said not to kill him, have you forgotten? And you said in front of everyone that you wouldn't kill him if he handed over the phoenix blood, you should keep your word. Duan Lang's eyes gradually turned dangerous. Superman seemed to sense something and instantly vanished from his spot, along with Shishin. Duan Lang was stunned for a moment, then realized what Superman was trying to do. He cursed angrily. Damn it! He immediately revoked Superman's world access, kicking him out of the Fenjian world, but he had no idea where Shishin had gone. Superman's speed was too fast, in the instant he was stunned, Superman could run dozens of kilometers. Duan Lang hurriedly asked Luo Feng, who was standing beside him, hoping he could help search. Brother Luo, did you see which way he ran? Where did Shishin go? Luo Feng shook his head. He was too fast. He knew the general direction, but not exactly where Shishin went. He just flew southwest. I didn't see how far he flew. After hesitating for a moment, he continued. That's Superman, tisk, how to put it? Tisk, sigh. Duan Lang's expression was uncertain. What bad luck. This time, things kept happening one after another, and in the end, he didn't even manage to kill Shishin. Brother Luo, please come with me to find Shishin. He's stronger than me. If I wait for him to recover, I won't dare sleep a wink. Even if Shishin only has a year or 2 left before he dies, he won't dare sleep peacefully. There's no such thing as a safe haven forever. As long as Shishin lives, he'll never have a day of peace. Luo Feng didn't refuse, and he and Duan Lang searched the surrounding area for over an hour. Unfortunately, they still found nothing. Duan Lang sighed. Where would Shishin go after escaping? The Heavenly Gate? Impossible, he wouldn't dare go back. The Divine Continent is so vast, there are too many places to hide. Forget it, if I can't find it, I can only go back to the Myriad Realms Tower. Brother Luo, thank you for your help. I'll sell my things as soon as I get back and transfer half of the heavenly coins to you. Luo Feng looked indifferent. How many heavenly coins could he possibly have? Tens of millions? Completely unconcerned. But this trip wasn't a complete waste, he met a saintly figure. He should stay away from him in the future. He really doesn't know how that guy possesses 6th-tier strength, he's so naive. It doesn't matter, whether you give it to me or not. I also need to go back to my own world to cultivate my secret techniques. This body is too big, I'm not used to it. The two returned to the Myriad Realms Tower together, and Luo Feng went directly back to the Swallowed Star world. As soon as he returned to his own world, he heard Babata's urgent voice. Luo Feng, are you there? What's wrong, Babata? Babata contacted Luo Feng and breathed a sigh of relief. Where did you go? Why did you suddenly disappear without a trace? Me? I went to the Myriad Realms Tower. The Myriad Realms Tower. What about the Myriad Realms Tower? Luo Feng thought for a moment, then said. The Myriad Realms Tower is just as you thought. You can directly enter a space, and there are many Realm Lord level experts inside. Unfortunately, I didn't have anything to trade. Luo Feng didn't reveal the Myriad Realms Tower. Even though he was now Babata's master, if Hu Yanbo appeared, he would definitely tell him everything. The Myriad Realms Tower was of great importance, it was best not to tell anyone. You met the Realm Lord? No wonder I couldn't contact you earlier, so that's how it is. This ability is incredibly powerful, it's probably beyond the capabilities of a Realm Lord. There might be an immortal level expert behind it. Maybe. Babata, how about you give me some secret manuals so I can trade for something? No. These are all secret techniques of Meteorite Star, they can't be passed on. You didn't trade away all the previous manuals, did you? No. How could I? That's good. Luo Feng, you must understand, even immortal level experts are tempted by the inheritance of Meteorite Star, so you absolutely cannot reveal it. Otherwise, they'll trace it back to you. Really? Even the Myriad Realms Tower doesn't know the other party's identity. You're thinking too simply. Others may not know, but the immortal level expert behind it definitely will. So, never expose any of Meteorite Star's secret techniques. Luo Feng's heart sank. It seemed that to obtain all the secret techniques, he had to explain things clearly to Babata, or wait until he finished cultivating them before advancing to the next level. Forget it, I can't tell anyone about this. Let's just cultivate slowly. 100 million heavenly coins are enough. Anyway, I don't need anything right now. Okay, I understand. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Duan Lang originally planned to go to the Heavenly Coin Exchange office first, sell the heavenly coins, and then give them to Luo Feng, who knew that Luo Feng really didn't care about these heavenly coins and just left. The memories Luo Feng had previously experienced from the Soul Search were transferred from Luo Feng's mind to Duan Lang's mind when he returned to the Myriad Realms Tower. Therefore, Duan Lang suddenly possessed tens of thousands of martial arts manuals, as well as many top-tier martial arts manuals, including the Sacred Heart Technique. He planned to exchange all these manuals for heavenly coins first, and then go find Superman in the Heroes Pavilion to settle accounts. Of course, he needed to prepare 100,000 heavenly coins first. After all, he still owed Superman 100,000 heavenly coins, only after paying it back would he have the confidence to have a proper debate with him. He actually let Indra go, didn't he realize the trouble he had caused? Chapter 202 Duan Lang's Sudden Wealth. Extravagant Spending. At the All Heavens coin exchange point, Duan Lang stopped, his heart pounding with excitement. With a flick of his hand, a cluster of white orbs of light appeared. Phoenix Blood, a 6th-tier treasure. The essence of a 6th-tier bloodline phoenix from the wind and cloud world. Consuming it grants eternal youth and immortality, and makes cultivating ice attribute techniques twice as effective. However, due to excessive internal energy consumption, eternal youth is not possible, one can only live for 10,000 years. Each resurrection consumes energy, shortening lifespan again. Energy can be replenished using similar blood and essence. Item value 700,000 All Heavens coins. Upon seeing the description of the Phoenix Blood, Duan Lang's brows first twitched, then furrowed sharply. Only 10,000 years to live. Not only does it not grant eternal youth, but each resurrection consumes lifespan. This Phoenix Blood doesn't seem as powerful as he imagined. However, the value of this Phoenix Blood is a staggering 700,000, and it's a 6th-tier treasure. This Phoenix has a 6th-tier bloodline, but its strength is far below 6th tier, it might not even be 5th tier. Otherwise, how could Deshishin have led a group of mortals to kill it? Unfortunately, Phoenix Blood can't be sold now. He'll decide whether to sell it or not once he gets the dragon essence. 10,000 years is extremely useful to him right now. Not to mention, Phoenix Blood can resurrect people. Resurrection at the Soul Pavilion always costs 100,000 heavenly coins each time. Where would he get so many heavenly coins? With Phoenix Blood, even if he were accidentally killed, he could return to the Myriad Realms Tower after resurrection. His survival ability had increased dramatically. He just didn't know if the Phoenix Blood would still be on his body after the Soul Pavilion's resurrection. If the Phoenix Blood's energy could be restored after resurrection, that would be wonderful. Duan Lang retrieved the Phoenix Blood and looked at the other cultivation techniques. The first one was the Sacred Heart Technique. Sacred Heart Technique General Outline, 5th Order Technique. When learned with complete Phoenix Blood, it grants immortality and eternal youth. Even with incomplete Phoenix Blood, lifespan will double, and aging will be halved. It can resurrect inanimate objects with bodies. Item value 90,000 heavenly coins. Soaring Immortal Steps, 5th Order Lightness Skill. When used, it grants an ethereal, immortal aura, like an immortal. At its highest level, speed can break the sound barrier, reaching 340 m/s. Item value 50,000 heavenly coins. Sacred Heart Mantra of the Sea of Absorption, a 5th-tier cultivation technique. Based on the general principles of the Sacred Heart Technique, it assimilates the opponent's internal energy, rapidly increasing cultivation level. Item value 30,000 heavenly coins. Heavenly Palace Illusion, a 5th-tier secret technique, a mental power secret technique. It uses mental power to guide the opponent to create an illusion. Item value 40,000 heavenly coins. The 4 Sacred Heart Techniques, 5th-tier Martial Arts, Frosty Heaven Technique, Profound Ice Technique, Myriad Blades Piercing Clouds, and Emperor's Heavenly Thunder. It uses elemental power to alter celestial phenomena and attack enemies. Item value 80,000 heavenly coins. Sacred Heart Tribulation fourfold, 5th Order Secret Technique, Shocking Tribulation, Evil Blood Tribulation, Heavenly Heart Tribulation, God-Slaying Tribulation, Spiritual Secret Technique. Uses spiritual power to attack the opponent, or uses spiritual power to draw upon the opponent's spirit, causing severe damage. Item value 120,000 heavenly coins. Sevenfold Absolute Realm, 5th Order Secret Technique. Uses phoenix blood to transform the body into particles, then reassembles it. Item value 90,000 heavenly coins. The Sacred Heart Technique was sold separately, each ability fetching a high price. The Sacred Heart Technique alone sold for a staggering 500,000 heavenly coins. Among them, the Sacred Heart 4 Tribulations technique sold for a price of 120,000. And this is just one of the techniques created by Emperor Shishin. He has many other techniques. Dry Ice Palm, 4th tier technique, item value 9,000 heavenly coins. Righteous Chi Chin Melody, 4th tier technique, item value 9,000 heavenly coins. Snow Splitting Heaven Opening Technique, 4th tier technique, item value 9,500 heavenly coins. Snow Blood Claw, 4th tier technique, attacks the enemy with chilling energy that freezes their internal organs and blood. Item value 9,500 heavenly coins. 5 Thunder Transformation Hand, incomplete, 5th tier technique, item value 5,000 heavenly coins. Iron Refining Hand, 4th tier technique, one of the 10 most arduous martial arts techniques in the Fenjian world, requiring a strong heart to master, extremely painful. Item value 6,000 heavenly coins. 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin, 5th tier technique, a secret technique of the sword sect, allows the user to control 10,000 swords. Item value 30,000 heavenly coins. Ice Heart Technique, 4th tier cultivation method, item value 6,000 heavenly coins. 1,000 4th tier cultivation methods, 4th tier cultivation method, item value 5 million heavenly coins. 2,000 3rd tier cultivation methods, 3rd tier cultivation method, item value 1 million heavenly coins. 3,000 2nd tier cultivation methods, 2nd tier cultivation method, item value 150,000 heavenly coins. 4,000 1st tier cultivation methods, 1st tier cultivation method, item value 36,000 heavenly coins. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow, not expecting even Nai Feng's family had the Ice Heart Technique. Not only the Ice Heart Technique, but also the 6 absolute techniques of Ao Han, Xiang Ba's Wind God Leg, Cloud Dispelling Palm, Heavenly Frost Fist, and 3-part Return to Origin Qi Gong were all there. 10,000 martial arts, truly tens of thousands of martial arts manuals. The 4th tier cultivation technique alone sold for 5 million heavenly coins. 5 million. Duan Lang's eyes lit up. What a windfall. After selling everything except the phoenix blood, he actually got 6.8 million heavenly coins. 6.8 million. Duan Lang's hands trembled slightly. He had never obtained such a huge sum of money before. Even Shishin seemed much more endearing to him. If he hadn't spent 2,000 years collecting cultivation techniques, how could he have acquired so many heavenly coins so quickly? If he had collected them himself, it would have taken him a very long time. Duan Lang suddenly felt that Shishin wasn't so annoying after all. Of course, he was just thinking about it. How could he tolerate someone else snoring beside his bed? With Shishin alive, he couldn't sleep. Duan Lang took a deep breath, an irrepressible smile on his face, and arrived at the Immortal Path Zone. Profound Ghostly Path, Rank 6 Technique. The ghostly path is profound. Those who cultivate this technique are surrounded by countless ghostly shadows, exuding a chilling aura. Value 99,000 heavenly coins. First layer already purchased. Soul Burning Technique, Rank 4 Secret Technique. Burns one's own soul to unleash power far exceeding one's current realm. Value 6,600 heavenly coins. Soul Annihilation Technique, Rank 4 Secret Technique. A soul attack that annihilates the opponent's soul. If the opponent's soul is powerful, one's own soul will also be injured, even suffering a backlash, resulting in instant soul annihilation. Value 10,999 heavenly coins. The Myriad Soul Banner, a 5th tier magic weapon, can collect and utilize countless souls, holding up to tens of millions. Value 88,000 heavenly coins. Second or third level of the Profound Ghost God Path? Less than 100,000 heavenly coins, so cheap. Buy. Soul Burning Technique, Soul Destroying Technique? Even combined, less than 20,000 heavenly coins? Buy. The Myriad Soul Banner? An upgraded version of the Myriad Ghost Banner? Buy. The Black Crow Sword is outdated too. Even if the Fire Kirin Sword is refined into a magic weapon, it's only 4th tier. Buy a 5th tier magic weapon. And pills. Duan Lang ran to the pill pavilion again and bought a bunch of cultivation pills, healing pills, and pills to enhance spiritual power. Under Xiao Yan's shocked gaze, Duan Lang bought 500,000 heavenly coins worth of pills and left. He spent a full 700,000 of the 6.8 million heavenly coins. He saved 6 million for later, and returned 100,000 to Superman later. Standing in the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza, Duan Lang sighed, shook his head, and muttered to himself. Sigh, is this the trouble of the rich? I've spent so many heavenly coins, bought so many things, and I still have 6 million heavenly coins left. Chapter 203 Obtaining the position of Emperor Shishin. Compensation from the Heroes Pavilion. Inside the Pavilion of Heroes in the Myriad Realms Tower. What? You released Shishin? Fuck. I knew it. The Pavilion of Heroes shouldn't have let you join. Homelander, just awakened, stared at Superman, pale-faced, spouting meaningless nonsense. That damn Shishin almost killed him, and Superman not only didn't avenge him, he let him go. Fuck. Most importantly, Shishin is Duan Lang's enemy. A mortal foe. Are you out of your mind? Shishin is who he is now because of Duan Lang. He hates Duan Lang to death. Given the chance, he'll definitely kill Duan Lang. If Duan Lang dies, can you bear the responsibility? Superman sat beside him, ramrod straight. If Shishin doesn't repent and truly intends to deal with Duan Lang, I will personally finish him off. Duan Lang has the Myriad Realms Tower, he won't intervene. He can return to the Myriad Realms Tower if he encounters danger. Besides, Duan Lang himself said he wouldn't kill Shishin if he handed over the Phoenix blood. Are you out of your mind? Duan Lang is only at the 4th level, Shishin is at the 5th, and his mental attacks are unpredictable. I was injured, do you think Duan Lang can dodge them? If Duan Lang dies, I'll resurrect him with my All Heavens coins. Homelander and Hancock exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief. Superman is completely out of his mind. What are you trying to achieve by doing this? Just because of your laughable sense of justice? If Duan Lang tells anyone about this, will the Heroes Pavilion still receive commissions? I'm quitting. Hancock, let's go, let's open a new shop. Homelander staggered to his feet, ready to leave. We made a bet, you lost, so you'll be my assistant here. The host is my witness. Superman stood up and looked at Homelander. Homelander stared intently at Superman, their gazes clashing in the air, as if sparks were flying. Hancock frowned, thought for a moment, and said, let's compromise. Superman, this is a huge problem. Who will come to our Heroes Pavilion if things continue like this? You don't need the All Heavens coins, but we do. How about this, we split the Heroes Pavilion into 2 parts, one you'll be in charge of, and the other we'll be in charge of. You find your people, we'll find ours. No interference. If someone comes to commission a service, let the traitor choose who to commission them to. Superman frowned, wanting to say something more. Homelander immediately said, if you don't agree, then let's split up. I'll go talk to the host. I don't believe the host can't distinguish right from wrong. Superman thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, we'll do it your way. Good. Duan Lang is a mission Homelander and I took on, so we'll handle this. But you have to tell us where Indra is. Superman was about to refuse when Hancock cut him off. This is our mission. We'll take care of it ourselves. We'll handle Indra. For your sake, we won't do anything reckless. Superman took a deep breath and then told them Indra's location. After receiving Indra's location, Homelander and Hancock exchanged a glance, a hint of joy in their eyes. All right. I'll handle Duan Lang's situation, you don't need to worry about it. Homelander, you should go back to your own world and get some rest. Here are some recovery pills, 25,000 All Heavens coins in total, remember to pay me back. Homelander was quite pleased to hear the first part, he hadn't expected the guy to care. But upon hearing the rest, his face darkened. Homelander took the pills, glared at Hancock, and disappeared. Hey, the All Heavens coins haven't been transferred yet. Damn, is this guy trying to renege on his debt? At the entrance of the Heroes Pavilion, Duan Lang walked in, shouting, where's Superman? Come out. Hancock glanced at Superman, then at Duan Lang at the entrance. You go back to your own world first, I'll talk to Duan Lang. With that, he ignored Superman, walked to Duan Lang's side, grabbed him, and pulled him out of the Heroes Pavilion. Hancock, what are you doing? Where's Superman? Hancock pulled Duan Lang towards the vortex, speaking as they went. I found out the location of Indra from Superman. I'm going with you to kill him. Duan Lang hesitated, looked at Hancock, and nodded. Fine. If Indra is dead, everything's fine. But if he's not dead, you wait, I'll tell all the traitors about Superman's actions. Hancock smiled helplessly and explained, we're also furious about Superman's behavior, so we had a fight with him and split into 2 groups. Just contact us if you have a mission. Let whoever wants to contact Superman go ahead, he's too much of a saint. The 2 arrived in the Wind and Cloud world together, and Hancock led Duan Lang to the location Superman had mentioned. However, many hours had passed since Superman left the world, Indra couldn't possibly be waiting to die. Duan Lang's face was extremely grim, and Hancock's expression wasn't much better. They searched the surrounding area again and again, but still couldn't find him. Hancock looked at Duan Lang somewhat awkwardly. They hadn't found him. What were they going to do? Tell me, how are we going to handle this? Deshishin is so strong, if he gets close to me, he can kill me in one move. I can't just stay in the Myriad Realms Tower forever. Duan Lang glared at Hancock. If the hero's pavilion didn't give him an explanation, this wouldn't end there. How about this? Superman doesn't need to return the 100,000 heavenly coins. Next time you commission a mission from us, we won't charge you heavenly coins. What do you think? I don't think so. What use are these to me if I'm dead? Hancock scratched his head, remembering what Superman had said before. Here's the deal. Before the 5th tier, all the All Heavens coins for your resurrection after you die will be covered by me. Superman. As long as you die in your own world, I'll have Superman resurrect you, and he'll pay for it. The condition is that it has to be in your own world. Wandering around in other worlds doesn't count. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow. This explanation seemed acceptable. Any further, and he probably wouldn't get anything. All right. Back to the Myriad Realms Tower to sign the agreement. Hancock breathed a sigh of relief, finally resolved. Okay, but I hope you can keep this a secret. Cough cough, at least don't mention it's a problem with the entire Heroes Pavilion. This is Superman's own problem. Duan Lang glanced at Hancock. This guy wasn't just dark-skinned, he was pretty ruthless too. Same shop, and they're already playing mind games. Is business warfare always this straightforward? Starting with their own shop. Fine. Once the agreement is signed, I won't bring up your issues with Homelander, but I have to speak out about what Superman did. And there's another traitor here, he might say something too. Chapter 204 Genos' Shock. Level 5 of the Myriad Realms Tower. One Punch Man World, Z City. In a remote and desolate neighborhood, a few buildings stood forlornly. Z City wasn't very populated due to the frequent presence of monsters. At this moment, in a room, a bald, caped man in yellow clothes was playing a game with a blonde man with several scars on his face. Behind them, a handsome cyborg was bustling around. On the television screen, after Saitama's character was defeated by the character controlled by the blonde man put down the controller. Saitama-kun, it's almost time, I should go back. One more round. King. One last round. I can definitely win. The blonde man looked outside, it was indeed getting late. What if he encountered monsters if he didn't leave soon? He wasn't Saitama. Don't let his S-class hero ranking by the Hero Association fool you. Even though he was ranked 7th, he was just an ordinary person. Saitama defeated the monster, and King happened to be there. Everyone assumed it was him, which is why he was ranked S-class rank 7. Every time he encountered a monster, he was incredibly lucky, nothing bad happened, and the monster died inexplicably. Despite repeatedly encountering such situations, he was still dubbed the strongest man on Earth. In reality, he's incredibly timid. His only redeeming quality is probably his incredibly loud heartbeat when he's nervous. And even that's called the Emperor Engine. Never mind. Let's do it another day. Saitama-kun, what's wrong, Saitama-kun? Saitama suddenly stood up, his expression a mixture of excitement and seriousness. King was startled and hesitated before saying, how about one more round? Saitama had no desire to play games anymore, he'd just heard a familiar voice. Ding, Destined 1, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? The Myriad Realms Tower. That mysterious powerhouse. Finally, he could have a real battle. Don't disappoint me. No more. Let's do it another day. I'm going to find a strong guy to fight now. Finally, I can have a truly satisfying battle. King was stunned, and Genos was stunned too. They knew Saitama's strength all too well. Someone could actually fight someone as powerful as Saitama. Could it be Blast, the number 1 S-class warrior? Teacher. Is there really someone that strong? Please take me with you, I want to see it. Genos threw down the rag he was holding and bowed deeply. King, also curious, asked, Saitama, can you take me with you? Saitama scratched his bald head. Could he? He didn't know. Can I take them both into the Myriad Realms Tower? The Myriad Realms Tower? What a strange name. King and Genos exchanged a glance. Looks like it won't work. No response. Maybe next time. I'll fight that guy first and see how it goes. Let's enter the Myriad Realms Tower. Saitama was impatient. He shouted loudly, but there was no reaction, he remained rooted to the spot. Ding, the 7th tier passage of the Myriad Realms Tower is not yet open. Please enter after it opens. Saitama paused, rubbing his shiny bald head. What's wrong with him? What are you talking about if you can't get in? Genos blinked, looking at Saitama and saying, Sensei? Are you sick? Sensei is too strong, so strong that he imagined an opponent. I knew it, how could anyone in this world be as strong as Sensei Saitama? Saitama lowered his head in frustration and sat down on the ground. Sigh, I can't get into the multiverse tower for now, what a disappointment. It's a pity I won't be able to see that guy. Sensei, who are you talking about? The person from the multiverse tower. I saw him last time I went there. He's very powerful. I can't see through him. Saitama suddenly became serious, even his face seemed to change from a few simple lines to complex facial features. I wanted to fight him, but he exuded a powerful aura that made it hard for me to breathe. I couldn't move at all. Genos was shocked. There was someone this powerful? Even his teacher couldn't move. This was Saitama, the one who could part the earth's hair in the middle. Indeed, it was all an illusion. We agreed to have a fair fight next time we met, and he agreed. I've been waiting, and just now I heard the voice of the Myriad Realms Tower again. I thought I could enter, but I can't. Sigh, what a pity. King, let's continue. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower. Ding, the Myriad Realms Tower has completed its upgrade. Now level 5. Do you want to learn about the new features? Ye Ming, who had been waiting for a long time, finally heard the sound of the Myriad Realms Tower's upgrade complete. Yes. Ding, the level 5 functions of the Myriad Realms Tower have been upgraded as follows. 1. The commission on each completed transaction has increased from 40% to 50%. 2. 5 new traders can now enter simultaneously. 3. The maximum strength of traders coming to the Myriad Realms Tower has been increased to rank 7. Rank 7 experts are temporarily prohibited from entering, but those with the potential to enter at rank 7 will still receive a notification and can enter after the restriction is lifted. 4. The number of invitations allowed per trader has increased from 1 to 2, with the price remaining unchanged. It's still the same old function, the commission has increased by 1/10, one more trader has been added, and the only difference is that the number of inviters has increased by 1. Unfortunately, rank 7 experts can't enter, and Ye Ming doesn't dare let them in either. If the passage were opened, the first person to enter the Myriad Realms Tower would probably be Saitama. Rank 7, the strongest below the immortal level. Ding, the following functions have been added to the level 5 Myriad Realms Tower. New function 1, randomly open new Myriad Realms Tower facilities, random results. Auction house. The new Myriad Realms Tower facility, auction house, has been opened. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. An auction house? The Myriad Realms Tower has this facility? He opened the panel and glanced at it. The auction house, as the name suggests, is a place to auction items. However, there are restrictions on the auction items. There's only one restriction, the items must be unique. Their grade doesn't matter, but they must be unique and cannot be copied. For example, cultivation techniques and pills are not allowed. Cultivation techniques can be purchased repeatedly, and pills can be refined repeatedly. This isn't too difficult, since there are no grade restrictions, but it's also easy because many things can't be auctioned in the auction house. An auction house requires at least 10 items to hold an auction, fewer than 10 items will prevent an auction from starting. When a trader has unique items to auction, they can deposit them with Ye Ming. The trader will receive Zushin coins based on the auction price. Of course, there's a 10% transaction fee. For example, if an item costs 100 Zushin coins and sells for 1,000, the trader will receive 900 Zushin coins. That's equivalent to earning significantly more Zushin coins. Chapter 205 Level 5 Multiverse Tower Function. Auction House. Of course, the only drawback is that you can only receive the money after the auction house starts bidding. Once you've collected 10 items and the auction begins, traders can pay an entry fee to participate. Currently, the only items Ye Ming can think of that can enter the auction house are treasures, such as the phoenix blood from the wind and cloud world, an unreplicable treasure that can be auctioned. Another one is the wood seed crystal that Luo Feng sold before. The wood seed crystal is also a treasure, and it cannot be replicated, with extremely powerful effects. Besides these, Ye Ming hasn't thought of anything else that can enter the auction house yet. If you don't want to wait that long, you can sell directly to Ye Ming, and then Ye Ming can put the item up for auction. In this way, the heavenly coins after the auction will no longer belong to the trader, but will all go to Ye Ming. Yes, all to Ye Ming. For example, if the wood seed crystal is put up for auction, all the heavenly coins from the sale will belong to Ye Ming. It goes directly into the Lord's treasury. This is the true purpose of the auction house. Facilities that can't earn you all world coins are useless. Clearly, the auction house isn't useless. The only downside is that during future transactions, if an item is eligible for auction, the Myriad Realms Tower will notify the trader, allowing them to choose whether to auction it. Otherwise, it would definitely have the trader complete the transaction first, and then auction it off itself. The Myriad Realms Tower is probably worried about fairness. If the Myriad Realms Tower buys something for 10,000 and then puts it in the auction house to sell for 100,000, the trader would definitely feel that the Myriad Realms Tower is cheating. Ding, new feature 2, World Selection Function. You can now filter and select the next batch of traders' worlds to enter the Myriad Realms Tower. Hearing this function, Ye Ming's eyes lit up. Selecting traders' worlds. That's great. He quickly clicked on the function, but was somewhat disappointed. Selecting traders' worlds isn't like you can just randomly click on a world and have the Myriad Realms Tower bring you people, nor is it like the Myriad Realms Tower selecting several worlds for you to choose from. Instead, you choose a direction, and one of the traders in the next batch will come from that world. For example, if Ye Ming wants a world with many irreplaceable treasures in his next world, one of the traders in the next batch will come from that world. How to describe this function? It's better than nothing. Besides these two functions, the Myriad Realms Tower doesn't have any new features. Ye Ming doesn't care about this. As long as there are new Myriad Realms Tower facilities and increased commissions, the rest is irrelevant. Ding, please note, after the Myriad Realms Tower reaches level 5, the upgrade experience becomes 10 billion sales revenue, and the tower owner's strength needs to reach the peak of the 7th rank to upgrade to level 6. After upgrading to level 6, all information above the 7th rank will be unlocked. Hearing this, Ye Ming gradually sat up straight. Logically, upgrading to level 5 requires 100 million sales revenue, and level 6 should require 1 billion sales revenue. Now it's directly increased tenfold. And not only does it require sales revenue, but it also requires the strength of the peak of the 7th rank. It's said to be 2 requirements, but it's actually 1. He's currently at the peak of the 5th rank, with his exclusive cultivation technique at the 5th level. The 6th level requires 100 million heavenly coins, and the 7th level requires 1 billion heavenly coins. A 50% commission on 10 billion in sales is 5 billion heavenly coins, enough to reach the peak of the 7th rank. So, while it seems like there are 2 requirements, there's actually only 1. He only needs to reach 10 billion heavenly coins in transaction volume. Those above the 7th rank are considered immortals in the cultivation system. In some worlds, once they become immortals, their lifespan is as long as the heavens, a vast difference from mortals. True immortals enter the Myriad Realms Tower after level 6. Higher requirements are somewhat understandable. These 10 billion heavenly coins depend on Luo Feng. Ye Ming opened his information panel. He had a slightly higher number of heavenly coins than before. Duan Lang had obtained a large number of martial arts manuals from the Wind and Cloud world, 10,000 martial arts manuals, and completely different martial arts manuals from before. Of the 6.8 million heavenly coins traded, Ye Ming gained 3.4 million heavenly coins. Adding this to the remaining 76 million heavenly coins, his total was 79.4 million heavenly coins, almost reaching 100 million heavenly coins. The Lord's treasury didn't increase much. Duanlang Future Pavilion spent 100,000 heavenly coins, all of which went into the Lord's treasury. Dan Pavilion spent 500,000 heavenly coins, with a 20% commission, totaling 100,000 heavenly coins. That's 200,000 heavenly coins. Adding Luo Feng's purchases of the Shallow Strike and Spiritual Power Cultivation Method 11,000 and 990,000 heavenly coins respectively with a 10% commission of 100,100 heavenly coins, that's 100,000 heavenly coins. Superman bought a magic weapon for around 100,000 heavenly coins, with a 10% commission, totaling 10,000 heavenly coins. These add up to about 310,000 heavenly coins. Adding the items purchased by other traders, the total is around 400,000 heavenly coins. Originally there were 10.15 million heavenly coins, now there are 10.46 million heavenly coins. Still a long way from 100 million. There are simply too few traders. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower level 5. Realm, peak 5th order. All heavens coins 79,400,000. Lord's treasury 10,460,000 all heavens coins. Myriad Realms Tower facilities, Mission Pavilion, Future Pavilion, Herb Pavilion, Level 1, Martial Arts Arena, Soul Pavilion, Auction House. Cultivation Technique, Exclusive Cultivation Technique, 5th level. Owned Worlds Ip Man World, The Return of the Condor Heroes World. Connected Worlds Swallowed Star, Legend of Shushan, Ice and Fire Chef, Qin Emperor, God of Wine, Men of Steel, Hancock, The Boys, Fantasy Westward Journey Online, God of Cookery, Kung Fu, The Deer and the Cauldron. Trade items, Golden Horned Beast Bloodline, Meteorite Star Secret Technique, Jade Void Severing Emotions Technique, Great Brahma Prajna, Kryptonian Bloodline, Angel Bloodline, Homelander Bloodline, Xianming Dao, Heavenly Book Volume 2, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Burning Technique, Three Flowers Gathering Fire Technique, Sacred Heart Technique. After putting away the panel, Ye Ming pondered, now that he had an auction house, he should make use of it. After all, auctioned items could earn him more heavenly coins. If you only sell yourself an item worth 100 celestial coins, you only gain 50 celestial coins. However, if you auction it off for 1,000 celestial coins, you'll receive a commission of 500 celestial coins, and 100 of those 1,000 celestial coins will go into your account as a transaction fee. Anyway, auctioning seems more profitable. So Ye Ming's current plan is simple. First, gather 10 items to start the first auction. First, Wood Seed Crystals. 10 Wood Seed Crystals, Tier 5 treasure. Consuming them can rapidly increase one's cultivation level. 1 crystal raises one's cultivation to tier 3, 2 to tier 4 peak, and 3 to tier 5. Item value 900,000 heavenly coins. This is definitely very useful. It's just a bit of a pity that 10 wood seed crystals are counted as one type of treasure, one type of auction item. Second, Ye Ming flipped through the list of traded items in the Myriad Realms Tower and found this item. Bone Spirit Cold Flame, Tier 6 treasure, ranked 11th on the Dupo Kangxing World Strange Flame ranking. A unique flame combining extreme cold and extreme heat. It can only be encountered in extremely cold and yin places every 100 years at the turn of the sun and moon. Value 700,000 heavenly coins. Chapter 206, using the World Selection function. New mission issued. Bone Spirit Cold Flame, Yao Chen's Strange Flame. This should be okay, right? Ding, Bone Spirit Cold Flame can be purchased repeatedly as long as a wisp of flame remains. It cannot be considered an auction item. Not considered. Speechless. What about the Blood Bodhi? It's considered a treasure, right? Ye Ming suddenly remembered that Duan seemed to have cultivated a Blood Bodhi before. Blood Bodhi is a medicinal herb and can be cultivated repeatedly, so it doesn't seem to count either. However, the items Duan traded before seem to be considered auction items. Silver Longsword, Tier 3 treasure, silver equipment from the Misty World, comes with the skill Crescent Slash, which fires a crescent-shaped sword aura of Tier 3 strength. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Item value, 700 heavenly coins. Bronze Gauntlets, Tier 2 treasure, bronze equipment from the Misty World, comes with the passive skill Mighty Strength, increasing punching power by 100 kilograms. Item value, 70 heavenly coins. Bronze Dagger, Tier 2 treasure, bronze equipment from the Misty World, comes with the passive skill Sharpness, allowing some attacks to penetrate Tier 2 and lower armor. Item value, 90 heavenly coins. Black Iron Sword, Tier 1 treasure, black iron equipment from the Misty World, increases strength by 1 kilogram. Item value, 3 heavenly coins. These items are low level, but they are indeed unique treasures. Even including these 4, there are only 5. 5 more auction items are needed. At least one grand finale, an item that will shock everyone. These are too ordinary. Ye Ming stroked his chin, recalling the second function unlocked after reaching level 5 of the Myriad Realms Tower. He could choose which world the next trader came from. Myriad Realms Tower, let the next batch of traders come from a world with unique treasures. No, other worlds with unique treasures, traders who have unique treasures and intend to sell. Ding, world selection successful. The next trader possesses at least one special treasure. Please note, whether a trader trades items is up to them. The Myriad Realms Tower cannot interfere. However, traders with a tendency to sell will receive priority invitations. The Myriad Realms Tower cannot interfere with the trader's thinking, the decision rests with the trader. However, traders who don't intend to sell can wait a little longer to enter the Myriad Realms Tower. The entry permission still belongs to the Myriad Realms Tower. Maintain appearances. Okay, I understand. Besides new traders, we need to think of other methods. Right, the Misty World. This world, seemingly a survival game set in the mist, contains unique items, allowing skilled traders to search for treasure chests. That's it. Post a quest to motivate everyone. Ye Ming vanished from his spot, reappearing on the second floor in the quest pavilion. Looking at the few lonely quests in the pavilion, Ye Ming felt the facility was almost useless. Ultimately, there are just too few people. Ye Ming directly edited a quest, pinned it to the top of the quest log, and used his privileges to send it to everyone's Myriad Realms tokens. Ding, the host has posted a new quest with generous rewards. Please go to the quest pavilion to view the details. Soon, the once empty second floor of the Myriad Realms building was filled with traders. Murong Fu, Xiaolanu, Gao Yao, Duan, Ip Man, Suzuki, Ghost King, Superman, Homelander, Hancock, Yuri. Except for the wealthy Luo Feng who was still practicing his secret techniques, Yao Chen who was recovering and couldn't leave, and Guyu who was keeping an eye on things, everyone else had come. Open World Misty World Quest. Quest requirements: enter the other world within the Misty World, find unique chests, open them to obtain different items, and bring the items back to the Myriad Realms Tower for auction. Quest rewards: the 3 players with the highest auction amounts will receive 1,500,000 and 100,000 heavenly coins respectively. Limited to 3 days. Heavenly coins required for materials obtained in the Misty World within 3 days can be paid at their original value after the item auction. After 3 days, it will return to normal. Note: the Misty World is a 6th tier world. The other world within the Misty World contains various monsters. Please proceed with caution. Detailed information about the Misty World can be found after accepting the quest. Ye Ming took out 1.6 million heavenly coins to reward the traders, mainly to encourage those with strong abilities to join. Ordinary people would only be sent to their deaths if they went in. This is just a way to motivate them initially. Once the auction ends and they see the profits, they'll naturally go to the Misty World more often. The Ghost King frowned upon seeing the quest. 1 million heavenly coins? Not a lot, not a small amount either. It's tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Sigh, I'll still go take a look. He's quite curious about this misty world. He's a peak 5th tier expert. Finding a 5th tier item might be enough to take first place in no time. David, in the crowd, looked at the quest curiously. Isn't the misty world his own world? Is that other world the world behind the white mist? There are even treasures there. Unfortunately, he's just an ordinary person and doesn't have the ability to go in, otherwise he would definitely go in and take a look. On the other side, Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang were discussing with the people around them. Beside them were many other people, all of whom were from China. Ip Man, Huo Yuanjia, Bruce Lee, Chen Zhen, Wang Feiheng, Gao Keqiang, and Lin Fengjiao. These are all traders who joined the Dragon Kingdom alliance. They all share one common characteristic: poverty, extreme poverty. If they all pooled their resources together, they probably couldn't even come up with 10,000 heavenly coins. Ip Man has used all his heavenly coins to issue missions. Although he's run out, the results have been excellent. The whole world is shocked by the Dragon Kingdom. Now, there isn't a single invader on Dragon Kingdom's land. All invaders have left. No matter which country they are from, no one dares to stay on Dragon Kingdom's land. Even the land they previously seized has all been returned. They dared not refuse. The island nation's islands have been directly cleaved in two. Homelander, Hancock, and Superman, although foreigners, have hardly been seen by anyone, because those who have seen them are dead. Everyone else only knows that these three came from Dragon Kingdom and returned. At the same time, a group of extraordinary individuals appeared on various battlefields across the Dragon Kingdom. Bullets couldn't hit them, they were incredibly fast. They could scale walls, slice through artillery shells with swords, tear apart Japanese soldiers with their bare hands, and even destroy tanks with a single palm strike from hundreds of meters away. Even more shockingly, survivors filmed several large-scale battlefields. The Dragon Kingdom's invading forces summoned 5 dragons, annihilating hundreds of thousands of people, and even managed to make a giant Buddha stand up and strike the invaders. The Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with. All the countries in the world are terrified. This country looks weak, but it's actually full of hidden talents. It's teeming with extraordinary beings. The Dragon Kingdom's military power spread throughout the world instantly, making the Dragon Kingdom the country no nation wanted to provoke. Chapter 207 Dragon Kingdom Alliance. Yao Chen's body has recovered. Aside from these few individuals, none of the other Dragon Kingdom citizens joined the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. For example, Feng Yuxia wasn't interested in any of this, he only wanted to practice martial arts and had no interest in state affairs. Gao Yao, for instance, was a Dragon Kingdom citizen, but he lived in the Qin Dynasty. Stephen Zhou, on the other hand, only wanted to cook and didn't care about anything else. Leng Feng invited these three, but they all refused to join. Qin Shihuang and Li Shaiman weren't really Dragon Kingdom citizens either, and they didn't need help, so Leng Feng didn't even bother contacting them. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom Alliance was officially established. Lu Paiqiang served as the alliance leader, given his age and experience. Leng Feng, as the vice leader, primarily assisted Lu Paiqiang in helping the Dragon Kingdoms of other worlds. Of course, these people didn't join for nothing. To join, they had to establish contact with the nation and help its development. The Dragon Kingdom Alliance was for the benefit of the Dragon Kingdom, not for the benefit of these traders. Of course, these traders would also benefit. These people are currently only considered probationary members. Only after contacting the government and having Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang confirm their membership will they be considered official members. Gao Keqiang's joining the Dragon Kingdom Alliance was a result of careful consideration and prior communication with Gao Qishan. He had visited the future pavilion and knew his younger brother was intelligent, so he specifically discussed it with him. What's so good about being a gangster boss in Jinghai City? Wouldn't it be better to be a pampered patron of the government? Many things in the Myriad Realms Tower are difficult to handle in reality. It's better to cooperate directly with the government, everything can be legalized. You can have anything you want. The boss of Jinghai City can only act arrogantly in Jinghai City. Helping the government and siding with the government allows you to act arrogantly throughout the country. The choice is simple. Gao Keqiang found an Xian that very day, wanting to get him involved. Excuse me, are you Leng Feng? I've heard about the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. Can I join? I'm so eager to advance. A middle-aged man in a Dragon Kingdom police uniform looked at them, his eyes filled with expectation. Leng Feng glanced at him, the uniform clearly indicated he was a public official in the Dragon Kingdom. I am Leng Feng, and you are? I am Qi Tongwei. In the world of In the Name of the People, a first-tier world, I am the police chief. I've always wanted to contribute to the country. I want to advance, please give me a chance. Leng Feng and Lu Paiqiang exchanged a glance, then nodded. Good. Once you contact the higher UPS in the Dragon Kingdom and we verify your information, you can join the alliance. Now, let's discuss the Mist World matter. Do you want to participate? Qi Tongwei shook his head, he didn't want to go and die. With the support of the country, he had everything he could want. Was it really worth risking his life? No, I'll go back and contact my superiors to make the Dragon Kingdom stronger as soon as possible. Lang Feng nodded. He hadn't misjudged him. This guy really wants to improve. All right, then I won't keep you any longer. Gao Keqiang, you don't have to go if you don't want to. After all, you're just an ordinary person. The rest of you, you're all first or second tier martial artists. You have to go. The heavenly coins we get will go as the Alliance's treasury, used to support you. Ye Wen and the others thought for a moment, then nodded, not refusing. Lu Paiqiang smiled slightly at the solemn faces of the crowd. Don't worry, if you encounter danger, you can return directly to the Myriad Realms Tower. For those who haven't stored their life souls, I'll use all heaven's coins to store them, and you'll be resurrected even if you die. Besides, I think I should be able to protect you. Lang Feng was stunned, staring at Lu Paiqiang in shock. You exchanged for the Superman bloodline? A smile appeared on Lu Paiqiang's lips. He had indeed exchanged for the Superman bloodline before coming. Superman grows stronger by sunlight and can even enter the sun. His world desperately needed this ability. Leaving aside the ability to propel the Earth, just the ability to check the situation on the sun was crucial. Yes, I exchanged it. It cost 100,000 all heavens coins. I'm now a 5th tier Superman. After I adapt and get more sun, my strength should reach the peak of the 5th tier. The people around looked at Lu Paiqiang with envy. From an ordinary person, he had directly become a 5th tier powerhouse. 100,000 all heavens coins, just like that. Lang Feng's reaction differed from the others. He envied Lu Paiqiang's 5th tier strength, but he wasn't envious at all of him exchanging for the Superman bloodline. The Superman bloodline was only 6th tier, meaning that was the limit. Becoming stronger was extremely difficult. While other cultivation methods increased strength more slowly, the future achievements were much greater. Having a bloodline might prevent him from practicing certain cultivation methods, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. This was why he didn't exchange for the Superman bloodline and chose to cultivate other methods instead. However, considering the situation in the wandering Earth world, perhaps the Superman bloodline was indeed the best choice. Alright, with you here, maybe we can give it a try this time and see if we can take first place. Besides Lang Feng and the other traders also discussed whether to enter the Misty World together. After all, it was a 6th tier world, meaning there were 6th tier experts. Xiaoyan sighed. Old Yao, when are you coming back? 1 million heavenly coins, that's quite a lot. The world of Shushan, the secret realm of Mount Ye Ming. Bai Mei mobilized the energy within his body, gradually constructing a naked body using the secret realm. Long white hair, a handsome face, and red eyes made it hard to associate this body with Yao Chen. Bai Mei Genren withdrew his energy and breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, the body has recovered, but the soul needs a few days to adapt after entering the body. Once it adapts, we'll see how much strength it can retain. His soul is so complete, perhaps he can retain all his strength. Guyu, standing to the side, breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Yao Chen, then blushed slightly and turned away. She bowed to Bai Mei Genren. Thank you, sect leader. It's nothing. The Ime sect will need your continued support in the future. Guyu, don't worry, sect leader, I will definitely nurture the next generation of successors. I'll be leaving now. You stay here with your friend. After saying this, Bai Mei Genren left, looking somewhat weary. Yao Chen is a late-stage 6th tier expert. Reviving him will be no easy feat. He consumed a tremendous amount of energy, especially within the secret realm. It's truly unclear whether Ime gained or lost out. Guyu glanced at Yao Chen's naked body, then closed her eyes and began cultivating. With Yao Chen's matter settled, the next step was to help the Ghost King. Now that he joined the Ime sect, perhaps he could obtain some of their secret manuals. They should fetch a good amount of heavenly coins at the Myriad Realms Tower. Chapter 208. The Trader enters the world of mist. In the misty world, David arrived on the roof of the shelter, where a large group of people instantly appeared around him. Leading them was the Ghost King. David looked at the group of traders, pointed in a direction, and politely said, "The entrance to the other world is in this direction. There's a military base about a few hundred kilometers away. The way to enter the other world is inside the military base. My strength is too low to go. Good luck to you all." Several hundred kilometers. Many people frowned upon hearing that it was so far. Too far. They would have to find a vehicle to get there. Too much trouble. Of the traders who came to the Misty World for the mission, only Duan Lang directly entered the other world, returning to the spot he had left behind. The rest appeared beside David. Some might ask, why didn't he enter with Duan Lang? Wouldn't that have allowed them to directly enter the other world? Because Duan Lang was cunning, he secretly went in first to steal things. Xiao Yan sighed. Hundreds of kilometers. If Yao Chen were there, he could fly there. Without Yao Chen, he couldn't get across. He looked at Bai Yao, who was wearing a green dress, and smiled slightly. Bai Yao, How are you going to get there? Bai Yao took a step back, hiding beside the Ghost King. My father will take me. The Ghost King's lips curled slightly. Xiao Yan was Yao Chen's disciple. Yao Chen was brought in by Xiao Yan. Having a good relationship with him was equivalent to having a good relationship with Yao Chen. Who is Yao Chen? One of the strongest traders in the Myriad Realms Tower at present. Young friend Xiao Yan, why don't you come with us? Xiao Yan was already thinking the same thing, so he nodded. Thank you, Ghost King Sect Master. The Ghost King's black robe billowed, and he and Bai Yao disappeared in a beam of light. The others looked at the Ghost King and his group with envy. Being able to fly was great. Seeing this, Rong Nianding's eyes flickered. This was a perfect advertising opportunity. He pulled out a divine artifact and tossed it into the air, instantly transforming it into a colossal palace. Gentlemen, I am the owner of Chunxiang Yiju Pavilion. I happen to possess a flying artifact, why not travel with me? The palace was magnificent and shimmering with golden light. Even a cursory glance was enough to sense its immense size. The palace, spanning hundreds of thousands of square meters, loomed in the air, instantly obscuring everyone's view, even darkening the sky. The soldiers in the shelter, the survivors, and the residents of the surrounding city all noticed this behemoth, and while shocked, they frantically took out their phones to take pictures. The traders were initially shocked, then their faces lit up with excitement. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I will definitely visit Chunxiang Yiju Pavilion if I have the chance. After a round of praise, everyone boarded the ship, leaving only one man behind. Friend, won't you come along? Han Li looked at the magnificent palace, somewhat tempted, but his long-standing caution made him shake his head. No. Thank you for your kindness, fellow cultivator. I can go by myself. Rong Nianbing nodded, not insisting. She exchanged a glance with Ji Dong and Ye Yinza beside her, and walked onto the palace. Then the palace soared higher and higher until it rose into the clouds, before flying away into the distance. Watching the palace depart, Han Li exclaimed in amazement, what a huge flying boat. It's even shaped like a palace. I'll get one myself sometime and try it out. Han Li took the flying boat out of his storage bag, tossed it into the sky, and then jumped on. With a whoosh, it flew away into the distance. David gasped in shock, his jaw dropping. The Myriad Realms Tower was truly amazing. So many powerful beings here. Maybe I can become one of those powerful beings someday. Just this mission alone has brought in over a dozen people into the Misty World. At 100 heavenly coins per person, that's over 1,000 heavenly coins. 3 days is 3,000 heavenly coins. For a poor guy like me, that's a fortune. In the military base, a black beam of light descended, and before the soldiers below could react, they all collapsed unconscious to the ground. The Ghost King's cold gaze swept across the scene, instantly understanding the entire situation. Ha, Duan Lang was here. Where is he? Bai Yao blinked. Duan Lang? She didn't seem to see Duan Lang. Duan Lang doesn't seem to have come to this world? The Ghost King manipulated the scientist to open the machine, opening the gate to the other world before flying inside. Once inside, the scientist came to his senses, staring in horror at the gate. How was the gate opened? Who opened it? He quickly manipulated the machine to close the gate, preventing any otherworldly creatures from entering. Just as he closed the gate, a group of people walked in, led by 3 richly dressed young men. Please open the gate to the other world for us. The scientist swallowed hard, looked at the people behind him, and nodded hastily. The gate to the other world opened again, and after everyone had entered, he immediately closed it. Phew! Finally, they're all in. How can there be such terrifying monsters in the world? Where did they come from? They all want to enter this other world. If I don't open the door for you, let's see how you get out. I hope you die in this other world. The scientist wiped his sweat. He thought the appearance of the other world was shocking enough, but these people from the military base were even more astonishing. Could you please open the door again? Han Li slowly walked over. The scientist blinked and looked behind him. Are you alone? Han Li nodded. He was the last one, everyone else had gone in. Yes, just me. The scientist took a deep breath and drew a pistol from his waistband. Damn it, do they really think I'm a pushover? There were too many of them before, so my gun was useless. Now that it's just you alone, do you think I'm afraid of you? I'll just have to ask these guys where they come from and why they insist on entering this other world. Soldiers! Men, seize him! Han Li frowned slightly, flicking his finger at the scientist. The scientist's wrist was instantly pierced by the force of the energy, blood flowing freely, and his pistol fell to the ground. Can you open the door now? The scientist cried out in pain, clutching his wrist. Yes, yes, yes. I'll open it right now. He endured the pain and opened the portal to the other world. Han Li glanced at him and stepped inside. The scientist watched the white mist continuously pouring out of the gate, hesitated for a moment, then walked outside instead of closing it again. He didn't want to stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, he might suddenly die. Let whoever wants to close the gate to this other world close it. I don't care anymore. I won't close the gate either, lest these weirdos capture him and force him to open it again. Whether this other world invades or not is irrelevant to him. If he stays here any longer, he'll die before the invasion even begins. Chapter 209 Sneak Attack. A cataclysmic upheaval. In an unknown world, on an island, a fierce battle is raging. One side consists of soldiers in white uniforms, the other side clad in various clothing. At the island's edge, ice walls tens of meters high rise, even the sea is covered in ice, several large ships are frozen in place, unable to sail. On a high platform at the island's edge, a black-haired, shirtless man with a string of red prayer beads around his neck kneels, tears welling in his eyes. His hands are handcuffed, and an iron chain binds his body from behind. Directly opposite him, on a giant ship, a 344 centimeters tall giant stands on the deck, draped in a cloak, wielding a long sword. His bare torso reveals powerful chest and abdominal muscles, exuding strength. Of course, what's most striking is his long, crescent-shaped white beard. Father! A man with a long sword appears behind the giant, calling out. The giant turns to look at the man. Squard, are you all right? The man approached the giant and replied, I'm still alive. Really? I couldn't reach you since earlier. How's the situation at the bay? It seems our pirate crew suffered heavy casualties. I took a shortcut here. The man's head was bald, but thick hair grew from the back of his head, cascading over his shoulders. Squard looked at the man he had called Pep before so long with a complicated expression. The giant looked ahead, where the huge characters for Navy appeared. Sengoku won't hold back. He'll use all his strength against us. Peppa, have you figured out the Navy's tactics? Sengoku and I have a long-standing friendship. A huge explosion occurred, the flames illuminating everyone's faces. Being surrounded by the Navy from the rear, I have to attack too. We're just one breath away from breaking through. Squard walked to the giant's side, standing beside him, watching the battle below. Yes, all 43 pirate crews under your command owe us a great debt of gratitude, Squard said, drawing his longsword. A complex expression appeared on the smooth blade. For the Whitebeard pirates, we would go through fire and water without hesitation, Squard said, drawing his sword in one swift motion. Whitebeard glanced at Squard and said apologetically, I'm sorry, but this is. I understand. This is a battle to protect our families. Squard understood. Family was everything to Whitebeard. The pirate Whitebeard would never abandon his family. It's because of you that we've all come to this hell with you. Whitebeard closed his eyes and sighed. Ace, his son, he had to save him. He took 2 steps forward, looking at Ace in the distance, and knelt on the high platform. How could he not save his son in this state? We're part of your family, isn't that enough? Squard muttered to himself, the scabbard falling from his hand. Whitebeard was still surprised by his words. After all the pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were his family. The next second, his pupils constricted and trembled, a piercing pain shooting through him. With the sound of a scabbard falling onto the deck, a long sword was plunged straight into Whitebeard's chest. Squard, his face contorted in rage, gripped the hilt, gritting his teeth as he forced the blade through Whitebeard's chest. Everyone was shocked, the members of the Whitebeard pirates, and Ace kneeling on the platform, all staring in disbelief at the long sword embedded in Whitebeard's chest. Whitebeard couldn't believe it. Why would his son do such a thing? As the sword was pulled out, blood gushed forth. Squard, panting heavily, stared at Whitebeard. Blood continued to flow from Whitebeard's chest, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He looked at Squard, his expression turning ferocious. The thing he hated most in his life was fighting among family members. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, raising his massive hand, its shadow engulfing Squard. You know what you've done, Squard. You actually turned against your old man. What an utterly foolish son, he roared, slamming his fist down. Then, to everyone's surprise, Whitebeard actually pulled Squard into his arms. Even if you're a foolish son, I still love you. Whitebeard held Squard close, believing Squard must have a reason for doing this. Everyone watched in shock as Whitebeard knelt on one knee, embracing Squard, not blaming him for the sneak attack. This was Whitebeard. Squard's body tensed, his vision seemingly blurry. Don't joke around, you're going to take our lives. Who is it that led your loyal and honest heart into darkness? Whitebeard knew Squard had definitely been deceived. Unforgivable. To actually sow discord between father and son. Squard blurted out instinctively, they're traitors from the Navy. Whitebeard sighed and stood up. Honestly, you're still got it, Sengoku. You've got me completely fooled. Whitebeard looked at Fleet Admiral Sengoku opposite him. As an old friend, he instantly knew whose scheme it was. Whitebeard planted his longsword in the deck, crossed his arms, and slammed it to the side. The air seemed to distort in his palms, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in space. You said I'd betray my son's heads? As pirates, you decide for yourselves what to believe. Whitebeard roared to the sky, shattering space like glass. The ice walls, dozens of meters high, instantly crumbled into small pieces that fell to the side. Blood trickled from Whitebeard's lips as he grabbed his longsword and jumped off the deck. He was angry. He was going to join the battle himself. How dare they toy with the bond between father and son? Unforgivable. Whitebeard swung his arm, and thousands of pirates surged out from behind him. Charge! Follow the old man. Clear the way for the old man. Charge! The Marines reacted immediately, shouting and attacking. We absolutely cannot let the Whitebeard pirates get close. Fire! 2 massive cannonballs hurtled straight at Whitebeard. Whitebeard punched out, instantly cracking the space around them. The 2 cannonballs trembled and hovered in midair before flying back, destroying the Marines' cannons. A massive explosion followed. The Marines could no longer contain themselves. A gigantic figure leaped into the midst of the pirates. He wore magnificent clothes and medals, wielding a sword tens of meters long. He slashed the ground with a single stroke. Ice shards instantly flew up from the ground, striking the pirates and sending them flying several meters. I will never let you into the plaza, Whitebeard pirates. The pirates trembled as they looked at the Marines who stood before them like a wall. Vice Admiral John Garndal. Chapter 210. A new traitor. The treasure arrives. John Gaindo wielded his dozens of meters long sword, sending the pirates flying. His white cloak billowed in the wind, the word justice piercing the hearts of the pirates. John Gaindo, sword in hand, slashed at Whitebeard. He held the sword with both hands, staring intently at Whitebeard, preparing to bring it down. Whitebeard, 3 meters tall, looked like an ant to John Gaindo, not even reaching his knees. The width of John Gaindo's sword blade alone was wider than Whitebeard's entire body. Yet, this incredibly long sword was blocked by Whitebeard with a single hand. It was like someone trying to kill an ant with a hammer, only to have the ant easily block the hammer. This scene shocked everyone present. Truly the strongest man. Hey, you're in my way. Whitebeard exerted force, actually sending John Jander's dozens of meters long sword flying back, even forcing him to take a step back. John Jander was filled with disbelief, his strength was no match for him. Then Whitebeard threw the sword aside and grabbed at the air with both hands. The space itself seemed to ripple from his grip. Whitebeard strained every muscle in his body, then pulled downwards with a mighty jerk. With a deafening roar, the entire world seemed to be turned upside down. The planet appeared to shake and tilt under Whitebeard's grip, everyone felt the intense tremors, and the ground began to tilt. Everyone, except Whitebeard, was thrown to the ground, collapsing into heaps. The ice surface began to crack, fracturing, and the entire island was reduced to ruins by Whitebeard's single blow. The once smooth ice surface rose higher and higher, a tsunami hundreds of meters high engulfing all the ships, turning the once peaceful island into a scene of utter devastation. This was the power of the strongest devil fruit. One move, and the world was turned upside down. Sengoku watched this scene, his brow furrowed. This couldn't continue. Let's begin, Akainu. Akainu stepped out from beside Kizaru and Aokiji, his hands instantly transforming into churning lava. Meteor volcano. Akainu raised his hands to the sky, spewing forth lava continuously. In no time, hundreds of lava jets shot into the air. The pirates stared in astonishment at the Marine Admiral. What was he doing? Why was he spewing lava into the sky? The next second, they understood. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and streaks of fire pierced through the clouds, falling to the ground like falling meteors. Upon closer inspection, the pirates realized these weren't meteors at all, they were clearly fists made of lava. A gigantic fist slammed into the ground, instantly causing a massive explosion. Countless lava fists filled the sky, engulfing all the pirates below. This was Akainu's skill, Meteor Volcano. It unleashed a barrage of meteors like a volcanic eruption, bringing utter destruction. The pirates were relentlessly bombarded by the lava fists. The scene was comparable to a bomber dropping hundreds of bombs. Smoke billowed everywhere, flames and smoke filled the air, and the pirates suffered heavy casualties. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Marines quickly resumed their artillery barrage. Ace, witnessing this scene, shed tears. Why save me? Because so many people died because of me. Why? All these people died because of me, and I can't do anything, I can only watch them fight for me. Ace closed his eyes in anguish, tears streaming down his face. If I could save them, I would give anything. Ding, Destined 1, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? Ace suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the Marine Admiral beside him. Who was speaking just now? The Myriad Realms Tower. What is that place? Can it help me save them? Enter! Ace roared to the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Ye Ming sat on the sofa, waiting for the traitor to arrive. The vortex rippled, and finally, a traitor arrived. Ace walked in, his face filled with shock. All the information about the Myriad Realms Tower appeared in his mind. Above all realms, there's hope. Dad and the others are saved. Up, please save us. Ye Ming glanced at Ace, that image looked familiar. Name, Porgas D. Ace, Gold Ace. Identity, son of Gold Ace, the Pirate King, in the One Piece world. Strength, mid-tier 4. Oh, Ace. The owner of the Flame Fruit. The One Piece world is a great world. The three major shonen anime Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece are all here. Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece, all three are here. In the One Piece world, there's a unique treasure called a devil fruit. Eating a devil fruit grants unique abilities. Devil fruits are unique treasures in the One Piece world. They resemble ordinary fruits in shape, except their peel and flesh are covered in spiral patterns. Their taste is extremely unpleasant, almost unbearable, worse than excrement. But eating one grants the fruit's power. Even just one bite grants the power. This power is only granted to the first person to eat a devil fruit, subsequent fruits have no effect on them. All devil fruits are unique, there are no fruits with identical abilities, only similar ones. Unless the user dies, the same devil fruit will not appear again. This perfectly matches the auction house's requirements for treasures. There are three main types of devil fruits: Paramecia type, Logia type, and Zoan type. Paramecia type abilities can be further divided into 5 categories: superpowers, superhuman abilities, creation, localized abilities, and control. Zoan type devil fruits allow users to transform into animals, possessing 3 transformation abilities: humanoid, beast type, and hybrid beast type. Besides the common types, Zoan types include 2 rare types: mythical Zoan and ancient Zoan. Mythical Zoan include creatures like the phoenix and azure dragon, while ancient Zoan include creatures like the Tyrannosaurus rex. Logia-type devil fruits are considered the strongest because they allow users to elementalize, rendering physical attacks ineffective. The smoke fruit allows users to turn into smoke, and the flame fruit allows them to turn into flames. While devil fruits are powerful, they also have weaknesses. First, users cannot swim, making them unable to swim. Prolonged immersion in or contact with seawater will cause them to become weak. Secondly, they fear sea stone. Sea stone is like the sea, only a solid version, and its effects are even stronger. Any devil fruit user who touches sea stone will become powerless and lose their abilities. Ace was handcuffed with sea stone, which is why he couldn't escape. Sea stone only exists in the world of One Piece, it doesn't exist in other worlds. Therefore, devil fruits are quite useful in other worlds, especially Logia-type devil fruits. Coincidentally, Ace's devil fruit is a Logia-type devil fruit, the flame fruit. Chapter 211. The Myriad Realms Tower only abides by its own rules. Many people said the One Piece setting was too high, so I'm revising it. In a 5th tier world, top tier combat power is at the early stage of 5th tier, admirals are at the late stage of 4th tier, and vice admirals are at the mid stage of 4th tier. Ye Ming beckoned for Ace to sit down. Ace was extremely anxious, practically pacing around in circles, and had no mind to sit down. Ye Ming raised his hand and pointed, instantly calming Ace's mind and making him much more peaceful. His expression returned to normal, and he walked to the sofa and sat down. Thank you, Master. I was a bit anxious just now. Ace flipped his hand, and several white orbs of light appeared in the air. Flame fruit, tier 5 treasure, Logia-type devil fruit. After consumption, the user can transform their entire body into flames, create flames, and become elemental, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Item value: 20,000 heavenly coins. Conqueror's Haki training method, tier 5 secret technique. Allows the user to cultivate Conqueror's Haki, using their aura to intimidate or frighten enemies. Only 1 in a million can cultivate Conqueror's Haki. Item value: 30,000 heavenly coins. Armament Haki training method, 5th tier secret technique. This technique allows one to cultivate armament Haki, enhancing personal defense like an invisible armor. It can also be transformed into offensive power, and when applied to the body or weapons, it can break through energy barriers. Item value: 20,000 heavenly coins. Observation Haki training method, 5th tier secret technique. This technique allows one to cultivate observation Haki, sharpening the 5 senses and developing extrasensory perception. One can perceive the aura and emotional changes of surrounding beings, and use it to predict and avoid danger. At a high level, one can foresee parts of the future, hear thoughts, and read memories. Item value: 30,000 heavenly coins. Ace's items were similar to what Ye Ming had expected: a devil fruit and training methods for all 3 types of Haki. Even though Ace didn't possess observation Haki, he still knew how to train it. Conqueror's Haki is extremely difficult to cultivate, even buying it doesn't guarantee mastery. According to the One Piece world, one needs the aptitude of a king to cultivate it. Armament Haki can be used for both defense and offense, especially its ability to directly contact energy. This energy isn't limited to elementalized devil fruit users. Armament Haki can grasp and destroy all energy. Observation Haki is also incredibly powerful, similar to the divine sense of a cultivator. Especially at its highest levels, it possesses a kind of mind-stealing ability reminiscent of the Harry Potter world, allowing one to perceive the other's emotions and memories. Most powerfully, at its highest levels, it can even perceive parts of the future. But would Ace even sell the Flame fruit? Selling it would mean losing the Flame fruit's power. A devil fruit can only have one. If Ace sells the Flame fruit, the Multiverse Tower will extract it from his body, and he will no longer be a devil fruit user. That's the rule of devil fruits. Although Ye Ming desperately wanted a devil fruit, as the master of the Myriad Realms Tower, he wouldn't stoop so low as to deceive a mere trader into letting Ace sell his Flame fruit. Ding! Master, please note, the Myriad Realms Tower can extract devil fruit abilities from traders, create devil fruits, and resell them. The rules of devil fruits only apply to the One Piece world, while the Myriad Realms Tower transcends all other worlds. The Myriad Realms Tower only abides by its own rules. Wow, what a powerful statement. The Myriad Realms Tower only follows its own rules. What an arrogant statement. I love it. So, Ace isn't the trader I'm looking for? Ding, yes, the trader chosen by the Tower Master has not yet arrived. Ye Ming smacked his lips. Fine. He thought Ace was the trader he chose. After all, devil fruits are indeed very unique. Ace suddenly asked. To the Tower Master, if I sell this flame fruit, will I still have its power? He was a little reluctant. After all, this fruit had been with him for a long time, and he was very skilled at using its abilities. Selling it all at once was a bit of a loss for him. Yes. I'm just taking some of the flame fruit's power from within you to create a new flame fruit. It won't affect your abilities. Ace blinked. Create a new flame fruit? Wouldn't that mean the fruit's power would still be gone? You can only have one devil fruit at a time. Master, you can only have one devil fruit power. I already have the flame fruit power, so what about the flame fruit of the Myriad Realms Tower? Don't worry, this is the Myriad Realms Tower, not the One Piece world. In your world, you can only have one devil fruit, but in the Myriad Realms Tower, anyone can have the flame fruit power if I want it. The rule that you can only have one power at a time is your world's rule. The Myriad Realms Tower has its own rules, and the rules of any other world must bow before it. The Myriad Realms Tower is above all the heavens and worlds, and that's not just a saying. Ye Ming spoke these words calmly, and Ace trembled, shocked by his words. The rules of all worlds must bow before the Myriad Realms Tower. How domineering is the Myriad Realms Tower? No wonder it's a being above all the heavens and worlds. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. I'll sell everything then, including the flame fruit. 100,000 multiverse coins in total. Here's your multiverse token. Ace took the multiverse token, glanced at it, and saw his information, his multiverse coins, and the situation of his world. One Piece world, 5th tier world. 5th tier? Is the strongest at 5th tier? My father must be a 5th tier powerhouse. Master, what should I do if I want to save Dad and the others? 2 ways. First, go to the mission hall and post a mission. Someone will see it and accept it, contacting you to offer assistance. Second, there's a shop called Hero Pavilion in the Myriad Realms Plaza. Go directly to them. They handle all sorts of proxy services, including rescuing, killing, and protecting. You'll need to find a 5th or 6th tier powerhouse. They happen to have a 6th tier powerhouse named Clark, nicknamed Superman, and several 5th tier powerhouses. Ace's eyes lit up. A 6th tier powerhouse? Even stronger than Dad. I wonder who's stronger, the 5th tier powerhouse of the Myriad Realms Tower or Dad? With several beings like Dad, plus one even stronger than Dad, they should be able to repel the Marines. Thinking this, Ace couldn't sit still any longer and immediately stood up. All right. Thank you, Master. I'll be going now. Ye Ming waved his hand, and Ace bowed respectfully before turning and leaving. Sigh, I thought devil fruits were treasures, things that would give me a world's worth of riches. Auction houses don't just open anytime, right? Turns out, they're not. Ye Ming sighed, collapsing onto the sofa, utterly dejected. Why isn't the trader I'm looking for here yet? I'm waiting forever. Chapter 212 Ace's Request to the Heroes Pavilion. Diamond Treasure Chest. In the Myriad Realms Plaza, Ace spotted 3 shops and found the Heroes Pavilion, walking straight inside. Pushing open the door, Ace saw a pale-faced blonde man in a blue uniform lying on a recliner. Hello? Is Superman here? Homelander opened his eyes, looked at Ace, and struggled to sit up. He was mentally injured, which was why he hadn't gone to the Misty World with Hancock. As for returning to his own world, he didn't want to. Even if time flowed faster in his own world, he didn't want to go back. He didn't want anyone to see him in such a weakened state. He was the invincible Homelander, how could he let others know he was injured? However, this feeling was truly unbearable. Damn Indra, I, Homelander, have never suffered such an injustice. Don't think you're safe just by hiding. Once I've rested, I'm going to go to the Wind and Cloud world and kill you. Even if it costs nothing, I'll kill you. Phew, Superman's not here. Do you need a request? Ask me, it'll be the same. Ace hesitated. The poster said Superman was the only Tier 6 hero in the Heroes Pavilion. Besides Superman, the others probably couldn't help. Homelander raised an eyebrow. It really was a request. He couldn't let Superman earn those All Heavens coins. He staggered to his feet, took a deep breath, and shook his head. I'm the owner of the Heroes Pavilion. Tell me what you need, and I'll arrange for someone to help you. Ace nodded and slowly said, all right. I need one, or several, strong individuals to help me repel the enemy. The navy of our world is fighting my pirate crew, and I need your help to defeat them and protect my friends. Homelander forced a smile, then inwardly gasped. Even a forced smile felt painful. Damn Indra, I've cursed your ancestors for the 10,086th time. Oh, my friend, you've come to the right place. That's exactly what the Heroes Pavilion does. It's very easy. I'll arrange suitable people to help you, but of course, the heavenly coins can't be too little. I only have 100,000 heavenly coins. I don't know if that's enough. Homelander's eyes lit up. 100,000. That's about right. Enough. That's more than enough. My friend, you're a true hero, willing to spend so much multiverse currency to save your brothers. Your brothers are so lucky. What's the strength of those Marines? The Marines' strength? Ace thought for a moment. There was Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and Grandpa Garp. Sengoku and Grandpa Garp's strength shouldn't be much weaker than Whitebeard's. Whitebeard's strength is probably at the late stage of Tier 5, while the 3 admirals are probably a bit weaker. Here, Ace didn't know Whitebeard was at the early stage of Tier 5. The strongest early stage Tier 5 is also a Tier 5 world, and the late stage Tier 5 is also a Tier 5 world. There should be 2 late stage Tier 5s, several mid-stage Tier 5s. There should be quite a few early stage Tier 5s, maybe dozens. Homelander's expression instantly froze. What the hell? 2 late stage Tier 5s? Several mid-stage Tier 5s? And dozens of early stage Tier 5s? Is this a request they can handle? Ace added. My dad's also a late stage Tier 5, and we have several more Tier 5s. One of the 2 late stage Tier 5s on the other side shouldn't have to fight. He's my grandpa. Homelander blinked. Your grandpa? Your grandpa's a Marine, and you and your dad became pirates? What a filial son. A bit too filial. A huge uproar about filial piety. This mission is hard to say. Homelander definitely can't go. He could go if it were Tier 3 or 4, but with so many Tier 5 and SIXS, it's even more outrageous than the Ghost King's mission. After thinking it over, it seems like Superman is needed to do it. Without Superman, this mission can't be done. Forget it, I'll contact Superman. Thinking this, Homelander immediately lost interest and laboriously lay down on the recliner. Alright, I know. I'll contact Superman, you talk to him. But Superman is a very saintly guy. He'll help you, but he probably won't kill anyone for you. He might even let them go, you know what I mean. Ace nodded. He didn't intend to kill anyone. It's okay, it's fine if they don't kill. Those Marines are just pitiful victims of the world government. Homelander glanced at Ace. Well, he'd had too much of a mouth, he was a saint too. They've already killed your brother, they wanted to kill your father, and you still want to spare their lives. Speechless. Homelander sent a message to Superman, swallowed a pill, and began to refine it with his eyes closed. Ace blinked. He was so enthusiastic just now, why is he ignoring me now? In the misty world, Superman flew rapidly through the air, seeing all sorts of monsters that exceeded his imagination. Monsters hundreds of meters tall, thousands of meters tall were everywhere. These monsters are incredibly aggressive, they'll attack him on sight. Superman is kinda humans, but he shows no mercy to monsters that only know how to attack. A heat ray swept across, instantly slicing a 100-meter-tall monster in two, blood splattering everywhere. Superman's eyes flashed as he looked down at a spot and charged straight towards it. When he landed, a diamond treasure chest appeared before him. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, and a monster tens of meters tall leaped out. Its yellow-green skin was covered in scales, its gaping maw was full of sharp fangs, its long tail, and its 5 distinct claws made it look like a combination of a crocodile and a tiger. While it resembled a tiger, it had prominent barbs on its back and a thick, long tail. While it resembled a crocodile, it was enormous, tens of meters long. Its head even looked somewhat like a dinosaur. Superman's red beam shot directly at the monster, but surprisingly, the heat vision failed to penetrate its scales. The monster roared in pain, its limbs slamming into the ground as it lunged at Superman. Superman froze. This was the first monster to withstand his heat vision. He raised his fist and punched. A sonic boom erupted, the monster's scales caved in, and its entire body flew through the air. Roar! The monster's crimson eyes grew even more frenzied. It raised its claws and, to Superman's astonishment, slammed them into its own eyes. Both eyes were instantly ripped apart by its own claws, leaving Superman utterly bewildered. What was it doing? Unable to defeat it, it started self-harming? Blood streamed from its eyes as the monster's claws rubbed against its face, staining it completely. Just as Superman was bewildered, a horrifying scene unfolded. From the blood-covered areas, countless eyes suddenly opened, red vertical pupils crowding the monster's face. The monster opened its gigantic maw, and apart from its teeth, its entire head was covered in vertical pupils. On its face, inside its mouth, on its tongue, densely packed. Superman's hair stood on end. This thing is disgusting. Ugh, ha. A strange cry escaped the monster's mouth, and Superman's vision went black instantly. If anyone were near Superman, they would have screamed in terror. 4 vertical pupils had appeared on Superman's face too. Chapter 213 The Soul-Suppressing Bell Saves the Day. Superman's Show-Off. These vertical pupils were exactly the same as the ones on the monster's face. 1, 2, 3. More and more vertical pupils appeared on Superman's face, but Superman seemed completely oblivious, standing there blankly. Just as the vertical pupils were about to completely cover Superman's face, a bell suddenly rang in his ears. Duan. In Superman's mind, a golden bell gently swayed, a golden ripple spreading from its surface and gradually covering Superman's body. The instant the bell rang, Superman regained his vision. At that moment, the monster was already in front of Superman, its enormous fangs filling his entire pupils. He quickly dodged to the side. The next moment, a thick tail left after images in the air and slammed into Superman. Superman was sent flying several kilometers until he crashed into another monster, turning it into a bloody pulp. He tumbled several times on the ground, struggling to regain his balance. This monster's strength was incredible. It had actually sent him flying this far, and it even attacked with strange cries. Thank goodness he had the soul-suppressing bell. It was originally meant for dealing with Indra, but it was completely useless against Indra, yet it came in handy here. Luckily, he had prepared a magical artifact to defend against mental attacks. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. He hadn't expected these monsters to possess such powerful mental attacks in addition to their physical strength. So many eyes. Superman still felt incredibly nauseous just thinking about it. He scratched his face, as if eyes were sprouting from it. He shuddered, somewhat reluctant to continue interacting with the monster. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable, both physically and mentally. Just as he hesitated, Superman felt the vibration of the Myriad Realms token. He took out the Myriad Realms token and saw the message from Homelander. I have a request, you handle it. The traitor is in the shop. Homelander actually gave up his customer? Unbelievable. Since there's a request, let's complete it first. As for that monster, we'll deal with it when I get back. Superman disappeared from his spot and returned to the multiverse tower. Arriving at the hero's pavilion, Superman saw Ace standing to the side. Ace raised an eyebrow upon seeing Superman. What's wrong with this shop? Why do they all wear uniforms? They look a bit like the Navy. I'm Superman, do you need a request? Yes, I'm Ace. I need your help. Ace repeated what he had just said to Homelander. Superman nodded. This task didn't seem too difficult. Okay, I'll take this request. I can help you defeat all the Navy. Ace breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. May I ask about your attack method? Because in our world, there are things called devil fruits. Eating one grants strange abilities, especially Logia-type fruits, which allow you to completely transform into the corresponding element, becoming immune to physical damage. For example, I can turn into fire. Superman isn't from the One Piece world, so he definitely doesn't know armament haki. If he uses physical attacks, facing an elementalized enemy would be quite troublesome. Superman frowned. Completely elementalized? Immune to physical attacks? Me? I'm strong enough to barely push the earth, fast enough to reach the sun in 2 minutes and return, my eyes can shoot out heat vision that melts everything, my breath can freeze everything, my exhale can extinguish flames, and my clapping can create hurricanes. My defense is also very strong. I've entered the sun's core. Can I handle them? 3 question marks floated above Ace's head. Are you sure? A 6th-tier powerhouse from the Myriad Realms Tower is that powerful? Pushing the earth. Going to the sun in 2 minutes. I wonder who's faster, him or Kizaru. Besides that, that's one thing. He even entered the core of the sun. Wouldn't he just stand there and let himself burn, and not even die? For Superman, Akaina's magma is like a hot spring. Superman, are you sure you're not just showing off your strength? Ace felt his mouth was a little dry and licked his lips. I can handle it. If you can't handle it, no one can. Elementalization can turn you into an element, but it's still affected by attributes. Fire can be blown out, smoke can be dispersed, water can be frozen. Let's set off now. Superman nodded, glanced at Homelander who was resting with his eyes closed, said nothing, and turned to leave. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower room, Ye Ming suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He took out his phone and saw it was Gu Qingcheng calling. Besides her call, there were many messages from Gu Qingcheng and Mu Yiren on his messaging app, but Ye Ming hadn't seen them yet. He answered the phone, and Gu Qingcheng's voice came through. "Hey, Xiao Ye, where are you? Why aren't you at the villa? I haven't replied to your messages these past few days." Ye Ming blinked, only then realizing he'd been in the Myriad Realms Tower for several days. He hadn't needed to eat or sleep, just stayed in the Myriad Realms Tower watching the traders, and before he knew it, so much time had passed. "I'm at the villa, coming up soon. I'm in seclusion, just came out." "I knew it. Want to come out for dinner? I brought some good food." "Okay, I'm coming out now." Ye Ming hung up. There was no concept of time in the Myriad Realms Tower, it was always daytime. He hadn't even noticed that a week had passed in the real world. He walked upstairs, glancing at his phone. Mu Yiren sent him numerous messages, mostly wanting to chat and share her daily life, dozens of messages a day. She also frequently posted pictures of her outfits, like what new dress she wore each day, what stockings and heels she paired them with, followed by a beautiful photo. She practically laid out all her OOTDs, outfit of the day, like those trending on short video platforms. It has to be said, Mu Yiren's incredibly long legs paired with stockings are absolutely stunning, especially today, in a yellow trench coat over a black mini dress, paired with black stockings and heels, her figure was perfectly accentuated. There are indeed many beautiful women in the Myriad Realms Tower, but their outfits are a bit too conservative. I wonder what it would be like if Little Dragon Girl, Zhang Yuan, and BB Dong wore modern clothes. Maybe I can try that later. Myriad Realms Tower, add some wardrobe items, men's and women's clothing, accessories, everything. Do you need me to purchase them? Ding, added. Traders can purchase from other areas. Ye Ming smiled and nodded, then picked up his phone and sent a message to Mu Yiren. This outfit looks great. I've been cultivating these past few days and haven't checked my phone. Mu Yiren replied almost immediately after the message was sent. Really? Then I'll style it like this from now on. Chapter 214 The Real World. V50 for me, and I guarantee you'll become an immortal. The previous chapters have been revised. The Bleach world has been downgraded, top-tier combat power is now at the early stage of Tier 5, and Ace is at the mid-stage of Tier 4, equivalent to a Lieutenant General. Let me explain the levels again. The first 3 tiers are the mortal stage, first-rate, acquired, and innate. The middle 4 tiers are the path to immortality, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and refining emptiness into the Dao. The realm of the middle 4 tiers varies in each world, so each tier is divided into several realms. After the 7th tier is immortality. Ye Ming went upstairs, and Gu Qingcheng, dressed in sportswear, had just brought out some bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen and placed them on the table. "Don't you eat when you cultivate?" Gu Qingcheng looked at Ye Ming curiously. The kitchen seemed untouched. No cooking, no takeout, nothing at all, as if Ye Ming hadn't eaten. Ye Ming looked at the sumptuous meal on the table, his mouth starting to water. He didn't need to eat, but he thoroughly enjoyed the process of eating. He sat down in a chair and picked up his bowl and chopsticks. "Yeah, I've already abstained from grains, I don't need to eat." Gu Qingcheng blinked and sat down opposite Ye Ming. "Abstaining from grains? Are you cultivating immortality? Can martial artists abstain from grains?" Gu Qingcheng asked teasingly. Ye Ming was indeed very powerful. Not only was his martial arts cultivation strong, but he had also casually given her a martial arts manual and a fruit, which had actually raised her strength to above the transformation realm. But if you said Ye Ming was truly cultivating immortality, she really didn't believe it. Where in the world are there any immortals cultivating immortality? I guess so. Ye Ming picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and thought the taste was just so-so, not as good as the phoenix meat he had eaten before. Thinking of this, Ye Ming just laughed. He actually compared a chicken to a divine beast, a phoenix. Even if it wasn't a real phoenix, it wasn't something a chicken could easily compare to. Cultivating immortality, huh? You're making yourself look ridiculous. Ye Ming didn't explain anything and put down his chopsticks. After eating Rong Nianding's cooking, these ordinary dishes tasted awful, like chewing wax. It's a pity Gu Qingcheng can't eat Rong Nianding's food, it's too high in calories. One bite would probably make her burst. Otherwise, she could have tried it. Why aren't you eating? Is it not good? Gu Qingcheng picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. It tastes good, just like before. The taste hasn't changed, it's just that my palate has become more discerning. Ye Ming thought for a moment, then picked up his chopsticks again. After all, it was Gu Qingcheng's thoughtfulness, so he should eat a little. This is delicious. I love rabbit the most. You should try it. Gu Qingcheng put a piece of rabbit meat in Ye Ming's bowl. The Gu family patriarch wants to pay you a visit. Should we decline? Yes, decline him. What dragon group, What aristocratic families let them go about their business and not come here? All right. Gu Qingcheng was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Can I pass on the cultivation technique you taught me to the Gu family?" After asking, Gu Qingcheng seemed afraid of upsetting Ye Ming, and continued, "It's just a question. It's fine if they can't. They already consider you a reclusive master. The cultivation technique you gave me is incredibly powerful." That martial artist from the Dragon Group, who was above the transformation realm, a post-heaven realm martial artist, was actually sent flying by me in one move. It startled the Dragon Group and the Patriarch. Ye Ming looked indifferent. He had far too many fourth-tier cultivation techniques, as many as he wanted. Returning to the Ancestor realm with the transformation realm as a trump card? What trash. Whatever, I've already given you everything. Pass it on if you want. After we finish eating, I'll teach you something else. Gu Qingcheng paused, looking at Ye Ming with some curiosity. Where did you get all this stuff? Are you a disciple of some hidden sect? Won't it cause problems if I just casually teach you techniques? Won't it affect you? Ye Ming rolled his eyes. This guy was quite the thinker. In my past life, I was actually an immortal emperor. Because I failed my tribulation, I was reborn. Recently, I awakened my memories from my previous life, so I have countless cultivation techniques. Want to learn them? V-Money 50, and I guarantee you'll become an immortal ancestor. Gu Qingcheng's lips curled into a smile, then she picked up her phone and transferred 50 to Ye Ming. Your Majesty, I'm transferring this to you. I also want to become an immortal, so teach me a few moves. Ye Ming chuckled and accepted the 50 coins, clearing his throat. Ahem, since you trust me so much, I'll teach you a few techniques. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Ye Ming raised his hand and gently tapped, transferring a considerable amount of martial arts to Gu Qingcheng. Palm techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, lightness skills, internal energy cultivation, these were all given to Gu Qingcheng to pass on to the Gu family. After all, the Gu family had taken care of her for so long. Of course, there was also a cultivation manual for Gu Qingcheng, a genuine immortal cultivation manual. You can give those martial arts manuals directly to the Gu family as a way of repaying them. Keep that immortal cultivation manual for yourself, don't give it away. Gu Qingcheng felt a little dizzy, a flood of knowledge rushed into her mind. There were far more martial arts manuals than she had ever seen in the Gu family. Most importantly, there was also a cultivation manual. The water element technique, it really is a cultivation manual. You're really cultivating immortality. Gu Qingcheng's voice trembled slightly. She thought Ye Ming was just talking, but she never expected him to actually produce a cultivation manual. Was Ye Ming really cultivating immortality? Yes, didn't I tell you? The water element technique was a common cultivation technique from a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, only culminating in the great perfection of qi refining. Han Li only sold qi refining stage techniques at the Myriad Realms Tower. He hadn't sold any foundation establishment stage techniques yet. Although Ye Ming had better techniques, such as the genetic energy technique from swallowing the stars, he still felt that cultivating an immortality technique was better. Which Chinese doesn't dream of cultivating immortality? Besides, cultivating immortality continuously could lead to immortality. Wasn't that wonderful? Once Gu Qingcheng cultivates the water element technique to the great perfection of qi refining, the Myriad Realms Tower will definitely have better cultivation methods. They can exchange them then. Ye Ming took out another bottle of pills and placed it on the table. Take these pills while you cultivate, they can increase your cultivation speed. Ask me for more if you run out. Gu Qingcheng quickly refused. Having a cultivation technique was enough, why would she need pills? No need. Cultivation pills must be very precious. You paid for it? When? Just now. Ye Ming picked up his phone and waved it. That 50 yuan from earlier. It was supposed to make you an immortal, a patriarch, it was all included. Gu Qingcheng was deeply moved. She didn't know how to thank Ye Ming. In terms of strength, Ye Ming was probably among the world's top, and in terms of wealth, he was certainly not short of money. A single pill he produced could sell for hundreds of millions. It seemed that besides herself, there was nothing she could use to thank Ye Ming. Gu Qingcheng blushed, feeling her ears burning. Gu Qingcheng, how could you have such thoughts? He's your adopted brother. Chapter 215, Entering the Pirate World. Have you ever been kicked by light? In the Myriad Realms Plaza, Superman followed Ace to the vortex and entered without hesitation. Some say Superman's light speed is just that speed. Everything else is average. Speed doesn't equate to strength. In the One Piece world, Ace roared, drawing curious glances from the surrounding admirals. Entering? Entering what? Ha! Why is there someone there? When did he appear? Sengoku's pupils constricted. He was certain Ace was surrounded by Marines before. Where did this uniformed man come from? Superman saw Ace kneeling on the ground, bound, and his eyes flashed with heat, instantly melting the sea stone handcuffs. The remnants of the sea stone handcuffs fell from Ace's hands, and his power instantly returned. He stood up, roaring to the sky. Dad, I found someone to help us. We can definitely win. Whitebeard looked at Superman curiously, a smile spreading across his face. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Ace. Sengoku snorted coldly. Before he could speak, Akainu stepped forward. You're celebrating too soon. Did you really think you could escape? Akainu's mind flickered, and his right hand instantly transformed into lava, his entire arm expanding considerably. Superman glanced at Akainu and the others, then looked at Ace. Where's the late-stage Tier 5 you mentioned? Ace stood beside Superman, pointing to Sengoku in the distance. That's him. Late-stage Tier 5. Fleet Admiral. Superman frowned slightly. Wasn't this guy only early-stage Tier 5? He was even weaker than Homelander. Are you mistaken? He's only early-stage Tier 5. Ha! Ace stared at Superman in disbelief. Sengoku was early-stage Tier 5? Then his father was also early-stage Tier 5? Are you mistaken? The Fleet Admiral is already one of the strongest in our world, and those three are all admirals, among the top in the world. Ace pointed at Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu. Admiral-level strength isn't common in the entire world. They're only at the 4th tier. Ha! Only 4th tier? I'm also at the 4th tier, mid-stage, but I can't beat them. They're at the late 4th tier. After the 4th tier, each tier has many levels, and the difference between each tier is enormous. Akainu watched the two talking to themselves, his anger finally bursting forth. Damn pirates, are they looking down on me? Even Whitebeard wouldn't dare to disregard me like this. Pay close attention to the enemy before you. Dogbite Crimson Lotus. Akainu swung his magma right fist. The magma rapidly extended and thickened, the tip of which transformed into a dog's head, biting towards Superman. Superman opened his mouth and gently inhaled. The air temperature plummeted instantly, and the molten lava-formed dog's head turned from red to black, then blue, before being frozen solid. The dog's Zhang, meaning ferocious or hideous, face stood before Superman, its fangs incredibly lifelike. Before Akainu could react, he felt the bone-chilling cold, the ice on his magma arm rapidly spread across his body. He had no time to detach his arm and could only hope to escape by using his elemental transformation. Unfortunately, even though Akainu's entire body had turned into magma, he was still frozen solid. The scene fell silent instantly, all fighting ceased. Everyone had heard Akainu's roar. They had all wanted to witness the strength of this suddenly appearing figure and see how long he could withstand Akainu's attacks. Unexpectedly, Akainu was instantly defeated the moment he made a move. How was he defeated? They hadn't even seen it. The magma was frozen solid. Could it be the ice fruit? But wasn't the ice fruit with Admiral Aokiji? All eyes turned to Aokiji, who was also staring at Superman in shock. He himself couldn't freeze Akainu into an ice sculpture using the ice fruit. Moreover, he and Kizaru were quite close to Akainu. They had both seen Superman's action just a breath. Freezing magma with just a breath? What kind of monster is this? Kizaru's face had lost its usual nonchalant attitude, his eyes were filled with seriousness. Oh dear, this is getting tricky. This guy seems pretty strong. Sengoku took a deep breath and said to Kizaru and Aokiji, Kyuzan, see if you can rescue Sakazuki. You two, attack together. Aokiji shook his head. He possessed the ice fruit, making him incredibly sensitive to ice. Can't save him. Let's attack first, Borsalino. Ugh, this is so annoying. Where did you come from? Kizaru sighed helplessly, then vanished in a flash of yellow light. The next second, Kizaru's voice came from behind Superman. Have you ever been kicked by light? Kizaru raised his right leg, hands in his pockets, standing behind Superman with a slight smile. No matter how strong, they can't outrun me. Ace's pupils constricted the moment he heard the voice. When did Kizaru get here? So fast. A light-speed kick. A golden beam shot from Kizaru's foot, heading straight for Superman. Kizaru was startled, his light-speed kick had missed completely. The golden beam streaked across the sky, crashing into the distant sea and causing a massive explosion. He stood frozen, stunned. This was the first time he'd ever encountered something like this. It was right in front of him, yet he'd still missed. Kizaru looked at Aokiji in the distance, his eyes filled with terror. Aokiji's gaze seemed to be fixed not on him, but on what was behind him. Behind him? Kizaru felt a chill run down his spine. He hesitated for a moment, then turned around and saw Superman floating in the air, arms crossed. Ace stood not far behind Superman, watching Kizaru with a strange expression. Volturino, go all out. The opponent's speed is incredible too. Aokiji's face was grim. He had witnessed Superman vanish from his spot the instant Kizaru used his lightspeed kick, appearing behind him and watching his performance. Kizaru took a deep breath and took his hands out of his pockets. You're the first person I've ever seen who's this fast. Superman looked down at Kizaru, his red cape billowing in the wind. Your speed isn't bad either. Can you go even faster? Kizaru's pupils contracted slightly. Was he being underestimated? Even in terms of speed, he was being underestimated. This feeling was truly unpleasant. He was a user of the glint fruit, the fastest person in the world. Since you want to see it, I'll show you. Kizaru placed his hands on his abdomen, and a dazzling golden light appeared in his hands. This was his fastest technique. Yet a mirror. By reflecting the light in his hands to create a path of light, he could use it to reach his fastest speed. The golden light in Kizaru's hand shot out suddenly, and Kizaru himself disappeared along with the golden light. Chapter 216 Defeating 3 Admirals. Garp makes his move. Superman frowned slightly, not because Kizaru was too fast, but because he was too slow. He hadn't even reached the speed of light, which is 300 million meters per second. The speed of light Kizaru spoke of seemed somewhat different from his understanding of it. Or perhaps, in this world, the speed of light wasn't 3x10 meters per second. He couldn't understand. However, Superman couldn't see Kizaru's movements clearly because Kizaru had transformed into light. But Superman could see the movements of light. Superman vanished instantly, and everyone's pupils contracted sharply, having lost sight of him. Only Kizaru, the Kizaru transformed into light, clearly saw Superman right beside him, flying at the same speed. He was utterly shocked. Someone could actually keep up with his speed. How was this possible? He quickly changed direction, moving constantly. But no matter which way he flew, or how he flew, the other person seemed to keep up effortlessly. He instantly appeared, stopping in his tracks. Superman stopped too, and only then did the others notice Superman and Kizaru. Sigh, you win. I won't fight again. I don't want to get beaten. Kizaru knew his greatest strength was speed, and if he was outpaced in speed, how could he possibly win? After speaking, he didn't wait for Superman's reply, transforming into golden light and returning to his original position. He looked up at Sengoku, spreading his hands. There's no way, he's too fast. We can't beat him. Sengoku pursed his lips, saying nothing, only turning his gaze to Superman. Where did this guy come from? His speed is even faster than Kizaru's. Aokiji frowned slightly. 2 of the 3 admirals had already been defeated, and the opponent didn't seem to have used his full strength. He gathered cold air throughout his body and released it all at once. Ice Age. He started with a powerful attack. Remember, he used this very move to freeze the sea in the previous battle. As layers of ice formed on the platform, the white, icy air surged towards Superman. Superman's eyes gradually turned red, and a fiery red ray shot from them, instantly piercing through the icy air. Aokiji's body was pierced along with it. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The 3 admirals were like children before Superman, instantly killed. 2 small holes appeared in Aokiji's chest, then rapidly expanded, growing larger and larger. Even though Aokiji had transformed into ice, he was still being melted by the intense heat of the gaze. Fortunately, some ice shards remained, preventing Aokiji from dying instantly. Sengoku's face was ashen. All 3 admirals had been defeated. Garp, standing nearby, suddenly became interested. Ace had been rescued, and the situation was largely settled, but he was very curious about this suddenly appearing guy. He had defeated the 3 admirals of the Navy, and as a member of the Navy, it was his duty to step forward and boost the morale of his men. I'll do it. Garp stepped forward, and Sengoku's expression softened somewhat. Garp's strength was no less than his own. He was sure he could defeat that guy. Garp walked towards Superman, his hands gradually turning black, covered in a layer of armament haki. Young man, you're strong, but the Navy's dignity can't be trampled underfoot like this. How can the others continue to trust the Navy? So, I'm going to make my move. Be careful. Garp leaped forward, his right fist clenched high, and slammed down. Garp, the Navy hero, known as Iron Fist Garp, had repeatedly cornered the pirate King Roger. You can imagine how powerful his iron fist was. All the Navy personnel looked at Garp with expectant eyes. Garp could definitely defeat that guy. Even Roger didn't dare to take Garp's iron fist. Seeing Superman standing motionless, all the Navy personnel seemed to already envision Superman being sent flying. Whitebeard shook his head. This guy was indeed strong, but he was a bit too arrogant. Garp's fist was incredibly powerful. However, this guy had already taken down 3 admirals. The rest, I, Whitebeard, will handle. This final battle must be fought to the bitter end. Garp sighed inwardly, watching Superman's unwavering stance. What a pity. Should I hold back? If I injure him, Ace will be captured again, which would be troublesome. No, the 3 admirals have already been defeated. Too humiliating. I must defeat this guy. The 3 admirals are down. Ace should be easily rescued. Thinking this, Garp's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed all his power. Just then, Superman reached out and grabbed Garp's iron fist. Garp's entire force felt like it had struck steel. The steel was unharmed, but his hand felt as if it had been broken. How is this possible? Garp's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Sengoku, Whitebeard, the Marines, the pirates, everyone was stunned. Garp's iron fist was blocked so easily, and his opponent was completely unharmed. The Marine's hearts sank. That was Garp. A Marine hero. He had his attack easily blocked. Garp definitely wasn't using his full strength. Yes, that's it. Garp wasn't using his full strength, he might be testing the waters. The next punch, Garp will defeat his opponent. Not bad, you landed a punch. Now it's my turn. Garp's hair stood on end. He quickly channeled his armament haki. However, the next moment, the black armament haki shattered, and a tremendous force invaded Garp's internal organs. Garp was sent flying, blood splattering through the air. Have mercy. He's my grandfather. Ace's voice rang out, but it seemed too late. Garp was already gone. Don't worry, I didn't use much force, he won't die. Superman hadn't intended to kill anyone, otherwise, including those 3 admirals, none of them would have survived. If he had used his full strength, he could have smashed Garp to pieces with one punch, turned him into minced meat. The fact that Garp was still able to fly backwards means Superman had held back. Seeing this, Sengoku didn't hesitate any longer and immediately used his ability. Zoan type, human fruit, mythical Zoan, Buddha mode. Golden light emanated from Sengoku's body, and his entire body began to swell, becoming even fatter and taller. He transformed into a golden Buddha several meters tall, appearing in Garp's path as he was thrown backward and catching him. What he thought would be an easy task turned into a nightmare the moment he touched Garp. Sengoku's expression changed drastically. Such immense power. It felt like being hit by a train. Sengoku couldn't withstand it at all, involuntarily taking 2 steps back before managing to catch Garp securely. He looked at Garp, whose face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and who had already fainted. This guy is too strong. He's invincible. Chapter 217 Sengoku's Talk no Jutsu, Pirates and the Navy. Sengoku's eyes darted around, glancing at Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, frozen solid but still clinging to life. This man hadn't gone all out, there might still be a chance. Thank you for your mercy, sir. I am Sengoku, the current fleet admiral of the Marines. May I ask which great pirate you are? Pirate? Superman frowned slightly. In the Superman world, pirate wasn't a flattering term. I'm not a pirate. You can call me Superman. A hint of joy flashed in Sengoku's eyes. This guy really wasn't a pirate. Since you're not a pirate, why are you helping these pirates? You should know they are heinous criminals, committing murder, arson, and looting. You're talking nonsense. Before Sengoku could finish speaking, Ace angrily interrupted him. What heinous criminals? What murder and arson? They didn't do such things. We, the Whitebeard pirates, never do such things. The very existence of the Whitebeard pirates is a mistake. Pirates are a cancer. Sengoku roared, rebuking Ace. Since Roger ushered in the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates in the world has increased dramatically. Humans everywhere have suffered and lost their homes because of pirates. What Great Pirate Era? What One Piece? All I've seen is countless deaths because of pirates. The existence of pirates is a mistake. And the biggest mistake was GOLD, Roger. Can you guarantee that none of the pirates in your Whitebeard pirates have ever killed anyone? Can you guarantee that all pirates in the world can restrain themselves like you do? If it weren't for our navy, the ordinary people of this world would have been wiped out by pirates long ago. Of all the pirate crews in the world, how many are like the Whitebeard pirates? It's because you constantly rebel against the world government and the navy that more and more people have become pirates. Our navy's purpose is to eliminate you harmful individuals and prevent more ordinary people from suffering harm from pirates. Sengoku's voice resounded across the entire battlefield, and all the navy personnel looked at him with unwavering determination. They joined the navy because their homes had been destroyed by pirates, wanting to uphold justice. If even the navy doesn't uphold justice in the world, how are ordinary people supposed to survive? Whitebeard brandished his long sword, his voice booming with conviction. Sengoku, you can't say that. Everyone has their own choices. Why should my son bear the burden of others' mistakes? Sengoku looked at Whitebeard, remaining silent for a moment. Whitebeard, I can barely accept what others are saying, but what right do you have to say that? You should know better than anyone who Ace's father is. Ace's full name is Gold Ace. His father is Roger, the one who started the Great Pirate Era. If Roger hadn't mentioned One Piece, there wouldn't be so many pirates, so many people would have their families destroyed by pirates. Now, pirates are even more popular with ordinary people than the Navy. They'd rather be a pirate than a Navy member. All because of your talk of freedom. Sengoku snorted coldly, his anger flaring at the thought. The great pirates weren't so bad, but the small-time pirates were the real infuriators. They were endless, always coming in waves, all because of one sentence Roger uttered. He turned his gaze to Superman, sensing that the man was different from the pirates. Superman possessed an aura called justice. Superman, join our navy. We need strongmen like you to maintain world peace, capture all the pirates, and eradicate the ringleaders. Only then can the scourge of pirates end. Only then can people live peaceful and prosperous lives. Superman fell silent. Maintain world peace? Wasn't he always maintaining world peace in his own world? This world was so wicked, so similar to the pirates in his own world. Ace's expression changed slightly as he looked at Superman. He suddenly remembered what Homelander had said before. Superman was incredibly saintly. He hadn't realized it before, but now a sudden, ominous premonition gripped him. Could Superman have betrayed him? Superman, don't worry. I came here on your behalf, and I'll definitely fulfill your request. But the rest is none of my business. Defeating this guy will complete my mission. However, Superman hesitated for a moment before speaking. However, what this guy said isn't without merit. This is your world, and I can't make too many decisions. But if you need help, you can come to me. After saying this, Superman sighed. Sengoku's words struck a chord with him. If this were his own world, he would also arrest all the culprits, but this was someone else's world. He couldn't interfere in someone else's world. Sengoku's heart sank upon hearing Superman's words. It seemed this battle was unavoidable. He grasped a keyword from Superman's words. Request. Superman, what reward did Ace offer you? Our world government will pay 10 times that amount. All you need to do is leave immediately. How about it? Since Superman wouldn't side with the Navy, they'd keep him neutral, not taking sides. As for getting Superman to turn against Ace and the pirates immediately, Sengoku rejected that option without even thinking. Superman shook his head. Multiverse currency was something these native inhabitants of their world couldn't afford. You can't afford the reward he offered, so why don't you just let them all leave? That way I won't attack you. Sengoku's face darkened. He was the fleet admiral of the world government. What couldn't he offer? But Ace could? A favor. Sai, it seems a battle is inevitable. You want me to let the pirates go? Absolutely not. I won't allow it. My thousands upon thousands of Marines won't allow it, and none of the ordinary people in the world will allow it. Even if it means death, I will capture them. However, if I die, I hope you won't make things difficult for those ordinary Marines. They were just following my orders. Superman gave Sengoku a deep look. This was a good leader, a good admiral. All right. I won't make things difficult for them. My mission is simply to defeat you and ensure Ace and the others' safe departure. Sengoku nodded, his entire body radiating golden light. Then I'm relieved. I'm attacking Superman. Sengoku extended his several-meter-long hand and slapped it towards Superman. A dazzling golden shockwave shot from his palm, crashing into Superman. Everyone watched this scene with tense anticipation. Could Fleet Admiral Sengoku win? Chapter 218. Superman, do you want to be my son? Superman didn't stand still, because Ace was behind him. He could withstand the attack, but Ace might not. So, he flew directly into the golden shockwave. His eyes glowed red, his heat vision surging forth, instantly piercing the golden shockwave. What does utter destruction mean? The golden shockwave couldn't withstand Superman's heat vision at all. It was pierced like a sheet of paper the moment it made contact. Sengoku quickly dodged the heat vision, rapidly closing in on Superman, and threw a punch. A fist, as tall as a building, gradually magnified in Superman's pupils. Superman raised his fist and threw a punch. This scene was like a toy car crashing into a train, but to everyone's astonishment, the train was actually sent flying by the toy car. Sengoku's body, tens of meters tall, flew out and crashed heavily into the buildings behind him, knocking down 2 or 3 buildings before finally coming to a stop. Smoke billowed everywhere, and ruins lay scattered all around. Sengoku was completely stunned by the punch, his arm limp and hanging to the side. That punch had broken his arm. Even in his Buddha form, he couldn't withstand such immense power. Although he had greatly overestimated Superman, in the instant their exchange, Sengoku realized he had underestimated Superman's strength. No wonder Garp was so badly injured after that punch. It seems he held back quite a bit in that punch. Sengoku stood up, his gaze fixed on Superman in the distance. You're amazing. If only the Navy had someone as strong as you. I can't beat you, but I won't give up. With so many people watching, he couldn't admit defeat. Even if it meant death, he would stop them. Superman seemed to understand his gaze, vanishing from his spot. Before Sengoku could react, he was struck heavily on the head. His vision went black, and he instantly lost consciousness. The golden light gradually faded, and Sengoku reverted to his original form, lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Superman sighed and returned to Ace's side. The mission is complete. You can leave now. Ace nodded blankly. Superman's strength was simply beyond his imagination. Even Sengoku was defeated in 2 moves. No, it should be 1 move. Superman definitely held back. Even Uncle couldn't defeat Sengoku so quickly. At this rate, wouldn't Uncle also be instantly killed by Superman? Hiss. Ace gasped, staring at Superman in shock. Is a 6th tier being this powerful? Superman pulled Ace along, and in the blink of an eye, Ace was standing in front of Whitebeard. The surrounding Marines slowly retreated upon seeing this. No one continued attacking. They all knew that with Superman there, the Navy couldn't hold back these pirates. Continuing the fight would only increase casualties. Ace, it's so good to see you're alright. Whitebeard pulled Ace into a tight embrace. Ace smiled and hugged Whitebeard back. Dad, thank you for saving me. Silly boy, what are you saying? Family doesn't need thanks. Whitebeard looked at Superman beside him, his eyes full of curiosity. Superman, is it? You're really strong. I never knew there was such a powerful being in the world. How about considering being my son? Superman. Superman stared at Ace, completely bewildered, his face full of question marks. Is this some kind of special thank you ceremony? I'm very grateful to you, so call me Dad. Ha! Ace looked embarrassed and was about to explain when a blonde-haired man with somewhat abstract features flapped his bluish-yellow wings and flew over. Dad, can you please stop asking everyone you meet if they want to be your son? They're stronger than you. Marco landed beside his father, speaking apologetically to Superman. Sorry, Superman, that's just how Dad is. He sees someone he likes and asks if they want to be his son. He just wanted to express his affection for you, that he really likes you. I'm Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates, thank you for saving Ace. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Hurrah! Marco's right, it was me, cough cough cough. Whitebeard coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was already old, and the blow from Squard's sword piercing his chest was extremely severe. He had been enduring the pain during the battle, but now that the fight was over and he relaxed slightly, the blood flowed out. Dad, are you all right? Dad, let me check your wounds. Marco and Ace quickly helped Whitebeard up, but Whitebeard waved his hand. Oh, no need. I know my own body very well. Cough cough. In the distance, a glint of cunning flashed in the eyes of a rugged, hairy, and burly middle-aged man. He was missing 4 teeth, wore a turban, 2 necklaces, bracelets, and different rings on each of his 10 fingers. This was Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard, observing Whitebeard's appearance, realized his opportunity had arrived. However, he still looked at Superman beside Whitebeard with some apprehension. That guy was terrifyingly strong. Fortunately, he possessed the dark fruit, which could counter the abilities of all devil fruits. That Superman was so powerful, he could fly, shoot lasers from his eyes, was incredibly fast, and incredibly strong. Although he didn't know what devil fruit he possessed, it was definitely powerful. If he could also obtain his devil fruit, his strength would surely become the strongest. His dark fruit could temporarily disable a devil fruit user simply by touching them. It can even absorb devil fruit attacks. It seems he can counter all of Superman's attacks. Let's strike while they're distracted. Take Whitebeard's tremor fruit, then take the unknown devil fruit from Superman. At that time, no one in the entire world will be a match for Blackbeard. Forget the 4 emperors, forget the world government, forget the navy, they can all step aside. He will become a god who reigns supreme over the entire world. Immense power. I'm Blackbeard. A glint flashed in Blackbeard's eyes as he stealthily approached Whitebeard and Superman. Ace and Marco, focused entirely on Whitebeard, were completely unaware of Blackbeard's presence. Blackbeard used the shadows of the surrounding Marines to his advantage, weaving through the darkness. Just as the group was about to reach him, Blackbeard suddenly realized Superman seemed to have seen him. He was startled. How could Superman have seen him when he was hiding in the dark? Blackbeard's eyes darted around, and he instantly revealed himself. Dad! Upon hearing this, Superman looked away. Another son. This Whitebeard really loves taking in sons. What a quirk. He seems to enjoy being someone's father so much. Chapter 219 Shocking. Superman isn't a devil fruit user after all. Ace and Marco heard someone call out Pop. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but they didn't think much of it. After all, their father was so badly injured, they had no time to care about anyone else. But Whitebeard, upon hearing the voice, shuddered, his face instantly contorting with rage. Blackbeard. A man who had once been his son, yet killed his other son. If there was anyone Whitebeard hated most, who he most wanted to kill, it was undoubtedly Blackbeard. For a devil fruit, he had actually murdered his own family. This behavior was unforgivable. Ace and Marco also sensed something was wrong with Whitebeard's expression and turned to see who had upset their father. And what they saw was Blackbeard. Ace's anger flared instantly. It was Blackbeard who had captured him and handed him over to the world government, leading to all of this. If it weren't for Blackbeard, none of this would have happened. Teach, dark pit. Ace's voice, filled with gritted teeth, rang out simultaneously with Blackbeard's. Endless darkness emerged from beneath Blackbeard's feet, rapidly spreading and enveloping them all. Blackbeard smiled smugly and said, "Ace, we meet again. Dad, you don't seem to be in good shape." Ace's body erupted in flames, trying to escape the darkness, but his legs were already trapped within it. Elementalization could only affect the outer parts, and even then, there was no way to escape. The dark fruit absorbs everything that comes into contact with darkness. Marco's expression changed. His wings flapped rapidly, but to no avail, he couldn't break free. Since escape was impossible, they would attack directly. Phoenix Seal. Ace reacted as well, immediately launching an attack. Fire Fist. Without a word, Whitebeard raised his sword, a white sphere appearing at the tip, and slammed it down towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard's hands instantly turned pure black, and he raised them to block. Dark Water. 3 attacks struck Blackbeard's hands, but were absorbed by them. This was the dark fruit, capable of absorbing all attacks from its user. Then Blackbeard's black fist struck Whitebeard, but a blue figure suddenly appeared in front of it. Blackbeard was not surprised, but delighted. Superman dared to block his way. He didn't know the power of the dark fruit. Blackbeard changed his fist into a palm and slammed it into Superman's chest. The hardness made Blackbeard's hand go numb. Ha ha, now you can't use your power, can you? Superman frowned. Was this guy trying to be funny? Isn't this guy your partner? He called me Dad just now, I thought he was one of yours. We don't have such a partner. He killed his own family for a devil fruit. Ace roared. If he weren't immobilized, he would have killed Blackbeard. Blackbeard snorted coldly and punched Superman in the face. Stop pretending. Without a devil fruit ability, you're just an ordinary person. The fact that someone even Sengoku couldn't defeat was sent flying by a single punch would surely shock everyone. However, something unexpected happened to Blackbeard. His fist was firmly gripped. He was utterly astonished. How could his opponent be so strong? Attack! Several of Blackbeard's subordinates raised their guns and fired at Superman, but the bullets ricocheted off. This is impossible. Your devil fruit ability should have been suppressed by me. The dark fruit has never failed. Blackbeard was filled with terror. He tried to take a few steps back, he wanted to escape, but his fist was still held by Superman. Ace sneered, mockingly saying, "Ha, who said Superman is a devil fruit user?" Superman broke his limbs. "I'm taking him back to the ship for a public trial. He killed our comrade, and he captured me and handed me over to the Marines. He deserves to die." Superman tightened his grip slightly, instantly crushing Blackbeard's hand bones, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ah, no, Daddy, save me. It hurts so much." The dark fruit is great in every way, except for one major drawback: it doubles the pain. Superman's strength is immense, he can crush diamonds to powder, let alone bones. Blackbeard knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, looking at Whitebeard. He knew everyone else wanted him dead, but Whitebeard was different. Whitebeard was too kind. "Daddy, I'm your son. Please, spare me. I know I was wrong." Whitebeard remained silent, opening his mouth as if to say something, but nothing came out. Despite his previous ruthless attack, he knew Blackbeard could withstand it. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken. After all, Blackbeard had been his son for over 20 years. But the thought of Blackbeard killing Thatch chilled his passionate heart to the bone. "I remember you mentioned elemental transformation. If I let him go, won't he run away?" Superman blinked, suddenly realizing, why didn't this guy elementalize and run away? Logically, if he caught him, he could elementalize too. The dark fruit doesn't allow elemental transformation, but letting him go might allow him to escape. Sea Stone handcuffs. Use Sea Stone handcuffs to cuff him. Superman's eyes darted around, then he grabbed Blackbeard and disappeared. The next second, the two reappeared. Blackbeard was now wearing Sea Stone handcuffs, lying weakly on the ground. His face was full of confusion. He couldn't understand why Superman's power hadn't been suppressed by the dark fruit. How could Superman still pick up the Sea Stone handcuffs and put them on him? Could it be that Superman really isn't a devil fruit user? But if Superman isn't a devil fruit user, why does he have such speed, such strength, can fly, and can shoot beams of light? Is this something a human can do? Whitebeard and Marco stared at Superman in shock. This guy really isn't a devil fruit user. This is incredible. How did he do that? Alright, that should be enough. Once you leave, the mission will be complete. This mission has a level 5 early stage expert. Transfer 50,000 heavenly coins to me then. Ace nodded. 50,000 heavenly coins, not bad, not a lot. Okay, thank you, Superman. By the way, is there anything we can do about Dad's injury? He's not just injured, he's mainly old, and his organs are starting to age. Even without the injury, he probably wouldn't live much longer. Go to the pill pavilion and buy some pills. They have healing pills and life-extending pills. Life-extending pills. They even have that kind of thing. Chapter 220 Yao Chen is resurrected. Xiao Yan, from now on, I'll protect you. The world of Shushan, the secret realm of Mount Yimei. Yao Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling a long-lost sense of security and power. I've recovered. The feeling of a soul is completely different from the feeling of having a body. Yao Chen stood up, unable to suppress the smile on his face. I, Yao Chen, am alive again. Yao Chen cheered happily, while Guyu, watching him naked and waving his penis, couldn't help but cough. Ahem. Fellow deist Yao Chen, why don't you put on some clothes before celebrating? Yao Chen paused, looked down, and his face turned utterly embarrassed upon seeing a certain object. I'll go back to the Myriad Realms Tower first. He had no clothes on, and his spatial ring was with Xiao Yan, so changing clothes would be quite difficult. After saying this, Yao Chen disappeared from the spot. Myriad Realms Tower, Pill Pavilion. There were no customers in the Pill Pavilion at the moment. Xiao Yan, somewhat bored, was organizing the pills and learning about their effects. Suddenly, a naked person ran in, stood before him, and reached out to pull off his ring. Xiao Yan was dumbfounded. This was the Myriad Realms Tower. Someone dared to steal from the Myriad Realms Tower? And steal it naked. He quickly covered his hand and looked at the person before him. What he saw completely stunned him. Yao, Elder Yao. Xiao Yan's eyes quickly glanced down, catching a glimpse of something before Yao Chen could put on his clothes. What are you looking at? Nothing. Nothing. Congratulations, Elder Yao, on finally recovering. Yao Chen squinted at Xiao Yan, then suddenly smiled and hugged him tightly. Xiao Yan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would have been able to revive. You've given me such a great opportunity. Xiao Yan patted Yao Lao on the back, saying happily, Yao Lao, it's you who's been helping me all along. Without the heavenly coins, I would have had a hard time buying anything in the Myriad Realms Tower. And outside too, without you, I might just be a joke in other people's eyes. Ha ha ha, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Now that I've been revived, I'll protect you from now on. Xiao Yan's eyes practically lit up. Who is Yao Lao? The #1 alchemist in the battle through the heavens world. And his strength is at the peak of the 6th rank. With Yao Lao protecting him, wouldn't he be able to roam freely in the battle through the heavens world? Nalan Yan Ran, I really hope to see you regret this. Where's Gao Yao? How's that kid's recovery going? Didn't he need help with something? If Gao Yao hadn't died dozens of times, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Since you promised him, help him get things done as soon as possible. Gao Yao had been waiting at the Pill Pavilion, but since Yao Lao hadn't returned, he went back to his own world to recuperate. I'll contact him now. Okay, tell him I'm going to find Guyu, and thank Bai Mei as well. Yao Chen returned to the Shushan Chronicles world once more and bowed solemnly to Guyu. Thank you so much, fellow deist Guyu, for saving my life. Fellow deist Yao Chen, you're too kind. You've helped me a great deal. If it weren't for you, I probably would be dead already. Now that you've recovered, why don't you come with me to see fellow deist Bai Mei? Alright, I must properly thank fellow deist Bai Mei. Yao Chen followed Guyu to the golden summit of Mount Yimei. At this moment, not only Bai Mei was present, but also Xian Tianzong, Dan Xinzi, and others. Master! Xian Tianzong saw Guyu and smiled, quickly calling out. Guyu nodded and, together with Yao Chen, bowed to Bai Mei. Guyu greets Sect Master. Yao Chen greets Sect Master Bai Mei. Bai Mei nodded and addressed the others. This is Master Guyu of Kunlun, from now on an elder of our Yimei sect. This other is Master Yao Chen, a friend of Master Guyu. We, the disciples of Yimei, greet Elder Guyu and Master Yao Chen. Xian Tianzong's head was buzzing. He looked at Guyu in confusion. Why did he abandon his sect after just one trip? His master went from being the Kunlun sect leader to an Yimei elder. What was he then? Was he a member of the Kunlun sect or the Yimei sect? Don't worry, I'll tell you later. Guyu transmitted his voice to Xian Tianzong, calming him down. Bai Mei looked at the distant horizon and sighed. The blood demon of Yuquan has come with overwhelming force this time. He won't let this go so easily. All disciples, be on high alert. If you spot any trace of the blood demon, immediately inform me. The blood demon's ambitions are vast. We must not let him succeed. Dan Xinzi, as the senior disciple, you must keep a close eye on your disciples. Dan Xinzi nodded, a resolute glint in his eyes. Master, please rest assured, this disciple will definitely protect my junior brothers and sisters. I will never allow the demonic path to harm them. Yes, Chang Kong Wuji. Disciple is here. A young man stepped forward, carrying a very ordinary sword on his back, but those who truly knew him were extremely envious. Because the sword he carried was the supreme treasure of Mount Ye, the Thunderflame Sword. The Heavenly Strike Sword and the Thunderflame Sword, known as the Twin Swords of Heaven and Thunder, are considered supreme treasures. Their power is unimaginable, especially when the two swords are combined. Their power is even greater. The Thunderflame Sword still needs further practice. The Heavenly Strike Sword Master has encountered some problems and may not appear anytime soon. You need to find a new Heavenly Strike Sword Master. Guyu looked at Chang Sun Wuji, her brows furrowing slightly. Heavenly Strike Sword Master? Isn't that herself? Sigh, she's not dead. But it seems the Heavenly Strike Sword Master really can't appear. She can't possibly let herself and Chang Sun Wuji cultivate a relationship. While the combined power of the Thunderflame Twin Swords is immense, the fusion depends on a single point of spiritual connection. If it fails, both will be consumed by flames, their bodies and souls annihilated. She and Chang Sun Wuji don't even know each other. How could they have a single point of spiritual connection? It would be easier if it were the Xian Tian sect. Chang Sun Wuji didn't think too much about it and nodded. Disciple obeys. Disciple will descend the mountain immediately to find the Heavenly Strike Sword Master. The Divine Sword chooses its master. It's not that simply giving the Heavenly Strike Sword to anyone will make them the Heavenly Strike Sword Master. All right, all of you, step back. After everyone had left, Bai Mei stood up. Congratulations, fellow deist Yao Chen, on recovering your physical body. Many thanks to fellow deist Bai Mei for his help. If you need anything in the future, please contact me directly through fellow deist Guyu. As long as it's within my capabilities, I, Yao Chen, will certainly not refuse. A smile appeared on Bai Mei's face. He had been waiting for these words. Fellow deist Yao Chen, you're too kind. This way, please. Now that we've arrived at Ye, why not take a look at our Ye? Yao Chen nodded, glancing at Guyu beside him. I would be honored. Chapter 221 Lonely Moon makes another deal. The last 7.3 million celestial coins. In the mythical world, Gao Yao, his face pale, practiced his swordplay. Crimson sword shadows flashed in the air, his body leaving after images on the ground. Suddenly, a crimson sword aura shot out, instantly traversing over 10 meters and cleaving a distant artificial hill in two. Despite his injuries, Gao Yao hadn't stopped practicing the evil-slaying sword technique. Through his relentless practice, his current strength had reached the innate realm. Keep in mind, he had only possessed the evil-slaying sword technique for a month or so, yet he had directly transformed from an ordinary person into an innate realm martial artist. He hadn't consumed any pills, blood bodhi, or other cultivation items. It was all thanks to the evil-slaying sword technique. It must be said, the evil-slaying sword technique was indeed a top-tier cultivation method for someone who had castrated themselves. Gao Yao's Myriad Realms token suddenly vibrated, a look of excitement appearing on his face. He took out the token and saw, as expected, news of Xiao Yan. Old Yao had been resurrected. The reason he's contacting him now is definitely because of what he promised. Kui Wenzi, you wait. You'd better have 7th tier strength. Otherwise, you're as good as dead. Gao Yao disappeared from the spot and entered the Myriad Realms Tower. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, after Guyu and Yao Chen returned, one went back to the Pill Pavilion, and the other went to Ye Ming's room. Lord, I have some cultivation techniques I'd like to trade. Guyu bowed, and without much preamble, a pile of cultivation manuals appeared with a flick of her hand. Ye Sword Technique, Rank 6, the general outline of Ye Sect sword techniques in the Shu Mountain world, a sword cultivation method. Item value 800,000 heavenly coins. 7-star sword technique, Rank 6, item value 500,000 heavenly coins. Sitting in Oblivion Profound Skill, Rank 6, item value 700,000 heavenly coins. Flying Flower Palm, Rank 5, item value 30,000 heavenly coins. Great Nirvana Method, Rank 7, one of the top-tier techniques of the Ye sect. Item value 3 million heavenly coins. 1,000 4th-tier cultivation techniques, value 5 million heavenly coins. 55th tier cultivation techniques, value 2,500,000 heavenly coins. 26th tier cultivation techniques, value 14 million heavenly coins. These cultivation techniques all come from the Ye sect. Guyu made a special trip to the Ye sect scripture pavilion. Some top-tier techniques were not yet available to her, so she only saw one 7th-tier technique. There were probably some 6th-tier and 5th-tier techniques missing as well, but all the 4th-tier techniques were there over 1,000. Techniques below the 4th tier were not included at all. Only 4th-tier techniques are considered to be on the path to immortality. Mortal techniques below the 4th tier are unworthy of entering the Ye sect scripture pavilion. Ye Ming's eyes lit up. Wow, what a huge windfall. A total of 26.53 million heavenly coins. Guyu nodded. Over 26 million, not bad. The Ye sect must have many high-level cultivation techniques she hadn't seen yet, otherwise it would have been more than this. After all, she had only just joined the Ye sect. It would be a miracle if Bai Mei could show her all the cultivation techniques. Thank you, Master. If it weren't for you, I would be dead by now. Ye Ming waved his hand. If it weren't for the Myriad Realms Tower, half of the traders would have died. This is your own opportunity. Since you entered the Myriad Realms Tower, your future has deviated from its original path. Seize your future. Gu Yu nodded. After finishing her business with Gao Yao and the Ghost King, she also needed to seriously consider her future. Previously, she was stuck at this level because of matters of the heart. Now, with the Myriad Realms Tower, it might be possible to solve this problem. I understand. Tower Master, Gu Yu will take her leave now. Ye Ming watched Gu Yu leave. A transaction of 26.53 million heavenly coins. He took 50%, which was a full 13.265 million heavenly coins. Ace had previously traded 100,000 heavenly coins, leaving him with only 50,000. Adding the remaining 79.4 million heavenly coins, he had a total of 92.715 million heavenly coins. He only needed about 7.3 million more to upgrade to the 6th level of his exclusive cultivation technique. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower level, level 5. Realm, peak 5th order. All heavenly coins, 92,715,000. Lord's Treasury, 10,570,000 all heavenly coins. Myriad Realms Tower facilities, Mission Pavilion, Future Pavilion, Herb Pavilion, Level 1, Martial Arts Arena, Soul Pavilion, Auction House. Cultivation Technique, Exclusive Cultivation Technique, 5th Layer. Owned Worlds Ip Man World, The Return of the Condor Heroes World. Connected Worlds One Piece, Swallowed Star, Legend of Shushan, Ice and Fire Chef, Qin Emperor, God of Wine, Men of Steel, Hancock, The Boys, A Chinese Odyssey, God of Cookery, Kung Fu, The Deer and the Cauldron. Traded Goods, Golden Horn Beast Bloodline, Meteorite Star Secret Technique, Ime Sword Art, Great Nirvana Technique, Jade Void Severing Emotions Technique, Great Brahma Prajna, Kryptonian Bloodline, Angel Bloodline, Homelander Bloodline, Xianming Dao, Heavenly Book Volume 2, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Burning Technique, Three Flowers Gathering Fire Technique, Sacred Heart Technique. I wonder if a peak 6th tier warrior could defeat a peak 7th tier Saitama? It seems a bit uncertain. Defeating him would be difficult, a draw is possible. And it wouldn't even be a fair head-on confrontation. Superman's speed is extremely fast, some 7th tier warriors might not even be as fast as him. My speed after reaching peak 6th tier will definitely surpass Saitama's. However, speed alone isn't enough, attack power is crucial. Even an attack delivered at the speed of light couldn't break through Saitama's defenses. Remember, Boros, the cosmic overlord of the One Punch Man world, has a powerful attack called the Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon, a move capable of destroying the Earth. In the anime, it's changed to destroying an entire planet, so let's use that as an example. Yet, this Earth-destroying attack didn't even scratch Saitama. While this might be due to Saitama's lack of hair, it still demonstrates the incredible strength of his physical defenses. An attack capable of destroying the Earth couldn't breach his defenses, not even causing a scratch. After much thought, Ye Ming realized that it was completely impossible for a peak 6th tier Saitama to defeat a peak 7th tier Saitama. Unless he used other methods, such as control, restriction, mental attacks, or soul attacks, he might have even a slight chance of winning. But he had promised Saitama a fair fight, a brutal, hand-to-hand combat, a relentless assault. Therefore, any other methods were completely ineffective. He had to fight Saitama with his fists, a fair and square battle. Of course, there was no winner or loser in the fight, even losing was acceptable. But how could he, as the Lord of the Myriad Realms Tower, lose? This was absolutely unacceptable. He could only win, not lose. Even if the match could be held privately, even if only he and Saitama knew, he couldn't, and refused to, lose. He not only had to win, but he had to win fair and square. And win decisively. He wanted Saitama to surrender obediently. That was befitting his status as the Lord of the Myriad Realms Tower. To be invincible, he had to remain invincible. No one could interrupt his path to invincibility. Chapter 222 The Heroic Lonely Moon. Gao Yao's Unexpected Fortune. At the Myriad Realms Tower, in the Pill Pavilion. When Gao Yao arrived, Yao Chen and Gu Yu were already waiting for him. Seeing Gao Yao's still pale face, Gu Yu asked with concern, "Aren't you all right yet? Your face is so pale." "Fellow deist Yao Chen, please get him some more pills, I'll pay with my myriad heaven coins." Gao Yao had died dozens of times for her sake. If it weren't for him, Gu Yu would probably have died as soon as she returned to the Shu Mountain Legend world. Gao Yao quickly waved his hand, directly refusing. "I'm fine now, I'll recover later." "Thank you for your concern, Senior Gu Yu. No need to be so polite. You can call me sister or aunt if you don't mind, or just call me by my name. Don't let my young appearance fool you, I'm actually several hundred years old." Gu Yu had a very high regard for Gao Yao, she would never refuse to help him if he needed it. Gao Yao was stunned. He truly hadn't realized Guyu was several hundred years old. She was indeed a cultivator. Then call me Sister Guyu. Actually, I'm not young anymore, almost 100 years old. He was already about 30 years old before he transmigrated to the Qin dynasty, and then spent 60 years there, waiting for that stupid treasure box, which turned out to be completely useless. He only remained unchanged because he had taken the elixir of immortality. Ha! You're 100 years old? Xiao Yan was shocked. He could understand Guyu's age, after all, it was a cultivation world, and Guyu was a late-stage 6th-tier expert. But Gao Yao was just an ordinary person in an ordinary world. How could he have lived so long? Yao Chen was also somewhat bewildered. He himself was only a little over 100 years old, and that was because he had been dead for several decades. Based on his living time, he should only be 81 years old, so he was actually younger than Gao Yao. Holy crap! This is truly unbelievable. Xiao Yan's gaze swept between the three. He had assumed he was the youngest, after all, he was only 18, but he hadn't expected him to be so young. Everyone else was over 80 years older than him. Goodness, Gao Yao's age was almost the same as Yao Lao's. This was interesting. Ahem, since you call fellow deist Guyu sister, then call me brother. I'm 104 years old this year, a bit older than you. Without you, I couldn't have been resurrected so quickly. This, all right. Brother Yao. Sister Guyu. Guyu smiled slightly. That's more like it. Brother Gao Yao, I've transferred 5 million heavenly coins to you. Take it and use it. If it's not enough, come find me. We're going to your world now. I want to see who dares to bully my brother. 5 million heavenly coins. Everyone was shocked by Guyu's generosity. 5 million heavenly coins just like that. Yao Chen didn't consider himself that generous. He didn't think he had that many heavenly coins. Besides, even if he did, he couldn't give them away. Heavenly coins belonged to Xiao Yan, not him. He was an invited traitor. Gao Yao was initially startled, then quickly refused. No, that's too much. Sister Guyu, if you gave me 50,000 or 100,000, that would be fine, but 5 million is too much. I'll transfer it back to you. 5 million is too much. I don't need that little bit of money. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead already. Xiao Yan blinked, then transferred 1 million heavenly coins to Gao Yao. Brother Gao, Elder Yao asked me to transfer 1 million heavenly coins to you. That's all we have right now. We'll make up the difference when Elder Yao returns to his world. Yao Chen paused, looked at Xiao Yan, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. What a good disciple. Brother Gao, if I didn't know when I'd recover. Please accept this. Gao Yao frowned, it was indeed too much. Alright, Brother Yao, consider this 1 million heavenly coins as payment for your help. Sister Guyu, I'll give you 4 million as payment. I'll keep 1 million, with 500,000 heavenly coins as a handling fee, and the remaining 500,000 will be enough for me for a long time. Don't refuse. The Myriad Realms Tower prohibits private transactions. Using heavenly coins means I'm asking for your help, which isn't considered a private transaction. Yao Chen and Guyu have already made a deal, so he definitely can't accept Yao Chen's heavenly coins. Logically, Guyu and he also have a deal, so he doesn't need to give her heavenly coins, but Guyu's attitude is firm. Gao Yao had no choice but to do this. Both understood Gao Yao's meaning, exchanged a glance, and nodded. However, they admired Gao Yao even more. Okay, if you run out of heavenly coins, you can ask me for more. Shall we set off now? The two looked at Gao Yao, who took a deep breath and nodded. All right, but Brother Yao, Sister Guyu, let me tell you something else. I really don't know Kui Wen's strength, but that treasure box is an item above the 7th rank, so Kui Wenzi might also be at the 7th rank. If you find you can't deal with him, just leave. Don't worry about me. To lure Kui Wenzi out, you can go directly to Yi Xiaochuan. I know where he is. Yao Chen and Guyu's expressions instantly turned serious. They might be able to handle a 7th rank early stage expert together, but a 7th rank mid stage expert would be difficult. The early, mid, and late 7th ranks are different realms, with a huge difference. Therefore, they could only hope that Kui Wenzi was just an early stage 7th rank expert, preferably not even at the 7th rank. Otherwise, they really couldn't help at all. Okay, we understand. Alright, let's go. Will Kui Wenzi suspect you? Gao Yao thought for a moment. Would Kui Wenzi suspect him? Undoubtedly, definitely. But he couldn't just kill him directly, he had no evidence. In his eyes, Kui Wenzi wasn't the mastermind at all, at most just a lackey of the mastermind. He wouldn't dare kill him easily. Even if he dared to, he could resurrect, and he had a backup plan. Someone would tell Yi Xiaochuan everything in detail. Since I'm dead, none of you will live. Gao Yao could sense that the whole world seemed like a conspiracy, a play performed for Yi Xiaochuan. If he died, what was the point of the play? He'd just flipped the table. He wanted to see what this world was really like. I might have doubts, but it doesn't matter. Without concrete evidence, he won't dare lay a hand on me. Let's go to my world now. The three of them arrived at the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza, walked to the vortex, and stepped inside together. Chapter 223 The Powerful Kui Wenzi. Spatial Rift. In the mythical world, Yao Chen and Gu Yu appeared at Gao Yao's residence. Without exchanging many words with Gao Yao, they immediately concealed themselves and flew into the sky. For powerful individuals like them, remaining unseen was incredibly easy. They quickly arrived at a small village, where, according to Gao Yao, Ye Xiaochuan was. Ye Xiaochuan didn't want anyone to notice him, so he found an ordinary village and became a farmer, working from sunrise to sunset. Only in this way could he forget time and remember that he was still human. Yao Chen and Gu Yu landed in the village, revealing themselves. They looked at Ye Xiaochuan working in the fields not far away, a glint of shrewdness flashing in their eyes. That guy named Kui Wenzi should be next to Ye Xiaochuan. Let's check if there's anything unusual in this village. Gu Yu nodded. They could scan the entire village with their divine sense, but Kui Wenzi was highly likely a 7th-tier expert. A quick scan with their divine sense was practically an invitation for someone to arrive. Who are you? A deep, sinister voice rang out from behind them. Startled, the two quickly took 2 steps back before they could clearly see who it was. An old man with white hair and beard, and very dark skin, resembling an honest farmer. But how could an ordinary farmer appear silently behind 2 late-stage 6th-tier experts? When Yao Chen and Gu Yu landed, there was no one around. Even if this old man had walked up from the side, they couldn't have missed him. This old man is suspicious. He's Kui Wenzi. His appearance is different from what Gao Yao described, but for a powerful expert, changing their appearance is as easy as drinking water. Yao Chen and Gu Yu exchanged a glance, both certain that the person before them was most likely Kui Wenzi. His sudden appearance suggested he was probably a 7th-tier expert. If this guy had suddenly attacked, Yao Chen and Gu Yu might not have been able to react in time. They just didn't know if this guy was at the early or mid-stage of the 7th rank. Let's give it a try. Without a word, Yao Chen raised his hand, and a cluster of eerie white flames appeared. The flames didn't bring any warmth, instead, they gave off a bone-chilling cold. It was like standing in the snow in winter and having a bucket of cold water poured over your head. Your whole body was shivering. Before the chill dissipated, a strange warmth followed, seemingly emanating from your very bones. The alternating hot and cold sensations were incredibly uncomfortable. After throwing out the bone spirit cold flame, Yao Chen began rapidly forming hand seals. This was a secret technique created by his great-grandfather, the Yuan Qi explosion technique, which could temporarily boost one's Do Qi realm through the combination of hand seals. He could even consistently hold first place at the Do Zun realm, largely thanks to this secret technique. Yao Chen is currently at the peak of the Do Zun realm, a 10th level Do Zun. His Yuan Qi explosion technique can directly propel his strength to the level of a half-saint. Meanwhile, Gu Yu wasn't idle either. He formed a sword finger with his right hand and drew a line in the air. A golden wheel flew out from Gu Yu's body, directly crashing into the old man. Another sphere flew out and hovered beside Gu Yu. The Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. The Kunlun sect's treasured artifact. It consists of the Sun Golden Wheel and the Moon Golden Wheel. The Sun Golden Wheel is for defense, and the Moon Golden Wheel is for attack. The old man's expression changed. He hadn't expected these two to attack right from the start. You're courting death. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the old man, causing Yao Chen and Gu Yu to gasp in shock. This aura was too powerful. It was more powerful than any aura they had ever seen. Yao Chen had seen many Do Sheng, and Gu Yu had seen Yuquan Blood Demon and Bai Mei, but none of their auras were as powerful as the old man's. 7th rank. Definitely a 7th rank expert. And a strong one among the 7th rank experts. Definitely not just an early 7th rank expert. The Bone Spirit Coldfire and the Moon Golden Wheel were directly blocked in midair by the aura, unable to advance an inch. Crack! A slight sound rang out, and Yao Chen and Gu Yu were both stunned, as was the old man beside them. They stared blankly at the space in front of the Bone Spirit Cold Flame and the Moon Golden Wheel. The sound had come from there, accompanied by spiderweb-like cracks. The cracks rapidly spread, growing from the size of a fist to the size of a wash basin in the blink of an eye. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly withdrew his aura. Yao Chen and Gu Yu also hurriedly withdrew their Bone Spirit Cold Flame and Moon Golden Wheel. Their opponent was too strong. These attacks were completely ineffective. They couldn't handle the person before them. They should leave first. Just as the two were about to leave, an ancient-looking box suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man cast a spell, and the box immediately burst forth with white light, stopping the spatial cracks. The white light continued to emanate from the box, and the spiderweb-like cracks grew smaller and smaller. Yao Chen and Gu Yu exchanged a glance. The old man seemed to be repairing the cracks. In other words, they weren't without a chance. Their eyes lit up, and they raised their hands to attack. Stop! Do you want to destroy this world? If the spatial rift continues to spread, everything in this world will cease to exist, and everyone will die. The old man roared. His entire focus was on the box, he couldn't free his hands. If this world were destroyed, he wouldn't survive either. Yao Chen and Gu Yu paused. The world would be destroyed? Then Gao Yao would die too. They withdrew their hands. Attacking alone wasn't a problem, but if the attacks collided, the world wouldn't be able to withstand it. The old man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them stop. The white light gradually faded, and the rift in the air disappeared, as if nothing had ever happened. The old man put the box away, looked at Yi Xiaochuan approaching from a distance, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiaochuan, are you done with your work? Hey, Uncle Li, who are these two? Oh, this is my friend and his granddaughter. Yi Xiaochuan curiously sized up Yao Chen and Gu Yu, especially Gu Yu. Many women dress like this in modern times, but it's extremely rare in ancient times. Ahem, Xiaochuan, come to my house for dinner sometime. I'm taking my friends home now. Yi Xiaochuan then realized that staring at others wasn't appropriate. Oh, okay. The old man looked at Yao Chen and Gu Yu and snorted coldly. Humph, come with me. Yao Chen and Gu Yu were also very curious about this world. It was the first time they had encountered such a spatial shattering situation. Combined with everything Gao Yao had said before, this world was indeed full of mysteries. The two followed the old man back to a dilapidated looking room. They weren't afraid of him at all. At worst, they would attack each other and shatter the entire world. The old man clearly wouldn't dare take that risk. Chapter 224, a 7th tier peak outer disciple. The Samsara sect. After entering the room, the old man sized up the two men, seemingly contemplating whether to attack. Both Yao Chen and Gu Yu were ready to attack each other, creating spatial rifts. After thinking for a long time, the old man still didn't make a move. Who exactly are you, and how did you enter this world? Yao Chen wasn't there to answer his questions, but to ask him questions. Before asking others, shouldn't you state your own identity? The old man's face was extremely ugly as he said viciously, "You've got some nerve. If we weren't in this world, I could crush trash like you with a single finger. You'd better answer my questions." Yao Chen wasn't intimidated at all, directly confronting him head-on. "Is that so? Then I want to see how you crush me. Come on, I'm waiting for you." Yao Chen immediately unleashed the Bone Spirit Cold Flame, while simultaneously igniting it in his other hand, assuming a stance ready to clash. The old man's expression changed, giving Yao Chen a deep look. "You're good. I'll remember you. Who am I? Shouldn't you know perfectly well? You came straight for Yi Xiaochuan, and you still want to find me? Don't you know who I am?" Yao Chen directly brought the two clusters of Bone Spirit Cold Flames closer, and space slowly began to distort, as if it was about to shatter again. "Stop talking nonsense, answer my questions." The old man took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his eyes darted between the two, seemingly contemplating how to kill them. Yao Chen moved closer again, and space instantly distorted and deformed. "Fine, I'll talk. I'm an outer disciple of the Samsara sect, stationed in this world on a mission assigned by the section." The old man stared intently at Yao Chen and Gu Yu, seemingly trying to read something from their eyes. But he saw nothing. He was dumbfounded. That was the Samsara sect, a top-tier sect renowned throughout the world. Why were they completely expressionless? Yao Chen and Gu Yu were stunned for a moment, then their eyes widened in shock. They didn't know what the Samsara sect was, but they knew very well what outer disciples were. Weren't outer disciples supposed to be the weakest? But this guy was already at the 7th level, and he was still an outer disciple? Just how powerful must the Samsara sect be? The old man saw the shock in their eyes and sneered inwardly. No one could remain expressionless in front of the Samsara sect. Now you know you've caused trouble. Two nobody rogue cultivators, daring to interfere in the Samsara sect's affairs. You're an outer disciple? What's your strength? The old man laughed disdainfully, glancing at them. Me? Humph. I'm a peak Mahayana stage expert. I'm just one step away from becoming an immortal. As long as I complete this task, I can become an immortal and join the inner sect. Yao Chen and Gu Yu were stunned again. Becoming an immortal was the only way to become an inner disciple. This reincarnation sect is far more terrifying than they imagined. Luckily, they're from different worlds, otherwise they'd really be a bit scared. The peak of the Mahayana stage should be the peak of the 7th rank, and becoming an immortal is the 8th rank. The 8th rank is for inner disciples. This reincarnation sect is a true immortal sect. What is your mission? Why are you asking so many questions? Leave now, and I can pretend I know nothing. Otherwise, if you ruin our Samsara sect's affairs, there will be no place for you in this world. Ha! Yao Chen scoffed. If there's no place for me in this world, I'll go to another. They're even threatening me. Yao Chen directly clashed the two clusters of Bone Spirit Cold Flames together, instantly distorting space and creating cracks. You! The old man was shocked and quickly summoned his treasure box to repair the cracks. This is a warning. Next time, I'll go all out and see if you can repair it faster, or if I can destroy it faster. The old man took a deep breath, carefully observing Yao Chen, seemingly trying to memorize his face and aura. My mission is to maintain this world, to ensure its balance and prevent its destruction. This world is constructed from the immortal artifact, the reincarnation box, a sacred ground used by the reincarnation sect to aid its disciples in their reincarnation. After the entire world is constructed using the box, core disciples enter it to cultivate. Only after 81 reincarnations can they awaken their past life's memories and cultivate the reincarnation Deo scripture. Each reincarnation requires 2,000 years. Within the world constructed by the reincarnation box, 2,000 years is only 2 years in the outside world, so core disciples frequently use the box for cultivation. These 2,000 years constitute a time cycle. All the souls within, and indeed the entire world, serve as tools for the core disciples' cultivation. Beyond 2,000 years, there is nothing, just emptiness. The box generally doesn't encounter any problems, but outer disciples always supervise to prevent accidents. The world constructed by the box is very fragile. If it is deliberately shattered, all the souls within will perish. The old man probably knew Yao Chen would ask these questions sooner or later, so he revealed everything at once. The treasure box can't withstand too much power, nor can it withstand a celestial level expert, so it's always guarded by outer disciples. In all these years, we've never heard of any problems, but I never expected to run into one. I'm warning you, Ye Xiaochuan is the reincarnation of that core disciple's soul. You'd better not act recklessly. The reincarnation sect can accept damage to the reincarnation treasure box and the death of outer disciples, but if anything happens to the core disciple, you're doomed. From the highest heavens to the deepest hells, the reincarnation sect will hunt you down to the death. Yao Chen and Guyu both fell silent, never expecting the truth of Gao Yao's world to be like this. No wonder it's called an incomplete world. It truly is an incomplete world. If Ye Xiaochuan is a core disciple of the reincarnation sect, then what about Gao Yao? You mean the rest of the souls, meaning the rest of the people weren't created by the treasure box, but are human souls? Yes. The souls in the treasure box are replenished each time they are used. After 81 cycles, all the souls will be exhausted, their last bit of power depleted, and they will be scattered. This time, the souls are all mortal souls I randomly picked. I extracted their living souls, so they'll have more passion, right? The old man's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Yao Chen and Guyu, especially that brother and sister who depended on each other for survival. I pulled out his sister's soul right in front of the brother, and he cried his eyes out. Oh, right, I remember that sister's name was Gao Lan. She even fell for Ye Xiaochuan. What a joke. Ye Xiaochuan is a core disciple of the reincarnation sect. Gao Lan was just a prop. Oh, Gao Lan also has an older brother. His name is Gao Yao. Do you know him? Chapter 225 Dozens of 2,000 Years. New Traders. The old man looked at Yao Chen defiantly. These two had nothing to do with Gao Yao, he'd practically spell their names backwards. Gao Yao had suddenly learned martial arts, but there was no such thing as true power in this world. Besides the treasure box, there were only ordinary martial arts, no internal energy cultivation, no immortality cultivation. Where did Gao Yao learn his martial arts manual? He was just an ordinary person before he died, and now he'd suddenly gained enlightenment and comprehended a martial arts manual? These two appeared so suddenly, coming directly to Ye Xiaochuan, which meant they definitely knew about this world. Combining the two, even a fool could tell they were related to Gao Yao. But knowing was one thing, he didn't dare do anything to Gao Yao. Gao Yao's position had become crucial in the cycle of reincarnation. Any problem with him would cause the cycle to fail. After failure, his fate was obvious. Death was the only option. A fierce glint flashed in Guyu's eyes. She truly considered Gao Yao her younger brother. Hearing the old man's words, her anger flared up instantly. Seeing Guyu's expression, Yao Chen knew he was in trouble. Guyu was old, but her mind wasn't as mature as her age. Perhaps it was because she spent all her time on Kunlun Mountain talking about love. This guy was clearly bluffing Yao Chen and Guyu, but Guyu still fell for it. Guyu raised her hand, and the moon golden will flew towards the old man. The old man raised his hand, his fingers slightly bent, and flicked it gently. The moon golden will seemed to have suffered a severe blow, flying back. At the same time, a spatial rift appeared between them. The old man calmly took out a treasure box and began to repair it. Don't act recklessly. Otherwise, Gao Yao will die too. You don't want Gao Yao to die, do you? Guyu's face was grim. She retrieved the moon golden wheel, she could feel its mournful cry. The magical artifact had a spirit. Just that flick, and the moon golden wheel was damaged. This guy is too powerful. How many times have we reincarnated already? I want Gao Yao and his sister's souls. It's only been a dozen or so reincarnations. You can't take them, and I won't let you. Gao Yao and his sister are crucial. If they leave, this time loop will be broken. Ye Xiaochuan won't die, but it will cause his reincarnation to fail. At most, I can guarantee their souls will remain after the last reincarnation. The old man repaired the spatial rift with a smile. After the last reincarnation, he could escape. Don't even mention Gao Yao's soul, I want both of yours too. Dare to threaten me. You're courting death. Yao Chen sneered, 2,000 years? There are still dozens of 2,000-year cycles to go. By then, Gao Yao will be able to crush you in one blow. Then it's settled. If I find out you've targeted Gao Yao, even with the slightest action that causes him any harm, you'll be running around repairing spatial rifts. Yao Chen pulled Gu Yu out of the room. The old man, who had been smiling, instantly darkened his expression after they left. These few pieces of trash, easily crushed with one hand, dared to treat me like this. Just you wait. After all this is over, I'll extract your souls and let you be burned by flames for eternity. With a surge of power, everything in the room instantly turned to dust. Yao Chen and Gu Yu remained silent until they returned to Gao Yao's residence. Gao Yao's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the two. Since they're back, Kui Wenzi must be dead by now. However, the two of them don't look too well. Gao Yao's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Sister Gu Yu, brother Yao, it's good that you're back safe and sound. Nothing else matters. Gao Yao was heartbroken, but his face remained cheerful. Seeing Gao Yao like this made Gu Yu even more distressed. Gao Yao had died dozens of times trying to help her, but she couldn't help him in the slightest. Brother Gao. Sigh. Let me tell you, Brother Gao, Gu Yu, and I met Kui Wenzi. The situation in this world is a bit complicated. In short, we can't kill him, and his strength is greater than we imagined. Let's talk about it back at the Myriad Realms Tower. Yao Chen sighed, and the three of them returned to the Myriad Realms Tower together. Brother Gao, some information I got from Kui Wenzi, this, that, so, I'm very sorry, Gu Yu and I probably can't help you anymore. Gao Yao forced a smile. So he was just a prop, the whole world was created for Ye Xiaochuan. He was dead, and his sister was dead too, but there was still a chance. 2,000 years later, when he saw his sister again, he would pull her into the Myriad Realms Tower, and then they could both survive. He had originally thought everything would end in just 2,000 years, but it turned out there were still dozens of 2,000-year periods to go. Brother Gao, don't be discouraged, 2,000 years is a long time. 2,000 years later, you might be stronger than that reincarnation sect. Then, who cares about core disciples, the reincarnation sect will wipe them all out. I believe in you. Gao Yao took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, 2,000 years. In the Myriad Realms Tower, he could break through to the 17th level, let alone the 7th. He'll wipe out the entire Samsara sect then. Okay. Thank you, Sister Gaiyu, Brother Yao. I understand. I'll cultivate diligently and become stronger than all of them. I seem to have heard before that some powerful figures can make a mortal reach the 8th rank or higher with just one pill. As long as you have heavenly coins, anything is possible in the Myriad Realms Tower. That's right. If you don't have enough heavenly coins, come to me. I'll give you some. Gao Yao looked at the two gratefully, deeply moved. Inside the room, Ye Ming sighed. He hadn't expected Gao Yao's world to be so complicated. So this is what an incomplete world means. No wonder they wouldn't let him sell the treasure box before. It turns out Gao Yao would die if he did. Back then, there was no soul pavilion. If Gao Yao died, he was truly dead. The Myriad Realms Tower was afraid of the traitor dying, which is why they didn't do transactions. No wonder. But this might not necessarily be a bad thing for Gao Yao. The world where the reincarnation sect is located requires an 8th order disciple to be considered an inner disciple. It must be an extremely vast world. If he gets rid of the reincarnation box, wouldn't he be able to enter that world? Would he still lack heavenly coins then? Definitely not. You might even benefit greatly from helping Gao Yao in the future. Suddenly, the vortex rippled, drawing Ye Ming's attention. He watched the vortex, and a woman with blue hair and a stunning figure slowly emerged from it. Chapter 226 Battle Maniac. Unique treasure. In an unknown world, on a battlefield, two armies faced each other. One side, clad in armor, was led by a remarkably young man. The other side, in white armor, stood disciplined to the side, watching the woman at the forefront. Their eyes held admiration, reverence, and fear, but no attraction. The woman at the forefront possessed a stunningly beautiful face. Large, blue eyes seemed like oceans, her lips were cherry-like, her nose high and straight, a delicate face capable of captivating any man. Long, silky blue hair cascaded down to her thighs. She wore a white, low-cut officer's dress that accentuated her devilish figure. She wore white, pointed-toe boots that reached just above her knees, revealing only a sliver of her white thigh. An illustration should be included here, but I cannot. An angelic face, a devilish figure, yet not a single man present was moved. On the other side, the young man, leading his army, charged forward with a roar after a passionate rallying cry. Tens of thousands of soldiers behind him, each brimming with fervor, brandished their weapons and followed. The woman smiled wickedly, and with a thought, snowflakes instantly began to fall from the sky. The entire battlefield fell silent. The young man turned around in disbelief, witnessing a scene he would never forget. Tens of thousands of soldiers, in a single instant, were all turned into ice sculptures. Even the city behind them was frozen into a giant ice sculpture. What terrifying power! Is this the Empire's general? He actually dared to challenge such a figure. It was utterly delusional. The young man's world crumbled instantly, a deep fear engulfing him. He was so terrified that he sat down on the ground, completely at a loss. The woman turned and returned to her camp, sitting down in her chair. A short while later, a soldier led in a naked man on a chain. This man was none other than the young man from before, the general of the opposing army. He crawled on his knees like a dog. The woman took the chain. To avoid censorship, to vanquish the northern barbarians in the blink of an eye, truly worthy of General Esteth. The soldiers looked at the beautiful woman before them with admiration. She was incredibly beautiful, but she was also incredibly powerful. A thorny rose. And a poisonous, thorny rose at that, the kind that kills with a single bite. I never thought this was the hero of the North. Esteth looked at the man before her, who had no dignity, no principles, and was sticking out his tongue in his desperate attempt to survive. He was an insult to the word hero. How boring. Die. Esteth kicked the hero to death, blood splattering everywhere. She stood up and sighed. Is there not a single opponent in the entire world who can satisfy me? Esteth's words had barely faded when a voice sounded in her ear. Ding, destined one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? A slight smile played on Esteth's lips. She could actually transmit her voice so silently. The Myriad Realms Tower, hopefully, I'll find an opponent who satisfies me. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Esteth emerged from the vortex, a glint of joy in her eyes. The Myriad Realms, there must be quite a few powerful beings there. She raised her head, looking at Ye Ming, a slight smile playing on her lips. You're the Tower Master? Come and fight me. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow, Esteth's information appearing before him. Name, Esteth. Identity, Imperial Arms user from the Akame Ga Kill. World. Strength, late 4th tier. Akame Ga Kill, this world. This world, how to put it, is incredibly dark. The Empire's corruption allowed the powerful to rule with absolute power, doing whatever they pleased, while the common people suffered unspeakably. In the presence of the powerful, ordinary people were less than animals. They took pleasure in torturing and killing ordinary people at will. It was in this environment that the Revolutionary Army was born. However, whether the Revolutionary Army's true motives overthrowing the Empire's rule, saving ordinary people, or something else entirely remain unknown. At least on the surface, everyone is working to overthrow the Empire. Esteth is the Empire's general, the strongest person. This world possesses a special kind of treasure called Imperial Arms. The traitor Ye Ming chose should be Esteth. Imperial Arms are unique. They are weapons that cannot be replicated, created from super dangerous species materials, rare metals like orichalcos, and numerous lost secret techniques. There are 48 in total. Imperial Arms grant the user a magical ability, extremely powerful. Some Imperial Arms can withstand thousands, even tens of thousands, possessing nuclear-level combat power. The methods of using Imperial Arms are demanding, and each person can only use one Imperial Arm due to the immense energy consumption. All signs indicate that the auction house treasure Ye Ming needs is an Imperial Arm. Esteth possesses what's considered the strongest ice Imperial Arm, Demon Manifestation, Devil's Essence. She can freely control and create ice, using it for offense and defense, with both speed and power. Especially powerful are the hidden abilities of Devil's Essence. Mahapadma, capable of freezing entire spacetime. Of course, it's not quite that powerful. At most, it can freeze the spacetime of the Akame Ga Kill world. In another world, its power would likely be significantly less. However, this ability is still incredibly strong. Especially against those of similar or weaker strength, this ability is enough to instantly kill them. Esteth is a battle maniac. From a young age, she was instilled with the concept of the survival of the fittest, so she believes strength is everything. Unfortunately, in her world, she is the strongest being, utterly without rivals. Her frantic search for strong opponents, wanting to fight her, is perhaps simply a desire to become stronger. Oh, right, if Ye Ming remembers correctly, Esteth is a sadist. She has serious sadistic tendencies. You can tell from her attitude towards the northern hero, she not only wants to destroy his body but also his mind. Tisk tisk, an angel's face, a devil's body, and a demon's heart. No wonder the demon's essence gets along so well with her. Esteth, please have a seat. This isn't a dueling arena. If you want to fight, you can go to the dueling arena later. But you're only at the late 4th tier level, you have a long road ahead. There are many people stronger than you in the Myriad Realms Tower. Estetha's eyes lit up. Ye Ming's words made her even more excited. The more powerful the better. But this man in front of her should be the strongest, right? If we're going to fight, we should fight the strongest, otherwise what's the point? A smile appeared on Estetha's lips as she walked to the sofa, sat down, and crossed one of her long legs over the other. Compared to them, I'm more curious about your strength. How about you and I have a fight? Chapter 227 The Traitor's Temptation. The Sigma Man. Estetha crossed her arms, making her already striking figure even more alluring. She leaned forward slightly and licked her lips. If you fight me, no matter the outcome, I'll grant you one request. Any request, please. Ye Ming coughed, shifting his gaze from the abyss. This is terrible. Even as the leader of the group, I've encountered something like this. I'm still too young. Of all the traitors, Estetha is the first to so blatantly tempt him. The key is that Estetha is not only beautiful, but also has a great figure. It's just that she has a problem with her brain. This alone shows that Estetha's thought process is definitely different from normal people. Ahem, this is the trading area. Let's trade first. Seeing Ye Ming's actions and expression, Estetha raised an eyebrow slightly. She leaned back on the sofa, and with a flick of her hand, a white orb of light appeared. Demon God Manifestation Essence of the Demon, Tier 4 Treasure, Ice Imperial Arm. Consuming it grants the ability to manipulate ice. It possesses the hidden ability Mahapadma, capable of freezing time and space. General Ice Storm can summon ice cavalry. Item value 9,000 celestial coins. Ye Ming glanced at it and then looked away. After selling it, your ability will disappear. Do you still want to sell it? Estetha shook her head. She was already used to this ability and wouldn't sell it. The other Imperial arms, however, were worth selling. If she remembered correctly, there should be quite a few Imperial arms in the Imperial capital. Fight me first. Estetha still wanted to see Ye Ming's strength. She didn't attack directly because she had secretly activated her ability and couldn't sense the Imperial arms' presence or manipulate ice. Combined with the information in her mind, she didn't act rashly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked so many questions, even asking if he wanted to fight. In any other place, she would have attacked immediately. Ye Ming shook his head. If he had to fight every newcomer, he'd be exhausted. You can go to the dueling arena and find someone to fight. Estetha's blue eyes darted around, a plan forming in her mind. If you don't fight, I'll stay here. Estetha stood up, took off her hat and placed it aside, then started unbuttoning her clothes. Hey, what are you doing? Taking off my clothes to take a shower. I just wiped out the northern tribes, and I'm a little sweaty. Ye Ming's face darkened immediately. Sweating my foot. The Devil's Essence is an ice-type Imperial arms, how could it possibly sweat? Saying it's ice is more plausible than sweating. This girl is threatening me. Sigma men are never threatened. Estetha unbuttoned the first button, and the next second, her vision blurred, and she was back in her own world. Looking at her subordinate, she silently fastened the buttons she had undone. Bring 5 Imperial arms to the Myriad Realms Tower. We'll talk about other things then. Don't come in until you find 5. Ye Ming's voice reached Estetha's ears, and a smile appeared on her lips. 5 Imperial arms? Easy peasy. Man, I'll remember you. You're the first man to reject me. Back to the Imperial capital. In the Myriad Realms Tower room, Ye Ming felt somewhat speechless. This was the first time he'd ever experienced such torment from a traitor. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Estetha might have been naked in the process. What on earth is this girl thinking? Bring 5 Imperial arms, then he can barely hold his own against her a couple of times, and maybe even beat her up. Let her know how powerful and strong the Lord of the Tower is, and that she's not someone to be easily offended. 5 Imperial arms, plus other miscellaneous items, should be enough for an auction. The only pity is the lack of a grand finale item. To be honest, Ye Ming isn't particularly satisfied with the current auction items. He can only hope there are other treasures later. Or, perhaps the traders can find a powerful treasure from the Misty World to use as the grand finale. In the Immortal Execution world, within the Ghost King sect, the Ghost King is listening to the 4 holy envoys report on the recent situation of the righteous factions. Suddenly, his Myriad Realms token vibrated. He quickly took it out to check. Brother Ghost King, I've been resurrected. Didn't you need help before? Contact me if you need anything. The Ghost King suddenly stood up, his face beaming with undisguised joy. Good. Finally, the wait is over. The 4 holy envoys were completely bewildered, exchanging glances, wondering what had gotten into the Ghost King lately. The righteous path was about to launch an attack, yet he was still spacing out, lost in thought. Sect Master? The Ghost King looked at the 4 holy envoys and waved his hand. Prepare everything. Prepare a grand banquet. I'm inviting distinguished guests. Distinguished guests? The 4 holy envoys remembered Hancock and Homelander from before. Was it them? Those two were indeed quite strong, but dealing with the righteous path wouldn't be so easy. However, since the Ghost King had spoken, they dared not object. Yes, Sect Master. What about the righteous path? The Ghost King's face showed disdain. The righteous path? Soon they would be gone. 2 6th-tier cultivators were no match for them. The righteous path? Aren't they discussing matters at King Yun's sect? After I finish entertaining my distinguished guests, I'll go to King Yun's sect and wipe them out. The 4 sage envoys were shocked and hurriedly spoke up. Sect Master, you mustn't. All the righteous sects are at King Yun's sect, and the Valley Master of Burning Incense Valley is there too. Our Ghost King's sect alone can't handle them. Yes, why not call on the other sects? After all, they're all demonic sects, they won't refuse. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If our Ghost King's sect has a problem, the other sects won't fare well either. That's not advisable. Even if the other sects come, they can't go to King Yun's sect. The Immortal Execution Sword can't withstand them. What is King Yun's sect's greatest strength? It's not their sect leader, nor the peak masters of the 7 peaks, nor even their cultivation technique, Teiji Xianxing Deo, but the Immortal Execution Sword and the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Once the Immortal Execution Sword is unleashed, probably no one in the entire Divine Continent can withstand it. Going to King Yun's sect is undoubtedly courting death. The Ghost King laughed heartily. The Immortal Execution Sword? How powerful could it be? At most, it's a 6th-tier early-stage magic weapon, and that's without a 6th-tier expert wielding it. But he has 2 6th-tier late-stage experts. Don't even mention that the Azure Cloud sect only has Dao Xian. Even if Ancestor King Yi were resurrected, wielding the Immortal Execution Sword, he couldn't defeat a 6th-tier late-stage expert. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I certainly won't throw my life away. You'll know when my distinguished guest arrives. Quickly prepare. Bring out all the best items. I'm going to greet my honored guest. After speaking, the Ghost King vanished from the spot. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, the Ghost King went directly to the Pill Pavilion and saw Yao Chen and Gu Yu beside him. Senior Yao, congratulations on your recovery. Your cultivation path will be smooth sailing from now on, and you might even become the first 7th-tier expert in the Myriad Realms Tower. Yao Chen smiled upon seeing the Ghost King. This kid is too kind. He lent him 10 million coins right away. If it weren't for the Ghost King, Gu Yu wouldn't dare return to his own world. Chapter 228 Entering the World of Jade Dynasty. The Ghost King's Sect Banquet. Brother Ghost King, you've arrived. Come, let me introduce you. This is fellow deist Lone Moon, a late-stage 6th-tier expert, just like me. Yao Chen introduced Lone Moon to the Ghost King, also explaining the Ghost King's identity. Lone Moon, this is Brother Ghost King. He's the one who lent you the 10 million heavenly coins. Lone Moon smiled and bowed to the Ghost King. Lone Moon greets fellow deist Ghost King. Thank you so much for lending me the heavenly coins, otherwise, I might not have dared to return to this world. The Ghost King quickly returned the bow, politely saying, Senior Lone Moon, you're too kind. It's my duty. I was the one asking for your help. The 10 million was a reward, not a loan. Yao Chen patted the Ghost King on the shoulder. This guy is still the same as before, good with words. He knows how to handle things. His interpersonal skills deserve full marks. Regardless, I'll remember this favor. Let's go to your world and I'll solve your problem. The Ghost King said with a smile. No rush, I've already arranged for a banquet. Please, seniors, try some of the local specialties in my world. I also have a bottle of 1,000-year-old spirit wine. Please do me the honor of tasting it. Alright, let's go. No need for senior, just call me by my name, Yao Chen or Yao Lao. Yao Chen is right, just call me by my name. Call me Gu Yu. Xiaoyan blinked, feeling like he hadn't seen Bai Yao in a long time. Last time, the 3 of them went to the Misty World together, but Xiaoyan couldn't leave the Ghost King to watch over him forever. The monsters inside were quite strong, so he left. Bai Yao and the Ghost King didn't stay there for long either. After searching for a while and only finding a few wooden boxes, they returned to the Jade Dynasty world. Mainly because Bai Yao found the monsters inside disgusting, she felt like vomiting, so she left. Worried about matters of the righteous path, the Ghost King left with Bai Yao. Elder Yao, can I go? Elder Yao coughed, glancing at Xiao Yan. Could this guy have taken a liking to that girl Bai Yao? Does this guy really have some kind of fetish? Elder Yao knew all along that Xiao Yan had touched Xiao sooner. After arriving at the Myriad Realms Tower, he knew Xiao Yan was a transmigrator with the mind of an adult, yet he still touched that little girl. Isn't that, tisk tisk, in modern times, that's at least 3 years, up to the death penalty. Now that Xiao Sunner's grown up, she's no longer interested and has started to like Bai Yao? He can't let him mess with that girl Bai Yao. He'll have a good talk with him sometime. The Ghost King smiled slightly. If Bai Yao could be with Xiao Yan, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Having been in the Myriad Realms Tower for so long, he'd learned a little bit. Every world has a protagonist. These protagonists will smoothly progress to the end and become the strongest in their world, like Zhang Xiaofan from my own world. Xiao Yan, an ordinary person with first-tier strength, has a powerful 6th-tier late-stage soul by his side. He's clearly not simple. Maybe he's the protagonist. Xiao Yan's world is a 7th-tier world, meaning Xiao Yan could potentially become a 7th-tier powerhouse. If Bai Yao's husband were a 7th tier, he wouldn't be unable to accept it. It's better than that Zhang Xiaofan. Even if Zhang Xiaofan didn't intentionally harm Bai Yao ultimately died because of him, and he ruined his plans. The Ghost King didn't have a good impression of Zhang Xiaofan. Not at all. Sure, of course. Elder Yao, why don't we let brother Xiao Yan go along? Yao Chen sighed. Since the Ghost King had agreed, he couldn't say anything more. All right, let's go together. Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stepped forward. The four of them traveled together, returning to the Jade Dynasty world. The Jade Dynasty world, inside the Ghost King sect. In the Ghost King sect's backyard, Xiao Qi, Bai Yao, and the four holy envoys were waiting at the dining table. The table was laden with various delicacies, making Bai Yao's mouth water. Suddenly, the Ghost King and his companions appeared beside them, startling the four holy envoys. They thought the righteous path had attacked. Upon seeing it was the Ghost King, they breathed a sigh of relief. Greetings, Sect Master. The Ghost King nodded and began introducing the people around him. Elder Yao, Master Guyu, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Xiao Qi, this is my daughter, Bai Yao, and these four are the four holy envoys of our sect: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. This is Elder Yao, Senior Guyu, and this is Elder Yao's disciple, Xiao Yan. The four holy envoys' hearts were in turmoil. Who exactly were these people whom the Ghost King addressed as senior? They had served the Ghost King for 100 years, and this was the first time they had seen him like this. Were these two really that strong? The four quickly and respectfully bowed, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. We greet Senior Yao, Senior Guyu, and young friend Xiao Yan. Xiao Qi greets Senior Yao, Senior Guyu, and young friend Xiao Yan. Bai Yao greets Senior Yao and Senior Guyu. Xiao Yan blinked and said to Bai Yao, why aren't you bowing to me? Bai Yao glared at Xiao Yan fiercely. Why is this guy everywhere? Why should I bow to you? It's not like we haven't met before. Annoying. Xiao Qi sized up Xiao Yan, then glanced at the Ghost King, and turned to Bai Yao, saying, Bai Yao, don't be rude. How can you speak to young Master Xiao like that? Young Master Xiao, Bai Yao is still young, don't take it to heart. Xiao Yan scratched his head and chuckled. No, Bai Yao and I are very familiar. I was just joking. The Ghost King laughed heartily and gestured for them to sit down. Master Yao, Master Guyu, please sit down. Bai Yao, come here and sit next to Xiao Yan. The two young people should chat more. Master Yao, Master Guyu, this is just a simple meal, please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Master Yao and Master Guyu sat down in turn. Master Yao sat in the main seat, Master Guyu on his left, with Xiao Qi, the Ghost King, Bai Yao, and Xiao Yan beside them, and then Master Yao himself. As for the four holy envoys, they were not entitled to sit at the table, they were merely serving the others. Master Guyu glanced at Xiao Qi and immediately recognized that she was not human. Your wife is a demon, isn't she? Xiao Qi trembled and nodded. Senior Guyu has excellent eyesight. I am from the Fox Demon Clan. Master Guyu nodded. It's our first meeting, and I haven't prepared any gifts. However, I do have a cultivation technique for the demon race in my world. It can only be cultivated up to the Void Refining Realm, which is the mid-6th rank. I'll give it to you. You and Bai Yao should both be able to cultivate it. Xiao Qi didn't quite understand the value of a mid-6th rank manual and could only look at the Ghost King. Bai Yao, however, knew it was mid-6th rank. The strongest in their world was only at the early 6th rank. Mother! What a treasure! Mid-6th rank is incredibly powerful. Much stronger than cultivating to the peak of the 3rd level of the profound Ghost God path. A mid-6th rank cultivator could crush Ancestor King Yi with a single finger. Chapter 229. A gift for meeting you. The Beast God. As Bai Yao finished speaking, the four holy envoys beside her were completely dumbfounded. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You can crush Patriarch King Yi with a single finger? That's Patriarch King Yi. You must know that the Immortal Execution Sword belonged to him. He used the Immortal Execution Sword formation to become invincible, making the Qingyun sect the #1 sect. If Patriarch King Yi were still alive, none of us demonic cultivators would dare to show our faces. He's a legendary figure. And Bai Yao actually said that some unheard of mid-stage 6th tier cultivator could crush Patriarch King Yi with a single finger? They absolutely refused to believe it. Nonsense. The Ghost King was shocked. A 6th tier cultivation technique. He had searched the Myriad Realms Tower before, but hadn't found any cultivation techniques above the 6th tier. While the battle through the heavens world has cultivation techniques above the 6th tier, it's not a cultivation world after all. Originally, he planned to wait for Han Li's strength to break through before using their world's cultivation techniques. He hadn't expected this unexpected surprise. By the way, according to Master Guyu, she seemed to be from a cultivation world as well, possessing at least a late-stage 6th order cultivation technique. He'd check it out when he returned. As for this cultivation technique, it was truly far too valuable. A mid-stage 6th order technique would cost at least 300,000 heavenly coins. Too valuable. Master Guyu, Bai Yao is right. A mid-stage 6th order cultivation technique is more valuable than the 4 volumes of the Heavenly Book. In this world, it would be considered a top-tier secret manual. We can't accept it. A hint of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the 4 sages. Bai Yao was right? A mid-stage 6th order cultivation technique was more valuable than a 4th order Heavenly Book? They knew what the Heavenly Book was. A supreme cultivation technique. This seemingly casual technique was actually more powerful than the Heavenly Book. What exactly is the 6th order? Guyu waved his hand, took out a jade slip, and handed it to Xiao Qi. This is for your wife, not for you. Take it. Guyu took out his Myriad Realms token and deducted 440,000 heavenly coins. He couldn't very well give someone a gift and then expect the Ghost King to pay with heavenly coins. Yao Chen was immediately embarrassed. He had just been resurrected and didn't have anything good on him, not even any pills. Ahem, since Guyu gave your wife a gift, I can't leave without a token. But I've just been resurrected and don't have much. After this matter is settled, I'll refine a 6th grade pill for Bai Yao. I have a pill for foundation establishment that can gradually change one's physique. I'll find some materials to refine one for Bai Yao when I get back. The Ghost King instantly knew what kind of pill it was, the one beginning pill, an 8th grade pill from the Dupo Kangxing world. He had wanted to buy one for Bai Yao before, but unfortunately, he didn't have a finished product, only the formula. The medicinal ingredients weren't available in his own world. The Ghost King pondered for a moment, then refrained from further formality. Thank you both for your help. I will remember it forever. Yao Chen waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about such a trivial matter. It's nothing, nothing at all. The Ghost King took out a black gourd from his spatial ring and said to the 4 people beside him, bring me a few wine cups. Qinglong quickly brought several wine cups and placed them in front of the Ghost King. The Ghost King uncorked the gourd, and a fragrant aroma, accompanied by a large amount of spiritual energy, wafted out. Elder Yao, Master Guyu, this is a spirit wine I accidentally discovered in the Ghost King sect's treasury 100 years ago after I became the sect leader. It's over 1,000 years old now. Since you two are here today, please try it. Transparent blue wine poured from the gourd, filling each cup. Elder Yao got 1 cup, Guyu 1 cup, Xiaoyan 1 cup, Ghost King 1 cup, and Xiao Qi 1 cup. Bai Yao? What kind of underage person drinks wine? You 4 are lucky, you've benefited from the presence of these 2 seniors. Come on, each of you take a cup. The 4 members of the Azure Dragon clan showed a hint of surprise. This was wonderful. They even got some. This wine is quite good. It uses a lot of precious spirit fruits. The taste is excellent, no worse than what that guy from Chunxiang Yaju Pavilion mixes. The Ghost King drank it down in one gulp, savoring it carefully. Oh, Chunxiang Yaju Pavilion, is that the restaurant? I haven't been there yet. Yao Chen smacked his lips, recalling the delicious food there. You should try it sometime, it's quite good. They have dragon, phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise dishes. The 3 owners are the #1 chef in the God realm, the #1 bartender, and the #1 musician. You can experience it for yourself. Indeed, their culinary skills are very high. The Ghost King raised an eyebrow. With 2 seniors praising it so highly, it must be quite good. The owners of that restaurant seem to be 3 5th-tier cultivators, and they're even hailed as the best in the God realm. They must be very powerful. Although his own spirit wine is 1,000 years old, the brewing method is average. It's said to be similar to the wine at Chunxiang Yaju Pavilion, but the difference is probably significant. The group chatted and ate until they were almost finished before Yao Chen finally asked about the important matter. We've eaten enough. Could you briefly explain the current situation and how you can help? The Ghost King put down his chopsticks and slowly said, Elder Yao, Master Guyu, I've come to ask for your help with 2 things. First, I've gathered the 5 key items needed to unseal the Beast God, and I plan to do so. This Beast God is a monster created by Linglong, the most powerful witch in the southern frontier, using her malevolent energy to research the path to immortality. He possesses an immortal body, even if he's reduced to ashes, he can resurrect. The Ghost King paused here. The 4 holy envoys around him exchanged glances. They were the ones who found the 5 key items, but the Ghost King hadn't mentioned releasing such a terrifying monster. Immortal body, unkillable. That sounds terrifying. It's a pity Duan Lang isn't here, otherwise he would have told them that he was familiar with immortality. When the beast god emerged from the 10,000 mountains, threatening widespread destruction, Linglong sealed him in the demon-suppressing cave with her life, giving him her own body. With Linglong's body, the beast god, after his resurrection, was no longer immortal. However, his strength remains formidable. I estimate he is the strongest being in this world, possessing the strength of the early 6th rank. I want to subdue him, but his strength is undeniable, so I would like to ask the two seniors to help me secure his position. The beast god wants to resurrect Linglong, and with Linglong as a condition, the Ghost King is very confident in subduing the beast god. However, the prerequisite is that the beast god will willingly listen to him. The beast god is not an easy opponent to reason with. Without sufficient strength, the beast god would definitely threaten the Ghost King, slaughtering the entire Ghost King sect and forcing the Ghost King to revive Linglong. To have an equal dialogue, you need equal strength. Why should anyone listen to you just with words? With Yao Chen and Gu Yu, both at the late stage of the 6th rank, the beast god can't do anything he wants and can only obediently listen to the Ghost King. Therefore, strength is everything. Chapter 230. The four holy envoys in shock. A single punch shatters space. The four envoys took a deep breath, their hearts churning with turmoil. Was this something they could listen to? The beast god was the strongest being in the world? Then wouldn't the witch Linglong, who created him, be even stronger? Such strength, and only at the early stage of the 6th rank? Didn't Senior Gaiyu give them a cultivation technique for the mid-stage of the 6th rank before? Wouldn't that mean that by cultivating it to perfection, they could become a mid-stage 6th rank expert? Become the strongest being in the entire world? If he could casually produce a mid-stage 6th rank cultivation technique, then what kind of strength did Senior Gaiyu possess? Senior Gaiyu and Senior Yao Lao were able to suppress the beast god. Didn't that mean they were stronger than the beast god? If the beast god was the strongest being in the world, then what were Senior Gaiyu and Senior Yao Lao? Plus, the conversation they had during their meal was constantly about this world and that world. What this world had, what that world had, they didn't understand a word of it. Now, putting everything together, the four suddenly felt something was amiss. They already had a vague answer in their hearts, which only fueled their growing anxiety. Would it really be alright for them to hear all this? Yao Chen nodded. A 6th-tier early-stage beast god? A minor matter. He could just accompany him on this trip. 6th-tier early stage, huh? Sure, no problem. With a 6th-tier early stage beast god, you could practically roam the entire world unchallenged. The Ghost King shook his head. It wasn't that simple. A beast god's individual strength was formidable, but after all, they weren't immortal. Against the Azure Cloud sect's immortal slaughtering sword formation and those guys from the Azure Cloud sect, it was truly hard to say. The Azure Cloud sect's immortal slaughtering sword formation is very strong. It's estimated to be at least 6th-tier power. Fortunately, the Azure Cloud sect can't use it. The second matter is related to the Azure Cloud sect. Right now, the Azure Cloud sect, the Incense Burning Valley, and many other sects are discussing how to destroy our Ghost King sect. With two seniors here, I plan to directly attack the Azure Cloud sect and wipe them out. Yao Lao and Gu Yu both frowned slightly. They suddenly remembered that the Ghost King sect was a demonic sect, and the Ghost King was its leader. Gu Yu was a righteous person, and while Yao Lao wasn't righteous, he wasn't one to indiscriminately kill innocents. The Ghost King's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and he quickly changed his tune. Of course, if they're willing to submit, I won't kill them. My Ghost King sect's cultivation inherently requires a large number of souls, which is why they consider us a demonic section. However, with new cultivation methods, switching isn't out of the question. Besides, there's the open world, zombies, and countless souls. Even if my Ghost King sect becomes the overlord, we won't indiscriminately kill innocents. I only want to integrate all the resources. I hope our world can become stronger, allowing everyone around me to embark on the true path to immortality. Elder Yao and Lonely Moon nodded. That sounded acceptable. Well, Brother Ghost King, I consider you a brother, so I'll say a few more words. I know you're a member of the demonic sect, and killing might not mean much to you, but you still need to think long-term. This world is only a 6th-tier world after all. There are 7th, 8th, 9th, and even higher tiers above. There will be a great many powerful individuals needed then. Don't let momentary impulses cause you to be stuck for thousands of years later. Gu Yu pondered for a moment and then spoke up. The demonic path is called the demonic path mostly because its cultivation methods require killing and plundering to accelerate cultivation. But you shouldn't worry about these issues, it's best to do less of these things. In our world, after reaching the 7th tier, one needs to undergo tribulation to ascend. The more blood you commit, the stronger the tribulation will be, so unless absolutely necessary, avoid committing murder. Ghost King was startled. Tribulation? There is indeed a concept of tribulation in cultivation, but he had never encountered it before. This was the first time he had heard that the more blood you commit, the harder the tribulation to overcome, and he had committed quite a few murders. The old master's words make sense. Upgrading the world of Zuxian will unlock more rare and precious resources. We can't let Zuxian remain stuck at tier 6 forever. The further the world upgrades, the more powerful beings are needed. Upgrading to tier 7 requires 1 tier 7, 10 tier 6, 100 tier 5, 1000 tier 4, 10,000 tier 3, 100,000 tier 2, and 1 million tier 1. That's manageable, but what about beyond that? Upgrading to tier 9 requires 1 tier 9, 10 tier 8, 100 tier 7, and 1000 tier 6. I've already reached tier 9, and the people in the Ghost King sect are barely at tier 8. What about after that? How will they be trained? We can't start training them from tier 1. It takes a normal person hundreds of years to cultivate from tier 1 to tier 5. If we kill off all the powerful beings, how will we upgrade the world in the future? We really need to think long term. Elder Yao, Master Guyu, you're right. My vision was too short-sighted. Instead of killing those people, we should improve our own strength. This time, when we go to the Qingyan sect, I request that you two subdue all the sects and make them all submit to the Ghost King sect. At the very least, they must hand over all their cultivation techniques and secret manuals. With the techniques, I can improve rapidly. Once I become a 6th tier expert, I won't have to fear any means. That's all easy to arrange. If anyone is dissatisfied afterward, you can contact me. You can contact me too. I'm free for the moment. The Ghost King raised his wine cup to Yao Chen and Guyu. Thank you both, I am deeply grateful. The 4 envoys were terrified by this conversation. A meal between 3 people had decided the fate of everyone in the righteous sects. These guys were originally going to die, but a few words from these 2 seniors saved their lives. It's truly surreal. The 4 envoys wiped the sweat from their brows. What an exciting day. After finishing their meal, it was time for them to get down to business. Xiao Yan, you can stay here at the Ghost King sect, or you can go back. Okay, Elder Yao. I'll chat with Bai Yao for a while and then head back. Bai Yao pouted and muttered, "Who wants you to chat with me?" Yao Chen pretended not to hear and looked directly at the Ghost King. "Where is that beast god? I'll take you there." "No need, just point me in the direction, roughly how far?" "It's been a while since I've fought, let's stretch our muscles." The Ghost King hesitated for a moment, then pointed towards the direction of the 100,000 mountains of southern Xinjiang, roughly around that location, about XXX li away. Yao Chen nodded, raised his right fist, and threw a punch. Crack! A large hole was punched in space, revealing a spatial passage filled with spatial turbulence. Before, in the mythical world, Yao Chen didn't dare to use spatial power at all. The space in that world was too fragile. Once he opened the space, he couldn't close it. Plus, he had just been resurrected, and his body hadn't fully adapted, so he didn't use it. But now, his body had fully adapted. The space of a mere 6th tier world was easily broken. Chapter 231 Heading to the Demon-Suppressing Cave. Blackwood and Black Tiger. The Ghost King and the 4 holy envoys stared in shock at the spatial passage before them, completely dumbfounded. Was space just shattered? How powerful must that be? Even Guyu was stunned. They were both late-stage 6th tier cultivators. How could you be so amazing? You can even shatter space. They didn't even know how to shatter space, yet you could shatter space and teleport? Yao Chen smiled. He hadn't used spatial power for decades. Thankfully, he hadn't forgotten. Guyu, I'll use my spatial power to protect you from the spatial turbulence. Excuse me, Brother Ghost King, besides you, who else is going? The Ghost King snapped out of his daze and looked at the 4 eager figures beside him. Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, come with me. The rest of you stay here and gather everyone. We need to prepare to go to the Azure Cloud sect. Oh, and tell the Hahuan sect and a few other demonic sects that I'm going to the Azure Cloud sect. Tell them I'm going to the Azure Cloud sect and invite them to watch the show. White Tiger and Black Tortoise looked at Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird with envy. Spatial teleportation. They were actually getting to experience it once. How envious. They could even see the beast god, witness a 6th tier battle. Yao Chen nodded, using his spatial power to surround the 4 of them, and they entered the spatial passage together. After the 4 disappeared, the spatial passage slowly closed, returning to its original state. Somewhere in the 100,000 mountains, a bear was aimlessly searching for prey. Suddenly, it heard a sound behind it and saw 4 humans appear behind it. It grinned broadly, stood upright on its hind legs, and roared happily. Roar! Food! So much food! A bear pounced on the 4, who dodged to the side, sidestepping the attack. The bear, bewildered, plunged into the spatial turbulence and instantly turned into mincemeat. Blood splattered everywhere. Yao Chen flicked his hand, freezing the blood in midair before it fell to the ground. The 4 were astonished. This spatial turbulence was incredibly dangerous. If it weren't for Yao Chen, they would have met the same fate as the bear if they had even touched it. Where is the demon-suppressing ancient cave? The Ghost King glanced at the Azure Dragon, who nodded and flew directly into the sky. After a while, it slowly descended. Senior Yao, it's in this location, not far. Alright, let's go. Let's meet this beast god. Not long after, the group arrived at the foot of a mountain. This mountain was shrouded in black mist, with howling winds. This mountain had no trees or grass, only a large cave 3 jang high. Standing before the cave, one could hear the howling of the eerie wind, mixed with strange noises. This was the demon-suppressing ancient cave, the place where the beast god was sealed. In the very center of the cave entrance stood a statue of a beautiful woman, facing the depths of the cave, like a statue of a woman waiting for her husband. She was the statue of Ling Long, the strongest sorcerer of the southern frontier. A man dressed in black stood before the statue, gazing at it for what seemed like a long time. Only when he saw Yao Lao and the others arrive did he turn his gaze towards them. You've come. Qinglong nodded, saying nothing more. I've brought the things. What's next? To resurrect the beast god, the sacred artifacts of the 5 major Miao tribes Duan, Tu, Jason, Miao, and Li were required. However, the sacred artifacts of the Duan, Tu, and Jason families had long been lost, and the one who did all this was the man in black before them. He had been secretly collecting sacred artifacts to resurrect the beast god, managing to collect only 3 over the past few hundred years. Just then, Qinglong appeared and told the man in black that he also wanted to resurrect the beast god, so the two temporarily formed a cooperation. The Ghost King looked at the man in black before him and knew that he was Haimu, one of the 7 warriors who had chased the beast god with Linglong. 5 of the 7 warriors formed the current 5 tribes of Miao Zhang, and the remaining 2 were Haimu and Haihu, his brothers. Back then, only Haimu and Haihu entered the cave after Linglong, the other 5 waited outside. In the end, Haimu and Haihu disappeared, and Linglong used her own flesh and bones to perform southern Xinjiang witchcraft, turning the beast god into a human. In reality, Haimu and Haihu sensed Linglong's determination and wanted to help her and the beast god. However, Haimu had been bewitched by the beast god and wanted to resurrect him. To stop Haimu, Haihu transformed into a ghost and guarded the demon-suppressing cave. Just as Haimu thought of Haihu, a white mist suddenly appeared. Haimu abruptly turned his head to look at the mist. The white mist multiplied, coalescing into a tall man. He held a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, his expression clearly visible. You've finally come out to see me. Haihu stared coldly at Haimu, his eyes like ice. You traitor who betrayed Lady Linglong, what right do you have to speak like this? Haimu trembled, silently lowering his head, saying nothing more. You'd better step aside. Humph. Before the statue of the lady, don't you feel a shred of remorse? I did nothing wrong. It was the lady who was wrong. Beast, how dare you utter such words? Roar! Haihu roared to the sky, his anger felt even by those nearby. Blackwood, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, extinguish your illusions, and we'll still be brothers. Otherwise, don't blame me. You still acknowledge me? As long as you sever your illusions, beg forgiveness from the goddess, and join me in protecting Nian Nian and guarding the ancient cave, you'll be my brother. Blackwood fell silent instantly, turning to look into the depths of the ancient cave. I have no way out. Brother. Shut up. I'm not your brother. Are you crazy? I must do this. Black Tiger raised his greatsword and slashed down at Blackwood. Yao Chen sighed, raised his hand, and imprisoned Black Tiger in place. Your story may be touching, but I have no interest in hearing it anymore. Quickly revive the beast god. Azure Dragon nodded, quickly taking out the sacred artifact and handing it to Blackwood. Go and revive the beast god quickly, we'll wait here. Blackwood put away the sacred artifact, gave Yao Chen a deep look, and disappeared into the cave. Roar! Let me go! Do you know what you're doing? Resurrecting the beast god will destroy the entire world. You're overthinking it. A mere beast god, how could he possibly be a match for Senior Yao? Qinglong scoffed. Having witnessed Yao Chen's ability to open a spatial passage with a single punch, he didn't believe that so-called beast god could defeat Senior Yao. Ignorant. A bunch of ignorant children. Inside the demon-suppressing ancient cave, Haimu walked deeper, surrounded by skeletons. A voice echoed within the cave, reaching Haimu's ears. You're back. Chapter 232. The beast god appears. The suppressed beast god. Everyone is shocked. Outside the demon-suppressing ancient cave, the barren mountains suddenly began to shake. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The sound of a heartbeat echoed from the depths of the ancient cave, and Black Tiger's expression changed drastically. Release me immediately. You have no idea of the beast god's strength. You juniors are no match for him. Once the beast god is resurrected, the entire world will be destroyed. Suddenly, the eerie wind in the ancient cave ceased abruptly, and the entire mountain fell silent. Black Tiger's face was ashen, as if all strength had been drained from him. The great sword and shield fell from his hands. Too late. Too late. It's over. Yao Chen released his restraints, and Black Tiger immediately knelt on the ground, wailing as he looked at the exquisite stone statue. Even though it was just a soul, it could still cry. Not only Black Tiger was crying, but even the exquisite stone statue shed 2 clear tears. A low groan echoed from the cave, instantly whipping up a fiercer, more chilling wind than before, its sound even more mournful. Dark clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the entire world. Boom! Lightning flashed through the clouds, countless more rushing in, enveloping the entire 100,000 mountains. Thunder serpents surged within the clouds, bringing slivers of light. Boom! Another thunderclap, accompanied by a torrential downpour, countless hailstones and raindrops falling together before the demon-suppressing ancient cave. The Ghost King summoned his magical artifact, blocking the surrounding rain, silently observing everything. As expected of the beast god, even his resurrection caused a drastic change in the heavens. Black Tiger roared to the sky, his eyes filled with despair, but he still picked up his sword and shield, standing firmly in front of the cave entrance to block it. Strange noises came from within the cave, growing closer and louder. A plume of black mist suddenly shot out from the cave entrance. Black Tiger slashed with his sword, but missed. The black mist condensed, and a man wrapped in silk appeared within it, standing before Linglong's stone statue. His eyes were full of tenderness. He gently raised his hand and stroked the statue's face. Linglong. This man was extremely handsome, looking remarkably like Linglong, only their auras differed. Behind him, Blackwood and 13 demon kings of various forms emerged. Black Tiger, rescued by Yao Chen at the last moment, was now standing nearby. The beast god looked at Linglong's face and whispered, "Why? What is it all for? Are the common people of the world that important? You value them more than I do, so you want to kill me, is that it?" The beast god's voice grew louder, his expression turning ferocious. "But do you know what? I don't care at all. If you want me dead, just say the word. But why? You value those things more than your own life." The beast god spoke dejectedly, opening his arms to embrace the stone statue. "I know, the common people of the world have harmed you, so I will make them pay with their lives. Then, I will come back for you. Wait for me." The beast god released his grip, looking at Zhao Chen and his group beside him. "Is it you who helped Blackwood revive me? To express my gratitude, you can be the last to die." Before the Ghost King could speak, Black Tiger roared furiously. "You damned bastard! You want to destroy the world? I absolutely won't allow it. Blackwood, look at what you've unleashed. You've utterly betrayed everything the Queen has done. You traitor!" The beast god turned his gaze to Black Tiger, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "Black Tiger, why have you been stopping me all this time? If it weren't for you, I could have stayed with Linglong long ago." The Ghost King looked at the beast god and uttered a few words that sent shivers down the spines of the beast god, Black Tiger, and Blackwood. "I can resurrect Linglong." The beast god's eyes instantly lit up. He stared at the Ghost King in shock and vanished from his spot. The Ghost King's eyelids twitched violently, a deadly sense of crisis gripped his heart. The next second, the beast god appeared before the Ghost King, his hand outstretched. The beast god's hand was already outstretched, almost touching the Ghost King's neck, but just a hair's breadth away, the beast god found his hand unable to move an inch. Not only his hands, but at some point, even his entire body became immobile. The Ghost King breathed a sigh of relief. A 6th-tier being was too powerful. If it weren't for Elder Yao, he'd probably already be being interrogated by the neck. "Thank you, Elder Yao." It's nothing. Little beast god, he has something to say, listen." Yao Chen initially wanted to call him kid, but then thought that this guy was probably much older than him, so he decided to call him beast god instead. Blackwood and Black Tiger stared in shock at the scene before them. Blackwood knew the Ghost King had ulterior motives, but he knew that after the beast god's emergence, no scheme would be of any use, because the beast god's power could instantly kill everything. He never expected that someone could actually stop the beast god. No, not just stop him, but control the beast god. Black Tiger was even more shocked. He had initially thought it was just a few ignorant juniors, but it turned out to be a powerful figure who had appeared out of nowhere. Even Linglong couldn't subdue the beast god so easily, so this old man must be even stronger than Linglong herself. Black Tiger gasped. What had happened in the outside world all these years? How could such a powerful expert appear? The 13 demon kings, seeing this, roared to the sky and were about to charge. "Stop!" Thankfully, the beast god stopped them, otherwise they might have been reduced to bones again. The beast god's gaze turned to Yao Chen. He had truly underestimated these people before, but he hadn't expected there to be another powerful figure among them. "You think you can control me by keeping my body stationary?" The beast god chuckled, his body instantly turning into black mist, frozen in midair. Silence fell over the scene. "Impossible! How did you do that?" The beast god's roar came from within the black mist. Even Linglong couldn't do it, so how could this old man do it? He hadn't sensed any energy fluctuations. "Ahem, you can't possibly understand Elder Yao's methods. Beast god, I won't waste any more words. Serve under my command for 10 years, and I'll help you revive Linglong. 10 years. If the Ghost King still can't break through to the 6th rank in 10 years, then he might as well not live anymore. Being killed by the Beast God would be his own fault. The Beast God transformed into human form, his face grim as he stared at the Ghost King. He could barely accept having Yao Chen as his subordinate. After all, Yao Chen was stronger than him. What kind of guy is this? He dares to spout such nonsense about wanting me to be his subordinate. If the Ghost King didn't know how to resurrect Linglong, he would definitely have extracted the Ghost King's soul. You say you have a way to resurrect Linglong? But as far as I know, there is no magic in this world to resurrect a person. Chapter 233 The Method to Resurrect Linglong. The Beast God is granted amnesty. A slight smile played on the Ghost King's lips. Just because this world doesn't have it doesn't mean other worlds don't. You're still the strongest in this world, yet you're getting utterly crushed. Since I said I have a way to resurrect, I definitely do. If I can't resurrect Linglong in 10 years, you can kill me directly. Neither Yao Lao nor Master Guyu will interfere. Master Guyu? The Beast God's eyes flickered. Judging from the Ghost King's words, this Guyu could also deal with him. His gaze fell on Guyu. Aside from the old man, this was the only one he couldn't understand at all. Where did these two come from? During the years he was sealed away, so many powerful figures had appeared? As for what the Ghost King said, he didn't know whether to believe it or not. Being someone else's subordinate? He was the Beast God. But resurrecting Linglong truly struck a chord deep within him. I can only protect you to stay alive. I can't be your subordinate. Fine, but you must help me 10 times a year. Once, 7 times, 3 times, 5 times. Fine, if you dare to lie to me. I, the Ghost King, never lie. If I break this oath. Yao Chen suddenly coughed twice, interrupting the Ghost King. Ahem. First, ask how Linglong died. Some deaths are easy to revive, others are more difficult. Don't end up losing money. The Ghost King was stunned for a moment, then realized that all current methods of resurrection had some flaws. And the price wasn't low. If Linglong's death was difficult to revive, or the price was particularly high, it would truly be a losing proposition. How did Linglong die? Is her soul still intact? If the Ghost King had agreed immediately, the Beast God would still be suspicious. Yao Chen's interruption made him genuinely believe that Linglong could be revived. The soul is still there, but we don't know where it went. It might have dissipated. Can it be resurrected? The Ghost King glanced at Yao Chen and asked curiously. Elder Yao, you. Before Yao Chen could speak, Guyu interrupted. According to his resurrection method, as long as there's a remnant soul, it can be resurrected, but it might lose its memories and its strength. Most importantly, it needs the help of a late-stage 7th-tier expert. We'll see what you can offer in 10 years. Yao Chen nodded. He already owed Bai Mei Genren a favor once, he couldn't owe it again. I've researched several resurrection techniques. The impure earth reincarnation technique can resurrect as long as the soul remains. And I've heard that there are 2 or 3 other resurrection methods in his world, but they require both a body and a soul. The most important thing is the soul. If even a trace of the soul remains, it's fine, but what if the soul completely disappears? If it completely dissipates? The Beast God grew anxious. The more Yao Chen and the others said, the more he believed they could resurrect Linglong. Although he didn't know where they found so many resurrection methods, as long as resurrection was possible, everything was fine. Can't one be resurrected if the soul is completely dissipated? Yao Chen frowned, pondering for a moment. It's not that it's impossible, but the cost is too high. I've discussed this with many people. If the souls have all dissipated, there's only one way to resurrect the dead, but it would require a tremendous number of people. Find a powerful expert to reverse time and save Linglong's soul before it dissipates. Or directly bring Linglong out of the river of time. I can't even imagine the strength required. You should have a good idea of how much it would cost. The Ghost King's expression gradually became solemn. Getting such a powerful expert involved wouldn't be something that could be done with tens of millions. Without hundreds of millions of heavenly coins, don't even think about it. If we want to bring Linglong out of the river of time, I estimate I won't be able to resurrect her within 10 years. The most important thing now is to confirm whether Linglong's soul still exists. Even if it's just a wisp of a remnant soul. Where would he gather hundreds of millions of heavenly coins within 10 years? Even exchanging the entire immortal execution world wouldn't guarantee hundreds of millions of heavenly coins. The further it goes, the harder it will be. He really couldn't guarantee anything within 10 years. The Beast God frowned deeply. At this point, he already believed the Ghost King. If the Ghost King wanted to deceive him, he wouldn't have said such things. On the contrary, the Ghost King's words showed he was thoroughly considering how to resurrect Linglong, and his thinking was quite comprehensive, though somewhat frightening. What? Reversing time and pulling Linglong out of the river of time? Did such a powerful being truly exist in the world? For the first time, the beast god felt this world was so unfamiliar. Let me go. I'll go look for her, I'm sure I can find Linglong's remnant soul. Yao Chen withdrew his spatial power, and the beast god turned to search the demon-suppressing cave. He had only taken 2 steps when he stopped. If Linglong, even her remnant soul. The Ghost King took a deep breath. If even a remnant soul wasn't found, it would be troublesome. If even a remnant soul isn't left, the price is too high, so high that even if we gathered all the resources of our entire world, we might not be able to raise enough. But there's still hope, isn't there? There is, but let alone 10 years, we might not even be able to gather enough in 100. It's alright, 100 years, 1,000 years, even 10,000 years. As long as we can save her. The beast god looked at the stone statue before him, a smile appearing on his face, then vanished into the depths of the ancient cave. Yao Chen sighed. What a devoted soul. Unfortunately, his mind isn't quite right. After a long while, a resentful roar echoed from the cave. The beast god emerged, his eyes bloodshot. He looked at the stone statue before him, his heart filled with sorrow. Why? You didn't even leave me a trace of your remnant soul. Why? The beast god touched the statue's face, as if touching a delicate object. Guyu frowned, then suddenly asked, who crafted this stone statue? If she remembered correctly, the statue had seemed to weep before. How could a normal stone weep? The beast god paused, then a look of delight appeared on his face. The statue was crafted by Linglong herself. You mean there's a remnant soul inside? The beast god was about to examine it when the Ghost King interrupted him. Wait a minute, your power is too ferocious. Let me examine it. The remnant soul can't withstand any more damage. The Ghost King stepped forward. As a cultivator who manipulated souls, he was intimately familiar with them. He took out a soul-nourishing jade and approached the stone statue, slowly channeling his power into it. The beast god, Blackwood, and Black Tiger watched nervously, fearing nothing would come of it. Fortunately, the Ghost King soon drew a small fragment of remnant soul from the statue and placed it into the soul-nourishing jade. The beast god was overjoyed. It was Linglong's aura. Although extremely weak, about to dissipate at any moment, it was definitely Linglong. He was absolutely certain he hadn't misjudged. There's still a trace of remnant soul. We must nurture it carefully. Chapter 234 Linglong's remnant soul. Heading to King Yun's sect. The beast god reached out, wanting to take the soul-nourishing jade, but his hand stopped in midair. The Ghost King glanced at it and put the soul-nourishing jade away. You can't take it. Your power will wear down her remnant soul. I'll give it to you after I stabilize her remnant soul. The beast god nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Thank you. What can I do for you? He had gained the Ghost King's approval. As long as Linglong could be resurrected, what was a few favors? A smile appeared on the Ghost King's lips, a sigh of relief washing over him. Finally, it's all settled. Strength really is key. Without strength, the beast god wouldn't have spoken to him so politely. It's simple. Just follow me. I'll show you the world of cultivation in Shenzhou. After that, you'll stay in the Ghost King sect and only need to intervene if anyone provokes you. You can take Linglong's statue with you. I'll provide you with a place to live. As for destroying the world, forget about that idea. The Ghost King glanced at the 13 demon kings behind the beast god, each one larger than the last, the tallest being a full 10 Zhang. Each one was estimated to be at the mid to late stage of the 5th rank. Subduing the beast god was equivalent to subduing 1 6th rank demon king and 13 5th rank demon kings. No, more than that. The Ghost King's gaze shifted to He Mu and He Hu beside him. There were probably 15 5th rank demon kings. He turned to Yao Lao. Thank you for your trouble, Yao Lao. Yao Lao nodded. The first matter was settled, now it was time for the second. Once these matters were concluded, he would return to the Dupo Kangxing world to complete his own tasks. Han Feng, my good disciple, your master is coming soon. Wait for me. Shrink your bodies a little, the old alchemist said to the 13 demon kings. Their bodies were far too enormous. He would have to open a 10-Janhai spatial passage and use a vast amount of spatial power to protect them. It was too troublesome. Protecting these 13 demon kings consumed more spatial power than protecting 1,000 people. The 13 demon kings exchanged glances, then looked at the beast god. Transform into humans. After the beast god gave the order, the 13 demon kings transformed into 13 humans. The old alchemist nodded, raised his hand, and punched, instantly shattering space. The beast god's eyelids twitched, his heart filled with shock. Space was shattered with a single punch. Just what kind of strength did this guy possess? His defeat was not unjust. He looked at the exquisite stone statue beside him, put it away, and took it with him to watch over Linglong every day. Elder Yao used his spatial power to pull the group in, and even though the beast god and the 13 demon kings instinctively tried to resist, it was all in vain. They had no ability to resist whatsoever and were forcibly dragged into the spatial passage. After Elder Yao and his group appeared at the Ghost King sect, White Tiger and Black Tortoise approached. White Tiger looked utterly aggrieved. He was supposed to be in charge of the southern frontier region, so why was Azure Dragon being sent there? Damn it! You all set aside a mountain for the Beast God. No one from the Ghost King sect is allowed to disturb him. Yes, Sect Master. This way, Lord Beast God. Beast God, keep an eye on your subordinates. Don't let them act recklessly or kill anyone. The Beast God nodded, saying nothing more, and simply followed Azure Dragon to a mountain peak. After the Azure Dragon departed, the Beast God took out Linglong's stone statue and placed it aside. Beast God, are we really going to listen to that Ghost King? The Beast God looked at Linglong's statue, deep in thought. Who was he? The Beast God, formed from the malevolent energy of heaven and earth. Besides Linglong, who dared to treat him like this? However, Linglong's resurrection did indeed require their help, and that Jiao Lao was very powerful. He was no match for him. Wait for Linglong to be resurrected. 10 years is only 10 years. I've waited over 1,000 years. What is a little time? As long as Linglong can be resurrected, everything is fine, but if we can't? The 13 demon kings lowered their heads, not daring to say anything more. They knew the Beast God's temper best. If they delayed his plans, they would surely die. Yes, Beast God. Blackwood and Black Tiger were overjoyed. Linglong could be resurrected. That was wonderful. Black Tiger followed the Beast God to constantly monitor him and prevent him from harming the common people. Since Elder Yao has the ability to deal with the Beast God, then he will keep an eye on the Beast God for Elder Yao. Even Black Tiger can see through the Beast God's intentions. How could Zhao Chen and the others not? Brother Ghost King, if anything happens, contact me. This Beast God isn't as honest as he seems. Thank you, Elder Yao, I know. He is the Beast God, but with Linglong in my hands, he won't dare to act recklessly. They say 10 years, but I estimate I'll reach the 6th rank in less than a year. Then the Beast God won't be a problem. It's good that you understand. White Tiger, is everything arranged? Have you notified the demonic sect? If everything is ready, then head straight to the Azure Cloud sect. Above the Ghost King sect, numerous magical artifact ships floated in the air, with most of the Ghost King sect disciples aboard. This time, the Ghost King wanted to make a big show of it, to let everyone know. He, the Ghost King, is going to the Azure Cloud sect. In this battle, he vows to conquer all the sects. He'll elevate the Ghost King sect to the position of uncrowned king. In the entire world of Jade Dynasty, there can only be one voice, the voice of the Ghost King. No one can stop his advance. On the leading flying boat, the Ghost King, Yao Lao, Guyu, the Beast God, and others stood gazing into the distance. With a command from the Ghost King, all the flying boats flew towards the Qingyun sect. Spies from the surrounding sects witnessed the scene and quickly relayed the news back to their respective sections. The leaders of the Hehuan sect, Changshanghal, and Wanda sect, the 3 demonic sects, frowned deeply upon receiving the news. They couldn't understand what the Ghost King meant. Did he really think that his Ghost King sect alone could wipe out all the righteous sects? It was ridiculous. After much thought, they finally came to one conclusion. The Ghost King was forcing them to take action. With the destruction of Tianyan Temple, the combined strength of the 4 major demonic sects should now surpass that of the righteous sects. After all, including Tianyan Temple, the demonic sect was only evenly matched with the righteous sects before. Now is indeed a good opportunity to eliminate the righteous sects. But the Qingyun sect isn't so easy to defeat. With the immortal slaughtering sword formation activated, who can withstand it? That Ghost King is cunning and calculating. He couldn't have overlooked this. Unless, he has a way to deal with the immortal slaughtering sword. Is there an inside man? What if the Qingyun sect really is destroyed? Wouldn't all those resources end up in the Ghost King sect's pocket? They've already obtained resources from the Tianyan Temple. If they get resources from the Qingyun sect as well, wouldn't the Ghost King sect crush them? No way. We still have to go to the Qingyun sect to check. The 3 sect leaders discussed it and immediately led their men, following the Ghost King sect's lead, towards the Qingyun sect. Regardless of whether the Ghost King sect can defeat the Qingyun sect, it's better to stay on the ground. Chapter 235 Qingyun Sect Meeting. The Ghost King arrives. In the world of Jade Dynasty, there stretches of mountains for hundreds of miles, including 7 towering peaks that pierce the clouds. Dense forests cover the mountains, with ancient trees reaching for the sky. The scenery is like a fairyland, with cascading waterfalls and rare and exotic beasts. This is Qingyun Mountain, home to the world-renowned Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect comprises 7 branches, represented by those 7 peaks. They are Tongtian Peak, Longshao Peak, Fenghui Peak, Chaoyang Peak, Loxia Peak, Dazu Peak, and Xiazu Peak. The leaders of these 7 branches are all top-tier masters in the world. Besides the Jade Dynasty sword, the Qingyun sect also possesses a guardian spirit beast, the Water Kylan. The Qingyun sect is renowned throughout the world for its Jade Dynasty sword formation, and is the leader of the righteous path, having saved countless lives from peril on numerous occasions. However, a recent event has not only enraged the Qingyun sect but also plunged the world into fear and unease. The Tianyin Temple, one of the three major righteous sects, was annihilated by the Ghost King sect, a demonic cult. This is the first time the Qingyun sect has suffered such a devastating massacre since its inception, and one of the perpetrators was a sect of similar stature. The Ghost King sect's actions have stirred up a hornet's nest among the righteous sects. All the righteous sects, regardless of size, have gathered at the Qingyun sect, determined to demand an explanation from the Ghost King sect. If the Tianyin Temple could be wiped out so easily, what about the other sects? Could they be wiped out any day now? This righteous gathering, spearheaded by the Qingyun sect and the Fengxiang Valley, unites all the righteous sects of the land, with the sole purpose of eliminating the Ghost King sect. Let the world know that good will never triumph over evil. They had been discussing for many days, planning to travel to the Ghost King sect together soon, but who knew that before they even set off, the Ghost King sect had arrived first. Dao Xian sat in the main seat, with Yun Yulan, the Valley Master of Burning Incense Valley, sitting beside him. What do you all think of this matter? The Ghost King sect actually dared to attack the Azure Cloud sect directly. It's truly unexpected. What's wrong with the Ghost King sect lately? First they destroyed the Heavenly Sound Temple, and now, knowing that the Azure Cloud sect has gathered all the righteous forces, they still dare to attack us. Are they courting death? Could there be some kind of trap? How the Ghost King sect destroyed the Heavenly Sound Temple is still debatable. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Sound Temple's strength is no less than the Ghost King sect's. How could they have been wiped out without our aid? Previously, the leaders of the Longevity Hall, the Joyous Union sect, and the Myriad Poison sect all went to the Ghost King sect and left in anger. They must have failed to reach an agreement. Does the Ghost King sect really believe that one sect can defeat all the righteous forces? Could it be that the Ghost King has truly broken through, reaching a new level of strength, which is why he dares to be so arrogant? Since the Ghost King sect wants to fight, then let's fight. Are we afraid of them? Since they dare to come, we should be prepared for a one-way trip. Dao Xian looked at Yun Yulan beside him and asked, Valley Master Yun, what are your thoughts? Yun Yulan stroked his beard, his mind preoccupied with other matters. He had been secretly plotting to resurrect the beast god, but recently, a sudden change occurred. 2 sacred artifacts had gone missing. It was known that 5 sacred artifacts were needed to resurrect the beast god. Now that the artifacts were gone, how could he resurrect the beast god? Without the beast god, how could he become the undisputed leader of the world? Dao Xian suddenly asked Yun Yulan, whose hand paused, and he looked at everyone. There's really nothing to discuss. The Ghost King sect is already on its way. This battle is unavoidable, and we can't avoid it. No matter what methods the Ghost King has, with so many of us here today, are we afraid of a mere Ghost King sect? The Ghost King thinks he can shake all the righteous sects with his own strength? He's overestimating himself. Moreover, this is the Azure Cloud sect. Once Dao Xian Genren unleashes his immortal slaughtering sword formation, let alone the Ghost King sect, even the other 3 sects would die. So, let's wait and see. As Yun Yulan finished speaking, the disciples of the Incense Valley below began to echo her sentiments. Yes, this is the Qingyun sect. Our immortal slaughtering sword formation is renowned throughout the world. The Ghost King is courting death by coming here. I think we don't even need to lift a finger. The immortal slaughtering sword alone can annihilate them. That's right. How could we forget the immortal slaughtering sword? The Qingyun sect is the leader of the righteous path. Destroying the Ghost King sect would be a piece of cake. We're worrying unnecessarily. With the immortal slaughtering sword, that mere demonic sect can be slain with a flick of the wrist. Dao Xian Genren's face darkened. This Yun Yulan was still as shameless as before. This is a matter for all the righteous sects, not just the Qingyun sect. How did it turn into the Qingyun sect making the move while you all reap the benefits from the rear? Not a chance. Rest assured, everyone. Unleash your fury and annihilate these demonic cultists. If necessary, I will unleash the immortal execution sword to slay the Ghost King. The Ghost King sect will perish today. Outside Qingyun Gate, several flying boats rapidly approached in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the boats had stopped outside the gate. The numerous righteous cultivators and everyone from Qingyun Gate were all prepared for battle. On Dazu Peak, Tian Bai'ai instructed his disciples. Be smart, everyone. If you encounter someone strong, run. Your life is the most important thing. 7th brother, especially you haven't been a disciple for long. Find a place to hide and don't wander off. Zhang Xiaofan nodded blankly, looking at the sky, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. His village had been destroyed by the demonic path. It's a pity his strength is too weak, otherwise he would definitely kill a few demonic cultists. Tian Bai'ai sighed and glanced at Zhang Xiaofan. He already knew about the situation in Grass Temple Village. As the leader of the righteous path, the Qingyun sect must have sent people to investigate the massacre of Tianyin Temple. The Ghost King had mentioned this in front of many mortals, and the Qingyun sect had immediately found out. All 7 chief disciples knew about Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu's ordeal, but they hadn't told them. After all, Tianyan Temple had been wiped out, everyone was dead. Saying more would be useless, it was better not to tell them. Beside Zhang Xiaofan, Tianlinger patted his shoulder and whispered, "With your senior sister here, I'll protect you." A warmth flashed through Zhang Xiaofan's heart, and he nodded. "Let's go." Tian Baiai led his disciples into the sky. In the distance, the other 6 peaks sent out a large number of disciples, at least 100 at a glance. Only Dazu Peak, including the chief disciple, had less than 10 people. The disciples of the 7 peaks gathered together, and Dao Xian and Yun Yulan also flew forward and stood in front of the crowd. The flying boats slowly approached, and the Ghost King, seeing the familiar faces, smiled. "This day has finally arrived. After today, the entire world belongs to my Ghost King sect. I, the Ghost King, will become the uncrowned king. Ha ha ha. Dao Xian Genren, Valley Master Yun, long time no see." The Ghost King's voice echoed from the flying boat, resounding powerfully throughout the surrounding mountains. Chapter 236 Spreading Rumors. Dao Xian's Curiosity. On a mountain peak outside Qingyun Gate, Yu Yangzi, the sect leader of Changsheng Hall, Samiao Ferry, the sect leader of Hehuan sect, and Du Shen, the sect leader of Wanda sect, stood side by side, gazing at Qingyun Gate from afar. Du Shen frowned deeply. He truly couldn't understand the Ghost King's intentions. The 3 of them hadn't concealed their auras. The Ghost King should have been able to sense them. But the Ghost King seemed completely unconcerned, flying directly to Qingyun Gate. What is the Ghost King's scheme? He didn't even invite us. Does he really intend to use the Ghost King sect to overthrow all the righteous sects? Yu Yangzi sneered, his words filled with dissatisfaction with the Ghost King. Humph. Ridiculous. I think he's lost his mind from cultivation. With just his Ghost King sect, he thinks he can destroy all the righteous sects? He can't even handle Qingyun Gate. Samiao Ferry sighed, looking at the Ghost King dressed in black, and licked her lips. What a waste of the Ghost King's handsome appearance, to be wasted under the immortal execution sword formation. I'd rather have enjoyed it first. The 3 watched the Ghost King silently, their hearts far from calm. If the Ghost King died, could their sect still withstand the righteous forces? The righteous forces losing Tianyan Temple shouldn't be a problem for our demonic sect losing the Ghost King sect, right? Sigh. What is this Ghost King doing? The 3 asked themselves honestly, could they really just watch the Ghost King die here? The answer was, of course, no. Even if Yu Yangzi disliked the Ghost King sect and the Ghost King himself, he wouldn't let the Ghost King die so in vain. Even if he died, it should have some value, like destroying the immortal execution sword. But he knew in his heart that this was utterly impossible. Therefore, the only thing they could do was stay here and watch the situation, rescuing the Ghost King if necessary. No matter how unwilling, you must save him. In the sky, Dao Xian Genren glared angrily at the Ghost King in the distance, and said furiously, "Ghost King, you dare to come to my Qingyun sect? You won't leave today. Stay and pay for the lives of the many eminent monks of Tianyan Temple." The Ghost King sneered, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Humph, eminent monks? Which eminent monk are you talking about? Is it the Venerable Pukan who almost killed my 7-year-old daughter? Or the Venerable Pazi who slaughtered an entire village of ordinary people for his own selfish desires?" The Ghost King's voice was undisguised, echoing throughout the entire Qingyun mountain. Zhang Xiaofan on Dazu Peak and Lin Jingyu on Longshao Peak were both stunned upon hearing this. Master Pazi? Slaughtered an entire village of ordinary people? Impossible. Master Pazi would never do such a thing. Zhang Xiaofan roared angrily towards the sky, it must be a lie. The bloodthirsty bead in his arms emitted faint red light, making Zhang Xiaofan's eyes turn somewhat bloodshot. Beside him, Tianlinger pulled Zhang Xiaofan, comforting him. "Xiaofan, don't listen to the nonsense of those demonic cultists. It's definitely fake. Master Pazi is one of the 4 holy monks of Tianyan Temple, how could he kill ordinary people?" Hearing Tianlinger's words, Zhang Xiaofan felt slightly calmer. Yes, Master Pazi is a holy monk, how could he massacre Grass Temple Village? On Dragon Head Peak, Lin Jingyu clenched his fists. The night before the massacre of Grass Temple Village, only Pazi was there. Could it really be him? Dao Xian Genren snorted coldly. Even if he knew about this, he would never admit it. Anyway, everyone from Tianyan Temple was dead. If they were alive, they might admit it, but Qingyun sect wasn't Tianyan Temple. Humph, you demonic cultist. You're clearly framing Tianyan Temple, trying to use this opportunity to eliminate them. Stop spreading your lies. Ghost King interrupted Dao Xian Genren directly. He didn't believe Dao Xian Genren didn't know about this. Don't you want to know what this so-called holy monk Pazi is plotting against your Qingyun sect? Even a holy monk who is always compassionate has gone on a killing spree. Aren't you curious about his motives? Dao Xian Genren's tone faltered. Did he want to know? Of course he wanted to know. But he had just said that Ghost King was spreading lies. Now he wanted to hear what the other party had to say? Wasn't that a contradiction? But this matter was stuck in his mind, he couldn't get over it. He had examined Lin Jingyu and Zhang Xiaofan several times, but found nothing. He truly had no idea what Pazi was plotting. The Ghost King, seeing Dao Xianzhenren's expression, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. If you want to know, why not bring the parties involved up here? Some things are better discussed face to face, aren't they? Tian Bai'ai and Kangsong Daoran's expressions changed. Discussing these things in front of the two children was like reopening old wounds. Kangsong Daoran was dissatisfied with Dao Xianzhenren, but he still cared deeply for his disciple, Lin Jingyu. Lin Jingyu possessed exceptional talent. One day, he might even inherit his dragon head peak. Tian Bai'ai, especially concerned for his disciple, quickly said, "Senior brother master, don't listen to the nonsense of those demonic cultists. There are so many righteous people here." Kangsong Daoran glanced at the Ghost King, his brow furrowing. The other party hadn't even looked at him. Everything was arranged, a coordinated attack from within and without. Now they've come knocking, and I'm standing right next to Dao Xian. A single glance from the Ghost King is enough for me to act. Why haven't they made any move? Should we make a move? The Ghost King frowned as he watched Kangsong Daoist slowly approach Dao Xian. He wanted to crush these righteous cultivators fair and square. How could he let Kangsong Daoist get hurt? He glared fiercely at Kangsong, signaling him to stop. Kangsong hesitated, clearly understanding the Ghost King's meaning. Despite his inner confusion, he stopped. Dao Xianzhenren was preoccupied with the Tianyan temple matter and obviously didn't notice, but Zhang Shicheng, standing nearby, did, giving Kangsong a meaningful look. "It's alright, just the ravings of a demonic cultist. It won't hurt to listen. Come on, bring Zhang Xiaofan from Dazu Peak and Lin Jingyu from Longshao Peak up here. I want to see how he's going to frame Tianyan temple for such an outrageous act." Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu trembled upon hearing this. The village they were talking about really was Grass Temple Village. Zhang Xiaofan still believed the demonic cult was framing them, but Lin Jingyu sensed something different. The sect leader's behavior didn't match his words. Instead, it seemed he wanted to know what Pazi was plotting against King Yin sect. Rather than wanting to see how the demonic sect would frame Tianyan temple, the sect leader wanted to extract more specific information from the demonic sect. Lin Jingyu's face darkened, and he flew into the sky with a disciple. Also with him was Zhang Xiaofan from Dazu Peak. Zhang Xiaofan glared angrily at the Ghost King sect. He still believed that the demonic sect had massacred Grass Temple Village. Everything they were saying now was just a frame-up. Chapter 237 The Bloodthirsty Beat appears. The ridiculous righteous path. The Ghost King scrutinized Zhang Xiaofan, sizing him up. Is this the future top expert of the immortal execution world? He still looks so young and inexperienced. Judging by his appearance, he seems to know nothing. Zhang Xiaofan, hand over the bloodthirsty pearl. It should be on you. Zhang Xiaofan was startled and instinctively looked at his chest. You, what are you saying? What bloodthirsty pearl? Everyone around him was shocked, staring at Zhang Xiaofan with astonishment. The bloodthirsty pearl? The black-hearted old man's magic weapon? Isn't that a treasure of the demonic sect? How could it be in the hands of a junior from the Qingyan sect? That's right, judging by his almost non-existent cultivation, how could he possibly have the bloodthirsty pearl? Has the Ghost King gone mad? Tian Bai'ai roared, stepping in front of Zhang Xiaofan. Ghost King, you're supposed to be the head of a sect, yet you slander a mere child like this. It's utterly shameful. Seventh brother is just a mortal, without even cultivation. How could he possibly possess the bloodthirsty bead? The Ghost King laughed, seeing Zhang Xiaofan's panicked eyes. What, are you still going to cover for Pazi? You should know that Pazi killed everyone in your Grass Temple village. Impossible. Master Pazi wouldn't do such a thing. Zhang Xiaofan was filled with rage, and the bloodthirsty bead on his chest flashed again. This time, everyone's eyes were on Zhang Xiaofan. There's a demonic aura. This child actually has a demonic aura. Could he really possess the bloodthirsty bead? Tian Bai'ai looked incredulous. He was right in front of Zhang Xiaofan and clearly sensed the demonic aura. The surrounding area was filled with righteous experts, all extremely sensitive to demonic auras. Even the slightest trace was detected by them. You really have the bloodthirsty bead. Tian Bai'ai was utterly dejected. He trusted his disciple so much, never expecting him to be a member of the demonic path. Master, he does indeed have the bloodthirsty bead, given to him by Pazi. And not only that, Pazi taught him something else. To ensure Zhang Xiaofan could successfully join the Qingyan sect, he slaughtered everyone in Grass Temple Village. As for what he taught him, Dao Xianzhenren, you should already know the answer. The Ghost King spoke slowly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaofan. He was contemplating whether to save Zhang Xiaofan or let him perish. Dao Xian would absolutely not spare Zhang Xiaofan. Having mastered both the Great Brahma Prajna and the Taiji Xianqing Dao, possessing two top-tier techniques, how could Dao Xian let him live? You must remember, Tianyin Temple may be gone, but some of its members still survive. Not everyone was wiped out by the Ghost King sect while they were at Tianyin Temple. Some members of Tianyin Temple escaped the calamity while traveling outside. Master Daoxuan, this demonic cultist not only destroyed our Tianyin Temple, but also tries to add to our sins. We beg Master Daoxuan to do us justice. Several bald monks, their eyes bloodshot, glared angrily at the Ghost King. They were among the few survivors of the calamity from Tianyin Temple. Daoxuan glanced at Zhang Xiaofan with a deep, unsettling gaze, his mind seemingly lost in thought. The Ghost King's words reminded him of the events that occurred a few days before the destruction of Grass Temple Village. Puzi came to him, saying he wanted to understand the commonalities between Taiji Xianqing Dao and Dafan Prajna, and wanted to see Taiji Xianqing Dao. How could that be? Daoxuan refused on the spot. Not long after Puzi left, something happened in Grass Temple Village. Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu took the opportunity to join the Qingyun sect. Zhang Xiaofan, did you learn the Dafan Prajna divine skill from the holy monk Puzi? Zhang Xiaofan was startled, his heart immediately filled with panic. How did the sect leader know? He had promised the holy monk Puzi that he wouldn't tell. You unfilial disciple. The sect leader is asking you a question. If you don't know, say you don't. Speak. Tian Bai'ai roared angrily, getting angry at Zhang Xiaofan's unruly appearance. Lin Jingyu, through the conversation of the group, had already grasped the general outline of what had happened. He went to Zhang Xiaofan's side and patted him on the shoulder. Xiaofan, look at me. Did Puzi tell you something to keep it a secret? He gave you the bloodthirsty pearl and the great Brahma Prajna technique, didn't he? Zhang Xiaofan looked at Lin Jingyu, his eyes filled with conflict. Alright, I know. How ridiculous, how utterly ridiculous. Lin Jingyu roared, tears streaming from his eyes. So, to allow Xiaofan to cultivate the great Brahma Prajna and Taiji Xianqing Dao, Puzi passed the great Brahma Prajna to Xiaofan, then killed everyone in Grass Temple Village. That way, the Qingyun sect would definitely take us both in. Is this what they call a holy monk? Is this the righteous path? Zhang Xiaofan suddenly raised his head, looking at Lin Jingyu. No, it can't be like this. Master Puzi wouldn't do such a thing. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes gradually turned red, and the light from the bloodthirsty pearl burst forth, enveloping him. Master Puzi wouldn't do this. No way. No way. Tian Bai'ai was startled and immediately acted, taking the bloodthirsty bead from Zhang Xiaofan's chest and sealing it with his magic. He then knocked Zhang Xiaofan unconscious to prevent him from overwhelmed with grief. Dao Xian looked at Zhang Xiaofan, pondering whether or not to kill him. Zhang Xiaofan knew he had learned the great Brahma Prajna and even entered the Qingyun sect, yet he concealed this information clearly. Something was amiss. Tian Bai'ai looked at Dao Xian's expression, feeling uneasy. Seventh brother is still just a child. Senior brother headmaster, please don't let demonic cultivators cloud your judgment. Dao Xian Genren took a deep breath and nodded. Ghost King, cease your nonsense. The holy monk Puzi has saved countless lives, how could he do such a thing? Today, we will surely kill you to avenge the monks of Tianyin Temple. Lin Jingyu looked at everything before him, suddenly feeling utterly disappointed. Was this what they called the righteous path? Even knowing what Tianyin Temple had done, they still blamed the demonic sect, shouting slogans of exterminating demons. How laughable. In his eyes, the so-called righteous path and the demonic path were essentially the same. The Ghost King reached out, stopping Dao Xian Genren. You want to kill me? Coincidentally, I also want to conquer your righteous path. How about this, let's have a competition, best 2 out of 3. The righteous sects will choose 3, and I will choose 3 here, then we'll fight. If you win, I will commit suicide on the spot. But you've lost. From now on, all your sects must obey my Ghost King sect. My Ghost King sect will become the leader of both the righteous and demonic paths. Well, do you dare accept this challenge? This will also prevent infighting among disciples and avoid massive casualties. Dao Xian Genren, you righteous sects can discuss this. I await your reply. After speaking, the Ghost King turned and returned to the flying boat, leaving the righteous sects completely bewildered. Chapter 238 Best 2 out of 3. A Vow from Heaven. Dao Xian was somewhat bewildered. So hasty? Best of 3 rounds to decide everything? What was the Ghost King doing? Could it be that his strength had truly broken through? But a breakthrough only applies to one person. He glanced at Yun Yulan beside him, who was staring at a figure on the opposite flying boat with a look of suspicion and uncertainty. Dao Xian also glanced at him and noticed that Yun Yulan was staring at a handsome and alluring man. Although described as a man, he gave off a feminine aura. Valley Master Yun knows that person? Even if the Ghost King is strong, he's only one person. In a best-of-3 series, they must have another powerful figure. Yun Yulan felt a chill run down his spine. How could that person look so much like the southern border witch Linglong? He had always wanted to resurrect the beast god, and of course, he had researched everything related to the beast god. As a key figure, he certainly knew what Linglong looked like. He knew that the location of Burning Incense Valley was the very spot where Linglong had used the 8 Desolate Profound Fire Array to summon the 8 Desolate Fire Dragons. He had studied the 8 Desolate Profound Fire formation for many years, yet he still couldn't summon the 8 Desolate Fire Dragon. Legend had it that the 8 Desolate Fire Dragon was incredibly powerful, even capable of slaying beast gods, and stronger than the immortal Slaughtering Sword formation. Now, a man who looked remarkably like Linglong had suddenly appeared opposite him, and given the disappearance of 2 sacred artifacts, he couldn't help but suspect a connection between the man and the beast god. No, impossible. It's definitely not the beast god. If it were the beast god, why would the Ghost King need to hold any competition? Best 2 out of 3. He could just sweep through and wipe us out. Yun Yulan kept reassuring himself, but his anxiety only intensified. Valley Master Yun? What is it? Valley Master Yun keeps staring at that person. Do you perhaps know him? No, I just think he looks familiar, like a powerful figure from the southern frontier. Dao Xian was shocked. A powerful figure from the southern frontier. 1 Ghost King, 1 powerful figure, 2 powerful figures in total. Does the Ghost King believe these 2 can defeat everyone here? Valley Master Yun, do you think the Ghost King's best-of-3 match is necessary? Yun Yulan sighed, glancing at those around him. Whether it's necessary or not isn't important. The problem is everyone wants it this way. Best of 3, at most 3 people will die, but if it really comes to a fight, more than half of the people here will die. If you were one of them, what would you choose? Dao Xian was speechless for a moment. Yes, the Ghost King's offer was the best option. Now we need to find 3 more people. 1 for you, 1 for me, but we're still short 1. The Ghost King has himself, and the sect leaders of the other 3 sects are not far away. They have far more people than us. Yun Yulan looked at the distant mountain peaks. Yu Yangzi and the other 2 were there. This battle was unavoidable no matter what. The grudges between the righteous and demonic paths had actually been tied up in a single match. Fortunately, the match is being held at King Yun's sect's home ground. With the Zuxian sword formation, they're guaranteed a win in this round. They just need to win the next one. It's a pity that the Suanhuo mirror was hidden by that damned fox, otherwise, this round would be a sure victory. It's alright, I have another powerful expert here. A glint of light flashed in Dao Xian's eyes. He wasn't the only one in the entire King Yun sect capable of wielding the Zuxian sword. Ghost King, your demonic words are like farts. How can I believe you? A smile crept across the Ghost King's lips. He knew Dao Xian would agree. It's simple. You and I will simultaneously swear an oath to the heavenly Dao. If I fail, I will commit suicide on the spot, and the Ghost King sect will immediately disband. But if I win, your King Yun sect in Fengxiang Valley will henceforth submit to me. My word is law. As for the other minor sects, if your 2 sects don't know what's good for them, then they have no reason to exist. An oath to the heavenly Dao? The world of Zhu Xian is a world of cultivation. Oaths to the heavenly Dao are not to be sworn lightly. Breaking an oath to the heavenly Dao can result in anything from a lifetime of stagnant cultivation to being struck by lightning and reduced to ashes. Dao Xian and Yun Yulan exchanged a glance. Both were quite confident in their strength. Besides, they had already come this far. There was no turning back. Using the Immortal Execution Sword twice will guarantee victory. If the Immortal Execution Sword is used, the consequences of not even starting the match will be far more dire, with even more deaths. Alright, as you wish. Let's begin. I, Wanren Wang, the sect master of the Ghost King sect, swear to the heavenly Dao that this match against the righteous path will be best 2 out of 3. If I lose, I will immediately commit suicide, my soul annihilated. If I break this oath, may I be struck by 5 thunderbolts and killed on the spot, never to be reincarnated. Boom! A thunderclap resounded from the sky, signifying the fulfillment of the heavenly Dao's oath. If the Ghost King breaks his oath, he will be struck dead by heavenly lightning on the spot. Dao Xian's lips curled into a smile. The Ghost King certainly didn't know that someone from the King Yun sect could also use the Immortal Execution Sword formation. The Ghost King thought he was invincible, but in reality, he had already lost. I, Dao Xian, the sect master of King Yun sect, swear to the heavenly Dao that I will compete against the Ghost King sect in a best-of-3 match. If I lose, the entire King Yun sect will obey the Ghost King's orders. Anyone who breaks this oath will be struck by lightning and killed on the spot, never to be reincarnated. The Ghost King glanced at Dao Xian speechlessly. Playing these petty tricks? Even if you die, King Yun's sect will still disobey me. Oh well, once Elder Yao withstands the immortal slaughtering sword formation, even the most foolish King Yun sect won't court death. All eyes turned to Yun Yulan, who was somewhat conflicted. Even though he was very confident in his strength, he hesitated now. What if he didn't win? Why did Dao Xian make the oath so quickly? Isn't this putting him in a very difficult position? He still wants Fengxiang Valley to become the leader of the righteous path. If he loses, wouldn't he be losing Fengxiang Valley as well? Sigh, well, it's the way things are. I can only hope Dao Xian is confident. I, Yun Yulan, the Valley Master of Burning Incense Valley, swear to the Heavenly Dao that I will compete against the Ghost King sect in a best-of-3 series. If I lose, everyone in Burning Incense Valley will obey the Ghost King's orders. Anyone who breaks this oath will be struck by lightning and killed on the spot, never to be reincarnated. The Ghost King smiled upon seeing this. That works. The righteous path has won. On the other side of the mountain, Yu Yangzi and his 2 companions breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the oath of the Ghost King and his group. It seems the Ghost King is quite clever. Best of 3, even with the immortal execution sword, Dao Xian can only win 1 round. As long as he defeats Yun Yulan, that's enough. There are 4 of us, and only 2 of them. It seems we just need to wait for the Ghost King to come and invite us. If the Ghost King takes over both sects, have you considered the consequences? His intentions are far from simple. Does he want to conquer both the righteous and demonic paths and become the uncrowned king? Yu Yangzi's eyes flickered. The Ghost King is truly cunning. Chapter 239 Yu Yangzi's little intentions. A show of force. To keep him alive, we must help him win the competition. By helping him win, he will rise above both the righteous and demonic paths. That Ghost King not only schemed against the righteous path, but he even schemed against the 3 of us from the demonic sects. Truly worthy of being called the Ghost King. Upon hearing Yu Yangzi's words, the 3 Wonders Fairy and the Poison God also realized what was happening, their expressions turning grim. They didn't want the Ghost King to die, much less become an uncrowned king, reigning supreme over both the righteous and demonic paths. Rather than letting the Ghost King remain high above, it's better for him to die. Anyway, only the Ghost King will die. The elite troops of the Ghost King sect around him are still alive. If the Ghost King comes looking for them, they might even deliberately lose a match. The 3 exchanged glances, each with their own hidden thoughts. At this moment, a figure flew in from the sky. It was Qinglong. 3 sect masters, our sect master, Ghost King, requests your presence. The 3 nodded knowingly. They had indeed come. They were curious to see how Ghost King would persuade them to participate. Yu Yangzi and the other 2 flew onto the first flying boat, landing in front of Ghost King and his group. Ghost King, what a show of power. A decisive battle with the righteous path, best 2 out of 3. I'd like to see where you're going to find your other 2. Yu Yangzi immediately launched into a sarcastic remark, then looked at Yao Chen and the other 2 beside him. There were 4 seats on the flying boat, 1 for Ghost King, 1 for Yao Chen, 1 for Guyu, and 1 for Beast God. To Ghost King's left were Yao Chen and Guyu, and to his right was Beast God. But Yu Yangzi, assuming the seats were reserved for the 3 sect masters, looked at Beast God with disdain. Poison God and Fairy San Miao, standing nearby, were also somewhat displeased. Were these seats given to just anyone? These 3 guys were completely unfamiliar, who knew where these weaklings came from, yet they dared to sit in his position. However, of the 3, Yu Yangzi had the worst temper. He directly berated the Beast God. Get out of my way. Is this a place for you? Ghost King, your subordinates are becoming increasingly reckless. Yu Yangzi immediately attacked, striking the Beast God with a palm strike, showing no respect to the Ghost King. The Ghost King raised his hand, not only not stopping him, but also creating a protective barrier on the flying boat, blocking Dao Xian and Yun Yulan's view. The Beast God looked up, calmly observing Yu Yangzi's attack. Several wisps of black energy appeared before his eyes, instantly deflecting the attack. Can I kill him? The Ghost King was utterly speechless. Was Yu Yangzi out of his mind? Attacking the Beast God right off the bat. Cut off his arm, spare his life, he's still useful. Yu Yangzi was amused by the Ghost King's words. Did he really think this guy could defeat him just because he blocked his casual attack? He had intended to give the Ghost King a warning, but he was being underestimated. I'll see how you manage to cut off my arm. Before he could finish speaking, the Poison God suddenly felt a sharp pain, and then the arm that had launched the attack was severed. Yu Yangzi stared blankly at the severed arm, shrouded in a black gas. There was no blood, only an intense stinging pain. He instinctively took 2 steps back. The 3 Wonders Fairy and the Poison God beside him were shocked and quickly drew their magical treasures. Ghost King, what are you trying to do? The righteous path is still watching from outside. Do you want to start fighting amongst yourselves? The Ghost King shook his head and slowly said, I don't want infighting. I only invited you up to watch the competition. Who knew Yu Yangzi would have such a temper, attacking the Beast God right away? You should be grateful I'm here, otherwise all 3 of you would be dead. Alright, go to the back and stand there and watch the competition properly. Watch me climb step by step to the top and become the leader of both the righteous and demonic paths. The 3 wonderful fairies, Yu Yangzi, and the poison god all fell silent. Yu Yangzi picked up his arm, not daring to say another word. That guy could cut off his arm, and he could cut off his head. He couldn't even react in time. What kind of powerhouse was this? No wonder the Ghost King has been so arrogant lately, he's found a powerful figure. He then looked at the other two. These two must be quite strong too. The three walked behind the Ghost King, not daring to ask for chairs, and whispered among themselves, still shaken. Yu Yangzi, what's going on? Your arm. Damn it, it can't be reattached. There's a special energy at the breakpoint, it has to be removed before it can be reattached. This guy is too strong. Was it careless, or? No, I wasn't careless, I just didn't react in time. That guy's strength is incredibly strong. Extremely strong. Beast God, do you know this person? Never heard of him. Could the destruction of Tianyin Temple be related to him? Most likely, no wonder the Ghost King has become so high profile lately. What do we do? Are we just going to watch the Ghost King unify the righteous and demonic paths? What else can we do? The three of us are evenly matched. If he could kill Yu Yangzi instantly, he could kill us instantly, let alone two of us. Let's wait and see. I thought he called us here to ask for our help, but now I realize how ridiculous that is. He doesn't need our help at all. Sigh. The Ghost King's lips curled slightly upward. If he hadn't entered the Myriad Realms Tower, how could he have ever been so powerful? The three sect leaders of the demonic cult could only stand behind him, like his subordinates. Beast God, Elder Yao, Master Guyu, who's going for the first round? I reckon Yun Yulan will go first on the other side, and Dao Xian's immortal slaughtering sword formation will probably be last. Yu Yangzi and the other two pricked up their ears, listening to the Ghost King's words. The other two are Elder Yao and Master Guyu? Judging from their names, they seem stronger than Beast God. The reason is simple, Beast God is a name, while Elder Yao and Master Guyu are clearly titles of respect. The fact that they address the powerful Beast God by his name while using respectful titles for the other two makes it obvious who is stronger. Beast God looked at Yun Yulan, seemingly thinking of something, and a smile appeared on his face. Yun Yulan, Incense Valley? Hey Mew, the guy who contacted you before, planning to resurrect me, was also from Incense Valley, right? Yes. Lord Beast God, Incense Valley has also been trying to resurrect you. Moreover, the location of Incense Valley is the very spot where Her Majesty summoned the 8 Desolate Fire Dragon. The 8 Desolate Fire Dragon? Then the mysterious Fire Mirror is also in Incense Valley? No, have you forgotten? The 9-tailed celestial fox once told you that after learning of the power of the Suanhuo Mirror, she mobilized her entire clan to seize it, but she was also trapped in Fengxiang Valley. Little White? After this matter is over, let's rescue Little White. It's been a long time since I've seen her. Since Fengxiang Valley has some connection to me, I'll take action. The Ghost King nodded. They mentioned the Suanhuo Mirror, and only then did the Ghost King remember. The Suanhuo Mirror is a treasure. It's no less powerful than the Zuxian sword. We must get it back from the 6-tailed celestial fox. Chapter 240 Yun Yulan's shock. The Beast God appears. Then it's settled. If Yun Yulan is the one making the move, then I'll leave it to you, Beast God. Elder Yao, Master Guyu, you two can step in later. The power of this immortal slaughtering sword formation is immense, you two can choose to act as you see fit. The Ghost King spoke to Elder Yao and Master Guyu beside him. He wouldn't make any arrangements for the two of them, it was up to their own wishes. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. That was the immortal slaughtering sword formation. How could the Ghost King describe it as just an ordinary small formation? Are Elder Yao and Master Guyu really that powerful? Everyone remained skeptical, including Yu Yangzi and his two companions. They knew best the power of the immortal slaughtering sword formation. While the Ghost King was discussing the order of appearance, the righteous path was also discussing theirs. Valley Master Yun, why don't you go first? If you win, I'll use the immortal execution sword, and we'll be victorious. We won't need to find a third person. If Dao Xian couldn't say it outright, he couldn't very well say that the opponent couldn't beat him and that he had a backup plan. Yun Yulan nodded, but for some reason, he had a bad feeling. It was inexplicable. Sect leader Dao Xian, Valley Master Yun, the future of our righteous path rests in your hands. Yes. Although we're a little nervous, we're counting on you. Go for it, Valley Master Yun. I'm not worried about sect leader Dao Xian having the immortal execution sword, at least he can win one battle. I'm just afraid. Bah! What nonsense! Valley Master Yun will definitely win. Dao Xian looked at the somewhat chaotic righteous path and couldn't help but sigh. After all, there were representatives from various sects, creating a noisy and chaotic scene, unlike the opposing demonic sect which only had the Ghost King sect, where the Ghost King's words carried absolute authority. These smaller sects claimed to listen to and follow him, but in reality, they were just a rabble. In the end, it all depended on themselves. Hopefully, Yun Yulan would win. If he won, everything would be fine. If he lost, they might have to call upon senior brother Juan. He really didn't want to call upon senior brother Juan unless absolutely necessary. Are you all ready? Who's going first? The Ghost King's voice rang out. Dao Xian looked at the Ghost King sect's flying boat. Since the 3 sect leaders of the demonic sect boarded, he hadn't been able to see what was happening inside, and he wondered what they had discussed. Ready. Let's begin. Thank you, Valley Master Yun. Yun Yulan nodded and flew off. I'll handle this first battle. Ghost King, why don't you go yourself? Otherwise, you might lose your life. The Ghost King's voice came from the flying boat, full of laughter. No need for Valley Master Yun to worry about that. Valley Master Yun should think about how to win this round first. Ha 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 ha. Yun Yulan frowned. Judging from the Ghost King's words, he was confident of victory even without personally taking action? If the other 3 sect leaders of the demonic sect hadn't broken through their limits, they shouldn't be a match for him. Could someone else have broken through? A young man slowly stepped out of the Ghost King sect's flying boat. Yun Yulan's expression changed drastically upon seeing him, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. This guy looked so much like Linglong. Seeing him reminded him of Linglong and the Beast God. Dao Xian and the other righteous cultivators were stunned by Yun Yulan's actions, especially Dao Xian, who had previously suspected Yun Yulan knew this guy. Sure enough, not only did he know him, but he seemed to be someone extraordinary. It seems senior brother Juan has no choice but to intervene. He had already given up hope. If the opponent were just a weakling, Yun Yulan wouldn't be acting this way. To scare Yun Yulan away, he must be a powerful figure. The Beast God raised an eyebrow at Yun Yulan's actions. You know me. Without waiting for Yun Yulan's reply, the Beast God shook his head again. No, you can't possibly know me. You know Linglong? Yun Yulan's expression changed drastically again, this time becoming extremely ugly. This guy really is related to Linglong. You, who are you? The Beast God slowly walked forward, and with each step he took, Yun Yulan took a step back. Me? Weren't you looking for me? You even wanted to help me escape, so why don't you recognize me now that I'm standing right in front of you? Yun Yulan's expression changed for the 3rd time. This time, not only did his face turn deathly pale, but his body began to tremble. You are the Beast God. Yun Yulan didn't want to be so pathetic, but the Beast God he knew was simply too powerful. So powerful that even with the immortal slaughtering sword formation, he wasn't sure he could win. He planned to release the Beast God by first luring it onto the 8 desolate profound fire formation, then using the profound fire mirror to summon the 8 desolate fire dragon before daring to revive the Beast God, precisely because he feared the Beast God would kill them all first. But the Ghost King actually released the Beast God first, and even dragged the Beast God to attack the righteous sects. Dao Xian frowned deeply. What was going on with Yun Yulan? Who was the Beast God? He glanced at Shangguan Ce, the second in command of Fengxiang Valley, and noticed that Shangguan Ce's face was also extremely pale and ashen, as if he were severely injured. Shangguan Ce, who is this Beast God? Shangguan Ce pursed his lips, unsure whether to speak. After all, this concerned Fengxiang Valley's grand plan. How could he reveal it so easily? Impossible. You absolutely cannot be the Beast God. How could the Beast God obey the Ghost King? Yun Yulan roared, launching a fierce attack. The moisture in the air was instantly squeezed out, a wave of heat swept in, and the entire sky was engulfed in flames, vast and powerful, reflecting a crimson light in everyone's eyes. Shangguan Ce muttered to himself. That's right. It's fake. He can't be the Beast God. Who is the Beast God? How could he be controlled by the Ghost King sect? The flames scorched everything around them, the temperature rising rapidly. Everyone felt parched and had no choice but to use their own power to shield themselves from the scorching heat. Yun Yulan unleashed a furious attack, going all out. The full power of the incense-burning jade scroll erupted, the red flames slowly turning orange, then yellow, and finally white. The white flames incinerated everything, forcing all the righteous cultivators to retreat hundreds of meters. Even Dao Xian stared at Yun Yulan in shock. Such power was overwhelming. In recent years, aside from trying to revive the Beast God, Yun Yulan had spent the rest of his time in seclusion, entrusting all matters, large and small, with an incense-burning valley to Shangguan Ce. If it weren't for the immense scale of the destruction of Tianyin Temple, he wouldn't have emerged from seclusion. His strength, honed through years of arduous training, had already achieved a breakthrough. Under Yun Yulan's control, white flames surged towards the Beast God. Yun Yulan dared not relax his guard in the slightest. If the opponent was truly the Beast God, these attacks would be like mere tickles. Only an attack at the level of the 8 desolate fire dragon could shake the Beast God. Not bad. You've got some merit. The Beast God's voice, indifferent yet tinged with admiration, rang out, and a black aura, accompanied by boundless malevolence, soared into the sky. The towering white flames were instantly swallowed by this black aura, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a sky full of black smoke. Everyone present stared in shock at this scene, speechless for a long time. Chapter 241 The Identity of the Beast God. Surrender. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Everyone held their breath, staring in shock at the Beast God. Just who was this guy? That was Yun Yulan, the Valley Master of Burning Incense Valley. He neutralized a full-force attack so easily? Just feeling it made them feel like they were about to die. Such a powerful attack was dealt with so casually by the Beast God. Dao Xian Genren's pupils constricted sharply. Even he couldn't have withstood such a move so easily. The Beast God. Who is he? Shangguan Ce trembled violently. It really was the Beast God. The Valley Master was no match for him. It really is him. The Beast God. Immortal and indestructible, the Beast God who almost destroyed the entire world. Dao Xian Genren abruptly turned to look at Shangguan Ce. Destroyed the entire world? You know his identity? Shangguan Ce took a deep breath and nodded in terror. The Beast God was already right in front of him. There was no point in hiding it anymore. In ancient times, there was an ancient witch clan in the southern frontier, incredibly powerful, especially the witches who served the witch god in each generation. During that era, a strange change occurred in the 10,000 mountains. A monster appeared. After the monster appeared, many poisonous miasmas arose in the 10,000 mountains, and wild beasts mutated, becoming beast-headed, humanoid monsters. They killed anyone they saw, dismembering and devouring them. After investigation, it was all the work of this monster. With its demonic magic, it could turn mountains into barren wastelands, rivers into venomous sap, and animals into monsters, such as bearmen, foxmen, and fishmen. This is the origin of those strange races in the southern frontier. Dao Xian Genren gasped. He knew how many such monsters roamed the 10,000 mountains. Too many. Many of these races were as powerful as sects. You mean, this monster is the Beast God? He's lived since ancient times? Shangguan Ce nodded and continued. Our Incense Valley consulted many records and finally discovered that the witch Ling Long of that era led the warriors of the witch clan to fight the Beast God. The witch clan was almost completely wiped out, but fortunately, they successfully sealed him in the 100,000 mountains. But we don't know why he was released and even allied with the Ghost King sect. Dao Xian Genren frowned deeply. Judging from Shangguan Ce's words, this Beast God didn't seem that strong. In the end, wasn't he sealed away anyway? He believed his strength wasn't much weaker than that so-called witch Ling Long. It sounds like the Beast God, besides living for so long, doesn't seem to have much else. Shangguan Ce glanced at Dao Xian Genren, a hint of disdain in his eyes. This is the Beast God. Ignorance is bliss. Our research into ancient history states that the Beast God was formed from the most malevolent and ferocious energy in the world, immortal and indestructible. Moreover, the ancient witch clan was unparalleled in strength, dominating all other forces. But in their attempt to kill the Beast God, they ultimately met such an end. A look of horror flashed in Dao Xian Genren's eyes. Immortal and indestructible. How could such a monster exist in this world? Formed from the most malevolent and ferocious energy in the world? The immortal execution sword also seems to possess a great deal of malevolent energy, which is why he cannot use it for long. The immortal execution sword, with just a trace of its ferocious aura, is already this powerful. How powerful must the Beast God, formed from the most ferocious aura in the world, be? No wonder Yun Yulan had that expression earlier. Was the Ghost King's visit solely because of the Beast God? However, relying solely on the Beast God can only win one match. He never expected Yun Yulan to win. As for whether the Ghost King would let the Beast God continue fighting, that's definitely not an option. If the Ghost King dared to do that, he'd dare to postpone the next match for 10 years. Anyway, this heavenly oath didn't impose too many restrictions. It was a best-of-3 competition, without specifying that each person could only fight once, nor did it specify the time limit for the match. There were too many room for manipulation. As long as he wins the next match, there won't be any problems. The only problem now is whether he should fight himself or let Senior Brother One fight. He absolutely must win the next match. Although Senior Brother One can use the immortal execution sword, his strength is definitely not as strong as his. So I'll go first in the next round. Dao Xian Genren pondered, deciding what would happen next. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, only a few breaths had gone by. Yun Yulan looked at the Beast God before him and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, just like Shangguan Ce. You really are the Beast God. The black aura filling the sky was filled with malevolence, just sensing it made one feel almost mad. The Beast God's lips curled slightly upward, and he said mockingly, "Weren't you looking for me? How come you don't recognize me now that I'm standing before you?" Yun Yulan subconsciously took a step back. It really was the Beast God. The immortal Beast God who almost destroyed the world? Weren't you sealed away? I've come back to life. Didn't you always hope so? Why do you seem a little unhappy? Yun Yulan's face darkened. What was he happy about? He hadn't retrieved the Suanhuo mirror, and the 8 desolate Suanhuo formation was nowhere to be found. Seeing the beast god standing right before him, he panicked. He didn't want to die. He hadn't become the leader of the righteous path yet. I know. You controlled the Ghost King sect, had the Ghost King destroy the Tianyan temple, and now you're going to destroy the Qingyun sect. Next up is my burning incense valley. No wonder the Ghost King has been acting so strangely lately. He's being controlled by you. I should have known. How could those 2 sacred artifacts disappear without a trace? Someone really wanted to resurrect you. The Ghost King thought that by resurrecting you, he could control you. Unfortunately, his Ghost King sect's foundation was too shallow. They couldn't restrain you at all, hence the current situation. Otherwise, given the Ghost King's personality, he would have taken a gradual approach, making thorough preparations. He would never have acted so openly and blatantly. Yun Yulan became increasingly convinced that he had guessed the truth, revealing all his thoughts. The faces of the Righteous Path members all changed. So that's how it was. No wonder the Ghost King sect acted like completely different people. They were controlled by the Beast God. On the Ghost King sect's flying boat, Yu Yangzi and the other 2 were filled with shock. They hadn't expected the truth to be like this. But something still felt off. No, Yun Yulan might have misunderstood something. This Beast God might really be controlled by the Ghost King. Otherwise, why would the Beast God have asked the Ghost King if he could kill? It seemed like a superior-subordinate relationship. The Ghost King looked at Yun Yulan with a strange expression. Was this guy praising him? It seemed so. So, in the eyes of these righteous cultivators, he was so cautious and so powerful? Gaining praise from an opponent that must be a kind of personal charisma, right? Why did he feel a little smug? Chapter 242 The Imaginative Yun Yulan. Gu Yu makes her appearance. The Beast God stared speechlessly at Yun Yulan. This guy's imagination was truly boundless. Why didn't he write a story? You humans certainly have rich imaginations. He lightly waved his hand, and the black mist in the sky swirled with it, as if it were about to rush over and devour everything. A flicker of fear crossed Yun Yulan's eyes. His strongest attack had no effect. What was he doing here? Waiting to die? I concede. I've lost this match. He quickly spoke, afraid that if he was too late, the Beast God would kill him. There was no need for him to force himself to fight the Beast God. This was Dao Xian Genren's Qingyun sect, not his own Fengxian Valley. If the Beast God went to Fengxian Valley, then they could talk about a fight to the death. Now, there was no need. Yun Yulan slowly retreated, his eyes fixed on the Beast God. Did I say you could leave? The Beast God's soft words fell into Yun Yulan's ears like a death knell. His entire body was tense, his nerves on edge, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Beast God, I've already conceded. You won the match, what more do you want? The Beast God glanced at Yun Yulan, smiling at his tense expression. Nothing much. I heard you imprisoned a 9-tailed celestial fox. She's my friend. I hope to see her unharmed when I go to Burning Incense Valley. Yun Yulan shrank back. The 9-tailed celestial fox was connected to the Beast God. The 9-tailed celestial fox stole my Burning Incense Valley's most prized treasure. Yun Yulan had intended to speak forcefully, but his voice trailed off. He then remembered that the profound fire mirror wasn't his either. It had only been obtained by the first sect leader of Burning Incense Valley by chance. The profound fire mirror's owner was Linglong. Heh, why are you silent now? Do you want me to tell you who the owner of the profound fire mirror is? Do you want me to tell you who the owner of the 8 desolate profound fire array is? Humph. Once this matter is settled, I'll go to Burning Incense Valley. Yun Yulan remained silent and retreated quietly. Dao Xian Genren glanced at Yun Yulan and sighed. Your Excellency Beast God, we lost the first match, so you can't participate in the second match. The Beast God smiled, crossed his arms, and looked at Dao Xian Genren. Why can't you participate? There was no rule saying that each person could only participate once. Dao Xian Genren's expression changed, instantly turning grim. The Ghost King previously stated that each side would send 3 people. Now, your demonic path only plans to send 1? Isn't that somewhat against the rules? Humph. Rules? I am the rules. I haven't sworn an oath to the heavenly Dao. If you insist on this, I can extend the competition. I didn't say it had to end today. Ha ha ha. Fine. That way I can just wipe you all out. The Beast God laughed loudly, the black mist in the sky growing thicker, instantly covering the sky with dark clouds, plunging the world into darkness. Dao Xian Genren took a deep breath and began to communicate with the Immortal Execution Sword, preparing to activate the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Come back, Beast God. The Ghost King's voice rang out from the flying boat. Hearing this, the Beast God snorted coldly, turned around, withdrew the black mist from the sky, and returned to the flying boat. The sky brightened again, as if it had all been a nightmare. Dao Xian Genren and Yun Yulan were both stunned. That voice belonged to the Ghost King? The beast god listens to the Ghost King so much? This is different from what Yun Yulan analyzed earlier. Yun Yulan was also completely bewildered. That was the beast god. Why would he listen to the Ghost King? Dao Xianzhenren, since I intend to subdue you, I must win in a way that you are truly convinced of. You said the beast god can't participate in the next match? Fine. Then we'll send someone else. The Ghost King, inside the flying boat, never stopped smiling. Elder Yao, Master Guyu, it should be Dao Xianzhenren's turn in the next match, you too. Guyu stood up and straightened his clothes. I'll do it. Yao Chen has been handling things before, I'll do it this time. The beast god looked at the standing Guyu, curiosity in his eyes. He wondered who was stronger, this guy or Elder Yao. Then I'll have to trouble Master Guyu. Beast god, thank you for your help. The beast god didn't speak, but his expression softened slightly as he returned to his seat. Dao Xianzhenren breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the Ghost King's words. Both used the immortal slaughtering sword formation, but one was fighting one person, and the other was fighting a group. The difference was significant. The Ghost King should be the next to act. Dao Xianzhenren flew forward, looking at the flying boat, his hands behind his back. Come on, Ghost King, let me see how much you've improved over the years. He was also puzzled as to why the beast god listened to the Ghost King so much. To be on the safe side, he decided to use his full strength. As soon as the Ghost King appeared, he would immediately use the immortal slaughtering sword formation to kill him. Dao Xianzhenren stared intently at the flying boat. He had already established communication with the immortal slaughtering sword. With a wave of his hand, the immortal slaughtering sword formation would activate. The barrier of the flying boat rippled, and a figure appeared. Dao Xianzhenren was about to activate the immortal slaughtering sword formation when he suddenly froze. It was a woman. He then remembered the people who had stood beside the Ghost King earlier. Besides the beast god, there was this woman and an old man. A powerful figure? Or just a weakling? A flash of inspiration struck Dao Xianzhenren, and he suddenly recalled a story. It was a widely circulated story in the cultivation world. There were two sects that frequently competed against each other. Their method was somewhat similar to the current one. They would find their three strongest disciples to fight, best 2 out of 3. One sect was slightly weaker, so they often lost. Until they got a new sect leader and changed their competitive mindset, they won. Previously, their matches were always the strongest against the strongest, the second strongest against the second strongest, and the third strongest against the third strongest. But this new sect leader changed his approach, using the third strongest against the strongest. Of course, they lost. Then they pitted the strongest against the second strongest, and the second strongest against the third strongest, losing one match but winning 2. Finally, he won once. Is this the method the Ghost King is planning? To find someone to lose to him, so he can't compete again. Then the Ghost King will personally fight the next opponent, guaranteeing his victory. Ghost King, oh Ghost King, your mind is truly brilliant. Unfortunately, despite his meticulous planning, he miscalculated one thing. Senior Brother Wan is still alive. With Senior Brother Wan around, he can directly unleash the immortal slaughtering sword formation, which even the Ghost King cannot withstand. This match is destined to be a victory for the righteous path. Evil can never prevail over good. Guyu floated forward and bowed. Kunlun, Ime Sect's Guyu greets fellow deist. He was no longer a member of Kunlun, he was now an elder of the Ime Sect. Sigh. He's still getting used to it. Chapter 243. Dao Xian makes his appearance. 7-star sword style. Dao Xianzhenren was completely bewildered. Looking at Guyu bowing, he stammered a hand in return. Dao Xian of the Qingyun sect. Wait a minute. Wasn't this guy from the demonic Ghost King sect? What kind of sect is Ime? This guy doesn't seem like a member of the demonic path, he seems more like a member of the righteous path. Fellow deist Guyu, you don't seem like a member of the demonic path? Dao Xianzhenren was puzzled. Guyu didn't exude a trace of demonic energy from head to toe, his demeanor was more like that of a celestial being from the righteous path. I am indeed not a member of the demonic path. Both Kunlun and Ime are righteous paths. Ime is the leader of the righteous path. Ime, the leader of the righteous path? Then what is Qingyun? This guy must be a cultivator from a small place. The Qingyun sect is the universally acknowledged leader of the righteous path. Since you are a righteous person, why do you help the Ghost King? The Ghost King is a member of the demonic path. Good and evil have always been irreconcilable. Demons and monsters are to be killed by everyone. Guyu shook her head. She still had a good impression of the Ghost King. Not so. Not everyone on the righteous path is good, and not everyone on the demonic path is bad. How can you use righteousness and demonicity to categorize people as good or bad? Power itself has no inherent good or evil, only the person wielding that power is judged by good or evil. Most of the righteous people frowned as they looked at Guyu. The righteous path is the righteous path, and the demonic path is the demonic path. Good and evil are forever irreconcilable. What kind of talk is this? Sophistry. This guy's been brainwashed by the Ghost King. Only Lin Jingyu looked at Guyu. He was the only one present who truly understood this statement. Pug, hailed as a holy monk, slaughtered the entire grass temple village for his own selfish desires. Can such a person be called righteous? Dao Xianzhenren clearly knows this is true, yet he still blames it on the demonic sect. Lin Jingyu doesn't even know which of the demonic tales he's heard are true and which are false. Dao Xianzhenren snorted coldly. In his eyes, Gu Yu's words were heresy. Righteousness is always right. Humph. I think you've been bewitched by the Ghost King. I'll wake you up. Dao Xianzhenren waved his hand, and a longsword with 7 bright stars carved on its blade appeared in the air. This was the sword of the successive leaders of the King Yun sect, and the famous divine sword of the Tongtian Peak lineage, the 7-star sword. Dao Xianzhenren reached out and grasped the 7-star sword, unleashing the 7-star sword technique without holding back. The King Yun sect possessed 4 true sword techniques that astonished the entire land, and the 7-star sword technique was one of them, a secret art passed down through generations of sect leaders. The divine sword thunder control technique and the demon slaying technique paled in comparison. Only these 3 techniques appeared in the original work, one was missing. The sword guiding azure dragon technique and the heavenly ice falling to earth technique are from a sequel to Zhu Xian written by someone else, not the original author. As Dao Xianzhenren swung his sword, a massive planet suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a raging storm. The planet gradually emitted a silvery glow. Suddenly, another flash of silver light appeared, and 6 large stars parted the clouds, revealing themselves before everyone. 7 large stars hung horizontally in the sky, their light radiating, forming the Big Dipper. 7-star sword style. Tian Bai'ai and the others exclaimed in surprise. This true technique could only be practiced by the sect leader, and they hadn't seen it in a long time. The 7-star sword, when used in conjunction with the 7-star sword style, can draw upon the power of the celestial stars, possessing the might of ghosts and gods. Gu Yu's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing this. The strength of the experts in this world is quite weak. She hadn't expected their swordsmanship to be so extraordinary. Even the sword techniques of the Ye Ming sect rarely possess such exquisite skill. Of course, it's also possible that she hadn't encountered them before. The 7-star sword style, drawing upon the power of the stars for attack, is indeed very powerful, enough to fight beyond one's level. Unfortunately, her own realm is far higher than his. However, it's undeniable that the sword technique still has room for improvement. If it could be continuously improved, it might even become a 7th-tier sword technique. Right now, it's probably only a 6th-tier early-stage sword technique. As the Big Dipper formation in the sky fully materialized, the starlight transformed into swordlight, rushing towards Guyu. A fine sword. Guyu made a hand seal, and the sun and moon golden wheels appeared simultaneously beside her. The moon wheel slowly revolved around the lonely moon, while the sun wheel floated beside her, releasing a protective shield. Countless starlights crashed into the lonely moon, enveloping her in a silvery aura that prevented outsiders from seeing what was happening inside. As expected of Dao Xianzhenren, this 7-star sword technique is truly eye-opening. The opponent is completely defenseless. It seems victory is assured. As expected of one of the 4 great true techniques of the King Yun sect, too powerful. Hearing the praises of the others, Dao Xianzhenren remained unmoved. He looked at the interior of the silver starlight with some suspicion. Others couldn't see it, but he, the caster, could sense it. The person inside didn't seem to have suffered much damage. No, it seemed like it didn't hit anyone at all. It seemed to be blocked by something. Dao Xianzhenren swung his 7-star sword, and the starlight gradually dissipated, leaving only 7 large stars floating in the air, illuminating the surroundings. As the starlight faded, the unharmed lonely moon appeared. Not only was she uninjured, but her clothes weren't even wrinkled. The attack hadn't even touched lonely moon, it had been completely blocked by the sun golden wheel. The sun moon golden wheel. The moon golden wheel is for offense, the sun golden wheel for defense. Dao Xianzhenren's 7-star sword style was powerful, but his cultivation level was too low. It couldn't break through her defense at all. That sword technique is not bad, but it's still lacking. You should just use the immortal slaying sword. I've always heard the Ghost King say how powerful the immortal slaying sword is. Let me see it. Lonely Moon's dress fluttered in the wind, and the moon golden wheel beside her slowly rotated, making her look like a fairy. The surrounding people were instantly shocked. She was unharmed? This was one of the 4 great true techniques of the King Yun sect. She withstood an attack head-on, and her clothes weren't even wrinkled. Dao Xianzhenren's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing her blunt words. Was I mistaken? This lone moon wasn't a surrender offering from the Ghost King, it was a genuine powerhouse. Even a powerhouse whose strength was in no way inferior to mine. Even facing the 7-star sword style, I couldn't stand still without dodging. This guy not only didn't dodge, but he blocked all the attacks. This magic weapon is definitely extraordinary. An ancient artifact. An ancient artifact like the immortal execution sword. Dao Xianzhenren took a deep breath, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. A sense of unease crept into his heart, and he made another sword gesture. This time, the 7 great stars in the sky erupted with dazzling silver light, once again forming the Big Dipper. If you want to witness the immortal execution sword, I'll see if you have the strength. 7-star sword style. Slay evil. A vast expanse of silver light cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the lonely moon. Chapter 244 The Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. Activate. The sunwheel of Lonely Moon emitted a faint golden light, standing firmly amidst the silver torrent, like a stubborn rock in a waterfall, impervious to any flow of water. Perhaps it could remain like this for decades or even centuries before the sunwheel showed a slight wear. Of course, this was assuming Dao Xianzhenren could sustain his attacks for decades or centuries. Clearly, he couldn't. Therefore, Dao Xianzhenren stopped his attack. Continuing the attack would make using the immortal execution sword later troublesome. He took a deep breath and gave Lonely Moon a profound look. He suddenly felt incredibly curious about Ye Ming. What kind of sect was Ye Ming, that it could possess such a powerful expert? Lonely Moon's strength was definitely above his. Fortunately, he had the immortal execution sword. Dao Xianzhenren sheathed his 7-star sword and looked at Lonely Moon indifferently. Since you wish to witness the immortal slaughtering sword formation, I'll let you see it to your heart's content. A thunderous roar erupted from the icy pool atop Mount Qingyun, as a column of water shot skyward. Above the water column, an auspicious beast silently appeared. It was the guardian beast of the Qingyun sect, the Water Kylan, revered as the spirit venerable by its disciples. The Water Kylan roared to the heavens, riding on clouds to the side of Dao Xianzhenren. The water column then fell, crashing into the icy pool, creating countless ripples. Dao Xianzhenren floated up and landed on the Water Kylan. The Water Kylan roared once more, a flash of azure light from its mouth revealing a longsword that appeared to be stone. The longsword soared into the air, caught by Dao Xianzhenren, who twirled it in midair. A divine sword bestowed by heaven, slaying demons. A hush fell over the scene, followed by a deafening roar like a surging sea. The immortal slaying sword. Invincible. Spirit Lord. With the immortal slaying sword unleashed, who can contend? The immortal slaying sword formation, Qingyun sect will surely prevail. All the righteous sects were shouting, for with the immortal slaying sword drawn, they would surely vanquish demons. This immortal slaying sword was an ancient divine artifact found by true person King Yi in the illusionary moon cave, its power unparalleled in the world. Legend has it that the immortal slaying sword was born from the first ray of light in the primordial chaos, even predating Pangu. Later, Pangu wielded the immortal slaying sword to create heaven and earth. Immortal slaying setting. It possesses the power to slay gods and immortals, but unfortunately, it is too ferocious and will backfire on its user. Only those whose cultivation has reached the taking realm and whose minds are unwavering can wield it. The moment true person Daoxuan grasped the immortal slaying sword, a hint of red appeared in his eyes. The beast god on the flying boat stood up immediately upon seeing the immortal execution sword, examining it closely. What a fine sword! The ferocious aura emanating from it even frightens me. I never imagined it would appear in the hands of the leader of the righteous path, ha ha ha. What a righteous path! The beast god laughed mockingly, his voice echoing across the flying boat. Dao Xianzhenren remained unmoved. Every moment he held the immortal execution sword, its ferocious aura assaulted his mind, he couldn't hold it for too long. Suddenly, a purple aura flashed from a cave on Mount Qingyun. Instantly, a towering purple aura appeared in the distant sky, dyeing the entire sky purple. The powerful aura instantly stunned everyone present. A purple aura surged from the east, rushing into the immortal execution sword with lightning speed. A heavy pressure slowly emanated from the sword, as if a peerless fiend had awakened within it. Guyu stood opposite, watching this scene, raising an eyebrow. This aura looks good, but it's nothing special. It's far inferior to the aura of the Netherworld Blood Demon. The Netherworld Blood Demon's hundreds of thousands of skulls, accompanied by overwhelming demonic energy, instilled a deep-seated terror. The immortal execution sword is just so-so. Dao Xianzhenren took a deep breath and began forming sword incantations, muttering something to himself. He didn't intend to hold back anymore. He knew Guyu's strength surpassed his own, to hold back now would be foolish. He wanted to release the heavenly secret seal of the 7 peaks, maximizing the power of the immortal execution sword formation. When Ancestor King Yi obtained the immortal execution sword, he used it to set up the immortal execution sword formation and sealed the spiritual energy of the 7 peaks of Qingyun Mountain with the heavenly secret seal. Only after the heavenly secret seal was released did the power of the immortal execution sword formation reach its maximum. With a flick of his sword, Dao Xianzhenren sent the immortal execution sword piercing the sky. Simultaneously, the other 6 peaks of Qingyun Mountain erupted with light. 6 beams of light shot into the sky, tracing arcs before landing on the immortal execution sword. The endless light engulfed everything. The next second, an even more dazzling light burst forth from the immortal execution sword. The 7 beams of light merged into one, rising from the sword and transforming into a gigantic, 7-colored giant sword. The spiritual energy of the 7 peaks of Qingyan Mountain surged instantly, all rushing towards the giant sword in the sky, causing it to grow larger and larger. As its size increased, countless single-colored sword energies separated and spread across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above Qingyan Mountain was shrouded in sword energy, densely packed and obscuring the original sky. This was the immortal slaughtering sword formation. Fellow deist Gaiyu, even I cannot control the power of the immortal slaughtering sword formation. It would be better to concede now to avoid damaging our relationship. Although I don't know how the Ghost King brainwashed you, you must know that righteousness is righteousness, and evil is evil. If you insist on your stubbornness, then I will have no choice but to treat you as a demon. Under the immortal slaughtering sword, evil and heresy have never escaped. You should think this through. Dao Xian Genren's robes fluttered in the wind, and holding the ancient immortal slaughtering sword, he exuded an aura of looking down upon all living beings. Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. Dao Xian Genren, holding the immortal slaughtering sword, had only one feeling at this moment. I am the heavens. I am the earth. I am heaven and earth. Everything in this world is but fleeting clouds, with a wave of the hand, they will all dissipate. The immortal execution sword had given him unparalleled confidence and a burgeoning ego. Guyu keenly observed Dao Xian Genren's bloodshot eyes. She also sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the immortal execution sword, which seemed to affect the wielder's state of mind. This was no divine sword, it was clearly a demonic sword. The immortal execution sword is different from what I imagined. It's filled with malevolent energy, more like a demonic treasure. Guyu's words weren't much different from the beast gods, but they deeply pierced Dao Xian Genren's heart. He was well aware of the immortal execution sword's problems, but he couldn't solve them either. The Qingyun sect, the leader of the righteous path, actually wielded a demonic sword. No, this isn't a demonic sword. This is the most precious treasure of my Qingyun sect, a righteous magic weapon. Anyone who dares to question it will die. A mere demon dares to disturb my Dao heart, he deserves to be slain. Dao Xian Genren's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Stubborn to the end. Since that's how it is, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Dao Xian Genren brandished the Zuxian sword, unleashing thousands of sword energies that surged towards the direction the sword pointed. He didn't act rashly. When he did, it was a killing blow. Chapter 245 shocks everyone. Unbreakable defense. Small swords of various colors streaked across the sky like shooting stars, arriving before Guyu in the blink of an eye. Guyu remained unchanged, neither dodging nor evading, simply watching the sword energy rain down upon the sun golden wheel. Boom! Boom 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 boom. The deafening explosions of the impact echoed across the sky, drawing everyone's attention. The sword energy striking the sun golden wheel shield produced a resounding boom, like the clash between the world's strongest spear and the strongest shield. Strands of lightning crackled and danced on the sun golden wheel shield, but could not harm Guyu within. The sun golden wheel continued to emit a faint golden light, standing firm against the various sword energies. Wave after wave of sword energy crashed against the sun golden wheel's protective shield, like moths drawn to a flame, releasing their last glimmer of light. A series of continuous booming sounds rang out, nearly deafening everyone present. Everyone knew the power of the immortal slaughtering sword formation, but how could that seemingly ordinary sphere withstand such a devastating sword formation? Puzzled expressions filled everyone's faces. This battle was far beyond their expectations. Could the immortal slaughtering sword formation really win at this rate? They were righteous cultivators. Would they ultimately have to obey the orders of a demonic sect leader? No, the immortal slaughtering sword formation would not be defeated. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the protective shield of the sun golden wheel, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Dao Xian Genren, seeing the ripples on the sun golden wheel, revealed a hint of joy. They were about to break through the opponent's defenses. He quickly formed hand seals, and the sword energy in the air began to surge. Similar sword energies began to combine in pairs, growing considerably larger. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword energies gathered together, forming 7 zhang-long sword beams. All the sword energies, as if drawn by some unseen force, pointed their tips at Guyu. Even though the crowd below knew the target wasn't them, a sense of dread still rose within them. The hairs on their bodies stood on end, as if death was imminent. Guyu, at the very center, let out a soft "oh," raised her right hand, and gently made a hand seal. In truth, Guyu knew that the previous sword energies were far from enough to break through the sun golden wheel. Just now, it was merely the sun golden wheel's self-defense mechanism. She hadn't really activated it much. If she had activated the sun golden wheel, its defensive power would have increased dramatically. But now, the combined power of these sword energies was somewhat worthy of Guyu's attention. Therefore, she made the hand seal and activated the sun golden wheel. If Yao Chen were here, perhaps he could simply use spatial power to create a barrier in the middle to annihilate all the attacks of the immortal slaughtering sword formation. Unfortunately, she wasn't Yao Chen, she didn't know spatial power. After this was over, perhaps she could ask Yao Chen for guidance on how to comprehend and utilize spatial power. Dao Xian Zhenren saw Gu Yu raise her hand and thought to himself, just as I thought. Trying to defend now? Too late. With a swing of the Zuxian sword, countless 7 Zhanglong sword energies rained down. When the first sword energy struck the barrier of the Sun Golden Wheel, a tremendous roar instantly shook the surrounding 1,000 miles. Those with weaker cultivation covered their ears to avoid rupturing their eardrums. The mortals nearby fainted instantly, their vision going black the moment the deafening roar erupted. And this was just the sound. A powerful gust of wind spread from the point of impact, the aftershocks instantly leveling the clouds within 1,000 miles, revealing a clear blue sky. Yun Yulan's expression changed, and he quickly activated his cultivation technique to block the aftershocks. Everyone, retreat 1,000 meters. On the Ghost King's sex flying boat, Elder Yao's thoughts stirred, and a layer of spatial power dissipated all the aftershocks. In this collision, the righteous path retreated 1,000 meters, while the demonic path remained unmoved. The Ghost King's sect members were overjoyed at this sight. Yun Yulan and the others, having retreated 1,000 meters away, still looked into the distance with lingering fear. This was merely a single collision. The sword energy flying towards Gu Yu at that moment numbered in the thousands, even tens of thousands. Boom, boom, boom. A dense barrage of booming sounds erupted as Yun Yulan channeled his full power into his cultivation technique, firmly protecting those behind him. Retreat another 1,000 meters. Yun Yulan's expression was grave. He hadn't expected the immortal slaughtering sword formation to be so powerful. Dao Xian's cultivation was nearly equal to his own, but after using the immortal slaughtering sword, his strength had surged to such an extent. If he were alone, he could withstand the aftershocks, but there were too many people behind him. Not to mention the disciples of the King Yun sect, there were also disciples from various righteous sects, sect leaders, and elders. Not only did he have to defend against the aftershocks, but he also had to protect so many people, he was simply powerless. Didn't you see that the 7 peaks of the King Yun sect were now ruins? The once towering and magnificent buildings had been reduced to rubble in the very first collision. Many of the King Yun sect disciples beside him went down to help and provide aid, otherwise, his pressure would have been even greater. Yun Yulan stared at the faint golden light in the distance, despair gripping his heart. The opponent's defenses hadn't been breached. This was the immortal slaughtering sword formation, the so-called strongest sword formation. Why couldn't it even break through the opponent's defenses? What exactly was that sphere? An ancient artifact? He had sworn an oath to the heavenly Dao that if he lost, he would obey the Ghost King's commands. He thought Dao Xian had victory in his grasp, but this unexpected turn of events had occurred. Gu Yu, where did this person come from? Yun Yulan was filled with panic, and Dao Xian was even more panicked. The murderous aura of the immortal slaughtering sword continued to assault his mind, and his consciousness was beginning to blur. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to defeat his opponent. Dao Xian's eyes had turned red. He suddenly raised the immortal slaughtering sword, pointed it at the 7-colored giant sword in the air, and then swung it fiercely. Die! The 7-colored giant sword suddenly erupted with dazzling light. At the same time, the purple aura from the cave behind King Yun Mountain burst forth again, and the other 7 peaks also emitted dazzling light. Radiant light filled the air, as if only this light remained in the world. The enormous, seemingly cumbersome 7-colored giant sword vanished in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Gu Yu. The two collided violently. This time, there was no deafening roar, and no aftershocks impacting the surroundings. At the moment of impact, everyone around suddenly lost all hearing. The world went silent, all they could see was a blinding white light. Their minds went blank, they were completely stunned. Suddenly, an extremely faint sound rang out. Crack! Though the sound was faint, everyone heard it clearly. Chapter 246: The Immortal Slaying Sword vs the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. Victory! All eyes turned to the very center, and sure enough, cracks appeared on the pale golden shield. Gu Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The shield of the Sun Golden Wheel had been broken? No! The space of this world was too fragile. It wasn't the shield that was broken, but space itself. Gu Yu could sense that the Sun Golden Wheel shield was not only enduring the attacks of the immortal slaying sword formation, but also the damage caused by the spatial rupture. Therefore, it developed cracks. Cracks also appeared on the tip of the 7-colored giant sword. The spatial rupture was affecting not only the Sun Golden Wheel, but also the immortal slaying sword formation. Even though the space only shattered for a moment upon impact and healed instantly, both the 7-colored giant sword and the Sun Golden Wheel had suffered some damage. This scene made Gu Yu even more eager to learn how to use spatial power from Yao Chen. He had witnessed the power of the immortal slaying sword formation. It wasn't all that impressive. Not incredibly powerful, but not bad either. We've seen what we needed to see, let's end this farce. With the surge of Lonely Moon's power, the cracks on the Sun Golden Wheel's protective shield vanished instantly. She made a hand seal with her right hand, and the Moon Golden Wheel, which had been circling around her, stopped in midair. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, the Moon Golden Wheel flew towards the tip of the seven-colored giant sword. The Moon Golden Wheel swept through the air without resistance, flying from the tip to the hilt, and finally into the air. Looking back, a black line appeared in the center of the once majestic seven-colored giant sword, which then split in two and dissipated into the air. The scene was silent, everyone was stunned, staring in shock at the scene before them. The immortal slaying sword formation was broken just like that? Before everyone could recover, they heard Dao Xianzhenren's roar. Roar! Dao Xianzhenren exuded a murderous aura, his eyes now only red. The immortal slaughtering sword formation, controlled by him and inherently linked to his mind, was shattered, leaving him severely injured. His already unstable Dao heart was instantly invaded by malevolent energy. At this moment, Dao Xianzhenren displayed none of the demeanor of a righteous leader, instead, he resembled a demonic fiend. Ling Zun stood behind, momentarily at a loss. Stop Dao Xian? But losing meant King Yun's sect would have to submit to the demonic path. Don't stop him? With malevolent energy entering his body, Dao Xian might directly become a demon. Just as Ling Zun hesitated, Dao Xian let out an unconscious roar, grabbed the immortal slaughtering sword, and charged towards Guyu. His heart held only one obsession, to defeat Guyu. Dao Xianzhenren arrived before Guyu, wielding the immortal slaughtering sword and slashing at him. The four great true techniques of King Yun's sect were forgotten, he only knew how to hack and slash. The immortal execution sword is an ancient divine weapon, even without sword techniques, it remains a top-tier magical treasure. This time, Guyu didn't use the Sun Golden Wheel for defense, but instead summoned back the Moon Golden Wheel with a wave of his hand. Clang! The Moon Golden Wheel clashed against the immortal execution sword, emitting a piercing metallic clang. Sparks and lightning rained down on the mountain, nearly igniting the trees. Fortunately, the trees on King Yun Mountain, after several collisions and the oppressive aura of the immortal execution sword, had already withered. Dao Xianzhenren had no thoughts in his mind, only raising his sword and slashing. Raising his sword and slashing. The Moon Golden Wheel constantly shifted its position, blocking the repeated attacks of the immortal execution sword. Everyone was shocked once again, they had lost count of how many times they had been shocked. This was the immortal execution sword. A magical artifact could actually fight it head-on? This crescent-shaped magical artifact was also an ancient divine weapon. Guyu's expression remained unchanged, as calm as before. The immortal execution sword was an ancient divine weapon in the immortal execution world, but in the Myriad Realms, it was merely a sixth-tier magical artifact. While his Moon Golden Wheel was the Kunlun sect's most prized treasure, Kunlun was on par with Ye Ming. One could imagine how powerful its most prized treasures were. The Moon Golden Wheel might not be as powerful as the Heavenly Thunder Twin Swords, but it was comparable to the Haoshan Mirror, both being 7th-tier magical artifacts. The Immortal Execution Sword, a 6th-tier magical artifact, had managed to fight the Moon Golden Wheel for so long without being damaged, that was already quite remarkable. Just as Guyu finished thinking this, she noticed a small chip suddenly appear on the Zuxian sword. Guyu blinked. If the Zuxian sword was damaged, would the price drop? No, she couldn't keep cutting it like this. She formed a hand seal with her right hand, and the golden moon wheel before her began to spin rapidly, directly colliding with the Zuxian sword. The demon-possessed Dao Xian felt an immense force surge through him, and the ancient Zuxian sword in his hand suddenly slipped from his grasp, flying away. Guyu struck out with her palm, directly slapping Dao Xian back to Ling Zun's side, then caught the falling Zuxian sword. The moment the Zuxian sword touched her, a surge of malevolent energy instantly welled up in her heart. Guyu coldly snorted, immediately circulating her cultivation technique to suppress all the malevolent energy. Then, she held the Zuxian sword horizontally in her hand, carefully examining the chipped edge. Phew, thankfully, it's just a small gash, it shouldn't be a big problem. Then, without even glancing at Dao Xianzhenren, she flew straight back to the flying boat. Wait! The Zuxian ancient sword is the most treasured artifact of our King Yun sect, please return it, senior. A figure flew up from below. The 6 leaders of the King Yun sect were startled upon seeing this person, then their faces lit up with joy. Senior Brother Wan. Senior Brother Wan, you're still alive. Senior Brother Wan, I never expected to see you again. Kang Song's expression shifted unpredictably, unsure whether to be happy or sad. He had originally thought Dao Xian had harmed Senior Brother Wan, and he wanted to avenge him, so he cooperated with the demonic path to kill Dao Xian. But Senior Brother Wan was still alive. Wasn't everything he had done just a joke? Wan Jianyi, dressed in a gray robe, had an extremely grim face. From the moment the demonic path appeared until Dao Xianzhenren was defeated, he had witnessed it all. He didn't want to show himself, but if he didn't, the immortal execution sword would be taken away. On the flying boat, behind the Ghost King, Suzaku Yuji's emotions suddenly fluctuated, attracting the attention of those around her. Qinglong frowned, he knew Suzaku and Wan Jianyi had a past. Yuji forced herself to remain calm, regaining her composure. I'm fine. I didn't expect Wan Jianyi to still be alive. Wan Jianyi, one of the two prodigies of King Yun. I thought he was dead, but he's still alive. No wonder Daoxuan dared to compete with us before. It turns out Wan Jianyi is still around. He should be able to activate the Immortal Execution Sword formation too. What's the use? The Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation is no different from an ordinary attack in front of Master Guyu. Our Ghost King sect has won. The Azure Cloud sect and the Incense Burning Valley will have to listen to us from now on. Doesn't that mean we're the leaders of the righteous path? Ha ha ha. Qinglong glanced at Yu Yangzi and the other two beside him, his voice not lowering at all. The leaders of the righteous path? No, we are the leaders of both the righteous and demonic paths. The Ghost King laughed loudly upon hearing this. Ha 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 ha. This is just the beginning. Chapter 247. Listen to me. We don't want the Immortal Execution Sword. The Ghost King waved his hand, dispelling the barrier on the ship and revealing himself to everyone. Wan Jianyi, your King Yun sect is mine now, let alone the Immortal Execution Sword. Besides, this is my spoils of war. You think you can just take it back with a few words? You're overthinking it. Master Guyu. Thank you for your hard work. Guyu flew back to the ship and handed the Immortal Execution Sword to the Ghost King. I've temporarily suppressed the evil energy on it, but I doubt it will last long. This sword is quite good, however, I accidentally made a nick in it just now. I wonder if the price will drop. The Ghost King reached out and took the Immortal Execution Sword, about to examine it, when he heard the last part of Guyu's sentence. His eyelids twitched as he saw a small nick in the sword. The Immortal Execution Sword was damaged? Good heavens! This is the Immortal Execution Sword. An ancient divine weapon. The Ghost King glanced in astonishment at the sun and moon golden wool beside Guyu, his heart filled with shock. As expected of a late-stage 6th-tier expert, even his weapon is far superior to the Immortal Execution Sword. Upon hearing this, Wan Jian's pupils constricted sharply. The Immortal Execution Sword had a nick in it? That was the Immortal Execution Sword, capable of slaying gods and demons. The supreme treasure of the King Yun sect. It was actually damaged by some unknown crescent-shaped magic weapon. This crescent-shaped magic weapon was actually far stronger than the Immortal Execution Sword. In an instant, Wan Jian felt the pressure on him increase significantly. Senior brother Daoxian, how am I supposed to handle this? Repudiate? If I dare to turn against you, not only will Daoxian die, but everyone here will die. The opposing side is the demonic path. The Ghost King has killed countless people, not to mention the Beast God, a monster who once wanted to destroy the world. Even without the Immortal Execution Sword, they probably couldn't handle the Beast God alone. Now, besides the Beast God, there's also the Lone Moon, who seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Wan Jianyi glanced at the flying boat and saw the 3 demonic sects standing behind him with grim expressions, and the 4 people seated in front. Ghost King, Lone Moon, Beast God, and Wan Jianyi's pupils constricted sharply. There was one more person. This person was seated even closer to Ghost King than Lone Moon. Another powerful figure. Wan Jianyi's heart was filled with bitterness. It seemed the King Yun sect couldn't escape this calamity. Ghost King, our King Yun sect is willing to abide by the bet and follow your arrangements, but could you please return the Immortal Execution Sword to the King Yun sect? Senior brother Wan. Senior brother. Wan Jianyi. As soon as Wan Jianyi finished speaking, the King Yun sect members and righteous people behind him panicked. Senior brother Wan. Our King Yun sect would rather die in battle than join the demonic path. That's right. The King Yun sect is the leader of the righteous path. If we join the demonic path, what will the other righteous paths think of us? Senior Wan, we cannot admit defeat. We must fight them. Tianyan Temple and King Yun sect will live and die together. After a moment of silence, Yun Yulan suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. The righteous path? Where is the righteous path now? If we are all wiped out by the Ghost King today, which righteous path will dare to oppose the Ghost King sect? They will still have to listen to the Ghost King. The moment the Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation was defeated, the righteous path had already lost, utterly and completely. Ghost King, my Fengxian Valley accepts defeat, but I need to go back and give an explanation to my disciples. I will return to Fengxian Valley now. Yun Yulan flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. The Ghost King glanced at Yun Yulan with a half-smile. Trying to play mind games with me? No rush. You stay here with me. We'll return to Fengxian Valley together after the King Yun sect matter is resolved. As for the disciples, let Shangguan Ce go back and arrange that. Yun Yulan paused, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He looked at Shangguan Ce and gave him a meaningful look. Shangguan Ce sighed inwardly and cupped his hands, saying, Valley Master, I'll return to Fengxian Valley to inform the disciples. With that, Shangguan Ce turned and used all his strength to speed away. The Ghost King then looked at Wan Jianyi, slowly walking to the front and standing before him. Are you sure your entire King Yun sect will obey my orders? Senior Brother Wan. No, we'd rather fight to the death. That's right. We'd rather die than become demons. At worst, King Yun's sect will be wiped out like Tianyin Temple. Wan Jianyi painfully closed his eyes. What was the point of fighting? Besides dying, what good would it do? The Ghost King's side had too many powerful figures. Even if everyone in King Yun's sect died, the Ghost King would still live. How could he bear to watch his fellow disciples die? How could he bear to watch the foundation laid by their ancestors turn to ashes and disappear? Rather than die, it was better to survive. At least King Yun's sect would still exist. I'm sure. The Immortal Execution Sword. Since you're obedient, then stop thinking about the Immortal Execution Sword. You won't need it anymore, and you won't use it. Wan Jianyi's body trembled. Thinking about it carefully, what the Ghost King said seemed to make sense. The world will soon belong to the Ghost King. What need is there for the Immortal Execution Sword? His bloodshot eyes looked at the Ghost King, and he calmly asked, Ghost King, what exactly do you want to do? A smile appeared on the Ghost King's lips as he looked at everyone around him. Almost all the major sects had come here. Everything that happened here, after it was over, would be known throughout the entire world. And he would tell the whole world his grand plan. What do I want to do? Haven't you all seen it? I want to unify the power of the entire world. I want to become the ruler of both the righteous and demonic paths. I will integrate the resources of the entire world, making our world advance further, allowing everyone to truly attain immortality. The Ghost King spread his arms, seemingly embracing the sky, embracing the world. Conquering the entire world was only the first step. In this world, even reaching the peak of cultivation takes less than 1,000 years. In other worlds, immortality is achieved, lifespan equal to heaven and earth, and he wanted that too. He also wanted eternal life, to become a true immortal. The Ghost King's words shocked everyone present. Become a true immortal? What a joke. There are no immortals in this world. If you want to be a ruler, just be a ruler. Why spout such ridiculous nonsense? Wan Jianyi shook his head. His thoughts were the same as everyone else's. There were no immortals in this world, and no immortal realm. So you just want to become the ruler of this world. Why make it sound so grand? The Ghost King, hearing this, wasn't angry or furious, he simply found it somewhat amusing. Once upon a time, he was as short-sighted as those frogs in a well. But now, he had broken free of his cage and seen the real world. The real world is far more wonderful than this. The current struggles are merely petty squabbles, only the path of world advancement ahead is the true road to heaven. The Myriad Realms Tower is the right path. Chapter 248 The Limits of the World. The Ghost King's Popular Science. Wan Jianyi, your vision is far too short-sighted. Do you know why we can't become immortals? Why do we only have a lifespan of a few hundred years? Even the King Yi ancestor, once considered the strongest, only lived for 750 years. The Ghost King's words drew everyone's attention. Even those who hadn't become top-tier experts still wanted to know. Cultivating immortality ultimately, one is still just immortal. How can one become an immortal with a lifespan equal to heaven? At this moment, no one refuted the Ghost King, they simply watched him quietly, their ears perked up, eager to hear what he was about to say. Even Wan Jianyi and Yun Yulan fell silent, their eyes fixed on the Ghost King. Because of the limitations of this world, because of the limitations of our cultivation techniques, our world is only a 6th-tier world, unable to produce 7th-tier powerhouses. Even 6th-tier powerhouses are extremely rare. I only know of one, the Beast God. Perhaps the power of the immortal slaughtering sword formation can reach the 6th tier, and the 8 desolate fire dragon summoned by combining the profound fire mirror and the 8 desolate profound fire formation can be 6th tier, but those are only at the early stage of the 6th tier. Yun Yulan's eyes widened in panic upon suddenly hearing about the profound fire mirror and the 8 desolate profound fire formation. How could the Ghost King know all this? Even in Burning Incense Valley, very few people knew that the profound fire mirror could summon the 8 desolate fire dragon, yet the Ghost King knew so much. Then didn't he know his earlier plan? He originally intended to return to Burning Incense Valley to make arrangements, but the Ghost King intercepted him. It wouldn't have mattered much if Shangguan Ce had gone back to make arrangements. He believed the 8 desolate profound fire formation was not much weaker than the immortal slaughtering sword formation, but he never expected the Ghost King to know all this. Wan Jianyi's focus, however, was on the realm's 6th rank, 7th rank. What did that mean? What is the 6th rank? This question voiced the doubts in everyone's hearts, including the Beast Gods. The 6th rank is a very high realm, so high that even with the highest level of cultivation from all our sects, we cannot break through it, unless we can gather the legendary 5 volumes of the Heavenly Book. But that's only the early stage of the 6th rank. The path beyond that is blocked. The beast god looked at Yao Lao and Guyu beside him, his brows furrowed. You two are so strong, you're definitely not just early stage 6th tier cultivators. The Ghost King said he only knew me as a 6th tier expert, so you two aren't from this world. After saying this, the beast god, before the two could reply, muttered to himself. That's it should be right. There's no way to resurrect in this world, but other worlds do. That's why the Ghost King said he could help me resurrect Ling Long. Resurrecting people is difficult in this world, but it's very simple in other worlds. Ling Long, she really can be resurrected. Hearing the beast god's mutterings, everyone's gaze turned to Guyu and Yao Lao. No wonder they'd never heard of the Ye Ming sect, the leader of the righteous path? So they're the leader of the righteous path from another world. Then are there cultivation techniques from another world? Can they become stronger? Everyone's breathing suddenly quickened. If following the Ghost King could allow them to witness the wonders of other worlds, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing. Since they're not from this world, how did they come to our world? Can we go to other worlds? Suddenly, someone spoke up from the crowd. After the first question was asked, everyone couldn't hold back any longer and voiced their innermost thoughts. Can one become an immortal in other worlds? Above the 6th rank is the 7th rank, and above the 7th rank are there other realms? What is the realm of an immortal? Can we obtain cultivation techniques from other worlds? You said you could make us immortals too, is that true? The crowd bombarded them with questions, completely forgetting their previous talk of righteous and demonic paths. The Ghost King smiled slightly. This was precisely why he had spoken up. He wanted everyone to know that he had obtained a destiny for immortality, that only he could lead everyone to immortality, so that the others would obediently offer their resources. Going to collect and search for them one by one was too troublesome. Wouldn't it be better to have them deliver them? Can one become an immortal in other worlds? I can tell you, yes. But can you go? Of course you can. But such an opportunity for immortality isn't something everyone is qualified for. I intend to unify the entire world and establish a new system. As long as you make sufficient contributions, you can exchange for a spot, and I will take you to the land of immortal destiny. There are supremely powerful beings there, even immortals must obey their commands. There are countless cultivation techniques, elixirs, methods of resurrection, methods of immortality, everything you can imagine, and even things you can't. That is the true land of immortal destiny. A place where one can become an immortal. Everyone listened with fervor, wishing they could immediately obtain that spot. Only Wang Jianyi managed to maintain his composure. Since it's possible to become an immortal, why don't you become one yourself instead of telling us? The Ghost King looked at Wang Jianyi, a smile of appreciation on his face. Good question. Why am I doing this? Because of resources. The land of immortal destiny possesses countless elixirs, magical treasures, and cultivation techniques, but you need resources to exchange for them. This is one of the reasons why I want to unify the entire world. The second reason is why I'm speaking to you so politely instead of simply slaughtering you all. Here, you should thank Master Guyu and Elder Yao. If it weren't for their persuasion, my original plan was to kill you all and then take your sect's resources. The righteous cultivators trembled. This was the Ghost King they knew. Today's Ghost King felt unreal, almost unfamiliar. So that's the reason. As I said before, our world is only a 6th tier world, capable of producing only 6th tier powerhouses at most. But if the world upgrades to the 7th tier, it will be able to produce 7th tier powerhouses. This means that all of you could potentially become beings like the Beast God, and talented individuals could even become 7th tier powerhouses. Furthermore, after the world upgrades, our world will see more rare and precious resources, magical artifacts, divine weapons, and demonic beasts. Our cultivation will be much easier, and breaking through realms will be much simpler. If one day our world can upgrade to the level of the immortal realm, even breathing will improve our cultivation level. At that time, perhaps even a pig that grows to our age will be stronger than we are now. World upgrade. The world can upgrade. Everyone's worldview was turned upside down, leaving them utterly bewildered. If the world were to be upgraded, breaking through would be as easy as breathing. Some people's eyes were already red, and they were panting heavily. You must know that they had cultivated for hundreds of years to reach their current level, and many had been stuck at that level for hundreds of years. They dreamed of breaking through. How can we upgrade our world? Chapter 249 The Righteous and the Demonic Paths Submit. The Ghost King unifies the world. Someone asked the question, and all eyes turned to the Ghost King with burning passion. At this moment, they felt no resistance whatsoever. Upgrading a world is incredibly difficult. That's why I haven't killed you all. Upgrading a 6th tier world to a 7th tier world requires 1 7th tier expert, 10 6th tier experts, 100 5th tier experts, 1,000 4th tier experts, 10,000 3rd tier experts, 100,000 2nd tier experts, and 1 million 1st tier experts. Except for the 7th tier and 6th tier experts, the rest should be roughly the same, but even just 1 7th tier and 10 6th tier experts are already very difficult. Therefore, besides gathering resources to advance my own strength to the 7th tier, I also need to cultivate 10 6th tier experts. These 10 6th tier experts, of course, are best cultivated from late-stage 5th tier experts. The Ghost King's gaze swept over Wan Jianyi, Yun Yulan, Yu Yangzi, the 3 Wonders Fairy, the Poison God, and the 4 holy envoys of the Ghost King sect. Their breathing quickened considerably. The Poison God was the first to step forward, expressing his loyalty. Sect Master Ghost King, rest assured, I, the Poison God, and the Myriad Poison sect will absolutely be the first to obey your orders. Anyone who dares to disobey, I will be the first to annihilate them. The Poison God was old, his lifespan nearing its end, yet his cultivation level remained stagnant. He had already given up, resigned to death, but unexpectedly, this situation arose. Who wants to die when they can live? The longer one lives, the less one wants to die. That was his thought. What was the Myriad Poison sect? Only his own survival mattered. After the Myriad Poison sect's pledge, the second to pledge allegiance wasn't from the demonic sect, but from a righteous faction. My Tianyang sect is willing to obey the Ghost King's command, rebuild the world order, and create a new world. My Ruoshui sect is willing to obey the Ghost King's command, rebuild the world order, and create a new world. My Yulan Valley is willing to obey the Ghost King's command, rebuild the world order, and create a new world. My Tianxian sect is willing. My Delong sect is willing. The smaller sects of the righteous path all expressed their opinions. The major sects could only sigh inwardly. The situation was already set, and further struggle was futile. If they resisted further, they would not only face the Ghost King, nor the Ghost King sect, but the entire world. Then the demonic sect would no longer be the Ghost King sect, but them. I, Yu Yangzi, representing the Changsheng Hall, obey the Ghost King's command. I, Samiao Fairy, representing the Hehuan sect, obey the Ghost King's command. Gradually, among all the sects and forces present, only the Qingyun sect and the Fengxiang Valley remained silent. Yun Yulan was overwhelmed with thoughts, which ultimately coalesced into a soft sigh. Alas, while I was still pondering how to become the leader of the righteous path, how to make Burning Incense Valley the strongest, your gaze, Ghost King, was already fixed on other worlds. I have lost, utterly lost. But Ghost King, I haven't lost to you, but to your fate. Such divine favor, why doesn't it grace my Burning Incense Valley? A slight smile appeared on the Ghost King's lips. He had understood Yun Yulan's meaning. Luck is also a part of strength. In my opinion, divine favor doesn't grace me, but our world. Without the divine favor, we frogs in a well would only fight amongst ourselves, engaging in petty squabbles, utterly insignificant. Now, with the divine favor, we can make the Zuxian world famous throughout the heavens and myriad realms. Wan Jianyi trembled upon hearing the words Zuxian world. Zuxian world? Is that the name of our world? The Ghost King nodded. That's right. Our world is called the Zuxian world, the Zuxian of the Zuxian sword. Wan Jianyi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What a magnificent Zuxian world. Unfortunately, the divine favor didn't descend upon the Qingyun sect. Ghost King, I have one last question. Speak. I want to know, how should the actions of the demonic path be dealt with in the future? Not only Wan Jianyi, but all the righteous cultivators looked at the Ghost King. The Ghost King was a giant of the demonic path. If the demonic path committed crimes in the future, would he ignore it, or what? The Ghost King chuckled at the question. He had anticipated it and was already prepared. I've said it before, world ascension is incredibly difficult, requiring countless powerful individuals. You think reaching 1 million first tier strength is easy, but that's only because it's merely an ascension to the 7th tier. The 8th tier requires 10 million, the 9th tier 100 million, and the 10th tier 1 billion. Every mortal is a precious resource for the future, therefore, battles between cultivators must not involve mortals. This applies to both the demonic sect and the righteous sects. Not even disciples of the Ghost King sect. If I find out, I will severely punish them. The necessary resources can be directly exchanged at the Immortal Destiny Land. The Immortal Destiny Land has far more items than you can imagine: strength-enhancing pills, rare and precious herbs. You can exchange them here based on your contributions. As for battles between cultivators, I don't care. Cultivation is inherently a dog-eat-dog world. Let things be as they are, let the battles resolve themselves. Wan Jianyi, are you satisfied with my answer? Wan Jianyi nodded. He was extremely satisfied. The ones who should be dissatisfied are the demonic sect behind the Ghost King. Since that's the case, my Qingyun sect accepts our defeat and will henceforth obey the Ghost King's commands. This time, the heads of the other 6 peaks remained silent, clearly acquiescing. As soon as the Qingyun sect finished speaking, Yun Yulan followed suit. My Fengxiang Valley accepts our defeat and will henceforth obey the Ghost King's commands. With this, all the sects here chose to submit to the Ghost King, who, as he wished, became the leader of both the righteous and demonic paths. He became the ruler of the world. No, why do you all believe him? He's a member of the demonic sect. He's bewitching you. What you should be doing now is killing him. Killing the entire demonic sect. A bald-headed disciple of Tianyan Temple roared angrily. Why? This outcome was completely different from what he had expected. Shouldn't there have been a great battle between the righteous and demonic forces? Shouldn't the Ghost King sect have been destroyed? Why have all the righteous sects submitted to the Ghost King sect in the blink of an eye? The Ghost King glanced at his gleaming bald head, tossed the immortal execution sword in his hand, and lightly swung it. A flash of sword energy appeared, and the Tianyan Temple disciple was instantly cleaved in two, falling from the sky. Enough with the noise. I haven't even dealt with you yet, and you dare to cause trouble. Do you really think I, the Ghost King, have reformed? The Ghost King's gaze swept over everyone, and he calmly said, I'm not afraid to tell you, only I can enter the land of immortal destiny. Even if I die, I can still be resurrected there. So if you have any ulterior motives, you'd better put them aside. It's best if we all become immortals happily together. If you insist on courting death, I don't mind killing you all. Anyway, I can easily live for thousands or tens of thousands of years. I can take my time. Chapter 250 Auction House Announcement. The Spider Silk Immortal. The Ghost King's desire to be a good person doesn't mean he is. His ruthless methods instantly reminded those around him of his identity. He was the sect master of the Ghost King sect, a powerful figure in the demonic path. A giant of the demonic path. The Ghost King watched the slowly changing expressions on everyone's faces, his expression remaining unchanged. Everything was as expected. A combination of kindness and severity that's the true path of kings. With both the righteous and demonic paths unified, now it's time to reap the rewards. The Azure Cloud sect's various cultivation techniques and secret manuals, including the 4 great true techniques, were all contributed. The Incense Valley, the Longevity Hall, the 10,000 Poison sect, the Joyful Union sect, and several other top sects obediently contributed their cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Seeing that everything had settled down and the Ghost King had reaped a bountiful harvest, Elder Yao and Guyu left the immortal execution world. Back at the Myriad Realms Tower, the two returned to the Pill Pavilion, where Xiao Yan had already returned. Master Yao, you're back. Yes, we're back. What's your cultivation level now? Me? Just broke through to Do Shi. Why? Your strength is still a bit weak. I'm going to Zhongzhou soon, and I plan to take you with me. So, let's settle your 3-year agreement first. Xiao Yan's progress has been rapid. The cultivation pills from different worlds have accelerated his cultivation speed. In just a few weeks, he directly advanced from the 3rd stage of Do Chi to Do Shi. However, Master Yao felt it was still not enough. What's the point of winning after a close match? To win, you have to win overwhelmingly. The agreement was for 3 years, but before 30 days were up, he attacked the Yunlin sect and won overwhelmingly. That's what you call a slap in the face. What kind of slap in the face is a close match? Xiao Yan scratched his head. He had only just broken through to Do Shi, and Nalan Yanran was also a Do Shi. Whether he could even agree to her agreement was still uncertain. Isn't this a bit too fast? Fast? What's fast about it? I think it's too slow. You don't really think revenge is a dish best served cold, do you? You're from the Myriad Realms Tower. Besides elixirs, do you know of any rare and precious materials that can enhance strength? Come on, let's go check out the trading area. Just as they were about to head to the trading area, they suddenly felt the Myriad Realms token vibrate. Ding! The first auction of the Myriad Realms Tower will begin in 3 days. This auction features rare and precious materials that can quickly enhance strength, as well as weapons and magical artifacts that can strengthen power. All items are special treasures and cannot be purchased in the trading area. They will only be auctioned at the auction house, and the highest bidder wins. Those interested in participating can go to the 7th floor of the Myriad Realms Tower to purchase an auction invitation. Only those with an invitation can participate in the auction. Old Yao stopped, his eyes lighting up. This is good news. They were just talking about rare and precious materials to enhance strength, and now there's news about it. 3 days? Then wait 3 days. I'll gather some heavenly coins during these 3 days, and then I'll get the items to improve my strength. Then you can go to the Yunlin sect and utterly crush that Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran. Okay. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. He still remembered the humiliation Nalan Yanran had brought him. To embarrass him in front of so many people, the blow to him, to his father, to the Xiao family was immense. Relying on her talent, she acted so arrogantly. Well then, let Xiao Yan teach her a lesson. In the new world of A Chinese Odyssey, a flash of white light appeared in an empty cave, and Supreme Treasure appeared inside, holding a moonlight box. Supreme Treasure frantically ran through the cave searching for Bai Jingjing, but the cave was empty. He ran outside, utterly bewildered. It was nighttime, so how had it become daytime? Where is everyone? How could this be? Supreme Treasure knelt down, took out the moonlight box, opened and closed it repeatedly. He looked at the sun and the sky with despair. Why had it become daytime? The moonlight box could only be used under moonlight, its ability to rewind time was useless under the sun. Suddenly, footsteps sounded in the distance. Supreme Treasure turned to see a beautiful woman carrying a sword and leading a mule slowly approaching. The woman had clearly seen Supreme Treasure as well, and she looked him up and down. A deity? Supreme Treasure ignored her, his mind was solely focused on returning to the previous timeline and rescuing Bai Jing. A demon? Seeing that Supreme Treasure ignored her, Fairy Zixia wasn't angry at all, instead, she politely thanked him. Thank you. She led the mule further in. Supreme Treasure frowned, stood up, and said to her, Hey, don't wander into the spider cave. Fairy Zixia laughed upon hearing Supreme Treasure's words, looking at the words written on the cave wall beside her. Spider cave? Do you think I can't read? It's clearly Water Curtain Cave. Supreme Treasure paused, looking up at the familiar cave. The three characters that originally read Spider Cave had somehow changed to Water Curtain Cave. While Supreme Treasure was stunned, Fairy Zixia thought to herself, Spider Cave is a good name. Spider Cave? That's a nice name. Fairy Zixia took 2 steps forward, raised her hand, and gently waved it towards the words Water Curtain Cave, instantly transforming them into Spider Cave. With a smile on her face, she turned to Supreme Treasure and said, I'll live here from now on. Supreme Treasure blinked, only now realizing what she meant, and quickly spoke. Wait a minute. Fairy Zixia's expression changed. She turned and struck Supreme Treasure away with a palm strike, the moonlight box falling to the ground. She looked curiously at the moonlight box on the ground, then flicked her finger, sending it flying into her hand. She glanced at the moonlight box in her hand, then turned to look at Supreme Treasure, who seemed about to say something, and stopped him. Hey! I now declare that everything on this mountain belongs to me, including you. Me? Yes. Fairy Zixia seemed to remember something, a smile appearing on her face. Just like my mule, I'll stamp your seal. She pointed her sword-wielding hand at the sole of Supreme Treasure's foot, and his straw sandals instantly burst into flames. Supreme Treasure hurriedly extinguished the flames, hissing and clutching the sole of his foot. Ouch! What did this girl do? Supreme Treasure looked at Fairy Zixia, somewhat bewildered. Fairy Zixia, leading the mule, was about to enter the cave when she suddenly remembered something, turned around, and said, You're mine now. If anyone bullies you, just say my name. From today onwards, I'm called the Spider Fairy. Zixia Fairy blinked, gave a wink, and turned to enter her cave. Supreme Treasure instantly forgot the pain in his foot, staring blankly at Zixia Fairy. The Spider Fairy? 500 years ago? Supreme Treasure's face was filled with disbelief, his tone brimming with doubt. That was the Spider Fairy. By Jing and 13 Sisters Master. A figure from 500 years ago. Could the moonlight box have transported him back 500 years? Chapter 251 Sun Wukong Reincarnated. The Sacred Flame Token for Exorcising Demons. Supreme Treasure pondered, rubbing his feet, then took off his straw sandals. He wanted to know what that so-called Spider Fairy had actually done. He lifted his foot and saw 3 moles suddenly appear on his sole, arranged in a triangle. Supreme Treasure's mind went completely blank. A recurring dream seemed to echo in his ears again. In the dream, there was a floating image of Guanyin Bodhisattva, who often spoke to him with the same words. The reason you haven't become the reincarnation of Sun Wukong is because you haven't met the person who gave you these 3 moles. 3 moles. Sun Wukong reincarnation. Supreme Treasure was completely stunned. No way. It must be fake. He reached behind him, where the demon-revealing mirror had been, there was nothing. Where was the demon-revealing mirror? Oh, sold to the Myriad Realms Tower. The Myriad Realms Tower. Damn it. How could I forget about the Myriad Realms Tower? He should have gone to the Myriad Realms Tower for help. He was so nervous before that he completely forgot about it. He took out his Myriad Realms token and saw the message on it. Ding! The first auction at the Myriad Realms Tower will begin in 3 days. This auction features rare and precious materials for rapidly increasing strength, as well as weapons and magical artifacts to enhance power. All items are special treasures and cannot be purchased in the trading area, they will only be auctioned at the auction house, and the highest bidder wins. Those interested in participating can go to the 7th floor of the Myriad Realms Tower to purchase an auction invitation. Only those with an invitation can participate in the auction. Auction house? What does this have to do with me? Right now, he only wants to know if he has become Sun Wukong, and he wants to know how he can save Bai Jing. Supreme Treasure disappeared from the spot and entered the Myriad Realms Tower. In an unknown world, a man with thick hair looked at the cave under the lotus leaves, hesitated for a moment, and then crawled inside. He shone a lamp and looked around. This should be the place his master had mentioned. Suddenly, a disheveled man, dressed in tattered clothes, with unkempt hair and half a bald head, ran out and hugged him tightly. The bald man didn't say a word, but started touching the man with thick hair all over, as happy and excited as an animal seeing a human. Get up! Get up! I'm here to find Sun Wukong. The man with thick hair quickly broke free, standing aside with a look of utter disgust. The bald man pointed at himself with both hands, jumping up and down like a monkey, as if he had ADHD. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. The man with thick hair looked incredulous, holding the lantern up to Sun Wukong's face, and asked suspiciously, "You're Sun Wukong?" Sun Wukong grinned, showing his big teeth, and pointed at himself. "Great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong." The man quickly bowed and said politely, "Mr. Sun, hello, hello. My surname is Chen Xianzang." Sun Wukong nodded. He hadn't seen anyone in a long time. He hurriedly touched Chen Xianzang all over, his hair, his body, his heart pounding with excitement. 500 years ago, when he was imprisoned here, he knew that someone would come looking for him 500 years later, and then he could leave this place. Sun Wukong hugged Chen Xianzang, whose eyes were filled with disgust. This was Sun Wukong, the king of demons? Could there be a mistake? Finally here. 500 years. Finally here. In his excitement, Sun Wukong began kissing Chen Xuanzang's arm. Chen Xuanzang's expression instantly changed from disgust to terror. He clutched his chest and frantically tried to break free. "Mr. Sun, no." Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly suppressed his joy and stood aside, but a broad smile still played on his lips. "Sorry, I was a little excited." He pointed to the stone in the middle, gesturing. Sit, sit, sit." Chen Xianzang glanced around. There was nothing there. Where could he sit? Forget it, better stay away from him, lest his innocence be compromised. He walked to the other side of the stone, scrutinizing Sun Wukong. He still couldn't believe that the king of demons he was looking for was like this. "Hi, Mr. Chen, you're quite the handsome young man. Mr. Sun too, but he seems to fall a little short of the legends." Sun Wukong sighed, then explained to Chen Xianzang. It's like this. 500 years ago, I was just an inexperienced young disciple. Back then, I had a minor disagreement with the Buddha, and he used the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra to banish me. I realized my mistake, so I locked myself in this small place. 500 years. I haven't gone out even once. I've been diligently studying the profound principles of the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra here. Sun Wukong adopted a self-righteous demeanor, as if he had already realized his error. Look at me. I've completely digested and expelled all the demonic energy from my body. Even my former demonic form is gone. So now, only truth, goodness, and beauty remain within me. Therefore, the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra is truly good, truly wondrous, truly amazing. Hearing Sun Wukong say this, Chen Xianzang smiled. Sun Wukong's acceptance of Buddhism proves its correctness. Especially hearing the words truth, goodness, and beauty instantly reminded him of his master's teachings. Exorcising demons is about awakening the truth, goodness, and beauty within them. Mr. Sun, actually, I have another important matter I'd like to discuss with you. Please speak freely. I'd like to ask you to teach me a way to subdue a pig demon. Sun Wukong scratched his face, immediately knowing who he was referring to. Zhu Gangli. Yes. He's incredibly demonic, he's killed countless people. We're completely helpless. Sun Wukong scratched his shoulder and looked at Chen Xianzang. There is a way. Sun Wukong turned and pointed to a stone tablet in the distance, on which were written the words Om Mani Padme Hum. He stood up, grabbed Chen Xuanzang's hand, and eagerly led him to the stone. This is the exorcising sacred fire token. I brought it down from the heavenly palace. It can destroy all demons and monsters. But I don't want to kill him, I only want to awaken the true goodness and beauty within him. Master said that killing demons isn't the best way. The best way is to deliver the demon to the afterlife, to awaken the true goodness and beauty within him. Sun Wukong paused, stunned. What? Awaken truth, goodness, and beauty? He turned his head and said to Chen Xianzang, yes, didn't I tell you? Its main function is to awaken people's truth, goodness, and beauty. Chen Xianzang blinked and shook his head in refusal. Forget it, it's too precious. Not precious at all, not precious at all, just 10 or 8 yuan. Sun Wukong pretended not to care, but Chen Xianzang wasn't stupid. I'd rather not take it. Take it. I said it's a gift, so take it. Mr. Sun, is this the seal that Buddha used to suppress you? Chapter 252. This banana is for eating. Sun Wukong's face darkened, his grief turning to rage. He turned and glared coldly at Chen Xianzang. You refused to take it when I told you to, so you're disrespecting me? Do you know who I am? You know the 13 protectors of Flower Fruit Mountain? I'm the leader. Back in the day, I wielded 2 watermelon knives and hacked my way from the South Heavenly Gate all the way to the East Road of Pendlay. I hacked back and forth for 3 days and 3 nights, rivers of blood flowing. But I just kept swinging my knife, swinging my knife, swinging my knife, swinging my knife, without even blinking. Sun Wukong pointed at Chen Xianzang, boasting of his past exploits. Chen Xianzang flinched back somewhat fearfully, then asked in a low voice, "Won't your eyes get dry after not blinking for so long?" Sun Wukong was speechless. What kind of thought process was this? So what if I do it? So what if I don't? What does that have to do with what I'm saying? I'm just curious. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Am I talking about whether my eyes will get dry? I'm just wondering, if you keep chopping with your eyes wide open, won't your eyes get dry after so long? Sun Wukong completely lost his temper. Where did this idiot come from? Don't fucking talk to me about your eyes getting dry or not getting dry again. Do you understand? He cursed and kicked Chen Xianzang twice. Chen Xianzang quickly dodged to the side, running to the other side of the rock. Mr. Sun, calm down. Mr. Sun, that's not what I meant. Sun Wukong picked up the 3 bamboo sticks Chen Xianzang had brought and pointed them at him. I said I kill without blinking an eye, and you ask me if my eyes get dry? Fine, I'll show you. He placed the 3 bamboo sticks on the edge of the rock and then chopped them down with a chop. You're talking about my eyes, aren't they? 3 bamboo stalks couldn't be cut, so he threw one away. Are they still not dry? Are they still dry? Still can't be cut? He threw another one away. Are they still dry? The last bamboo stalk was chopped in half. Sun Wukong placed his bleeding hand at his side, and held up the bamboo with his other hand to show Chen Xianzang. See that? Do you see that? Chen Xianzang tilted his head, looking at Sun Wukong's hand. I see it. Sun Wukong put his hand behind his back and threw the bamboo away. What else is there? Take it all out. I'll smash it all. Take it out. Take it out. Take it all out. Chen Xianzang walked to the bundle, took out a durian, and placed it on a stone. Sun Wukong saw the durian, paused for a moment, and pretended not to see it. So there's no reasoning with you young people. You asked to borrow something, and I lent it to you. Mr. Sun. Chen Xianzang pushed the durian in front of Sun Wukong, gesturing for him to continue chopping it. Sun Wukong pretended not to understand and pushed it away. I don't want it, thank you. Look at you young people these days, so frivolous and impetuous. I personally think it's better to be more down to earth. Chen Xianzang, holding the durian, stood next to Sun Wukong. Mr. Sun, don't try that with me. If you want it, smash it yourself. I don't want it, you told me to take it out for you to smash. Damn it. Sun Wukong covered his head. Why did heaven send such an idiot to torment him? He turned and rushed to the stone tablet, which instantly flashed with golden lightning. Sun Wukong was instantly blasted away, his body slamming into the stone wall before crashing heavily to the ground. He roared furiously, "Let me out!" He stood up, looked at the hole above him, and leaped up. The next second, the surrounding vines instantly extended, binding him. Countless golden lightning bolts spread from the vines, striking Sun Wukong and slamming him heavily to the ground. This wasn't over. 4 or 5 vines transformed into whips, lashing Sun Wukong's body mercilessly, leaving bloody welts. Golden lightning spread across the vines, each lash bringing excruciating pain. Sun Wukong knelt on the ground, crawling pitifully forward, the vines lashing him relentlessly, the cave filled with his screams of agony. Chen Xianzang stared in shock at the scene, his eyes wide. The vines whipped Sun Wukong for a full minute before finally stopping. 500 years. How much longer are you going to imprison me? Sun Wukong roared angrily at the sky, expressing his inner discontent. I've changed, I've had enlightenment, Buddha, why won't you believe me? Chen Xianzang was silent for a moment, then slowly stepped forward. You say Buddha doesn't believe you, then do you believe Buddha? If you have truly achieved enlightenment, Buddha will know. He will not abandon you. Chen Xianzang half-squatted before Sun Wukong, looking at the pitiful state of the king of demons, and a touch of pity stirred in his heart. You mean I haven't truly achieved enlightenment yet? Don't dwell on that. As long as you're focused on doing good, you'll reap the rewards. Helping me subdue the pig demon is also doing good. It's a great opportunity to fight evil and give back to society. You want me to help you? Impossible. Sun Wukong bared his teeth, still holding on to his last shred of stubbornness. Do you know how I've spent the last 500 years? I haven't even eaten a single banana, my favorite. Sun Wukong lamented, recounting his miserable situation. At that moment, Chen Xianzang handed him a banana, which he had prepared beforehand. Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment upon seeing the banana, then snatched it. To subdue the pig demon, you must first lure him here. Although the pig demon was harmed by his wife and her lover, he still deeply loves her. He loves watching his wife dance under the moonlight, and he even wrote a poem for her as a token of their love. That's simple. Find a beautiful woman, and on a full moon night, have her sing and dance this poem, and the pig demon will naturally come. Chen Xianzang nodded, then asked, and then? Then leave it to me. Sun Wukong peeled a banana, turned around, and saw a scene that almost made him vomit blood. Chen Xianzang pulled down his shirt, exposing his shoulder, then touched his shoulder with his lips, his hand stroking his arm. This scene was utterly disgusting. Sun Wukong almost threw the banana at Chen Xuanzang's face. What was he doing? You, a grown man, were flirting with a monkey? Is this appropriate? And I'm a male monkey. This is so unlucky. Mr. Sun, what do you think of me dressing as a woman? Mr. Chen, please have some self-respect. Just then, a woman jumped down from the cave entrance, attracting their attention. She saw Chen Xianzang exposing his shoulder, touching his neck, gazing affectionately at Sun Wukong, who was holding a peeled banana in his hand, facing Chen Xianzang. This scene stunned her instantly. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. No wonder Chen Xianzang doesn't like me, he likes men. And this type of man at that. Chen Xianzang quickly stood up, pulled up his clothes, and explained. No, 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 no. This banana is for eating. Chapter 253 New Traders. Supreme Treasure and Sun Wukong. For the next while, Sun Wukong transformed into Tong Jinchange of Flower Fruit Mountain, his words as sweet as honey, making the woman incredibly happy. Chen Xianzang watched from the side, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Did he truly have no feelings for Miss Duan? Of course not. But he was a monk. How could he be with Miss Duan? But seeing Miss Duan laughing and joking with Sun Wukong, and with Sun Wukong constantly getting physical, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He stepped forward, pulling Miss Duan away. Alright, let's go catch the pig demon. Sun Wukong shoved Chen Xianzang aside and began teaching Miss Duan to dance. In the end, the two left. Sun Wukong greeted Miss Duan warmly, watching them leave. The moment they were out of sight, the smile on Sun Wukong's face vanished instantly. He turned to look at the stone tablet beside him. What a load of rubbish, the exorcising sacred fire token. It was indeed a seal, and taking it would indeed remove it. Unfortunately, Chen Xianzang wasn't fooled. Fortunately, there was more than one way to break the seal. 500 years. 500 years. Buddha, do you know how I've spent these 500 years? Every day, every minute, every second, I remember it all perfectly. I will make you pay the price. Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon the cave entrance, his eyes bloodshot. I will definitely get out. Ding, Destined One, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, his eyes sweeping around. The Myriad Realms Tower? This cave is so tiny, it's impossible to hide anyone here. Even a voice transmission from outside couldn't get in. There's a seal from Buddha here. The Myriad Realms Tower, transcending all the heavens in myriad worlds. Interesting. Noticing the information in his mind, Sun Wukong immediately became interested. Enter. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Sun Wukong slowly emerged from the vortex, the vast amount of information in his mind shocking him. There are worlds beyond worlds. The heavens contain countless worlds. His own world was merely one of them. To establish the Myriad Realms Tower, one must be far more powerful than the Buddha. However, he didn't quite like this place. Here, everything about him was suppressed. Just like in a cave, he had no power whatsoever. Staying in the Myriad Realms Tower reminded him of his cramped cave. Ye Ming frowned at Sun Wukong's appearance. Why was he so dirty? He was covered in dust. Has he been living such a miserable life? The strength varies from world to world, and the strength of Sun Wukong and Buddha Tathagata also differs in different worlds. In Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons, top-tier combatants like Buddha Tathagata are at the 7th rank, and there are no saints. Name, Sun Wukong. Identity, King of all demons in the Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons world. Strength, late 6th rank. This Sun Wukong is the king of all demons, not the Spirit Stone Monkey, not Bodhi's disciple, just a demon, a powerful demon. A late 6th rank Sun Wukong? Not bad, much stronger than the powerless Supreme Treasure. Just as we were talking about Supreme Treasure, another person appeared in the vortex. Oh no! Master! I think I've become the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. Can I borrow the demon-revealing mirror? Sun Wukong's gaze shifted to Supreme Treasure, his eyes narrowing slightly. What did you just say you became? Supreme Treasure blinked. Why did that look feel so unfriendly? Sun Wukong reincarnated? Big brother, who are you? Me? Sun Wukong. Ha! Supreme Treasure stared at Sun Wukong in shock, while Sun Wukong stared back at him. Big brother, this joke isn't funny at all. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, feeling incredibly strange. He had only just learned about the Myriad Realms, about the many different worlds, but he never expected to encounter another Sun Wukong so suddenly. No, Sun Wukong reincarnated. Ye Ming watched the two with amusement. This was the first time two people with the same identity had appeared together. No need for the demon-revealing mirror anymore, you've indeed become the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. Did you see Fairy Zixia? Fairy Zixia? Who's that? Tell the one with the mark to say he's the spider fairy. Oh, that's her. Fairy Zixia. You two come and sit down. You're both Sun Wukong, but in different worlds. Many situations are similar, yet there are many differences. Supreme Treasure looked at Sun Wukong curiously. Was this guy really the Sun Wukong who wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace? Wait a minute, I'm Sun Wukong too. What a strange feeling. Sun Wukong looked at Supreme Treasure, paused for a moment, and asked, "You were also imprisoned by the Buddha for 500 years? Supreme Treasure scratched his head, looking at Ye Ming for help. How could he know so much? He always thought he was a bandit. He hasn't regained his past life memories yet, he's just an ordinary person now. All Sun Wukongs have similar fates, wreaking havoc in heaven, being imprisoned under the Five Elements mountain for 500 years by Buddha, and then joining the journey to the west. But he's a bit worse off than you. He only completed half the journey before getting annoyed by Tang Santang's nagging and wanting to kill him, only to be killed by Guanyin. Here, Journey to the West, 1 heavenly coin. Take a look. You'll understand after reading." Sun Wukong frowned, he didn't have any heavenly coins. He flipped his hand, and several orbs of light appeared. Transformation technique, 5th order cultivation method. Demons can transform into human form after cultivation. Item value, 40,000 heavenly coins. Heavenly manifestation technique, 6th order cultivation method. Allows demons to change size, increasing their power. Item value, 800,000 heavenly coins. Fiery eyes, 6th order divine ability. Can see through all disguises, true forms, illusions, and spells below the 7th order. Item value, 500,000 heavenly coins. Indestructible body, 6th order divine ability. Magical treasures below the 6th order cannot harm the physical body. Item value, 700,000 heavenly coins. Demon Ape Profound Art, 6th order cultivation method. A demon cultivation method, reaching a high level allows the attainment of different divine abilities. Item value, 900,000 heavenly coins. Ye Ming looked at these cultivation methods, raising an eyebrow. These cultivation methods are somewhat rudimentary. If it were the Sun Wukong from the Journey to the West world, any random cultivation technique he used would be far superior to these. The Sun Wukong in Journey to the West, conquering the demons, wasn't a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch, he simply obtained cultivation techniques and cultivated them to his current level. Of course, whether he stumbled upon this cultivation technique himself or had it left behind on his inevitable path is unclear. After all, Journey to the West was just a conspiracy. This Sun Wukong has a beggar's version of the fiery eyes of truth, but not the 72 transformations. The 6th tier demon ape mystic art is quite impressive, costing 900,000 heavenly coins, almost at its peak. Besides these techniques, there are also some demon race techniques and ordinary spells, such as invisibility, earth is a type of magic used in Chinese fantasy novels, wall penetrating techniques, cloud riding techniques, and flight techniques. Chapter 254 I told you to kill Buddha, and you asked me to save a woman? As the king of all demons, he knew many cultivation techniques and possessed numerous spells. Therefore, the final exchange yielded over 10 million heavenly coins. The demon race's cultivation techniques ranged from 1st to 6th tier, with thousands of various spells. A total of 11 million heavenly coins. This is a Myriad Realms token. Deduct 1 heavenly coin, and you too can read Journey to the West first. Ye Ming transmitted Journey to the West into their minds, and the two carefully perused it. Supreme Treasure knew nothing of his past life, so he didn't find anything wrong. However, he was stunned when he saw that his master was actually Patriarch Bodhi. That idiot Patriarch Bodhi was his master? That can't be right. Sun Wukong also frowned. Many aspects were different from his own experiences. He didn't have a master, but he did encounter an old man who gave him a book. That book was the demon ape profound art he cultivated. He used to think he was lucky, but now it seems that wasn't the case. The rest of the story is pretty much the same. He went to heaven and caused havoc in the heavenly palace, was captured by Lao Zi and imprisoned in the 8 trigrams furnace. Then he escaped and was suppressed by Buddha. Exactly the same. Until 500 years later, Tang Santang came to rescue him and took him on a journey to the west to retrieve the Buddhist scriptures. And Tang Santang's name is Chen Xianzang. So that idiot was Tang Santang. So, he can leave soon? Just to retrieve the scriptures from the west. Retrieve the scriptures. Retrieve my foot. Damn Tang Santang, if I killed you, I wouldn't have to go on the journey. The poster said that all Sun Wukongs have had similar experiences, so everything was for the sake of the journey to the west? Why? To suppress Taoism and promote Buddhism? Why would heaven agree to this? I don't understand. It's all a conspiracy from beginning to end. The cultivation techniques he learned, his havoc in the heavenly palace, it was all prearranged, all to imprison him for 500 years before sending him to the western paradise to retrieve the scriptures and spread Buddhism. Thinking this, Sun Wukong didn't even bother to read further. Now he just wanted to wait for Chen Xianzang to release him, then kill him. Sun Wukong stood up abruptly, intending to go back now and wait to kill Chen Xianzang. I suggest you go to the future pavilion first. In the future pavilion, you can see everything that will happen in the future. Your world is a 7th tier world, it costs 10 million heavenly coins to see the future. Supreme Treasure looked at Sun Wukong enviously. 10 million heavenly coins. He also wanted to know if he had saved by Jing Jing in his future. Unfortunately, 10 million heavenly coins was too much. It was all his fault for being so stupid. If only he had sold the moonlight box back then. Now he had nothing. It was truly painful. That spider fairy said she'd protect me. Should I ask her for something? Sun Wukong frowned, looking at the tower master. Did this guy know something? Why did I have to go see the future first? Did I fail in the end? Well, let's see. I want to see what Buddha is up to. Alright, I'll go check out the future pavilion first. Sun Wukong was about to leave when he suddenly saw Supreme Treasure beside him. If you need to kill Guanyin Bodhisattva or Buddha, come find me. I'd be happy to kill them. Supreme Treasure paused for a moment, then a hint of joy appeared on his face. Then can you help me save Bai Jing Jing? A question mark flashed through Sun Wukong's mind. Who was Bai Jing Jing? She sounded like a woman? I'm telling you about killing the Buddha, and you're asking me to save your woman? What's wrong with young people these days? Chen Xianzang too, and this reincarnation of Sun Wukong too. Am I really getting old? No. If you want to kill the Buddha, fine, but you'll have to deal with the rest yourself. With that, Sun Wukong turned and left without looking back. He was going to the future pavilion to see his future. Supreme Treasure scratched his head. He was just an ordinary person. Why would he want to kill Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Buddha? That was Guanyin Bodhisattva. The Buddha. He couldn't afford to offend them. Supreme Treasure looked at Ye Ming anxiously and asked, Master, is there a way to save Bai Jing Jing? Ye Ming nodded, then shook his head. Save her? Why save her? Bai Jing Jing is just a little spider demon, perfectly fine. You traveled to 500 years ago, she hadn't yet become the disciple of the spider demon. How could she be in danger? But, Supreme Treasure wanted to say something, but then realized Ye Ming seemed to have a point. He had traveled to 500 years ago, which meant Bai Jing Jing's danger had occurred 500 years ago. After cultivating a bit and gaining strength, he could return 500 years later and save her. That seems to make sense. I'll cultivate a bit and then go save her. I need to retrieve the moonlight box first. Ye Ming slapped his forehead, somewhat speechless. Why couldn't his brain work? Why are you trying to save her? Bai Jing Jing is alive and well, just find her. Why do you have to go back 500 years? Besides, didn't you read Journey to the West? Didn't you understand it? Your return to 500 years ago was the arrangement of the gods and Buddhas. They wanted you to go on the pilgrimage. How could they let you go back 500 years? Supreme Treasure blinked. Not going back 500 years? Find Bai Jing Jing in this era? Hiss. Good idea. That's good. But we still need the moonlight box, just sell it. I understand. Bai Jing Jing will become the disciple of the spider fairy, so I've been waiting in the spider cave. I'm sure I'll meet Bai Jing Jing. Ye Ming looked at Supreme Treasure, not saying much. Only Supreme Treasure could understand everything that happened between him and Fairy Zixia. Ye Ming didn't dare say anything more, afraid that Supreme Treasure would miss out on this relationship. In the original future, this was a tragedy of unrequited love, but in the Myriad Realms Tower, there is no tragedy, only perfect fulfillment. Bai Jing Jing, Fairy Zixia, it's a difficult choice, isn't it? But why choose? Only children make choices, adults want it all. Thank you for your guidance, Tower Master. I want to cultivate. I currently have 9,999 heavenly coins. What cultivation techniques or secret manuals can I buy? Ye Ming shook his head. Cultivate? Cultivate my ass. Once the golden headband is on, it instantly restores all the strength of his previous life. Then he can sell the golden headband in the Myriad Realms Tower, essentially getting 5th or 6th tier strength for free. Cultivate? Cultivate my ass. What's the point of cultivating now? Besides, 9,999 heavenly coins can't buy any good cultivation techniques. It's better to save them than waste them. You don't need to cultivate now. Just wait. When the time comes, you can regain your strength from your past life. Supreme Treasure's eyes lit up. There's this benefit too. When can I regain my strength from my past life? Go to the future pavilion and see for yourself. 10 million heavenly coins. Then I'll wait. Waiting is fine too. Chapter 255 Sun Wukong sees the future. The seal is about to be broken. 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms Tower, Future Pavilion. Sun Wukong, 7th tier world. Viewing future information for this world requires 10 million celestial coins. Inquire now? Inquire. Please proceed to room number 7 on the left. Sun Wukong walked to the 7th room in the first row on the left, took a deep breath, and went inside. Time slowly passed. Everything that had happened before was exactly the same as what had happened to him. Even what had happened before entering the Myriad Realms Tower was identical, word for word. Things had indeed unfolded as he had predicted. Chen Xianzang had lured Zhu Beiji over and subdued him. Finally, he had played the victim, and Chen Xianzang had plucked the lotus leaf from the cave entrance, breaking the seal. He had done everything he wanted to do. However, in the end, he was still suppressed. He still embarked on the journey to the west to obtain the scriptures. Sun Wukong's face was somewhat grim. In the end, he hadn't escaped that calamity. What kind of bullshit Great Sun Tathagata Sutra is this? In the end, it was clearly that old silver coin Tathagata himself who did it. And Chen Xuanzang's master is actually the Buddha. They're so similar, with their fat heads and big ears. No, we can't act according to our original plan, otherwise we'll still be suppressed, forced to wear the unfixed flying ring, the golden hoop, and forced to go to the western paradise to retrieve the scriptures. Sun Wukong carefully reviewed the future again and again, recalling the journey to the west in his mind. I've got an idea. Let's try this first. Sun Wukong vanished from his spot, returning to the world of Journey to the West, conquering the demons. After waiting for a long time, the sound of Miss Duan singing drifted in from outside. She must have already begun her dance. Sun Wukong's mind raced, his brain working frantically. A long time later, a black wild boar appeared near the cave entrance. Sun Wukong snapped out of his reverie, looked at the entrance, and called out, "Zhu Gangli! Zhu Gangli!" Zhu Gangli looked around in confusion, then nudged aside a nearby lotus leaf with his head and stuck his head inside. "Zhu Gangli, long time no see." The moment Zhu Gangli saw Sun Wukong, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted sharply, and he was filled with terror. What is this guy doing here? He began to desperately back away, but Sun Wukong wouldn't let him escape. He grabbed Zhu Gangli's tusks and pulled him down. Miss Duan and Chen Xianzang, standing above, were overjoyed. With the king of demons involved, there shouldn't be any problems. The two jumped down again and saw Sun Wukong and the plump white pig he was holding. "Mr. Sun, thank you so much. You've truly rid the people of a scourge. It's my duty. It's my duty." Chen Xianzang was overjoyed. Miss Duan, standing nearby, subdued Zhu Gangli and sealed him in a doll, handing it to Chen Xianzang along with the previous fish demon doll. "This pig demon will turn to ashes in 49 days. However, I know you have your own exorcism philosophy, so these two demons are yours to deal with. Thank you for your help." Chen Xuanzang's face was full of smiles. At this moment, Miss Duan closed her eyes and tilted her head back. "You're tired. Go home and rest." Chen Xianzang pretended not to know anything. The person he liked was acting this way in front of him, yet he had to endure it. He's a monk, he can't let his emotions cloud his judgment. "Namo Amitba. Didn't I tell you that when a girl closes her eyes, it means she wants you to kiss her?" Chen Xianzang subconsciously glanced at Sun Wukong sitting on the rock beside him. Sun Wukong stood up and walked away. Miss Duan said coquettishly, explaining to him, "I'm sorry, I know I wasn't very good to you before, and I changed. I've decided to become a gentle and virtuous wife and mother. Will you accept that?" Chen Xianzang glanced at Sun Wukong beside him, he felt somewhat uneasy. Sun Wukong turned his head, facing the wall, pacing back and forth. Miss Duan took out her magical artifact, the boundless flying ring, shrunk it to the size of a ring, and put it on Chen Xuanzang's finger. "What are you doing? I've decided to marry you. This ring represents my love for you." Chen Xianzang turned to look at Sun Wukong again, who was utterly speechless. Even though he had witnessed this scene before in the future pavilion, he still found it incredibly absurd. "Why are you looking at me like that? Where the hell can I go?" Sun Wukong gestured, pointing to the small, dilapidated cave. "Keep staring at me, keep staring at me. What, do you think I can break the seal and fly away? Isn't this just plain stupid? Damn it, they're flirting in my own spot, and I have to leave. If my power weren't sealed, I'd smash you two beasts to death with my staff. How dare you feed me dog food right in front of me?" Miss Duan grabbed Chen Xuanzang's hand and pulled him closer. "Ignore him, are you willing?" Chen Xianzang didn't speak, he pulled hard on the ring on his hand, trying to remove it. But it was too tight, he couldn't get it off. "The unbreakable ring is rooted in your flesh, it can never be removed," Miss Duan said with a smile, seemingly already envisioning the two of them together. But Chen Xianzang didn't hesitate at all. While pulling with all his might, he looked to the side. He picked up a stone, raised it high, and was about to smash his finger off. His resolute attitude made Miss Duan's face gradually turn ugly. She quickly asked, "What are you doing? I don't love you. I don't want to be married to you. If I can't remove this ring, I don't want this finger." Chen Xianzang slammed the ring down hard, and Miss Duan quickly stopped him. She looked at Chen Xianzang with a sorrowful expression and removed the ring. "I understand, I won't bother you again. I spent 3 days spelling out your 300 nursery rhymes. I don't know many characters, so it's a mess." Miss Duan handed a book to Chen Xianzang. Sun Wukong, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes, a sudden urge to take it. He wondered if this book was truly the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. After a moment's thought, Sun Wukong made no move. Miss Duan turned and left, taking the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra with her. "Gone. What a pity. Miss Duan has a wonderful figure. How did you know?" "Because I saw it with my eyes." "How come I can't see it?" "That means you're blind." Chen Xianzang was speechless. He bowed respectfully to Sun Wukong and said, "Mr. Sun, thank you again for your help. I'll take my leave." "Hey, no rush, no rush. Leaving so soon? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, what could I possibly need? Farewell, farewell." Chen Xianzang picked up his backpack and turned to leave. Sun Wukong turned back, looking at the stone tablet beside him. Soon, soon. Chen Xianzang sat beside the cave, and the image of Miss Duan seemed to appear before him. It would be a lie to say he didn't like her. "Mr. Chen, is the moon round tonight?" "Quite round." "That's good. My cave entrance was sealed by that lotus flower, and I haven't seen the moon in ages." Even Sun Wukong felt a mix of excitement and trepidation as he said this. Chapter 256 Sun Wukong's Talk no Jutsu, instantly killing the exorcist. Chen Xianzang, still thinking of Miss Duan, perhaps moved by Sun Wukong's words, immediately plucked the lotus flower from the cave entrance. The moment the lotus was removed, its stamen burst into flames. Chen Xianzang froze, then his expression changed drastically. He knew what this was. The Buddha's seal on Sun Wukong. He had broken the seal. A massive surge of demonic energy erupted from the cave below, a streak of fire shooting into the sky before landing in front of him. Chen Xianzang instinctively took 2 steps back, staring at the petite figure before him. If the previous Sun Wukong resembled a pitiful beggar, the current Sun Wukong was the true king of demons. His ugly face glared at Chen Xianzang, his less than 1.5 meter tall frame clad in magnificent golden chainmail. This golden chainmail armor didn't look imposing at all. It resembled the attire of a theatrical troupe, complete with 4 flags stuck in its back. If it weren't for the intense demonic aura emanating from him, hundreds of times stronger than Zhu Beiji's, people would have mistaken him for a monkey from the opera troupe. Do you want to know what happens next? Poor Chen Xianzang. His life was a tragedy. You really think you were raised by your master? That your parents abandoned you? How laughable. There's a couple who might still be longing for their child day and night. They kneel before Buddha, begging Buddha to let them find their child and give them a better life. But do you know what's the funniest thing? Their child was taken away by Buddha. What is small love? What is great love? Chen Xianzang, do you understand now? Are you just a little short? Buddha really went to great lengths to make you understand all this. He even specially sent someone to teach you what romantic love is. Seeing Miss Duan so desperately in love with you, wanting to love but unable to, must have been very painful. There's something even more painful. Miss Duan is deceiving you. Fool! Your master, Tathagata, is also deceiving you. It's all to make you obediently go on the journey to the west to obtain the scriptures. If you ask me, Buddha is truly insidious. He really knows how to torment people. Going back to the very first question, do you know what will happen next? Next, 3 exorcists will appear, and I will kill them. Then Miss Duan will jump out to protect you, oh dear, truly unwavering until death. It's all fake. Ha ha ha. A person who can't read can actually piece together 300 children's songs into the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. Buddha is probably getting a bit senile. Chen Xianzang, watch closely what's coming next. Chen Xuanzang's mind was in a mess. Sun Wukong had been babbling incoherently, completely baffling. How did he know about great love, small love, and the difference between them? What did he mean? Was Miss Duan's affection fake? Before Chen Xianzang could figure it out, Sun Wukong grabbed his shirt and threw him towards the cliff edge. Ah! Chen Xuanzang's mind went completely blank. He screamed in terror, his mouth agape. Was he going to die? Just as he was about to reach the ground, he felt his leg suddenly being grabbed. Sun Wukong threw Chen Xianzang to the ground. Chen Xianzang awkwardly raised his head, just in time to see 3 figures appear behind Sun Wukong. He suddenly remembered what Sun Wukong had said earlier. Next, 3 exorcists will appear and be killed by me. Then Miss Duan will jump out to protect you. The exorcists appeared. Sun Wukong turned around, looking at the 3, with no mood for further discussion. The three, however, were completely oblivious, commenting on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong vanished from his spot, reappearing behind the three. He kicked Tian Kanjiao, breaking his only intact leg, and then kicked Baidu Wuxingkan in the back of his leg. The two staggered, about to fall to the ground. At that moment, a pair of hairy hands landed on their heads, and a powerful force instantly surged into their minds. Soul-searching technique. The demon race's soul-searching technique, an extremely domineering method, instantly extracted the desired memories from the opponent's mind. Regardless of the final outcome, the opponent's fate could be summed up in one word: death. These three dared to point fingers at him. They were definitely going to die. So what if I'm short? I'm powerful, that's enough. Before you die, contribute your remaining value. Hand over your techniques and such so I can exchange them for heavenly coins. The Void Prince was shocked. He hadn't even seen anything clearly before Sun Wukong subdued the two people beside him. His already pale face turned deathly white instantly, and he hurriedly turned to flee. Although the heavenly crippled kick and the Big Dipper 5 Elements fist were slightly weaker than his, the difference wasn't particularly large. Even they were defeated in an instant, he certainly wouldn't be a match for them. As for the sedan chair and the few old weeds beside him, he couldn't care less. He was about to die, he had no time to care about others. He took out his void sword box, flicked out a sword, and leaped onto it, ready to fly away. Sun Wukong, having already absorbed all the martial arts techniques from the two men's minds, exerted force with both hands, and instantly shattered their heads like watermelons falling from the 10th floor. Red and white blood and brain matter mingled together, a horrifying sight against the backdrop of headless corpses. Chen Xianzang, watching from afar, shuddered violently. Sun Wukong gave Chen Xianzang a seemingly friendly, yet terrifying smile, then turned and flew towards the Void Prince. Although the Void Prince had already flown some distance, Sun Wukong was beside him in the blink of an eye. The Void Prince abruptly stopped, threw out all the swords from his sword box, and began attacking Sun Wukong with his swords. Void Prince, why aren't you running anymore? Sun Wukong flicked his fingers, sending all the flying swords flying. The Void Prince took a deep breath. Sun Wukong had already caught up to him. If he ran any further, wouldn't he be exposing himself to the enemy? As expected of the King of Demons, his attacks were completely ineffective. Faced with Sun Wukong's taunts, the Void Prince remained silent. Now was not the time for idle chatter. His hair stood on end, the threat of death loomed large over him, ready to strike at any moment. He had no time for banter. He formed a hand seal, fusing several swords together into a giant sword. The giant sword crashed down, thrusting towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shook his head, bored. Why isn't he saying anything? He pulled his Rui Jingubang, golden cudgel, from his ear and swung it fiercely, stopping just before it struck the giant sword. Magic weapons can be sold for heavenly coins, I almost forgot. That was close, the magic weapon set would have been shattered. He sheathed his golden cudgel, ignoring the giant sword in the sky, and charged directly at the Void Prince, reaching out towards his head. Chapter 257 Miss Duan appears. Chen Xuanzang's mind is in turmoil. A look of terror flashed in Prince Kongxiu's eyes. It was too fast. He couldn't react at all. He slid down and knelt on the flying sword, immediately kowtowing. Demon King, spare my life. Just don't kill me, I'll do anything. Spare my life. Sun Wukong's hand was already on Prince Kongxiu's head. After a moment's thought, he withdrew his hand. Anything. Sun Wukong sized up Prince Kongxiu. Prince Kongxiu's strength was quite good, otherwise, he wouldn't have been vying for the title of First Exorcist. There should be quite a few exorcists practicing their techniques. He could find someone to manage them. He himself was responsible for the demon and immortal/Buddha factions, so finding someone to manage the mortal realm wouldn't be bad. Prince Kongxiu looked at Sun Wukong's eyes, a hint of joy appearing on his face. He could live. Yes. Demon King. Anything is fine. My face looks pale, but I'm really not suffering from kidney deficiency. Sun Wukong's face darkened. What does your kidney deficiency have to do with me? What is this guy thinking? Should I kill him? The empty Void Prince realized he'd said the wrong thing. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly smiled apologetically. Demon King, actually I don't really like being in the back, I prefer being in the front. Sun Wukong's face darkened even more. Fine, I'll just kill him. He reached out and touched the empty Void Prince's head, to prevent him from saying anything more indecent. The empty Void Prince's mind raced, the feeling of death was drawing ever closer. Demon King, I can show you around the human world. Wait a minute. What does the Demon King want with him? What does Soul Search want to know? I can help you unify the human world. Manage all exorcists. That's not right either. I can help you get everything you want, sir. Sun Wukong paused, withdrawing the energy from his hand. That's for the best. Now hand over all your cultivation techniques. The already weak Kangxu prince was now drenched in sweat, his white clothes clinging to his body, soaking wet. All right, Demon King, I'll give them to you now. The Kangxu prince hurriedly took out his Kangxu sword technique from his storage bag and handed it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took it without even looking at it, then put it away and flew towards Chen Xianzang. The Kangxu prince exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow, and followed behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong landed in front of Chen Xianzang, glancing behind him. At least he had some sense. If the Kangxu prince had dared to leave just now, he could have gone straight to the underworld. So, Chen Xianzang, how was the show? Why hasn't Miss Duan made her appearance yet? Oh, I know, it's because I didn't lay a hand on you. If I did, she'd come out to her death. Chen Xianzang closed his eyes, sat on the ground, clasped his hands together, and muttered something incessantly. His mind was in turmoil, utterly chaotic. Sun Wukong's words had indeed affected him. Sun Wukong looked at Chen Xianzang with his hands clasped, and an unnamed rage erupted instantly. Damn it! You really think I'd transform into a barber and give you a haircut? Chen Xianzang! Sun Wukong's demonic energy burst forth, instantly sending Chen Xianzang flying. Chen Xianzang spat out a mouthful of blood, knelt on the ground, enduring the excruciating pain, and raised his hands. Since you like Buddhas so much, then go and keep your Buddha company. Just as Sun Wukong was about to attack, Miss Duan suddenly jumped out from behind Chen Xianzang and kicked him. Sun Wukong hadn't even sensed Miss Duan's appearance. After being kicked, he took 2 steps back. This Miss Duan was definitely something else. Before, when he was sealed, it was understandable that he couldn't sense her presence, but now that the seal was broken, he still couldn't detect her trace. Anyone who dares to touch him, I'll kill them. Chen Xuanzang's body trembled upon seeing Miss Duan. Whether influenced by Sun Wukong's words or seeing Miss Duan come to his rescue, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Go! Get out of here! Miss Duan glanced at Chen Xianzang, her eyes filled with love. After turning her head away, her gaze became utterly calm again. How dare you do this to him? Do you think I'm a pushover? Miss Duan summoned the boundless flying rings, countless rings flying from her hands, striking Sun Wukong. But they couldn't even break through Sun Wukong's defenses, shattering into dust upon impact. Miss Duan reached Sun Wukong and threw a punch, which Sun Wukong caught and then easily broke. Behind her, Chen Xianzang cried out in grief. Go! Go quickly! Miss Duan ignored him, and with another kick, Sun Wukong mercilessly crushed her leg, sending her flying. Miss Duan's body flew out, landing beside Chen Xianzang. At the same time, a book flew from Miss Duan's body, landing a short distance away. After seeing a few words on the book, Chen Xuanzang's body began to tremble violently. The Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. It really is the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. Sun Wukong was right. Miss Duan really did piece together 300 children's songs into the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. So, was everything Sun Wukong said true? Or was he lying to me, and what my master said was the truth? What is truly true? Miss Duan coughed up blood, her chest caved in completely, and blood streamed uncontrollably from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Chen Xianzang beside her, but Chen Xianzang was in turmoil, too afraid to approach Miss Duan. He didn't know if Miss Duan truly loved him, or if it was all an act. Sun Wukong watched the scene, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Chen Xianzang, do you believe now? Or are you still filled with confusion? How many people have died along the way to awaken you, to help you understand universal love, the love between men and women? A 4-year-old girl, so young, eaten by a fish demon. Tisk tisk tisk, so pitiful. Xianzang, how can you finally understand? Do you want me to kill Miss Duan for you? She's their most crucial link. If I kill her, you'll definitely understand Mahayana Buddhism, filling in that tiny gap. Sun Wukong walked to Miss Duan's side, stepping on her. With just a little pressure, Miss Duan would die. No! Chen Xuanzang's heart was still in turmoil. He didn't know who was telling the truth, but he knew his own feelings were real. He didn't want Miss Duan to die, even if she really was sent to awaken him and help him understand Mahayana Buddhism. Sun Wukong laughed loudly, clutching his stomach, almost rolling on the ground. Ha 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 ha, don't want to? Are you sure, Chen Xianzang? If she doesn't die, you'll never comprehend Mahayana Buddhism, you'll always be just a little bit short. Do you know what you'll experience? Everything that happened before will happen again and again, until you finally understand. People will keep dying for you along the way. Are you sure you don't want her to die? Chapter 258. The Buddha takes action. The city destroyed. This is Buddha. Chen Xianzang closed his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. To die or not to die? If Miss Duan doesn't die, others will. If Miss Duan dies, no one else will. But watching the one he loves die before his eyes, how cruel that is. Have you thought it through? Chen Xianzang, this is your Mahayana Buddhism. This is Buddha. It's not me forcing you to choose, it's Buddha forcing you. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xianzang trembled even more violently. For the first time, he doubted his master, doubted Buddhism. Was everything he did right or wrong? Could that 4-year-old girl really have died because of him? He still remembered that little girl's adorable, innocent face, yet she died in the mouth of the fish demon. She died because of me. And many others died because of him? Oh, right, it's not just the fish demon, there's also Pigsy. All those corpses you saw were killed by Pigsy. Why the fish demon and Pigsy? Because there's more than just you and me in the journey to the west, there's also a fish demon and a pig demon, so we can protect you from all directions, land, sea, and air. Surprised? Unexpected? The appearance of Pigsy and the fish demon is all because of you. Just as Sun Wukong finished speaking, a furious roar echoed from the horizon. You audacious monkey, how dare you spread your heretical rumors? You've been imprisoned for 500 years and still haven't repented. The earth suddenly began to tremble, rocks tumbled down, and a giant stone Buddha abruptly sat up. The stone Buddha's giant hand swung down, smashing fiercely towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong saw the stone Buddha, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes, but he knew he was no match for the Buddha. He looked at Xianzang, flicked his finger slightly, and a ray of light flew into Xuanzang's mind. Chen Xianzang, you're such a fool. I won't kill her, you two can have a good romance for a while. Oh, right, I also treated her a bit, she won't die. Of course, I'm talking about normal circumstances. If she suddenly dies, or gets crushed by a rock, hee, you should know who did it. We'll meet again someday. Sun Wukong glanced one last time at the stone Buddha in the sky, kicked Miss Duan at his feet onto Chen Xianzang, and instead of fighting the stone Buddha, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. You demon monkey, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a huge golden Buddha shadow appeared in the sky, shocking both Prince Kongxiu and Chen Xianzang. Buddha, Buddha, Prince Kongxiu stammered. He'd just encountered the king of 10,000 demons, and now even the Buddha had appeared. Who gave him the courage to dare cause trouble for the king of 10,000 demons? He glanced at Chen Xianzang beside him. He had heard everything Sun Wukong said and roughly understood the gist. But this was what terrified him most. He knew far too much. Since Buddha had already sacrificed so many to awaken this guy, wouldn't one more death be nothing? The empty void prince suddenly paused, looking at the two headless corpses in the distance. So that's how it is. No wonder the three of us acted rashly and came to cause trouble for the king of 10,000 demons. We were influenced by Buddha. My two brothers, you died so tragically. Having just escaped Sun Wukong's clutches, you've fallen into Buddha's trap again. He looked at Chen Xianzang, only he could save him now. The empty void prince approached Chen Xianzang and slid to his knees before him. Master Xianzang, brother Xianzang, father Xianzang, please save me. I don't want to die. Chen Xianzang was dumbfounded. How could the empty void prince be dead? Didn't Sun Wukong spare his life? Brother, please. I really don't want to hear all this, but I didn't know he'd just blurt out such important information. Please beg Buddha to spare my life. I'm quite strong, stronger than the fish demon, and I can swim. Can I be the escort in the sea? I really don't want to die. Sun Wukong is the king of demons, he wreaked havoc in heaven and was suppressed by Buddha. How could I, a mere mortal, come to fight him? This is not what I wanted. I don't want to die here like the other two. Chen Xianzang looked at Buddha in the sky with bewildered eyes. Yes, the empty void prince was a top-tier exorcist. How could he not know about Sun Wukong's situation? Even the gods in heaven couldn't do anything to Sun Wukong, so why would a mortal want to cause him trouble? So, was this also arranged by Buddha? Buddha, what exactly do you want to do? Is this journey to the west indispensable? Why didn't you just tell me directly, instead of wasting so many lives and subjecting me to such trials? In the sky, a colossal Buddha slammed his palm down towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong snorted coldly. This damned bald monk. He hadn't even killed Chen Xianzang, yet he insisted on attacking. If he weren't outmatched, he would have killed him. Sun Wukong looked at the distant town, a smile playing on his lips. He flew over, transforming into human form, and landed on the busiest market floor. He looked up at the Buddha and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, go ahead and do it if you dare. Kill all the mortals around you. The Buddha's palm in the sky didn't pause for a moment. Before him, these were not human lives, but a swarm of ants. Even less than ants. Sometimes, even killing a swarm of ants might require some thought. But the Buddha killed these mortals without a second thought. The surrounding mortals, seeing the giant Buddha in the sky, didn't flee. Instead, they all knelt down in devout worship. Buddha, Buddha, kneel down. I actually saw Buddha. There really is a Buddha. And so, they watched helplessly as Buddha's giant hand landed on the small town, leveling the entire city and leaving only a handprint. In the distance, Chen Xuanzang's clasped hands had somehow loosened, and he stared in disbelief at the spot where the hand had landed. From this distance, across so many mountains, he shouldn't have been able to see clearly. But an image flashed in his mind: Sun Wukong standing in the city, Buddha striking down without hesitation. The entire city was gone. Everyone died. Except for Sun Wukong, who appeared beside Chen Xianzang, covered in dust and grime. The moment he saw Buddha's hand fall, he knew that mortals were doomed. He used the flashes of inspiration he had left in Chen Xuanzang's mind to transmit the situation to him. Well, this is your Buddha. You thought they cared about all sentient beings? No, they only care about whether their Buddha can spread throughout the world. They only care about Buddhism, about their own incense offerings. What are mortals? They can be crushed with a flick of the wrist. Chen Xianzang, do you like this gift I gave you? Chapter 259, Erasing Memories. Starting over. Does Buddha only care about incense offerings? Does Buddha only care about Buddhism? Does Buddha not care about mortals at all? In the past, Chen Xianzang would have argued with Sun Wukong no matter what. Everything Buddha did was for mortals, for the salvation of all beings. But the image of Buddha's palm striking down just now kept replaying in his mind. So many mortals, and Buddha killed them without the slightest hesitation. Chen Xuanzang's worldview was completely overturned. Everything his master had told him, everything he had said, was all a lie. Buddha wasn't as good as he had imagined. Xianzang, don't be bewitched by that monkey demon. A voice came from behind Chen Xianzang, and a fat man with a large head and thick hair appeared not far away. This man was Chen Xuanzang's master. Sun Wukong's expression changed when he saw this guy, and he slowly took 2 steps back. The Buddha? He had read in Journey to the West that Tang Santang was the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi, who was a disciple of the Buddha. Although this Chen Xianzang wasn't the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi, it was hard to imagine whether his suddenly appearing master was related to the Buddha. Chen Xianzang turned his head in confusion, and the moment he saw his master, his heart was filled with complex emotions. Master! He didn't immediately go to his master's side, but just held Miss Duan, staring blankly at his master. Sai, it seems you really have been influenced. Sun Wukong, how did you know all this? Chen Xuanzang's body trembled, an incredulous expression appearing on his face. All for naught. Miss Duan's voice came. She stood up from Chen Xuanzang's arms, and reached out to touch Chen Xuanzang's head. Chen Xuanzang's head was buzzing, and before he could think, everything went dark. I've erased Chen Xuanzang's memory of that part. It seems I have to start all over again. Miss Duan glanced at the Void Prince beside her, then unleashed a ring that instantly obliterated him. Finally, she waved her hand, and the blood mist dissipated. What should we do with this demon monkey? Should we kill him too? Sun Wukong frowned, taking 2 steps back. If any danger arose, he would immediately enter the Myriad Realms Tower and only emerge when he was able to protect himself. You're Guanyin, aren't you? Sun Wukong's tone was questioning, but it was full of certainty. In Journey to the West, Guanyin repeatedly guided Tang Santang, making him understand the importance of the journey to the West to obtain the scriptures, much like Miss Duan's current situation. Humph! I am not Guanyin Bodhisattva, I am merely one of her incarnations. How could the mighty Guanyin Bodhisattva possibly associate with a mortal? You might as well die peacefully, Sun Wukong. I offered you a way out, but you refused, insisting on dying. A golden ring appeared beside Miss Duan, the unstable flying ring. Don't be fooled by its unassuming appearance, it's all an act. As a magical artifact personally bestowed by Guanyin Bodhisattva, how could it be weak? If the Buddha incarnation beside her were to speak, she could instantly reduce this monkey Sun Wukong to a bloody mist. No! Sun Wukong is the most crucial link in the Journey to the West plan, as important as Chen Xianzang. But Sun Wukong, how did you know about the Journey to the West? This was something the Buddha's avatar couldn't understand. He knew everything that had happened in the Sealed Land. No one except Chen Xianzang had ever been inside. How did Sun Wukong know so much? Wait, there was someone else besides Chen Xianzang who had been inside. The Buddha's avatar looked at Miss Duan. Not only had she been inside, but she had also interacted with Sun Wukong and was one of the few deities who knew about the Journey to the West plan. Miss Duan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, Buddha, it wasn't me. I couldn't possibly have told Sun Wukong. Guanyin Bodhisattva knows, she can testify. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted in the sky, and Guanyin Bodhisattva, dressed in white and seated cross-legged on a lotus platform, appeared. Greetings, Buddha's avatar. I can confirm that my avatar did not communicate with Sun Wukong. Guanyin Bodhisattva bowed to the Buddha's avatar. Even though he was just an avatar, he was still an avatar of the Tathagata Buddha. The Buddha's avatar nodded and grabbed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a powerful force envelop him and drag him towards it. He tried to resist, but his strength was utterly insignificant before this unknown power, like an ant trying to shake a tree, completely futile. Sun Wukong was dragged before the Buddha's avatar, who grabbed his head and began searching his soul. Nothing? Absolutely nothing? The Buddha's avatar frowned. Sun Wukong had no memories of him, he had never interacted with anyone, not even Guanyin or Miss Duan. How did Sun Wukong know all this? Never mind, just erase those memories. The journey to the west is important. The Buddha's avatar erased all of Sun Wukong's memories related to the journey to the west, then threw him back into the cave. Afterward, the Buddha's avatar rearranged the lotus seal and restored the entire area. The lotus pond, which had been completely burned, reappeared. Except for the fragments of the 3 unfortunate souls still floating in the air, everything had returned to its original state. Alright, that's enough. Guanyin Bodhisattva picked up her jade bottle and flicked 2 drops of sweet dew onto Sun Wukong and Chen Xianzang, completely healing their injuries. Guanyin takes her leave. Guanyin vanished into the air, and the Buddha's avatar looked at Miss Duan beside her. There are no exorcists this time. You can just show up directly. Yes. The Buddha's avatar disappeared from the spot, and Miss Duan breathed a sigh of relief. She grabbed Chen Xianzang by the collar, led him to the lotus pond, and also disappeared. 2 or 3 minutes later, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes in the cave. He looked around in confusion, feeling as if he had forgotten something. That's right, Chen Xianzang climbed out just now. An opportunity. As long as I say those words, he will let me out. Then I'll. Suddenly, the Myriad Realms token in Sun Wukong's mind emitted a faint light, and all the previously erased memories reappeared. Everything related to the Myriad Realms Tower was untraceable, and not something that could be erased so easily. Sun Wukong's face turned ashen. He had actually gone out once. Damn Buddha, he's brought him back again. He took a deep breath, everything seemed trapped in a vicious cycle again. He had originally planned to escape and become a free demon king, but it seemed the Buddha wouldn't allow it. It seemed he had no way out except to cooperate with the journey to the west. Damn it! Strength! Strength! In the end, his strength was too weak. He raised his head, looking towards the cave entrance, about to speak, lest the Buddha become suspicious. Mr. Chen, is the moon full tonight? Chapter 260 Sun Wukong's backup plan. No more worries. Chen Xianzang sat by the cave entrance, looking bewildered. What was wrong with him? Why had he been lost in thought for so long? Was it because of Miss Duan? Just then, Sun Wukong's voice rang out. Chen Xianzang looked at the moon in the sky and replied, "Quite round. That's good. My cave entrance was sealed by that lotus flower, and I haven't seen the moon in ages." Chen Xianzang hesitated for a moment, then stood up and reached for the lotus's roots, intending to pull it up. But the moment he touched the lotus, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and an unknown yet familiar memory appeared in his mind. Besides that, there were also a few words from Sun Wukong. "Hush, Chen Xianzang. When you hear these words, my backup plan should be activated. To ensure the smooth progress of the journey to the west, Buddha has only 2 options. One is to kill you and replace you with someone else, the other is to erase your memory. To prevent you from forgetting everything, I'll make a small backup for you. Now you should see Buddha's true colors. You have 2 choices, one is to pretend you know nothing and continue the journey to the west, sacrificing everything for your Buddha. The other is to also pretend you know nothing and continue the journey to the west, and will cooperate to finally bring down Buddha. Exciting, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Think about your experiences, think about the Buddha you believe in. Rather than letting Buddha be the Buddha, I'd rather you be the Buddha. The suffering of the world is all in your hands. Of course, there's another option, you can directly report me to the Buddha. Perhaps the Buddha will kill me, erase your memory, and replace me with another demon to accompany you on the journey to the west. The choice is yours." Chen Xuanzang's body trembled. Everything that had happened before flashed through his mind again, including the words the Buddha and Guanyin spoke to Sun Wukong after his memory was erased. It was all a deception. Miss Duan was an incarnation of Guanyin, sent to awaken him. All the talk of romantic love was fake. His master was a fake too. He was actually an incarnation of Buddha. What merit did he possess to have 2 of Buddhism's top masters put on an act for him? For a moment, he didn't even want to live. Living in this false world was worse than death. His worldview collapsed, his faith collapsed, everything collapsed. The world turned gray. But Chen Xianzang knew he couldn't die. For the sake of all sentient beings, he had to live. High and mighty, oblivious to human suffering, viewing all beings as ants, slaughtering them at will. What right did such a Buddha have to be called a Buddha? He was better off without such a Buddha. He looked at the lotus flower in his hand, snatched it up, and threw it aside. A burst of fire erupted from the cave entrance, followed by the dazzling appearance of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong landed in front of Chen Xianzang, who feigned surprise and took 2 steps back. Looking into Chen Xuanzang's eyes, he knew Chen Xianzang had made his decision. Then, Sun Wukong threw Chen Xianzang off the cliff, then caught him at the bottom. Sun Wukong took out half a banana and roared at Chen Xianzang, just like he had seen in the future pavilion. "You really thought a banana was enough to subdue me? The lotus is the seal, this is my true form. You've broken the seal, I'm finally free from Buddha's control. Sun Wukong put on a stellar performance. Chen Xianzang, standing to the side, remained silent for a moment before speaking. You've only stepped out of the cave, Buddha is still here. Still here? Sun Wukong roared, his demonic energy erupting, sending Chen Xianzang flying several meters. Chen Xianzang coughed up blood, kneeling on the ground, his hands trembling as he raised them. He looked at his hands, the gesture of pressing them together, which he used to do with ease, now seemed incredibly difficult. Not only because of his physical injuries, but also because of the wounds in his heart. The wounds in his heart were 1,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times more severe than his physical wounds. Chen Xianzang gritted his teeth, clasped his hands together violently, and began chanting sutras. Sun Wukong walked to Chen Xuanzang's side and sighed. In the end, am I still going to be a barber? If I'm not a barber, how will Chen Xianzang become bald? Put your hands down, Amit Ba. Sun Wukong grabbed Chen Xuanzang's hair and yanked it out forcefully, shouting as he did so. Put your hands down. I told you to put your hands down. Chen Xuanzang's eyes widened in pain, his mouth involuntarily gasping for air. Pain. It hurts so much. But it's not enough. This pain is nothing compared to 1,000th of the pain in my heart. Why is Buddha like this? What great love, small love, romantic love, it's all a lie. Only by experiencing suffering can one know the true suffering of all beings. Only by having attachments can one let go of attachments. The world is full of suffering. Since the Buddha cannot save humanity from suffering and deliver all beings, then let me do it. Sun Wukong is right. To hell with the Buddha. Let him be Buddha, I'd rather be Buddha myself. Believe in Buddha? No, believing in myself is enough. I am Buddha. Chen Xuanzang's hair had been completely plucked out, yet he revealed a slight smile. As long as there is Buddha in your heart, Buddha will surely know. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Could this guy have masochistic tendencies? Why hasn't Miss Duan appeared yet? Looks like I still have to kill him. Buddha? I'll send you to see Buddha right now. Sun Wukong was about to strike when Miss Duan flew out from behind and kicked him. The following scene was exactly the same as before, until Miss Duan was thrown back, about to die. This time, Chen Xianzang didn't hesitate and crawled to Miss Duan's side. He wanted to say a final goodbye to Miss Duan, even though he knew she didn't truly love him, that it was all a lie, an act. But he was serious. He had truly fallen in love with Miss Duan. So he wanted to say a proper goodbye to Miss Duan. With attachments, there are no attachments. Chen Xuanzang's heart was at peace at this moment. Soon, he was almost enlightened. His Buddhist teachings were just a tiny bit away from completion. You still won't admit you love me? Tears streamed down Chen Xuanzang's face as he knelt beside Miss Duan, his heart filled with sorrow as he said, I love you. The first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. Chen Xianzang spoke these words from the bottom of his heart, revealing his love completely. Every word came from the depths of his soul. How much do you love me? So much. Not a day goes by that I don't think of you. How long will you love me? 1,000 years, 10,000 years. That's too long. Love me now. With that, Miss Duan breathed her last. Chen Xianzang held her in his arms, unable to contain his emotions any longer, and burst into tears. It was unclear whether he was weeping for the death of his beloved, or for the love he had never possessed but had already lost. Chapter 261 The Journey West. Bodhi Pavilion. Everything from the past flooded Chen Xuanzang's mind. He regretted how he had treated Miss Duan. He could have had a happy past, but he had missed it all. He reached for the boundless flying ring on Miss Duan's wrist, removed it, and put it on his own finger. Sun Wukong squatted in front of Chen Xianzang. To be honest, he felt a pang of sympathy for him. Poor child, manipulated his whole life. Damn it. I'm being manipulated too. Sun Wukong's eyes reddened. He grabbed Miss Duan and threw her into the air, shattering her into pieces. Guan Yin, I'll just use your avatar to vent my anger for now. Next time, it'll be your true form that I kill. Tears streamed down Chen Xuanzang's face as he watched Miss Duan turn into white light and dissipate into the air. His only attachment had finally vanished. No attachments left. Sun Wukong calmed himself and said to Chen Xianzang, Look, I've beaten your beloved woman to a pulp. What can your Buddha do for you? You're in unbearable pain now. What can your Buddha do for you? Yes, what can Buddha do for me? He can do nothing, because he doesn't care about any of that. Only I care about myself. Caring about myself is enough. What I can do for myself is enough. Because I am Buddha. Chen Xianzang finally understood. The great Sun Tathagata Sutra beside him emitted a faint white light, and a power instantly surged into Chen Xuanzang's mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and Buddhist light emanated from his body, forming a protective aura. The great Sun Tathagata Sutra before him slowly opened, and Chen Xianzang read the contents aloud. Sun Wukong was startled and jumped back. He actually understood. Chen Xianzang actually achieved enlightenment. What did he achieve enlightenment about? Why did the great Sun Tathagata Sutra react? Could his acting be even better than mine, fooling even the Tathagata? Now that the most difficult hurdle has been overcome, all that's left is to proceed step by step. Next, Sun Wukong attacked Chen Xianzang, but was blocked every time. The stone Buddha reappeared, shattered by Sun Wukong, and the Tathagata Buddha intervened, pressing Sun Wukong to the ground with a single palm strike. When Sun Wukong awoke again, he only saw a blue sky and green grass. He could sense that he had only fainted, nothing else had changed. Unlike in the original future, where his demonic nature was banished, leaving him like a dog. Now, his demonic nature was merely suppressed, he could unleash it at any time. Chen Xianzang walked over, took off his ring, enlarged it, and placed it on Sun Wukong's head. The ring slowly transformed into a golden headband. Sun Wukong looked at Chen Xianzang, and Chen Xianzang looked back at Sun Wukong, both seemingly understanding something from each other's eyes. Let's go, let's find our master, and then embark on our journey to the west. We'll learn the profound Buddhist teachings, and then save all sentient beings. This road is very long, very, very long. Countless gods and Buddhas. One day, I, Xianzang, will trample you all under my feet. I'll let you feel the suffering of all beings, feel the great and small love of humanity. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Duan emerged from the vortex and headed towards the herbal medicine pavilion. A day has passed. I wonder how the blood bodhi is growing. Upon entering the herb garden, Duan stopped abruptly in his tracks after stepping into his herb field. He rubbed his eyes, staring at the field in disbelief. The 3 previously bare blood bodhi vines were now laden with fruit. The blood bodhi seeds were so red they seemed to drip blood, with 100 seeds on each vine. 10,000 heavenly coins had yielded 300 blood bodhi seeds. Duan plucked a blood bodhi seed and noticed it was indeed different from the previous ones. The previous ones weren't as red, this one appeared to have blood flowing within it, and its red glow was much stronger. Could it be that its age had made it more potent? The Myriad Realms Tower could directly display item information, and this blood bodhi seed was no exception. Millennial blood bodhi, a level 5 rare and precious herb, containing the blood of a fire Kylan. It can heal injuries and enhance cultivation. Only one can be consumed per person, each bodhi increasing internal energy cultivation by 500 years. There is no limit to the number of times it can heal injuries. Item value, 10,000 heavenly coins. It really did enhance my cultivation. What used to only increase cultivation by a few decades can now increase it by 500 years. Too bad I can only consume one. And the price of the millennial blood bodhi has increased to 10,000 heavenly coins per bodhi. 10,000 heavenly coins. I only spent 10,000 heavenly coins in total at the herb pavilion, and I've already made so much profit. 300 millennial blood bodhis. That's 3 million. Holy crap. 3 million heavenly coins. The money came in so fast. And this was just for one day. 3 million in one day. Steal. Collect, collect, collect and sell. Ding, collect 300 millennium blood bodhis? A 10% fee based on the final value of the herbs is required, totaling 300,000 heavenly coins. Duan's smile vanished instantly. What was going on? Why did they have to charge 10%? That heartless Myriad Realms Tower. Collect. Pay. Pay. Luckily, he had obtained a large sum of heavenly coins earlier, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to collect the millennium blood bodhis. Fortunately, he could resell them for heavenly coins. After collecting the 300 blood bodhis, Duan activated the remaining blood bodhi vine's 10,000 heavenly coin acceleration. By this time tomorrow, there will be another 300 millennium blood bodhis. Should he open a blood bodhi shop? It's 1,000 years now, but there might be 10,000 years, 100,000 years later. Maybe the effects will get better as time goes on. I'm the only one who can produce blood bodhi seeds, it's a monopoly. However, 300,000-year-old blood bodhi seeds a day isn't easy to sell. They're expensive, and there aren't that many people in the Myriad Realms Tower. It's not worth it. 1,000-year-old blood bodhi seed isn't necessarily good. Most people can afford blood bodhi seeds, but not everyone can afford 1,000-year-old blood bodhi seed. Duan thought about it and decided to open a shop. Anyway, I don't need to run the business myself. People can just go to the shop to buy them. That's settled. A few minutes later, another shop appeared next to the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza, named Bodhi Pavilion. Bodhi Pavilion specializes in blood bodhi seeds. He bought back the blood bodhi seeds he had previously sold and displayed them in his shop. Blood bodhi, a 4th-tier natural treasure, can enhance cultivation and heal injuries. One consumption increases internal energy by 30 years, the second by 20 years, the third by 10 years, and the fourth has no effect. Value 1,500 heavenly coins. Millennium blood bodhi, a 5th-tier natural treasure, contains the blood of a fire Kylan. It can heal injuries and enhance cultivation. Only one can be consumed per person, each increasing internal energy cultivation by 500 years. There is no limit to the number of times it can heal injuries. Value, 15,000 heavenly coins. Same as the pill pavilion, a 50% price increase. Not bad. If I were a little more greedy, I could get even higher, but it's enough, since it's all in the Myriad Realms Tower. Inside the pill pavilion, Xiaoyan saw the newly opened shop and curiously walked over. Chapter 262, Refining the 1,000-Year Blood Bodhi into an Elixir. The Golden and Silver Elders. Entering the shop, Xiaoyan saw a familiar figure. Duan Lang? Is this your new shop? Bodhi Pavilion, so you sell blood bodhi? Xiaoyan knew a lot about the traders in the Myriad Realms Tower. He knew that blood bodhi was similar to cultivation-enhancing pills, even stronger. After all, blood bodhi had no side effects, while pills often did. However, the effects of blood bodhi weren't very strong. Decades of cultivation, especially internal energy cultivation, wouldn't be significantly improved by other cultivation systems. Duan Lang nodded upon seeing Xiaoyan. He recognized one of the owners of the pill pavilion. Moreover, Elder Yao was one of the strongest in the Myriad Realms Tower. Yes, it's new. I only sell blood bodhi. Want to take a look? Xiaoyan shook his head. He knew about blood bodhi, he himself had taken 3, and the effects were only so-so. One could only take 3 at a time, and he had used them all, he couldn't take any more. He was about to refuse when he suddenly noticed 2 items on the counter. One was the blood bodhi he had consumed, the other was very similar, but a darker color. What is this? Xiaoyan took 2 steps forward and saw the description of the 1,000-year blood bodhi. 1,000-year blood bodhi? 500 years. So many. Did you cultivate these at the herb pavilion? With so many blood bodhis appearing all at once, they were most likely cultivated at the herb pavilion. The pill pavilion was probably the herb pavilion's primary user. They still had over a dozen medicinal fields cultivating herbs there. Yes, do you need them? I have quite a few here. If you buy a lot, I can give you a discount. A 1,000-year blood bodhi can only be consumed once. Why buy so many? Duan Lang walked to Xiaoyan's side. He had also just had a sudden inspiration. Maybe Xiaoyan could really become a big customer. Alchemy. A 1,000-year-old blood bodhi can be considered a medicinal herb. Isn't Elder Yao a master alchemist? Why not research a pill? Maybe it can even boost your cultivation. Xiaoyan, reminded by Duan Lang, suddenly realized that directly consuming rare and precious herbs would indeed diminish their effects. If refined into a pill, it might be much more effective. 500 years of internal energy cultivation, even if not a century, would be at least several decades for other cultivation levels. Several decades of cultivation. Perhaps it could advance his strength to the Douling realm. Even without reaching Douling, he should be able to reach the Great Doshi realm. As for researching pills, he couldn't do that, he'd have to wait for Elder Yao to return. Elder Yao seemed to have gone to a place called the Black Corner region today, looking furious. He wondered what he was doing. He'd better wait for him to return before contacting him. Battle through the Heavens World, Black Corner region. This is the most chaotic region on the entire continent, where countless powerful figures fleeing from various nations have found refuge. Here lies the most savage law, the law of the jungle survival of the fittest. The weak die, the strong live. There are no laws or regulations. As long as you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want. Within the Black Corner region are many renowned locations, such as Canaan Academy, famous throughout the entire Do-Chi continent. Maple City, for example, is revered by the powerful figures of the entire Black Corner region. The reason is simple: Maple City is the city where Medicine Emperor Han Feng resides. Which powerful figure in the Black Corner region wouldn't want a pill made by Medicine Emperor Han Feng? With just a word from Han Feng, most of the powerful figures in the Black Corner region would stand by him. At this moment, outside a luxurious mansion in Maple City, everyone looked at the mansion with awe, for it was the Han Mansion, the mansion of Medicine Emperor Han Feng. Suddenly, the mansion gates opened, and a handsome man with long black hair reaching his shoulders, dressed in a blue robe, slowly walked out. On the chest of this robe was an ancient medicine cauldron emblem, upon which were 6 golden lines. If an alchemist were here, he would be utterly astonished, because these 6 golden lines signified that this man was a 6th grade alchemist. That's 6th grade. Behind the man were 2 other men who looked almost identical, the only difference being that one had a golden horn on his head, and the other a silver one. It's Medicine Emperor Han Feng. Shut up. It's Lord Han Feng. Get out of here. The 2 behind him are the Golden and Silver Elders. The Golden and Silver Elders. The number 1 and number 2 on the blacklist. The top 3 on the blacklist are all gathered together. The Silver Elder listened to the discussions outside and sneered. A bunch of ants, do you think you can discuss us? Die. Several streaks of light flashed, and the men who had spoken were instantly struck and fell to the ground dead. The Golden Elder and Han Feng glanced at them, saying nothing, as if those who had just died weren't people, but ants. That's how it is in the Black Corner region. Without strength, you'll be killed by powerful figures anywhere. Even if you haven't provoked a powerful figure, they will still kill you for various reasons. For example, if they don't like you, or think you're ugly, they might just attack you. In the Black Corner region, the greatest sin is weakness. Elder Jin gave a perfunctory reprimand. After all, they were on Han Feng's territory, and they still needed Han Feng to refine pills for them. This is Maple City. Don't act recklessly. Medicine Emperor, I'm truly sorry, my brother's temper is just like that. I'll have a good talk with him when we get back. Han Feng waved his hand, indifferent. A few ants, they're nothing. If they die, they die. Compared to the relationship with elders Jin and Yin, even if the entire city's inhabitants were to die, it wouldn't matter. It's all right. They're just being rude. Do you think these trash like them have the right to discuss the reputation of the gold and silver elders? Not at all. We're all old now, unlike the Medicine Emperor, who's still so young and already ranked 3rd on the blacklist, a peak Do Huang level expert. He has a bright future ahead of him. You flatter us, it's just luck. Please rest assured, as long as the materials are ready, alchemy won't be a problem. Then we'll have to trouble the Medicine Emperor. The crowd in the distance scattered, not daring to approach any further, but one old man not only didn't flee, but instead walked towards Han Feng's direction. Has this guy gone mad? He still dares to go over there. Get out of here. We've only heard that the gold and silver elders are arrogant and ruthless, but we've witnessed it firsthand today. Old man, go. Don't go over there. You'll die. The old man ignored the surrounding chatter and slowly walked forward, his eyes fixed on the man in the blue robe. How long ago was it that he was just a child? Under his tutelage, the old man had grown up and was now a 6th-grade alchemist. The gold and silver elders sensed someone approaching and turned around, seeing an old man. The silver elder raised an eyebrow. Was there really someone unafraid of death? Han Feng looked at the approaching old man, his body trembling violently, his face showing shock. Chapter 263 Arrogant and Overbearing Gold and Silver. Han Feng repents. The two elders, Jin and Yin, completely ignored Han Feng's expression, only looking at the old man opposite them with a hint of mockery. Old man, didn't you see how many people I just killed? Aren't you afraid of death? The old man completely ignored Elder Yin. From the moment he saw Han Feng, his gaze had been fixed on him. Han Feng was his disciple, a disciple he had raised from childhood. To him, Han Feng was like his own child. And yet, he had been betrayed by his own child. Looking at the old man's expression, Elder Jin assumed he was an acquaintance of Han Feng. Medicine King, do you know this old man? Han Feng was utterly shocked, his mind filled with disbelief, and he didn't hear Elder Jin's question. He just wanted to know if he was dreaming. Damn old man, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Elder Yin attacked directly, and Elder Jin didn't stop him, only noticing that Han Feng's expression was somewhat strange. He didn't think too much about it. There were very few people in the entire Black Corner region he couldn't afford to offend. Yao Chen frowned, glancing at Elder Yin beside him. Elder Yin's body stiffened, he felt an immense pressure enveloping him. The threat of death instantly enveloped him, and every hair on his body stood on end. Elder Jin and Elder Yin were of one mind and immediately sensed the anomaly. His expression changed drastically, and golden light spread from behind him, extending a phantom golden wing. Silver light also emanated from Elder Yin's body, extending a phantom silver wing. Without hesitation, Elder Jin merged directly into Elder Yin's body, the two becoming one. The gold and silver colors slowly approached and fused together. The golden and silver wings instantly merged into a pair of wings, and their fused bodies displayed a golden horn and a silver horn, forming a perfect pair. Their confidence soared after merging. Before their fusion, they were already at the peak of the Do Huang realm. After the fusion, they could easily crush even a newly entered Do Zong realm expert. Medicine Emperor, you saw it yourself, he attacked first. We won't hold back. The two flapped their wings, disappearing from their spot and reappearing beside Yao Chen. The gold and silver elders reached out, grabbing at Yao Chen, intending to crush his bones inch by inch. They wanted everyone in the Black Corner region to know the consequences of offending them. However, their plan was perfect, but reality was cruel. Before their outstretched hands even touched Yao Chen, their arms suddenly severed. The gold and silver elders were stunned. They hadn't felt anything at all before their arms were gone. Their eyelids twitched, and they quickly took a few steps back, looking at Yao Chen with lingering surprise and disbelief. Medicine Emperor, what is this old man's background? Before Han Feng could answer, Yao Chen spoke first. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me? Han Feng's body began to tremble. It really was him. Wasn't he dead? What to do? What should he do now? How did he survive? How did he know I was here? Is it too late to contact the Soul Hall? Delay. Hold him off. Amidst the shocked gazes of those around him, Han Feng knelt down, his head slamming heavily against the ground. too afraid to lift it. Han Feng greets master. Han Feng's voice trembled as he spoke these words. He had never imagined these words would actually come out of his own mouth. The two elders, Jin and Yin, were stunned. Han Feng's teacher? A teacher in alchemy, or in cultivation, or both? Judging from Han Feng's respectful attitude, this old man was very likely a 7th grade alchemist at the Dozong level. Damn it! They'd offended someone. No, they couldn't stay any longer. They had to leave. Without hesitation, the two elders turned and prepared to fly away. But as soon as they took flight, they sensed something was wrong. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, and they couldn't move at all. They couldn't even land, they were trapped in the air. The two elders were filled with fear and unease. By now, how could they not understand that the old man before them was at least a high-level Dozong? This is spatial power only a high-level Dozong can use. Senior, spare our lives. We are friends with your esteemed disciple, Medicine Emperor. We attacked because we thought someone was trying to harm him. Please, Senior, show mercy. Medicine Emperor, please plead for us. I'll give you the #1 spot on the blacklist. Han Feng, speak up. Senior, please spare our lives. We're willing to become your disciples' subordinates. We have the strength of a peak Do Huang, and after merging, our strength will be at the early stage of Dozong. Han Feng didn't dare to speak. He wished he could become invisible, that he could dig a hole and disappear from the spot. Yao Chen was a peak Dozun. Fortunately, Mu Gu had left him contact information, and he had already notified Mu Gu. Once Mu Gu arrived, everything would be simple. If he could kill him once, he could kill him a second time. He definitely wouldn't attack him. He was Mu Gu's only disciple. Yao Chen slowly walked to Han Feng's side and patted his head, just like he did when Han Feng was a child. Han Feng, how many years have you been with me? 10, more than 10 years. 14 years and 3 months. When you were 2, I rescued you from bandits, helped you establish your foundation, nourished your entire body with my battle chi, and enhanced your potential and talent. I taught you cultivation, I taught you alchemy, do you still remember? Han Feng had a bad feeling, and his body began to tremble. I remember. Master is like a father to me, without Master there would be no me. Father? Heh, what a ridiculous word. Master. It was because Fenger was young, deceived by Mu Gu, manipulated by him, that I did such a thing. Master, please forgive me. Yao Chen was silent for a moment, looking at Han Feng with complicated eyes. Where is my ring? He had a storage ring containing rare medicinal herbs he had collected over the years, as well as many other precious items. Han Feng took out a storage ring and raised it high with both hands. The ring floated up and landed in Yao Chen's hands. Yao Chen glanced at it. Most of the medicinal herbs had disappeared, but a small portion remained. Especially the most precious herbs, almost all of them were still there. These herbs would tempt even a Dozun, so Han Feng, a Do Huan, certainly wouldn't dare to take them out lightly. Besides these, there were also many things Han Feng had collected inside. Master, please forgive me. Black Corner region is my hometown. I wanted to return and develop it, so I used some medicinal herbs. Please punish me, Master. As he spoke, tears streamed down Han Feng's face. Master, Fenger misses you so much. Han Feng knelt and shuffled forward, reaching out to hug Yao Chen's leg, looking repentant. Just as he was about to touch Yao Chen, a cluster of deep blue flames appeared in his palm. Chapter 264 See Heart Flame. The Soul Palace arrives. The two elders, Jin and Yin, were filled with despair. Listening to their conversation, it seemed Han Feng had betrayed their master. So now their master had come to settle scores. They had thought Han Feng would speak up for them, but they had come to the wrong person. Seeing the deep blue flame suddenly flash in Han Feng's hand, their eyes first widened in shock, then in delight. Good heavens, he was going to kill his master in front of everyone. The deep blue flame, it's a strange fire. They hadn't expected Han Feng to possess a strange fire. At this close range, with the strange fire, he might actually be able to kill that old man. That's a strange fire. A ferocious glint appeared in Han Feng's eyes. Why are you still alive? Why won't you die? The deep blue flame erupted, about to engulf Yao Chen. Whether you're a peak Dozun or a Do Shang, at this close range, contact with a strange fire will either kill you or cripple you. The most likely outcome is that you'll be burned to death. Yao Chen sighed. Did they really think he was a fool for falling twice in the same place? A pale white flame appeared, blocking the deep blue flame. The two flames clashed, producing a crackling sound. The deep blue flame tried to break through the pale white flame, but how could it be possible? Yao Chen's Bone Spirit Cold Flame was ranked 11th on the Strange Flame ranking, while Han Feng's Deep Blue Flame, the Sea Heart Flame, was ranked 15th. 4 places behind. The Deep Blue Sea Heart Flame tried to break through the Bone Spirit Cold Flame, but it failed repeatedly. Han Feng stared blankly, then quickly turned to leave. Damn it, why is the Bone Spirit Cold Flame still there? Wasn't it extinguished when Yao Chen died? But even the golden and silver elders couldn't leave, trapped in place. How could Han Feng, a Pete Do Huan, possibly escape? Han Feng was imprisoned on the spot, seemingly already aware of his fate. This time, he didn't beg for mercy, he knew it was futile. Yao Chen, you old bastard, why are you still alive? Why don't you just die? I'm clearly your only disciple, why won't you teach me the burning technique? You're just jealous of my talent, jealous of my genius. Afraid I'll surpass you and become the #1 alchemist on the continent. You selfish bastard. Yao Chen, hearing these words, remained unmoved, calmly asking, is that so? So, after all these years, has your strength improved? Has your alchemist level increased? Han Feng fell silent. The training that Elder Mu Gu had made him cultivate had completely ruined his talent. Don't be fooled by his current status as a 6th grade alchemist. Being able to refine 7th grade pills is impressive, but he could actually be stronger. Furthermore, after so many years in the Black Corner region, he had been building his network of connections, so his alchemist level had barely improved. Was I wrong? Han Feng asked himself the question, and then found the answer. No, I'm not wrong. It's that old geezer Yao Chen who didn't pass on all his alchemy techniques to him, which is why he hasn't improved. I'm a genius. My talent is the strongest. Yao Chen held me back. It's all your fault. You've limited me. If it weren't for you, I could have become even stronger. Han Feng roared ferociously, completely forgetting that if it weren't for Yao Chen, he would have died in the fire at Han Family Village at the age of 2. Yao Chen shook his head, blaming himself for only teaching him cultivation, not how to be a person. But it wasn't too late now, he could personally give him a chance to start anew, thus bringing this matter to a satisfactory conclusion. He could already sense the aura of the Soul Palace. Han Feng was useless now. It's your master's fault for not teaching you well. Now, your master will give you another chance. Remember to be a good person. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. Okay, master. Don't worry, I will definitely. Ah, Yao Chen, you will die a horrible death. Pale white flames ignited on Han Feng's body, instantly burning him to ashes. But Yao Chen didn't withdraw the bone spirit cold fire, instead, he used it to firmly surround Han Feng, then slowly shrank. He still remembered how he had survived. If the seed of the bone spirit cold flame could preserve its own soul, then the seed of the sea heart flame could preserve Han Feng's soul. The circle of flames gradually shrank until Yao Chen saw a deep blue dot of light. Master, spare me. I don't want to die. I haven't become the #1 alchemist yet. I haven't. Become the #1 alchemist in your next life. The flames of the bone spirit cold flame instantly burned Han Feng's soul within the sea heart flame to ashes. Then the old man grabbed the sea heart flame with his hand covered in bone spirit cold flame. The old man took out something he had prepared beforehand and stored the sea heart flame away. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. This wicked disciple had even found the sea heart flame. Perfect, he could take it back for Xiao Yan to refine. Black mist swept in from the sky, and Elder Mu Gu appeared in midair, accompanied by the black mist. Yao Chen, is it really you? You're still alive. I didn't believe it when Han Feng messaged me, but it's true. How did you survive? Old Yao looked at Mu Gu in the sky, his eyes instantly darkening. Junior brother Mu Gu, we meet again. His death was due to Mu Gu's repeated instigation of Han Feng, coupled with Han Feng's sneak attack after their duel, leading to his demise. Upon hearing the word junior brother, Mu Gu's anger flared instantly. Shut up. Yao Chen, I'm not your junior brother. If it weren't for you, I could have had a bright future. I should be the #1 alchemist on the continent. He was just using people as test subjects. What's wrong with that? Why did you expel me from the sect? Isn't it because Master thinks Yao Chen is enough, and I don't matter? Always comparing Yao Chen to himself, as if Yao Chen is so much more talented. In reality, he's definitely holding back. His talent is no less than anyone else's. Heh. Yao Chen uttered the expression in words he had learned in the Myriad Realms Tower, his face expressionless. They might not be very hurtful, but they were extremely insulting. Hearing this mocking tone and expression, Mu Gu could no longer suppress his anger. Since I didn't kill you completely last time, this time I'll make sure you die thoroughly, cleanly and completely. Guangji Heavenly Venerable, Guangmo Heavenly Venerable, I beg you 2 Heavenly Venerables to help me capture this person. Heavenly Venerables, the most outstanding among the elders of the Soul Palace. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he specifically invited these 2 powerful celestial venerables. As long as Yao Chen could be killed, any price was acceptable. 2 men in black appeared beside Mu Gu, their eyes fixed on Yao Chen. Yao Chen, Venerable Yao, the continent's #1 alchemist? Master Hun Suzi asked me to pass on a message to you. If you are willing to join the Soul Clan, all grudges will be wiped clean, and you will become a guest of honor in the Soul Clan, enjoying the adoration of thousands. What do you say? Chapter 265 Binding with Chains. Instant kill. Hun Suze? Yao Chen knew this person, the chief alchemist of the Soul Clan. The Yao clan and the Soul Clan were both ancient clans, and Yao Chen was well aware of Hun Suze's status within the Soul Clan. Since he said so, he could definitely do it. Unfortunately, he wouldn't join the Soul Clan. Furthermore, he wouldn't join the Soul Palace. Please thank Hun Suze for his kindness, but it's not necessary. This is a matter between you Gu and me, I hope you two won't interfere. Guangji Tianzun and Guangmu Tianzun seemed to have expected this, showing no displeasure on their faces. Alas, what a pity. Lord Hun Suze said it would be best if you could join. If you can't, then we can only take you back for some serious consideration. Yao Chen smiled and shook his head. They were all from the Soul Palace, from the Soul Clan, birds of a feather. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. A true dragon wouldn't stay in the same pond as a mudfish. Ha ha ha. Yao Chen, you don't actually think you can stop these two celestial venerables from attacking with just a few words, do you? Think again. Just accept your fate. Guangji Celestial Venerable and Guangmu Celestial Venerable are both powerful experts at the Dozun realm. With him added to the mix, it's 3 against 1, he can't possibly lose. The three attacked simultaneously, and the sky instantly darkened, endless black energy emanating from it and swarming towards Yao Chen. Yao Chen stood motionless, watching as the black energy surrounded him. Suddenly, a golden light appeared beside Yao Chen, blocking all the black energy. A small golden sphere floated beside Yao Chen, the golden light emanating from it. Then, a crescent-shaped golden will pierce through the black energy, rapidly approaching in Guangji Celestial Venerable's horrified eyes. Guangji Celestial Venerable hurriedly used his spatial power, trying to leave his position. However, the space he could usually break with a flick of his wrist was now exceptionally solid. His spatial power failed to shatter space, he remained frozen in place. In that instant, Guangji Tianzun's body was sliced in two, falling from the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Guangji! A transparent shadow emerged from Guangji Tianzun's body, then immediately flew away. Trying to escape now? Too late. Binding Technique 63, Chain Binding. Yao Chen raised his hand, and dazzling golden light shot from it, transforming into several golden chains that swiftly flew to Guangji's soul, binding him tightly. Impossible. What kind of fighting technique is this? How can it control my soul? If Guangji were a member of the Soul Clan, the binding technique might not be able to control him, but Guangji was clearly not a member of the Soul Clan, only a member of the Soul Palace. Yao Chen's spiritual power cultivation had never stopped, and coupled with his status as an alchemist, his soul power was already formidable. Therefore, the binding technique he unleashed could almost crush any soul entity other than the Soul Clan. You must know that the Ghost Path is specifically designed to deal with souls, it's practically the Soul Palace's nemesis. Guang Mao was terrified. In the blink of an eye, Guangji was dead, even his soul was controlled. Yao Chen actually had an accomplice. Peak Dozun. Another Peak Dozun. No, we can't stay any longer. Yao Chen actually possesses methods to deal with souls. This news must be relayed to the palace master. Order everyone in the Soul Palace to hunt down Yao Chen. It's important to know that on the entire Dochi continent, besides the Soul Clan, only the Soul Palace possesses fighting techniques against souls. Where did Yao Chen get them? If everyone knew them, wouldn't the Soul Clan and Soul Palace's innate advantage disappear? Guang Mao glanced at the controlled Guangji, his eyes showing no lingering affection, and turned to leave. Don't be fooled by his title, Guang Mao Heavenly Venerable, which sounds similar to Guangji Heavenly Venerable. In reality, they are unrelated. These titles were given by the Soul Palace, not their actual names. What did Guangji's life or death have to do with him? As long as he lived, that was enough. Guang Mao used all his spatial power to forcefully break through a spatial passage. Just as he was about to enter, pale white flames suddenly appeared at the entrance of the spatial passage. Guang Mao didn't react and crashed into them. Instantly, white flames engulfed Guang Mao's body. Before he could even scream, he was reduced to ashes. Fortunately, Guang Mao's soul escaped, but just as he was about to flee, the same golden chains appeared again, binding him in place. Elder Mu Gu immediately felt a chill run down his spine. How long had it been? Only a few breaths, and the two heavenly venerable level experts he had invited were already dead? Even their souls had been captured alive by Yao Chen. Both were Peak Dozun, how could the difference be so vast? Yao Chen looked disdainful. He had thought he could invite some important figures, and he had even specifically sought Gu Yu's help, but it turned out they were just trash at the peak of the first stage Dozun. Everyone knew that Dozun were divided into 9 stars, and the peak of Dozun. But in fact, the differences among Peak Dozun were also enormous. The peak of Dozun consisted of 9 stages, and the Dochi required for each stage was equivalent to the total Dochi required for a Dozun from 1 to 9 stars. Guangji and Guangmu, both celestial venerables, were at the peak of the first-ranked Dozun, while Yao Chen was already at the peak of the 9th-ranked Dozun before his death. Not to mention, his strength is about to break through. Yao Chen's talent for alchemy was indeed remarkable, but he consumed a considerable amount of pills, and his long-term use of medicinal baths in his early years had affected his physique in meridians. These effects were completely invisible before he reached Dozun level, but gradually appeared afterward, preventing him from breaking through to Dosheng. Fortunately, his resurrection reshaped his body, erasing all the previous effects, and restoring his body to its optimal state. His soul, after so much tempering, has also become much stronger, making his breakthrough inevitable. The only things still hindering him are Han Feng and Elder Mu Gu, the two culprits responsible for his death. Once these two are eliminated and the knot in his heart is untied, he can naturally break through to the next realm. Yao Chen's gaze shifted to Elder Mu Gu beside him. Elder Mu Gu swallowed hard, a smile more painful than a grimace appearing on his face. Senior brother. I'm your junior brother. Let's sit down and have a proper chat. All right. Yao Chen approached Elder Mu Gu, waving his hand. Two chairs formed from pale white flames appeared beside him. He plopped down in one of the chairs, then looked at Elder Mu Gu and pointed to them. Sit down. Didn't you want to have a proper chat with me? Old man Magoo stared at the chair made of bone spirit cold fire, the image of Guangmo Tianzun being burned to ashes flashing before his eyes. He was even weaker than Guangmo Tianzun. How could he possibly survive being exposed to a strange fire? No, I'll talk to you standing up. I'll sit, and you'll stand? You look down on me. Yao Chen waved his hand, and another empty chair instantly transformed into a raging inferno, engulfing old man Magoo. Chapter 266 Breakthrough. The first 7th tier powerhouse. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Yao Chen returned to the pill pavilion and checked his strength. His late-stage 6th rank had become early-stage 7th rank. His peak Dozun had become a 1-star Dosheng. Half-saint? What trash! Only those with mediocre talent could directly break through to Dosheng, only having 1 foot in the door. It was just a fancy name. Truly talented people don't need this trashy realm. Yao Chen had been stuck at the peak of the 9th level Dozun for many years, experiencing betrayal from his disciple, assassination attempts by his junior brother, and even his own death. Hidden in a ring for years, he finally encountered someone who could bring him back to the light of day. These experiences might not have been enough, but then he came to the Myriad Realms Tower and saw all sorts of powerful individuals, beings as strong as Dode. After reshaping his physical body and resolving his inner conflicts, everything felt so natural. Yao Chen barely spent any time. His realm naturally broke through to 1-star Dosheng. Thus, he became the first 7th rank powerhouse in the Myriad Realms Tower. Even if he's only at the early 7th rank. Elder Yao, you're back. You seem quite happy. Xiaoyan saw Elder Yao return, a faint smile on his face, indicating something good had happened. Yes, I've dealt with my traitorous disciple and the person who killed me, and my strength has improved even further. Elder Yao was increasingly satisfied with Xiaoyan. If it weren't for Xiaoyan, he'd probably still be stuck in that broken ring. Without Xiaoyan, how could he have resurrected so quickly, broken through to Dosheng so quickly, and more importantly, come into contact with the heaven-defying opportunity of the Myriad Realms Tower? Xiaoyan was overjoyed. Elder Yao had avenged his great grudge, and he'd broken through? Breaking through to the peak of Dozun, wouldn't that mean becoming a half-saint directly? Congratulations, Elder Yao, on avenging your great grudge. You're a half-saint now? Elder Yao shook his head. He wasn't a half-saint, but a genuine Dosheng. Xiaoyan sighed inwardly. Indeed, becoming a half-saint wasn't easy. Old Yao had told him before that breaking through to Dosheng was extremely difficult, and there were only a handful of half-saints on the entire continent. How could it be so easy for him to break through? Not half-saint, but Dosheng. Dosheng? Ha! Isn't the realm after the peak of Dozun the half-saint realm? Xiaoyan's mouth dropped open, somewhat incredulous. Now that there are no Dodi on the Doqi continent, doesn't that mean Dosheng is the strongest? After the peak of Dozun, it's always the Dosheng realm. Half-saint is just a fancy name given to those who have stepped into the Dosheng realm. It's not actually the same realm. Their strength is greater than the peak of Dozun, possessing some of the power of a Dosheng, but they are worlds apart from a true Dosheng. They only use the title half-saint to distinguish themselves. Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully, his mind completely blank. His master was a top expert on the Doqi continent. A Dosheng. Could he now roam freely on the Doqi continent? Nalan Yanran, she's so arrogant just because she has the Yunlin sect behind her. If she knew that her master was a Dosheng powerhouse, would she regret it and beg for forgiveness while crying? Congratulations, Elder Yao, on becoming a Dosheng, a top expert on the Doqi continent. A Dosheng should be at the 7th rank, right? It seems the Myriad Realms Tower doesn't have a 7th rank expert yet. Elder Yao, you've suddenly become the strongest in the Myriad Realms Tower. Shh, watch your words. Elder Yao quickly covered Xiao Yan's mouth. The strongest in the Myriad Realms Tower is, of course, the Tower Master. What nonsense are you talking about? 7th rank is just the beginning. The road after 7th rank is long. Haven't you seen many worlds above 7th rank? 7th rank is not the end. Xiaoyan also realized what was happening and smiled sheepishly. By the way, Elder Yao, look at this. Xiaoyan took out a 1,000-year-old blood bodhi. Elder Yao glanced at it, and his eyes lit up. Ha! This looks like a blood bodhi. Why is it different from the previous ones? Elder Yao took the blood bodhi and began to examine it. This is amazing. Its medicinal properties are incredibly potent. It should be able to boost one's Do Qi cultivation by nearly 100 years. A truly exceptional rare treasure. Where did you get it? Nearly 100 years? Xiao Yan was startled. He had thought it would only boost cultivation by a few decades. It seems the effect is even stronger than he imagined. Elder Yao, this is a 1,000-year-old blood bodhi, created by Duan Lang. Can it be used to refine pills? Will the effects be enhanced after refining it? Elder Yao nodded without hesitation. Definitely. Taking rare treasures directly is a waste. If combined with some precious medicinal herbs, it might boost Do Qi cultivation by more than 100 years. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. That's incredible. Good heavens, this 1,000-year-old blood bodhi is truly a treasure. Elder Yao, Duan Lang has hundreds of 1,000-year blood bodhis. Each one is only 15,000 heavenly coins. So cheap? I'll take them all. I need to study them. My strength has broken through, and my alchemist realm should break through too. I'll use them as my first creation as a 9th grade alchemist. I'll find some more herbs to enhance cultivation. Maybe they can directly increase my Do Qi cultivation by 150 years. Your strength should improve significantly after consuming them. Then we'll go directly to the Yunlin sect. After this matter is settled, we'll head to the central continent. 150 years of Do Qi cultivation. Xiao Yan was overjoyed. 150 years. He had extremely high talent, starting cultivation at 4 and becoming a Dojia at 11. His cultivation speed was already incredibly fast. If he gained another 150 years of Do Qi cultivation, how far would his strength advance? Do Ling? Or Do Wang? It's so exciting. Xiao Yan couldn't wait any longer. Master Yao, when will you start refining pills? No rush. I just acquired quite a few things, we can trade them. I'll study them after the trade. Master Yao left the pill pavilion and went to the All Heavens coin exchange, where he ran into Guyu. Guyu had been protecting Master Yao during his breakthrough, and left afterward. Unexpectedly, they met again so soon. Beside Guyu was a man Yao Chen recognized before. He seemed to be Guyu's disciple. Yao Chen, let me introduce you. This is my disciple, Xian Tianzong. Tianzong, this is Master Yao, his current strength is even greater than mine. Xian Tianzong's eyes held a hint of hostility. This guy had been spending all his time with his master lately. Upon hearing Guyu say that Yao Chen was stronger than her, Xian Tianzong paused for a moment, then bowed respectfully. Kunlun, Ime disciple Xian Tianzong greets Senior Yao. No problem. Guyu, I should thank you for your help. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Xian Tianzong frowned and glared at Yao Chen. Is this old man trying to steal my master? My master is mine. Ahem. Guyu coughed, looking at Xian Tianzong with affection. Before, it was just me and my disciple in Kunlun, he didn't go out much. Please excuse the commotion. Chapter 267 Soul Palace Techniques. A Great Harvest. The Future of Battle Through the Heavens. Old Yao stroked his beard and shook his head. He knew Guyu's cultivation method and was aware of Guyu's dealings with the Xiantian sect. There was nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha. It's alright, so genuine, just like my disciple. You must be taking your disciple to the Life Soul Pavilion, so I won't bother you any longer. Alright. I'll ask you about spatial power again sometime. No problem, you're welcome anytime. After the two left, Old Yao flipped his hand and produced a pile of white orbs of light. See Heart Flame, a 6th-tier treasure, ranked 15th on the Dupo Kangxing World Strange Flame ranking. It possesses immense power. Weak individuals will be incinerated upon contact, but its power can be amplified under the control of a strong individual. Item value, 600,000 heavenly coins. A wisp of flame. Yao Chen still possesses a strange flame. 10 high-grade herbs, tier 6 herbs, rare herbs used to refine rank 8 pills. Item value, 5 million heavenly coins. 1,000 tier 5 pills, tier 5 pills, pills with various effects including healing and cultivation. Item value, 500,000 heavenly coins. 10,000 tier 4 pills, pills with various effects including healing and cultivation. Item value, 500,000 heavenly coins. 3 Soul Palace Techniques, Tier 6 Techniques. Item value, 2,400,000 heavenly coins. Soul Astral Projection, 5th Order Secret Technique. Allows the user to actively project their soul out of their body. Item value, 30,000 heavenly coins. Soul Cultivation Technique, 6th Order Secret Technique. Cultivating this technique enhances the user's soul strength. At a certain level, the soul can survive even after death. Item value 700,000 heavenly coins. Soul Hooking Technique, 6th Order Secret Technique. Can hook the souls of the unconscious or the dead. At advanced levels, it can directly extract the souls of the living. Item value 600,000 heavenly coins. Soul Palace Secret Techniques *10, Rank 6 Secret Techniques, Item value 5,700,000 heavenly coins. Soul Hooking Chains, Rank 6 Magic Treasure, can capture souls and also pull souls out of the body. Requires the corresponding secret technique to use. Item value 300,000 heavenly coins. The herbs were all from Elder Yao's ring, most of them were sold except for the useful ones. The pills were refined by Han Feng's traitorous disciple, some were for his own use, and some were refined for others. Han Feng also collected quite a few cultivation techniques and alchemy methods, but the prices were generally low. After all, he was only a Peak Do Huang. However, the resources found on the 3 members of the Soul Palace were much more plentiful. The reason for keeping their souls was to search them. Obtaining cultivation techniques from them was too difficult, it was better to search their souls directly. In the world of battle through the heavens, there are no secret techniques or fighting skills like soul searching. Even the Soul Clan, the ancestors who manipulate souls, only obtain the information they want by torturing them. If they knew about the soul searching technique, they would probably fight tooth and nail for it. Even the Soul Clan's 9-star Do Sheng might come to Yao Chen. Therefore, after searching their souls, Yao Chen simply burned them to ashes, leaving no possibility of resurrection. It has to be said that the Soul Palace's cultivation techniques are truly remarkable. Elder Mu Gu is a respected elder of the Soul Palace, and Guangji Guangmao is a heavenly venerable level expert. All 3 are Dozun, so their cultivation techniques are naturally extraordinary. Besides 3 6th-tier cultivation techniques, there are also many secret arts of the Soul Palace, all targeting the soul. Most of these secret arts are soul torturing techniques. One look and you know the Soul Palace is no good. All of this adds up to 17 million heavenly coins. 17 million. Tisk tisk. Suddenly rich. The Dupo Kangsheng world truly lives up to its reputation as a 7th-tier world. There are so many good things. If all the resources of the entire world were integrated, wouldn't it be worth billions? 17 million. It seems I can start to see the future of my world. Although I had a considerable amount of heavenly coins before, I had never reached 10 million. The only time I did was by borrowing from the Ghost King. However, the 10 million was used to revive himself, not to see the future of his own world. Now, 10 million is enough. He can go to the future pavilion to take a look. The remaining 7 million will be used in the Soul Pavilion for Xiao Yan after his breakthrough. He's currently at the 7th rank, and to store his soul in the Soul Pavilion, he needs 100 million heavenly coins. Still far from enough. Call Xiao Yan, let's go to the future pavilion together. Yao Chen was brought in by Xiao Yan. The two can essentially be considered a single trader. If one trader in the future pavilion has access, all other traders in the same world can also see it. Therefore, the two of them can enter the future pavilion together to see the future. Moreover, between the two of them, Xiao Yan is the main one, Yao Chen is merely an accessory trader. Xiao Yan can see every single transaction Yao Chen makes. 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms building, future pavilion. Xiao Yan felt uneasy upon arriving here, fearing he might see something unpleasant in the future. Yao Chen patted him on the shoulder and followed him inside. Xiao Yan, 7th tier world. Viewing future information in this world requires 10 million heavenly coins. Inquire now? Yes. Please proceed to room number 7 on the right. The two went to the 7th room in the first row on the right and entered. Viewing the future. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. So, in the end, he won the 3-year agreement on his own. Even without the Myriad Realms Tower, he became a Dode, and he still has so many confidants. He had already met Ye Fei, but not the others, Little Fairy Doctor, Yun Yun, and Queen Medusa. Of course, there was also the most important one, Xiao Suner, who, as expected, ended up with him. However, Suner was actually from the ancient clan. He himself was from the Xiao clan. Suner possessed the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, the 4th-ranked flame on the Strange Flame ranking. Suner's father was a 9-star Do Sheng. My goodness, even more powerful than Yao Lao. So she was the one who had been hiding the deepest secret. A 2nd-generation cultivator was right beside him. Yao Lao, standing nearby, was also shocked. Xiao Yan had actually become a Dode. He had only encountered Xiao Yan by chance. He had never imagined he could become a Dode, let alone a Dozun. Even though he's from the Xiao clan, there are many people in the Xiao clan, but how many have reached the Do Sheng level, let alone Dode? My judgment was far too good. Not only did he help me revive, but he also helped me avenge myself, and even helped me break through to Do Sheng, and even Dode. Speaking of which, my current breakthrough was actually thanks to Xiao Yan's help. Without the Myriad Realms Tower, I wouldn't have been able to break through. Xiao Yan is truly my lucky star. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower room, a vortex rippled, and a woman scrambled out. She froze for a moment upon seeing Ye Ming, then immediately knelt on the ground. Lord, please save me. Chapter 268 New Traders. A new open world. Golden hair, a blue spotted outer garment, a white inner layer, and jeans. The woman's beautiful face was now filled with terror. Her white inner layer was stained with blood, her hair was disheveled, and blood was slowly trickling down her forehead. Ye Ming looked at the woman with some curiosity. She was just an ordinary person, how had she come to him so suddenly? Logically, those destined for this world should directly enter the Myriad Realms Tower. Ye Ming glanced at the woman's information, raising an eyebrow. So this was the world, a very interesting world. This world was somewhat similar to the Mist World, both were ordinary worlds concealing secrets unknown to everyone. Name, Diana. Identity, the cabin in the woods world, sacrifice. Strength, none. The cabin in the woods world was very interesting, a seemingly ordinary world actually had gods. This world was actually controlled by demon-gods. These demon-gods were currently in a slumber, but every so often, sacrifices had to be offered to them. These sacrifices were humans. 5 different types of humans are required as sacrifices. Except for one type who doesn't necessarily have to die, the other 4 must die in the ritual in succession for the demon god to remain slumbered, otherwise, the demon god will awaken and destroy the entire world. These 5 types of humans represent the virgin, the fool, the athlete, the prostitute, and the wise man. Dina is the sacrifice representing the virgin. She is also the only sacrifice who can choose to die or not. Now she only has 2 choices, one is to become a sacrifice and die silently, the other is to resist to the end, even if the world is destroyed. If you were in her shoes, what would you choose? Dina hesitated for a moment, but her final choice was, since I'm going to die anyway, why should you all live? Let's all die together. In the end, the demon god is resurrected. Since Diana entered the multiverse tower, she certainly won't die. If she doesn't die, the demon god will be resurrected. If the demon god is resurrected, won't the world in the cabin in the woods be destroyed? This is the world of the Myriad Realms Tower, how could it be destroyed by a mere demon god? Moreover, the cabin in the woods is extremely peculiar, far more so than the Misty World. The Misty World merely connects to another world, while the cabin in the woods is very likely connected to numerous worlds. The monsters from the other worlds alone number in the dozens: aliens, werewolves, vampires, ogres, ghosts, zombies, monsters, clowns, witches, tree spirits, mummies, unicorns, and so on. There are simply too many different kinds of monsters. This is just the slumbering place of one of the ancient demon gods. The cabin in the woods has more than one ancient demon god. Although he didn't know the purpose of these monsters, he felt this world was quite important. Most importantly, this world is actually a 7th tier world. Without a doubt, these ancient demon gods are very likely all 7th tier powerhouses, or perhaps only the strongest one is 7th tier. This world is probably not as simple as it seems on the surface. Get up. I know the situation in your world, but you should know the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower. Dina did indeed know the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower, everything required Myriad Realms coins. But she was just an ordinary person, where would she get Myriad Realms coins? Master, but I don't have any heavenly coins. I don't have anything to exchange for them either, what should I do? It's simple, open your world. Then others can use heavenly coins to enter your world. Once someone's in, your situation will be much easier to resolve. Dina nodded without hesitation. Okay, then I choose to open my world. Ye Ming nodded, and a new vortex appeared next to the 3 vortexes in the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza. You can go to the vortex next to your world. If anyone is interested, just tell them. Someone will eventually be willing to go. After thanking Ye Ming, Diana went directly to the plaza. Just as Ye Ming said, there were indeed people next to the vortex. She quickly walked over, looking somewhat anxious. Hello, I'm Diana, this is my world, do you want to enter? Duan Lang glanced at the blood on Diana's clothes, then at her expression. What's the situation like in your world? Tell me about it. He didn't have much to do, and having just opened his shop, he'd been tinkering with the facilities. As soon as the new open world appeared, he saw it. Last time he entered the Misty World, he got a valuable item, the tranquil jade pendant, which could dispel distracting thoughts and defend against mental attacks. So he was very interested in the new open world. His previous 2 open worlds had provided him with a large number of souls, which he hadn't even used up yet. The other world had provided him with quite a few treasures. What would this world bring him? My world is just a normal world. I went out with my friends, and we encountered zombies. Zombies? Zombies again. Is it a zombie world like Resident Evil? That's not very interesting. A zombie world, it's like Resident Evil. No, it's not a zombie world. Our world is perfectly normal. We just don't know why there are these zombies, and it seems like something's blocking our way, we can't leave. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow. Unable to leave? Duan Lang became interested. He had nothing else to do, so he decided to go check it out and help the traitor in front of him. Meeting is fate. Come on, let me help you deal with the zombies and see what's going on in your world. Dina's face lit up with joy, and she quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you so much. Do you have a gun? These zombies seem to be able to move even when injured. A gun? I don't need that. Let's go. Duan Lang shook his head. He was indeed a new traitor. He needed a gun to deal with just a few zombies? With that, Duan Lang stepped directly into the vortex. Diana was stunned. How could he fight zombies without a gun? Danger! She quickly followed Duan Lang into the vortex, returning to her own world. In the world of the cabin in the woods, within a forest, inside a grave, Martin stared at Duan Lang in horror. What was going on with this guy? How did he suddenly appear here? Where's Diana? Where did she go? The next second, Diana appeared beside Duan Lang. Martin grabbed Diana, picked up his shovel, and pointed it at Duan Lang. Who are you? Martin, relax. He's my friend, he came to help us. Excuse me, this is Martin, my friend. There were 5 of us who came, and now only Martin and I are alive. Martin looked completely bewildered. Dana's friend? How did he get here? Duan Lang ignored Martin, only looking at the writhing mass of flesh beside him. It had been dismembered, its head severed, yet it could still move. This zombie's vitality and regenerative abilities seemed stronger than the zombies in the Resident Evil world. Chapter 269 The Wizard Duan Lang. All sorts of monsters. Seeing Duan Lang's gaze, Diana choked back tears and said, "These are zombies. They don't actually die. Even hacked to pieces like this, they're still alive. Don't die?" Duan Lang didn't believe it. Even Deshishin, who possessed phoenix blood, died, let alone a mere zombie. Don't die? I don't believe it. Duan Lang reached out and touched the zombie's remains. A chilling sensation instantly filled the small space. The two shivered, watching in shock as the zombie froze into a block of ice, then shattered into ice shards. It's dead, isn't it? Martin stared wide-eyed at Duan Lang, saying incredulously, "You're a wizard. Diana, your friend is a wizard? He came to save us?" Diana was completely dumbfounded. She didn't even know Duan Lang's name. How could she know if he was a wizard? Is just any traitor from the Myriad Realms Tower this powerful? She had even asked him if he had a gun earlier. It was laughable. I think so. I didn't know he was this powerful. Martin paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and said to Diana, "Dina, look here." Martin fiddled with a switch on the wall, and an elevator shaft suddenly opened. "There's an elevator here. These monsters were sent up to kill us. I also found security cameras in the house, which means someone is watching us." Dina shrank back, her gaze falling on Duan Lang. Within here, she should be able to leave alive. Was there any need to go down? Should we go down? Duan Lang nodded. He was starting to get interested in this world. Someone sent monsters to kill them, and it was practically a live broadcast? Interesting. Go down. Duan Lang jumped into the elevator first, and Martin followed without hesitation. They had no other choice. Dina took a deep breath and followed the two into the elevator. The elevator began to descend slowly, and they then realized that it was transparent on all 4 sides. First, there were walls all around, then the elevator plunged into darkness, obscuring everything. Dina stood by the elevator, staring into the darkness, as if trying to understand what lay around her. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow, looking around with surprise. There are quite a few monsters here. All sorts of monsters. If I were you, I wouldn't be standing there. Dina paused, not understanding what he meant. The next second, a howling monster appeared on the other side of the elevator glass, charging towards her. She and Martin screamed in fright and quickly retreated. The elevator moved slowly, and more monsters appeared, clearly visible through the transparent glass. A ghostly figure like mist, a ballet girl whose face was covered by a disgustingly large mouth filled with countless teeth, a man with a chainsaw blade stuck in his head. When Diana saw the spear in the man's hand, she understood everything. She had seen this thing before, in the basement of that building. There were all sorts of things there, and they chose one that was related to zombies, so the zombies came to kill them. The things we saw in the cellar were choices they made us make. Choices about how we wanted to die. Diana screamed and pounded on the glass, while the man on the other side watched her silently. Duan Lang investigated, his anxiety growing with each step. Dozens of monsters were found in the moving boxes around the elevator alone. He had identified no fewer than 100 different kinds of monsters, and it seemed there were even more in the darkness further away. How could this world have so many monsters? This is so interesting. Moreover, these monsters seem to belong to different worlds. Like the Resident Evil world with only zombies, or the underworld with only werewolves and vampires, this world had everything. The elevator slowly descended, and the surrounding monsters gradually disappeared. In the monitoring room far below, chaos reigned. If these two escaped, the demon god would awaken, and the entire world would perish. Fortunately, they finally found Diana on the monitors, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Room 3606, get them. Wait, why is there another person? When did this person appear? Fuck. What are you guys thinking? Where did this person come from? Never mind, get them out of here. The elevator slowly came to a stop, the doors suddenly opened, and a man pointed a gun at the three of them. Get out of the elevator. Martin and Diana raised their hands, not daring to move, their eyes fixed on Duan Lang. The man saw that Duan Lang hadn't raised his hands, and directly pointed the gun at him. Hands up, get out. Now. Duan Lang glanced at the man, stepped out of the elevator, and Diana followed. As Martin was about to step out, the man immediately shouted, "Stop! Stay inside!" Martin looked at Duan Lang with pleading eyes. Duan Lang glanced at the man, who, before he could react, suddenly everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Dina and Martin were stunned. Martin quickly picked up the pistol from the ground, reached out to check the man's breath, and then his body shuddered. Dead. Martin looked at Duan Lang in horror. One look from him was enough to kill him. This wizard was too powerful. He followed behind Duan Lang, standing next to Diana, avoiding Duan Lang's gaze. Duan Lang completely ignored him, looking around at the elevator entrance. He could sense the presence of life behind the elevator entrance, probably the monsters he had seen earlier. You shouldn't have come here. This should have ended long ago. I can imagine your pain and confusion, but please understand, your experience is only part of this grand plan. You have already seen an army of demons composed of nightmarish creatures, but compared to those ancient things lurking underground, they are nothing. Our mission is to appease them, and your mission is to become sacrifices. Forgive us, let us end this. A woman's voice echoed in the empty hall. Duan Lang frowned, his face grim. What was she babbling about? I couldn't understand a single word. What did she say? You don't understand English? She said, ancient creatures from the ground? Interesting. The front door suddenly flung open, and a group of well-dressed soldiers emerged, carrying submachine guns. Kill the dirty man. The woman and the clean man stay here. Martin looked utterly aggrieved. Why only me? They wouldn't let me out either. Why? They're all men, you're discriminating against me. Martin grabbed Diana and tried to run towards the room behind them, shouting at Duan Lang. Come here. Quickly. Chapter 270 Ancient Demon God. The Origin of the Monster. Diana quickly translated, come here, let's hide in the back house. So many guns, even a wizard couldn't handle it. Wizards are still mortals, they'll bleed and die if shot. The soldiers immediately opened fire on Martin, throwing Duan Lang aside. The fool, that is, Martin, will die first, the virgin will die last. This order cannot be reversed. Duan Lang raised his hand and waved it, and the bullets that had flown towards them flew back the way they came. Before Diana and Martin could even run into the room, all the soldiers had been knocked down by the returning bullets and lay on the ground. A squad of well-trained soldiers, just with a wave of his hand, all fell to the ground, barely breathing. Duan Lang's eyes didn't change at all. A few mere mortals, dealing with them was a piece of cake. Stop running, come back. The two stared in disbelief at their surroundings, then walked back in a daze. Amazing. Duan Lang walked forward, and Diana and the other quickly followed, afraid of falling behind. In the monitoring room, silence reigned. Everyone was stunned by Duan Lang's actions. How could a human be so powerful, making bullets fly back with a wave of his hand? Could he be a demon too? Impossible. How could a demon break through the Demi-Gods' blockade and enter our world? Could he be a demon god? Impossible. How could a demon god be so small? Everyone discussed amongst themselves until a woman arrived, and everyone fell silent. They all looked at the woman, she was the highest-ranking leader here. They truly didn't know what to do next. That man was too strong, sending soldiers up would only be suicide. Go and escort them downstairs. Be polite. The woman looked at Duan Lang on the screen and sighed. What could they do? Guns couldn't harm that man, they couldn't just send the monster to deal with him. Even if they did manage to eliminate the man, what about the monster? Most importantly, time for the ritual was running out. It would be better to gather them together and have a proper discussion. They believed he would know what to choose. Duan Lang and his two companions were walking down the corridor, completely lost. All the elevators looked the same, and no one knew which one led to the secret location. Gentlemen, this way please. Our leader would like to speak with you. An elevator suddenly opened. Martin and Diana wondered if it was a trap, but Duan Lang didn't hesitate and stepped inside. The two could only follow behind Duan Lang, afraid of getting separated from their powerful ally. The elevator descended for a while, then slowly opened, revealing a staircase. Duan Lang led the way, arriving at a circular platform. A symbol was carved into the platform's floor, surrounded by 5 large stone slabs, each bearing several patterns. The edge of the platform was a bottomless abyss, its bottom completely invisible. At this moment, a woman stood in the center of the platform, her gaze fixed intently on Duan Lang. "Greetings, visitor from another world." Duan Lang glanced at Diana, who immediately translated for him. Of course, to everyone else, the translation was simply Diana repeating Duan Lang's words. Duan Lang couldn't understand others speaking English, but Diana said he could. Duan Lang was startled by Diana's words, his expression changing for the first time. "You know I'm not from this world?" He had been to many worlds, and this was the first time someone from his own world had discovered him. This woman looked like an ordinary person. Now it was the woman's turn to be bewildered, but luckily she had technological gadgets. The earpiece in her ear translated Duan Lang's words into English, then she adjusted it slightly. "Of course I know. Our world, apart from demons, doesn't have any special powers. Although you look human and can communicate rationally, you're actually from another world, just like those guys." The woman spoke English, but this time, before Diana could repeat herself, an electronic voice on the woman translated her words into Chinese. Oh, Duan Lang suddenly understood. So she thought he was from the same world as those monsters. She meant these monsters weren't from this world? Just like the mist, there were other worlds. "Why are you killing us?" Martin couldn't help but ask. "They were just here on vacation, why were they going through all this?" "Because you are sacrifices. You must die, or they will be resurrected." "Them?" "Yes, them. Ancient demons. They are the gods who ruled the earth in the old days. As long as they accept our sacrifice, they will remain underground." Suddenly, the entire platform began to shake. Except for Duan Lang, the 3 of them swayed and almost fell. "The sun will rise in 10 minutes. If you are still alive, this world will be destroyed." The woman looked at Duan Lang again, her tone urgent. "You barely managed to escape the demons to come to this world. You don't want to die like this, do you? If the ritual fails, everyone in the entire world will die, including you. You should know best how powerful the demons are." Duan Lang blinked. This woman seemed to think he would kill Martin and Dina. Martin's life or death was irrelevant. How could he possibly kill Diana? "Tell me about the Demi-Gods, and how these monsters came to be. All the detailed information." The woman took a deep breath and could only recount the Demi-Gods' affairs at top speed. "What I know is only partial information, and I'm not sure if it's accurate. In ancient times, Earth was ruled by Demi-Gods, and we humans were merely ants. For some unknown reason, a battle broke out between the Demi-Gods, nearly destroying the entire Earth. The dinosaurs went extinct because of it. The Demi-Gods battle not only wiped out many races but also accidentally broke the world's portal, connecting countless worlds to Earth. To punish these Demi-Gods, the Demon King imprisoned them in the underground world, making them guard the broken world portal, forbidding them from returning to the surface. But the Demi-Gods were originally the offspring of the Demon King. How could the Demon King imprison them forever? So he left them a sliver of hope for escape. Every so often, the seals of the demons can be strengthened through rituals. If the rituals are not completed, the seals become very weak, allowing the demons to break free. As the intelligent species that survived the Great War between the demons, humans became the organizers of the sacrificial rituals. As for those monsters, they were all monsters from other worlds who came here through spatial portals. They were suppressed by the demons as soon as they left the portals, then thrown out and imprisoned by us. Time is running out. The demons will be out soon. That woman is a virgin, she doesn't have to die, but that man must die. For the sake of everyone on Earth. Please. Chapter 271 Diana's Choice. Compensation. Martin froze, quickly taking 2 steps back. Why? Why must I die? Dina looked at Martin, her mind seemingly blank, as if killing him was the best option. That way, the ritual could continue, and everyone could survive. Duan Lang glanced at Diana, noticing her inner turmoil. Do you need me to kill him? Not if you do, shake your head if you don't. But let me make it clear first, I'm no match for these ancient demons. Duan Lang didn't ask directly, but instead transmitted his voice to Diana. This open world was a 7th-tier world, Duan Lang definitely couldn't defeat these demons. Dina was torn between her friends and the entire world, including her family. What should she choose? In the original future, she had also raised her gun to Martin, intending to kill him, but was attacked by a monster. However, after Martin got the gun, he not only didn't kill her, but also killed the monster, and ultimately saved her from this woman's clutches. Unfortunately, Diana knew nothing of this. All she knew was that she could survive, but if Martin didn't die, everyone in the world, including herself, would die. Before, she had no choice, but now, it seemed she did. Dina closed her eyes and nodded. The next second, Martin collapsed to the ground without a sound. He died without knowing what had happened, simply falling asleep without realizing it. Duan Lang's face remained expressionless. Martin's death was indeed the best choice. After all, it was just one person dying, and this person had nothing to do with him. As for whether Diana would regret resurrecting him, what did that have to do with Duan Lang? The sacrifice should only involve bleeding, the body should be preserved. A look of joy appeared on the woman's face. Sure enough, if you reasoned with them, they would agree. All right. Thank you for your help, sir. I'll arrange for the ritual to be completed immediately. A short while later, a group of people appeared, took Martin away, and disappeared. Blood gushed from the image on the 5 surrounding stone tablets, particularly the one representing the fool, until it completely covered the image. The ritual was complete. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. The ritual was finally finished. Thank you for your help. To express my gratitude, may I treat you to a meal? Duan Lang shook his head. He hadn't come to this world to play. What was the point of a meal? I'm going down to take a look. You two can do as you please. Duan Lang looked at the bottomless abyss, and to the astonishment of the 2 women, he leaped down. This is tens of thousands of meters below. Our detection instruments haven't even reached the bottom, and he just jumped like that. The woman was utterly shocked. The country had tried to explore the area below more than once, but each time they had returned empty-handed. Dina was also somewhat dazed. Tens of thousands of meters. He just jumped like that? What kind of person had she encountered? A god? Since he dared to jump, he must be confident. We don't need to worry about him. The woman nodded. That made sense. The other person wasn't stupid. Why would he willingly seek death? Ms. Dana, I apologize for everything that happened. As compensation, I've decided to give you $1 million as a reward. We meant no harm, it's just that people have to die. I'm very sorry. Sorry? What good is an apology? All her friends are dead. Sigh. Send me away. I don't want to stay here anymore. Okay, please don't mention what happened here after you leave, to avoid causing panic. We'll take care of everything else. Chapter 272 Entering the Underground World. The World Passage. The woman looked at Diana helplessly, inwardly marveling at her incredible luck. If it weren't for the seemingly close relationship between the visitor from another world and the woman before her, this woman truly believed she could return alive. Virgins almost never survived, only the dead could keep a secret. But now, she dared not touch this woman, fearing the trouble Duan Lang would cause her upon his return. In the abyss, Duan Lang plummeted rapidly, but a minute had passed, and he still hadn't reached the bottom. He could only accelerate, flying downwards. After a short while, he finally arrived atop a massive stone mountain. He stopped atop a hill, surveying his surroundings. All around was pitch black. Even with his strength, he couldn't see very far, only the endless mountain range below. Duan Lang estimated that this mountain range was tens of thousands of meters long, stretching into the far distance. He saw nothing of the ancient demon gods or spatial passages. Was that woman lying to him? As Duan Lang pondered, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation beside him. Turning around, he saw that space resembled shattered glass, displaying a net-like structure. He looked at this scene curiously, recalling the broken spatial passage the woman had mentioned earlier. Is this what it is? Interesting. I wonder if I can pass through. Duan Lang thought for a moment, then took a bottle from his spatial ring, poured out the pills inside, and threw the bottle into the spatial passage. The bottle disappeared instantly upon entering the passage, seemingly without any problems. He tested other items, confirming they wouldn't be cut in half by the passage, before Duan Lang directly entered it. As soon as Duan Lang left, the dark underground world returned to silence. Suddenly, 2 enormous beams of light appeared across the world. Illuminated by the light, hundreds of net-like spatial passages emerged throughout the mountains. Then, one of the spatial passages began to fluctuate, and a giant shark emerged from it. Surprisingly, this shark had 3 heads. The mountains began to shake, and a mountain rose abruptly from the ground, slowly unfurling 5 enormous peaks that grabbed the 3-headed shark and squeezed it tightly. Then the peaks slowly landed, and the 2 beams of light dwindled until they disappeared completely. It turned out that this wasn't a continuous mountain range at all, this was an ancient demon god. In an unknown world, Duan Lang appeared in mid-air. He stood there, surveying his surroundings. This seemed to be an ordinary world, at least it looked quite ordinary at the moment. He seemed to be above a police station. He could see many people in police uniforms walking below. Duan Lang shook his head. Modern worlds like this were the most boring. He'd hardly ever encountered anything good in modern worlds. He turned his head, intending to return through the spatial portal. But as soon as he turned, Duan Lang froze. Where was the spatial portal? Not a single thing. Duan Lang's face darkened. Where was the spatial passage? Damn it! It's gone. Forget it, let's go back to the Myriad Realms Tower. What bad luck. Duan Lang sighed and vanished from the spot. Inside the police station, in the chief's office. The person you shot and killed was a suspect we've been searching for 3 years. According to the forensic report, when you found the female victim, she had been dead for more than 3 hours. Could you have made a mistake? Chapter 273. The world has changed 100%. The police chief, chewing on something and smoking a cigarette, stared at the plainclothes officer opposite him. The officer recalled the scene from that day. There was no mistake. Otherwise, he would be the one dead. No, sir. I saw the girl sit up with my own eyes. So you saw a ghost? The chief shook his head. How could these young people be so inflexible? The report said a woman who had been dead for 3 hours came back to life. Was that plausible? And this guy stubbornly refused to change it. Li Qiaqian, based on your injuries, I'm temporarily transferring you to a less demanding department called the Miscellaneous Affairs section. Remember, our first commandment as police officers is to believe there are no ghosts. Alright, go. Li Qiaqian didn't speak, stood up, and left the office. He was certain, absolutely certain. The girl definitely sat up. If the girl hadn't sat up, he would have been killed by the murderer. If I'm seeing things, then where is the murderer? Why would he turn to look at the trunk? Inside the Myriad Realms building, Ye Ming slowly opened his eyes. So that's how it is. The world of the cabin in the woods was supposed to be destroyed by the demon god, but due to the appearance of a destined person, the ritual was completed, and the demon god did not appear to destroy the world. Therefore, the degree of change in the world of the cabin in the woods jumped directly from 0% to 100%. He was completely clear about the situation in the entire world of the cabin in the woods, including the battle of the demon god. The world of the cabin in the woods was similar to what he had thought before, containing many different worlds, the strongest of which was Earth, the world of the cabin in the woods. Besides the ancient demon god, there was also the demon king who created them. Originally, these worlds had no interaction, but the ancient battle of the demon gods accidentally connected all the worlds, which is why the current situation exists. While it can be described as one world, it can actually be seen as containing countless worlds within it. Ye Ming knew many of the worlds within, such as the Juan world, the Ring world, the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea world, the Three-Headed Shark world, the Shining world, and so on. Ye Ming stood up, vanished from his spot, and reappeared in the world of the cabin in the woods. However, he didn't go to Earth, but to the moon. The ancient demon gods were sealed on Earth, but the demon king wasn't there, he was on the moon. He had been slumbering inside the moon ever since creating the demon gods, only awakening during the last demon god war. He had probably slept for hundreds of millions of years. The demon king could sleep for that long. He was born with this world. As long as the world existed, he would never die. This world refers to the world of the cabin in the woods, encompassing the entire universe, not just Earth within the cabin. Ye Ming sought out the demon king for only one thing: matters concerning the other worlds. The cabin in the woods world contains so many worlds, it couldn't be wasted. Many people still lack access to celestial coins, but perhaps they can obtain some here. With hundreds and thousands of worlds, there are always ways to acquire celestial coins. He intends to solidify all the passages to the other worlds, allowing traders to use the cabin in the woods world as a middleman to seek opportunities in other worlds. Whether they actually find what they're looking for is not his concern. There are quite a few cabin in the woods worlds, zombie worlds, monster worlds, and even alien worlds. Chapter 274. Ye Ming meets the King of Demons. You see, the alien world has spaceships, a world capable of interstellar travel. However, Ye Ming didn't intend to clearly mark each world. Everyone's entry into other worlds is random. Let them explore on their own. Arriving on the moon, Ye Ming glanced at the ground, opened his mouth, and softly said, "Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up." The sound spread out, growing louder and louder until it echoed throughout the entire moon. Don't ask why there's sound on the moon where there's no air. Ye Ming is a god in this world. If he says there's sound, then there's sound. The entire moon began to shake, the earth trembled, and cracks appeared. Abysses appeared on the lunar surface, and a humanoid figure tens of thousands of meters tall sat up, gazing blankly at the sky. The demon king's gaze wandered for a moment before settling on Ye Ming in the air. "Human? You awakened me? How dare you?" Before he could finish speaking, he felt a tremendous force slam into his face, sending him flying. His nearly 100,000 meter tall body rolled twice on the moon, nearly splitting it in two. "Roar, human, you're courting death." The demon king roared. Anyone would be angry. He was suddenly awakened while sleeping, and then slapped hard. That wasn't all, the one who slapped him was a human. Humans were no different from ants in the eyes of demons. He was actually beaten by an ant? It was utterly humiliating. As the demon king roared, the entire earth began to tremble. In the underworld, countless gazes turned towards the moon. It's the king's voice. An angry voice. What happened? Why is the king so angry? Their gazes were unobstructed, piercing through layers of barriers to see the scene on the moon. The Demon King angrily charged towards a tiny dot, then was violently thrown backward. This repeated dozens of times before the Demon King finally stopped charging and sat down heavily on the ground. He knew he couldn't defeat the tiny creature before him. This tiny creature was definitely not human. Humans couldn't be this powerful. What are you? Humans can't be this strong. Ye Ming waved his hand, sweeping away all the dust in the moon's atmosphere. The Demon King's few rolls had created a sandstorm across the entire moon. Sand filled the sky. I'm just a human, a rather powerful one. The Demon King was filled with suspicion. He was human? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What do you want with me? Nothing much, just need to get something from the moon. I'm giving you a beating beforehand to make you behave and prevent you from causing trouble later. What if I don't behave? Ye Ming's eyes narrowed, and the Demon King instantly felt the scent of death. Although the Demon King was a 7th-tier being, the Forest Cabin world had been taken over by the Myriad Realms Tower. This was the Myriad Realms Tower's territory. No one in the Myriad Realms Tower could defy them. Not even a 7th tier, not even an 8th or 9th tier. Don't behave? Then just die. As soon as he finished speaking, all the hair on the Demon King's body stood on end, a deadly killing intent piercing every pore. No, no, no. I'm honest. I'm the most honest person. Everyone calls me the Honest King. Chapter 275 Rearranging the World of the Cabin in the Woods. Ye Ming stopped his attack and snorted coldly. Honest King, now stay put. When someone suddenly appears on the moon, you better keep a close eye on things and don't cause any trouble. The Demon King was stunned. Honest King? I'm not called Honest King. My name is Titan. King Titan? That's a good name. No king, only Titan. Alright, King Titan, shut your mouth and stand aside. Ye Ming stretched out his hand and pointed at the center of the moon, creating a huge vortex. This vortex connected to the Myriad Realms Tower. Traders entering the Woodland Hut world could directly reach this location. Then Ye Ming filled the entire moon with air, so weaker traders wouldn't suffocate from lack of oxygen. Finally, Ye Ming raised his hand, and numerous vortexes appeared around the large vortex. These smaller vortexes were the rest of the worlds within the cabin in the woods, numbering in the tens of thousands, arranged in a circle around the large vortex. These world portals were all randomly placed. No one except Ye Ming knew which vortex led to which world. The Demon King, looking at the vortexes below, was astonished after sensing the aura within. These are world portals. They're fixed here. This person has incredible power. But why is he doing this? What does he want to do? Titan looked bewildered. He could sense a world behind every vortex, except for the largest one in the center, which he couldn't sense at all. Ye Ming finished tidying up, glanced at Titan, and then disappeared. Gone. Titan hesitated for a long time, and after confirming that Ye Ming had indeed left, he took 2 steps to the vortex and reached out to poke the largest one. A resistance appeared before his fingers. Titan poked hard, but couldn't penetrate. Damn it! This shouldn't be happening. He raised his hand and dipped his little finger into one of the smaller vortexes beside him. In an unknown world, an airplane was flying thousands of meters in the air. Suddenly, a gigantic pillar appeared in the sky, growing longer and longer before disappearing. Everyone on the plane was speechless with shock. In the cabin in the woods world, Titan raised his finger and tried to poke it into the largest vortex, but still couldn't get it in. This is quite interesting. Titan squatted in front of the vortex, poking and poking with his finger. The more he couldn't get it in, the more interesting he found it. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Ye Ming returned to his room and sent a message to everyone's Myriad Realms tokens. Ding, the Myriad Realms Tower has opened a new world, the cabin in the woods world. It contains multiple different worlds where traders of varying strengths can acquire all heaven's coins. Those interested can go there. In the Mr. Zombie world, Lin Fengjiao smiled upon receiving the message. He didn't have many heavenly coins to begin with. He originally wanted to go back to his sect to get some cultivation techniques, but sects are places that value strength above all else. He was willing but unable. Without heavenly coins, his progress in strength slowed down considerably. He decided to go to this world and see what happens. Maybe he could find a way to get some heavenly coins. Lin Fengjiao arrived at the Myriad Realms Tower and, without hesitation, paid 100 heavenly coins and entered the extra-spatial vortex. Upon entering the cabin in the woods world, Lin Fengjiao was startled. A giant tens of thousands of meters tall was crouching in front of the spatial vortex, poking at it with his finger. Chapter 276 The Penitent Giant. A strange landscape. Someone's coming out? Titan looked at Lin Fengjiao curiously. This was indeed a world behind them. People could come out, but why couldn't he get in? This was too strange. It seemed that guy was from this world. Little guy, tell me about your world. Lin Fengjiao covered her ears and took a few steps back. The giant's voice was so loud, it felt like it was going to shatter her eardrums. This guy was huge. much bigger than the monsters she'd seen in the Misty World. She wondered what his strength was. The cabin in the forest was a 7th tier world. Could this guy be a 7th tier world? Our world? Ask the Lord if you want to know. We can't just talk about it. Lord? Who's the Lord? Whoever created this place is the Lord. It really is that guy. He's too strong. I'm no match for him, but you're weak. He won't tell, you will. Otherwise, you'll die. Titan reached out to grab Lin Fengjiao. Lin Fengjiao's expression changed drastically. Just as she was about to return to the Myriad Realms Tower, she suddenly heard the Lord's voice in her ear. Whine Titan, you're not honest at all. Fine, I'll find a way to make you behave. He wanted to kill him, but Titan was also a native of this world. Adhering to the principle of not interfering in the conflicts of any world, Ye Ming thought for a moment and decided not to kill him. Titan's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt everything go black. His body slowly fell forward, but it seemed as if a force lifted him up again, positioning him in a kneeling, repentant position. Not bad, not bad. Quite a peculiar sight. After regaining consciousness, Titan found himself in this humiliating state. Damn it, let me go. The voice of the host slowly faded away. Lin Fengjiao looked at Titan's appearance, horrified. He was suppressed just like that? He didn't even appear, just said a word and he was suppressed? Lin Fengjiao silently took out the Myriad Realms token and posted Titan's image in the group. What group? The Myriad Realms Tower's trader group. After the group creation function was added, someone created a trader group, and almost all traders were in it. Sometimes traders would chat in it, and Xiao Yan was the most talkative. After Lin Fengjiao posted the photo, many lurking big shots came out. Wrong Nian Bing, Titan? Ji Dong, I didn't expect there to be Titans in other worlds. This size feels even bigger than the Titans in the God realm. Duan Lang, huh? You went to the cabin in the woods world? Did you see the ancient demon god? Lin Fengjiao, I just came in and saw this guy. He tried to grab me, but the host made him look like this, kneeling here in repentance. Yeah, Yinzu, the cabin in the woods, that new open world? I'll go check it out later. Such a huge Titan, it's amazing. Ghost King, the cabin in the woods seems to be a 7th tier world. Could this giant be 7th tier? Duan Lang, hard to say, maybe. I've been to that world, only the ancient demon gods have power. The king of the ancient demon gods should be 7th tier, the rest are 6th tier. But the ancient demon gods are all on Earth. This photo doesn't seem to be on Earth. Lin Fengjiao, yes. On the moon. I can even see the Earth and the sun in the distance. Duan Lang, then it should be 7th tier. Lonely Moon, the 7th rank was suppressed just like that. The Lord's strength is truly formidable. Medicine Dust, sigh, I was initially quite happy to have reached the 7th rank, but seeing this, I realize I'm still just an ant. Chapter 277 Ghosts and Monsters. Lin Fengjiao's World of Opportunities. Ghost King, Yao Lao has broken through to the 7th rank? Congratulations! Yao Lao must be the first 7th rank expert in the Myriad Realms Tower. Wrong Nian Bing, congratulations Yao Lao on breaking through to the 7th rank. Ye Yinzu, congratulations Yao Lao on breaking through to the 7th rank. Ji Dong, congratulations Yao Lao on breaking through to the 7th rank. Li Feiyu, congratulations Yao Lao on breaking through to the 7th rank. As expected, humans are essentially parrots. Everyone jumped out to copy and paste, sending the same message. Lin Fengjiao put away the Myriad Realms token, glanced at the enormous Titan kneeling to the side in repentance. He'd probably never forget the visual impact of that. He looked at the thousands of vortexes beside him, chose the closest one, and went inside. In some unknown world, Lin Fengjiao appeared in a courtyard. He looked around, his brows furrowed. This didn't seem to be in China, it felt more like Japan. A Japanese courtyard. Who are you? Why are you here? A woman suddenly appeared, looking at Lin Fengjiao curiously. The dean had clearly said this old woman had no family. It was strange, he hadn't even noticed this woman entering. Lin Fengjiao frowned. He couldn't understand a word she was saying, but he was certain it was Japanese. Luckily, he was prepared, pulling out an earphone-like device and inserting it into his ear. The high-tech features of the Wandering Earth world could translate various languages into languages he could understand, and also translate his own language into other languages. Lin Fengjiao was about to speak when he heard a terrified scream from inside. The woman froze for a moment, then quickly ran back to her room. Lin Fengjiao, frowning, immediately followed. He sensed something strange. The woman entered a room where an old woman lying on a tatami mat was staring ahead in terror, her hands covering her face in fear. On the wardrobe beside the old man, a woman's black shadow stretched out her arms, reaching out to grab him. The woman watched in terror, her mouth agape but no sound escaping. Lin Fengjiao entered from behind and witnessed the scene. She roared, "You audacious fiend! How dare you harm someone in front of me?" Lin Fengjiao pulled out a yellow talisman, pinched it between two fingers, and threw it at the shadow. The talisman flew straight to the top of the shadow's head on the wardrobe and stuck to it. The shadow was instantly pinned to the spot, unable to move. Lin Fengjiao took out her peachwood sword from her spatial ring, made a sword finger gesture with 2 fingers, and traced the blade. As her magic flowed, the peachwood sword emitted a faint golden light. Fiend, take this. Lin Fengjiao thrust her peachwood sword at the shadow, actually piercing its body. A golden light burst forth from the sword tip, followed by the shaking of the entire house. A woman's scream echoed throughout the room. The next second, the golden light blasted the shadow into nothingness, vanishing before their eyes. The woman stared blankly at the scene before her. Had she seen a ghost? Thank goodness the master beside her had killed the ghost, otherwise, would she have died too? The woman quickly ran behind Lin Fengjiao, hiding behind him, terrified that the ghost would reappear. Thank you, master. Lin Fengjiao didn't reply, his expression remained grim. He sensed ghosts here, but he hadn't expected so many. The feeling wasn't very clear outside the house, but as soon as he entered, he realized there were at least dozens of ghosts inside. The one that had just died was only one of them. Suddenly, Lin Fengjiao froze, a mysterious sensation descending upon him. After a second of stunned silence, a look of joy appeared on his face. His cultivation progress had actually increased. Although the increase wasn't large, it was a real increase. The cultivation technique he practiced was a combat-oriented technique from the mission school, primarily focused on slaying demons and monsters. The more demons and monsters he killed, the stronger he became. However, in all the years he had lived here, he had hardly encountered any powerful demons or monsters. The most powerful ones he had encountered were the few zombies from the Ren family. Aside from those zombies, ghosts and monsters were extremely rare. He wondered if it was due to the closure of the 3 realms. I never expected to encounter ghosts so soon after arriving in this world. Killing them will even improve my cultivation, that's great. Dozens of ghosts. Killing them will definitely boost my cultivation significantly. A smile appeared on Lin Fengjiao's face as he looked towards the stairs. He could sense that the ghosts were all concentrated on the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor railing, a small, pale-skinned boy squatted, glaring fiercely at Lin Fengjiao. The woman looked in that direction and quickly beckoned to the boy. Zhang, come here. Lin Fengjiao glanced at the woman in surprise. This girl was quite bold, daring to bring a ghost over. You know this ghost? The woman nodded, then abruptly turned to look at Lin Fengjiao. What? Zhang is a ghost. What else could it be but a ghost suddenly appearing in a place like this? You take the old man out first, I'll deal with him. Lin Fengjiao took out 2 talismans, folded them into triangles, and handed them to the woman. Take one, and give the other to the old man. Don't let them out of your sight, that way the ghosts can't attack you. Now leave. Lin Fengjiao, holding the peachwood sword, went straight to the 2nd floor. Zhang, his eyes wide, ran to the side and disappeared. The woman tightly gripped the talisman in her hand and quickly placed the other talisman on the old man. The moment the talisman touched the old man's body, it emitted a faint golden light. A black shadow flew out from the old man's body and then dissipated into the air. These talismans were no mere decorations. Lin Fengjiao had spent all her heavenly coins, and her strength had broken through to the 3rd rank, cultivating magical power. The talismans drawn with magical power were much more powerful, making it far too easy to deal with these little karami. The woman watched this scene in astonishment, then led the old man out. As soon as Lin Fengjiao reached the 2nd floor, a swarm of ghosts and monsters surged towards her, black shadows surrounding her everywhere. He showed no sign of panic, simply reaching out and sweeping his hand over his body, conjuring a set of yellow Taoist robes. These robes were different from his previous ones, they bore mysterious patterns, a magical artifact rewarded by mission after his strength had increased. He activated the robes directly, unleashing a blinding golden light that caused black smoke to rise from any shadows it illuminated. The room echoed with the voices of men, women, and children, the souls of those who had perished at the hands of ghosts, now used to harm others. Under the golden light, the shadows vanished, and Lin Fengjiao's cultivation advanced another step. A smile appeared on his face. He flipped his left hand, producing a compass, and began searching for the ghost's location. A few minutes later, Lin Fengjiao emerged, his face beaming with joy. This world truly is a wonderful place to improve one's cultivation. I just wonder how many ghosts like these there are. Chapter 278 News spreads. News from the World Society. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Duan put down the Myriad Realms token inside. Old Yao had successfully broken through to the 7th rank. He had been to the Myriad Realms Tower for a long time, even longer than Xiaoyan. Although his strength had broken through to the 5th rank after consuming phoenix blood and cultivating the sacred heart technique, he was still far from the 7th rank. Even a 7th rank tower master could be easily crushed. How strong would the realms beyond the 7th rank be? He couldn't afford to be complacent. He needed to go to the Lingyun cave. He needed to obtain all the top 10 martial arts techniques and other items, and then deal with the Fire Kylan. Finally, he needed to go to the World Alliance and unify the entire world. He needed to gather all the resources. Only with the heavenly coins could he become stronger. As for the 1,000-year blood bodhi, he hadn't consumed it yet. He planned to buy it and consume it directly after Old Yao researched a new pill. After all, it could only be consumed once, so a greater boost would be best. It's settled then. First to Lingyun Cave, then to the World Alliance. It's been so long since I've seen Naifeng. Duan Lang vanished from his spot, returning to his own world. In Wushuan City, since the last battle, everyone knew how powerful the expert behind Duan Lang was. Duan Lang had jumped from being the behind-the-scenes controller to being in the open. The position of City Lord of Wushuan City had changed. Meanwhile, the great battle that had taken place in Wushuan City spread in all directions at lightning speed. However, being ancient times, the speed of dissemination was still very slow. After leaving Wushuan City, Duan Lang flew directly to the World Alliance. He decided to go to the World Alliance first, then to Lingyun Cave. After all, the World Alliance was almost in control of the Central Plains. What if Xiang Ba escaped after the news reached them? At the World Alliance, Xiang Ba sat at the very top, with Naifeng, Bulet and Jingyun, and Qin Shuang, the three hall masters of the World Alliance, below him. Of course, Wen Zhou, that effeminate man, was also present. He, Chief, I heard some hilarious news today, I almost died laughing. Oh, what good news is so funny? Tell us so we can all have a laugh too. When Zhou, fanning himself with a feather fan, walked to Xiang Ba's chair, covering his mouth and laughing, saying, "They say a fierce battle broke out in Wushuan City, snow fell for miles around, almost freezing everyone in Wushuan City to death, and some people were even flying in the sky." Puffed, ha, I'm dying of laughter. Xiang Ba became interested upon hearing this, and the three hall masters beside him also turned their gazes over. Strongers? What kind of strongmen can control the heavens? Flying, could it be some kind of light body skill? Qin Shuang spoke up. Master, this is obviously just a rumor spread by some ordinary people. Who doesn't know that the strongest person in the Central Plains martial arts world is Master? Besides Master, where are there any other strongmen? Bulet and Jingyun glanced at Qin Shuang. When did this guy become so eloquent? Did he learn it from Wen Zhou? Xiang Ba nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Qin Shuang's words. Ha, did you hear that? Wen Zhou. Don't bring up these kinds of rumors circulating among ordinary people anymore. When Zhou Chu's body stiffened, and the smile on his face quickly vanished. Boss, it's mainly because this news mentions an acquaintance from the Tianxia Society, that's why I reported it. Oh, an acquaintance? Yes. One of the powerful figures mentioned in the message was brought by Duan Lang. Rumor has it that Duan Lang can even fly on a sword, and after the great battle, he took over Wushuan City. Xiang Ba narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe a word of the flying claim. Even he couldn't do it, how could Duan Lang possibly? Taking over Wushuan City was even more impossible. It was most likely a rumor spread by Wushuan City to mislead the world. Duan Lang. I only took him in and gave him a place to live because of his father Nanlin's sword master's chivalrous reputation. I never expected him to dare betray the World Alliance. Wushuan City is telling the world that they stole someone from our World Alliance. Naifeng was shocked and exchanged a glance with Bulet and Jingyun. They hadn't seen Duan Lang since their parting at Lingyun Cave. Duan Lang had given Naifeng a blood bodhi, which Naifeng had secretly taken. As a result, his strength skyrocketed, at one point overwhelming Qin Shuang and becoming the strongest of the three hall masters. This made Naifeng miss his friend even more. He and Duan Lang had both lost their fathers, both joined the World Society, and shared similar experiences. He had always considered Duan Lang his best friend. Now, hearing news of Duan Lang, Naifeng was incredibly excited. As for the news that Duan Lang could fly, even knowing that Duan Lang possessed the blood bodhi treasure, flying was still too far-fetched. When Zhou shook his fan, his eyes darting left and right. Chief, in my opinion, those people in Wushuan City have lost their minds. They took a stable boy from our Tianxia Society and brazenly announced it to the world. Aren't they ashamed? If a stable boy from our Tianxia Society can become the city lord of Wushuan City, then Wushuan City isn't all that great. It's far inferior to our Tianxia Society. Duan Lang is ungrateful and blind, he'll regret it one day. Naifeng, hearing Wen Zhou speak of his friend like that, instinctively wanted to retort. Bulet and Jingyun quickly pulled Naifeng back, preventing him from speaking. When Zhou glanced at Naifeng, waving his feather fan. What, does Hall Master Feng have something to say? Xiang Ba's gaze turned to Naifeng, his eyes flashing. He knew, of course, that Naifeng and Duan Lang had a very good relationship. He even suspected that Duan Lang's departure from the Tianxia Society for Wushuan City was related to Naifeng. Feng, is there anything you want to say? Naifeng was silent for a moment, then spoke. Master, Duan Lang was definitely coerced. Let me go find Duan Lang and bring him back. Xiang Ba looked at Nai Feng, his eyes flickering slightly, seemingly lost in thought. If he didn't need Feng and Yun, he wouldn't be so amiable. Bring him back? I'm afraid I won't be able to come back myself. He's just a mere stable boy. Our Tianxia society has plenty of stable boys. Don't mention Duan Lang again. Master! Don't you understand what I'm saying? Xiang Ba slammed his hand on the armrest, glaring at Nai Feng. Qin Shuang, standing nearby, quickly spoke up. Master, you know junior brother Feng is kind-hearted, and he's known Duan Lang since childhood, which is why he had such thoughts. Please don't be angry. I'll talk to junior brother Feng properly when I get back and let him know the dangers of the world. Qin Shuang turned to look at Nai Feng and gave him a look. Junior brother Feng, hurry up and apologize to Master. Qin Shuang blinked rapidly, gesturing for Nai Feng to apologize immediately. You see, Xiang Ba can't stand anyone disobeying him. If he doesn't apologize, who knows how he'll punish Nai Feng. Nai Feng sighed, just about to speak, when a familiar voice came from outside. The World Society, I, Duan Lang, am back. Xiang Ba, hurry up and come out to greet me. Chapter 279 Duan Lang descends upon the World Society. Xiang Ba's wrath. The World Alliance, I, Duan Lang, am back. Xiang Ba, get out here and greet me. The World Alliance, I, Duan Lang, am back. Xiang Ba, get out here and greet me. The World Alliance, I, Duan Lang, am back. Xiang Ba, get out here and greet me. The deafening voice echoed throughout the World Alliance headquarters, everyone shocked and searching for the source of the sound. Duan Lang, where is he? How dare he be so audacious, calling the leader by name and telling him to get out? Inside the main hall, Xiang Ba's face visibly darkened. He stood up without a word and walked outside. When Zhou quickly followed Xiang Ba, while the remaining three hall masters exchanged glances before following him out. Nai Feng was filled with anxiety. That voice was definitely Duan Lang's, no doubt about it. He couldn't have misheard. How could Duan Lang be so reckless? This is the World Alliance, Xiang Ba's territory. How dare they speak to Xiang Ba like that? Bulat and Jingyun whispered to Nai Feng. Duan Lang has a problem with his own brain, don't be foolish like him. Qin Shuang, standing nearby, also chimed in. They knew Nai Feng all too well. Feng, don't do anything rash later. We'll deal with Duan Lang later. Master probably won't kill him immediately. If you intervene again, Master will be even angrier, and might really kill Duan Lang on the spot. Nai Feng took a deep breath and slowly nodded, but everyone could see the worry between his brows. Xiang Ba walked out of the main hall and looked around but couldn't see Duan Lang anywhere. However, everyone's eyes were on him. Xiang Ba turned his head and saw a scene that filled him with immense anger. Duan Lang sat atop the main hall, one foot propped on the World Alliance's plaque, clearly showing no respect for the World Alliance, even intending to trample it underfoot. Nai Feng cursed inwardly, this was utterly suicidal. A murderous glint flashed in Xiang Ba's eyes. No one in the entire martial world had ever dared to do this to his face. Duan Lang, good. Very good. If I, Xiang Ba, don't tear you apart with 5 horses and announce it to the world, I'll hand over the leadership of the World Society to you, Duan Lang. Just as Xiang Ba was about to act, Nai Feng suddenly flew up beside him. Insolence! Duan Lang, surrender and come down to atone for your sins. Immediately confess who forced you to do this, or I won't spare you. Xiang Ba lowered his raised hand and coldly snorted. Do you really think I'm a fool? Do you think I can't see what you're up to? Regardless of whether someone instigated it or not, Duan Lang dared to do this, and he deserves to die. Duan Lang looked at Nai Feng before him, a smile playing on his lips, and pulled out the snow-drinking saber from his spatial ring, throwing it at him. Here! Nai Feng hesitated for a moment, then took the snow-drinking saber. A chilling sensation traveled through the hilt and into his body. He felt a connection between himself and the longsword, and its familiar appearance made him exclaim, "The snow-drinking saber! That's right! This is your Nai family's snow-drinking saber. I found it in the Lingyun cave and brought it out for you." Unfortunately, Duan Lang sighed and shook his head. Nai Feng's heart sank. He understood Duan Lang's meaning, it was a pity his father was already dead. Duan Lang, thank you so much. You found my snow-drinking saber. You're welcome. We're brothers, no need for such formalities. Seeing Xiang Ba's face growing increasingly grim, Qin Shuang shouted and flew up. Bold Duan Lang, get down here right now. How dare you cause trouble at the World Society? Nai Feng finally reacted and anxiously said to Duan Lang, come down with me quickly and apologize to Master. I'll definitely protect you. It was Dubi Yufang who threatened you, wasn't it? You're so foolish. After flying up, Qin Shuang gave Nai Feng a wink, then attacked directly. Qin Shuang initially had a neutral impression of Duan Lang, but Duan Lang's act of sitting atop the World Society's main hall and standing on the World Society's plaque enraged him. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all, attacking with all his might from the very beginning. He was going to teach Duan Lang a lesson. Duan Lang glanced at Qin Shuang. He didn't have any particular opinion of this eldest disciple of Xiong Ba. Aside from being somewhat blindly loyal, he knew that Xiong Ba was using him, but out of consideration for their master-disciple relationship and the kindness of being raised, he refused to confront Xiong Ba. But overall he's a good person. A gust of frosty wind swept over them, and Qin Shuang's fist, coated in chilling energy, hurtled towards Duan Lang. Before Duan Lang could even react, Nai Feng rushed forward and kicked Qin Shuang's fist away. Senior brother Shuang, Duan Lang has only been bewitched. Give me some time, I'll persuade him to go down. Qin Shuang looked helpless. This junior brother Feng, usually so clever, why did he do something so foolish today? Master is watching from below. At the same time, he felt a pang of frustration. Perhaps in Nai Feng's heart, Duan Lang held a higher position than himself. Nai Feng glanced apologetically at Qin Shuang, then walked to Duan Lang's side and pulled him up. Come on, come down with me. Apologize properly to Master, explain the whole story clearly, and leave the rest to me. Duan Lang smiled at Nai Feng's worried expression. He stood up and jumped down with Nai Feng. Duan Lang sized up Xiong Ba before him. He used to think Xiong Ba was incredibly strong, but now that he was at the 5th level, Xiong Ba seemed rather ordinary. Xiong Ba's face was ashen. Duan Lang's arrogant gaze made him extremely uncomfortable. There was no awe, no fear, no tension. Instead, there was the look of someone eyeing prey. Yes, that was it. Duan Lang actually saw him as weak prey. He knew that look all too well, because he often looked at others like that. When Zhou, true to his reputation as a sycophant, guessed Xiong Ba's thoughts just by looking at his expression. How dare you, Duan Lang? You actually dare to cause trouble at the World Society. Who gave you the audacity? If you look around again, believe me, I'll gouge your eyes out. Duan Lang's gaze gradually shifted to Wen Zhou. His hatred for Wen Zhou far surpassed that for Xiong Ba. At least Xiong Ba wouldn't personally lay a hand on him, even his initial treatment was only due to Xiong Ba's tacit approval. But it was Wen Zhou who had been constantly insulting and physically attacking him. Duan Lang's gaze gradually turned icy. Wen Zhou had wanted to slap Duan Lang, but Duan Lang's gaze instilled a sense of fear in him. This feeling was far deeper than the oppressive aura he felt from Xiong Ba. Duan Lang's change was immense. When Zhou lowered his raised hand, concealed his face with his feather fan, and suddenly stepped back 2 paces, coming to stand behind Xiong Ba. Duan Lang, your audacity has grown considerably since I last saw you. Xiong Ba's words were cut short as Duan Lang turned and walked directly into the hall, completely ignoring Xiong Ba behind him. To the astonishment of the group, Duan Lang sat at the head of the table, in Xiong Ba's seat, looking down at them. Come in and speak. Chapter 280 Sowing Discord? Duan Lang makes his move. A deathly silence fell. No one dared to speak. Xiong Ba's face was so dark it seemed to drip water. What was the difference between Duan Lang's actions and defecating on Xiong Ba's head? Even the most ruthless Xiong Ba couldn't tolerate this. A powerful aura emanated from him, forcing Wen Zhou and the 3 hall masters to retreat several steps. Duan Lang, no matter who's hiding behind you, you'll die today. Xiong Ba raised his hands, as if clouds were materializing between them. Duan Lang glanced at him and calmly uttered a sentence. A golden carp is no ordinary fish, it transforms into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. Xiong Ba's pupils constricted sharply, his hands froze in midair, and his aura vanished instantly. How do you know that saying? Duan Lang smiled and shifted into a more comfortable position in his chair. I know much more. I even know the second half. Xiong Ba's breathing quickened. Ever since Mud Bodhisattva gave him that prophecy, he had found Buletin Jingyun and Nai Feng. With the 2 of them, he had indeed transformed like a dragon, building the World Alliance into one of the most powerful forces in the Central Plains martial arts world. He knew that the prophecy had a second half, so he had been searching for Mud Bodhisattva. Unfortunately, he hadn't found him yet. You've met Mud Bodhisattva? So the reason you're so arrogant is because Mud Bodhisattva gave you the second half of the prophecy? You think you can blackmail me with that? Xiong Ba slowly walked into the hall, his expression gradually returning to calm. He had 1,000 ways to get the answer from Duan Lang. To think he could use that to blackmail him? Duan Lang was too naive. Threatening you? You're Xiong Ba. How could I possibly threaten you? Back then, you went to great lengths for that one prophecy, finally needing Buletin Jingyun and Nai Feng. To achieve your ambition, you unhesitatingly took them in and taught them your secret techniques. Am I right? In your eyes, Xiong Ba, there's only your own ambition. What about master-disciple relationships, father-daughter relationships? Nai Feng, do you know why your father, Nai Renwang, and my father, Duan Shui, fought? It was all because of Xiong Ba's instigation, which is why they both perished in Lingyun Cave. At this point, Duan Lang almost wanted to slap Xiong Ba to death, but he restrained himself. He wanted to thoroughly torment Xiong Ba, to let him die in despair. Nai Feng's body trembled. He glanced at Xiong Ba beside him and shook his head. Duan Lang, you must be mistaken. Master wouldn't do that. Duan Lang knew Nai Feng would say this. Nai Feng was always a kind old man, good to everyone. I'm not mistaken. You think Xiong Ba is a good person now because he needs you and Bulletin Jingyun. With both Feng and Yun together, he can advance further. But if he gets the next part of the prophecy, your deaths will be imminent. Xiong Ba, didn't you want to know the second half? I'll tell you. The dragon's roar in the 9 heavens shakes the world, wind and clouds meet, swimming in shallow waters. Success and failure both depend on wind and clouds. Tell me, what do you plan to do next? Do you plan to kill Feng and Yun? Xiong Ba's face remained perfectly calm. He had a feeling that Duan Lang's words might be true. The dragon's roar shakes the heavens, a storm brews in shallow waters. Feng Yun was indeed going to die, but not in this way. Duan Lang, trying to sow discord between us, master and disciples? You underestimate me, Xiong Ba. Bulletin Jingyun, Nai Feng, and Qin Shuang are not only my disciples, but also my children. I've watched them grow up and reach this point. How could you possibly sow discord with just a few words? Qin Shuang and Nai Feng looked at Xiong Ba with emotion. In their hearts, Xiong Ba was not only their master, but also their father. Only Bulletin Jingyun sneered inwardly, his face remaining expressionless. Only these two fools would believe Xiong Ba's nonsense. Since you refuse to reveal the mastermind, don't blame me for being ruthless. This time, Xiong Ba didn't hesitate at all, raising his hand to unleash the cloud-dispelling palm. A wisp of cloud accompanied Xiong Ba's palms as he struck towards Duan Lang. The churning mist instantly filled the entire hall, surging towards Duan Lang. Duan Lang sighed. Why was Xiong Ba so eager to die? He summoned the Fire Kirin sword from within his body. The Fire Kirin sword had been refined into a magical artifact. Although its power wasn't particularly strong, it was extremely important to Duan Lang. To restore the prestige of the Fire Kirin sword master, using the Fire Kirin sword was undoubtedly the best option. A red light flashed through the air, instantly tearing apart the swirling clouds. Xiong Ba was shocked and quickly dodged the attack. He avoided the attack, but one of Xiong Ba's arms flew into the air, spun 1024 degrees, and fell to the ground. The red sword light didn't stop. It flew straight out of the Tingxia Hui's main hall and crashed into the 3rd branch school's training ground. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, sending rubble flying and dust billowing everywhere. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a crater tens of meters wide appeared on the training ground. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiong Ba's forehead. Thank goodness he had dodged it, otherwise, would his body have been blown to pieces like the training ground. When did Duan Lang become so powerful? Xiong Ba clutched his severed arm, quickly pressing several acupoints to stop the bleeding. His previously gloomy face was now deathly pale and filled with fear. Everyone stared in shock at Duan Lang, finding it hard to believe that this was the former stable boy of the world society. He had casually severed Xiong Ba's arm with a single sword stroke. Even Bulletin Jingyun, usually expressionless and known as the uncrying death god, wore a look of horror on his face. Not to mention the others, when Zhou secretly rejoiced that he hadn't attacked earlier, or he would be dead. Could the rumors from before be true? Master! Qin Shuang stepped forward, blocking Xiong Ba's path, and looked at Duan Lang. Duan Lang, what exactly do you want? If your master hadn't brought you back to the world society, you might have starved to death. How could you still be alive now? Are you repaying kindness with enmity? Nai Feng also stepped forward, blocking Xiong Ba's path. After all, he was his master, the one who raised him and taught him martial arts. Duan Lang, this is my master. Bulletin Jingyun's eyes flickered, as if he was pondering something. He walked to Nai Feng's side, even surprising Xiong Ba, who hadn't expected Bulletin Jingyun to be so protective of him. Bulletin Jingyun looked at Duan Lang and suddenly attacked. He raised his hand, the same mist swirling around him, but its power seemed far inferior to Xiong Ba's. Bulletin Jingyun unleashed his cloud-dispelling palm, striking out fiercely. However, his target wasn't Duan Lang in front of him, but Xiong Ba behind him. He abruptly turned and struck out with his palm, forcing Xiong Ba to quickly raise his remaining hand and point a finger. Chapter 281 Bulletin Jingyun betrays him. He's really gone. The 3-point divine finger. At this moment, Xiong Ba had no intention of holding back. Losing an arm had already significantly reduced his strength. To continue holding back would be suicidal. Fortunately, he had never trusted anyone. Even with Nai Feng and the other two standing before him, he remained wary. Therefore, he was able to react in time and launch a counterattack. The The 3-point divine finger, a fusion of the heavenly frost fist, cloud dispelling palm, and wind god leg, naturally countered these three martial arts. Bulletin Jingyun's cloud dispelling palm was instantly pierced by the 3-point divine finger. The force pierced through the clouds, breaking the cloud dispelling palm and directly piercing Bulletin Jingyun's shoulder. Master! Senior Brother Yun! Master! Junior Brother Yun! The sudden scene stunned them both. They never expected Bulletin Jingyun to attack their master. Bulletin Jingyun was sent flying backward by the 3-point divine finger. Naifeng rushed over to help him up. Qin Shuang stood in front of Xiang Ba, preventing anyone from approaching. He angrily questioned Bulletin Jingyun. Bulletin Jingyun, you betrayed Master too. Naifeng helped Bulletin Jingyun up and tapped around the hole in his shoulder twice. Senior Brother Yun, why did you attack Master? You! Bulletin Jingyun spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, coldly staring at Xiang Ba opposite him. Master? What bullshit, Master? Feng, what Duan Lang said earlier was true. The fight between your father and Duan Lang's father was indeed instigated by Xiang Ba, and my entire family was killed by Xiang Ba's men. I've been secretly investigating all these years, waiting for an opportunity, and now it seems that opportunity has arrived. If we don't kill Xiang Ba now, he'll kill us sooner or later. I just didn't expect that this bastard Xiang Ba would be so powerful even with a missing arm. Bulletin Jingyun's thinking was simple. Duan Lang was so strong, he could definitely kill Xiang Ba this time. The prophecy was absolutely true. He had been watching Xiang Ba closely, and Xiang Ba's expression had changed drastically just now. If he released Xiang Ba this time, he and Naifeng might die soon. Therefore, Bulletin Jingyun decisively chose to betray him. He had stayed in the world society, intending to find an opportunity to kill Xiang Ba. Ever since learning that Xiang Ba had wiped out his entire Huo family, he had been searching for a chance for revenge. Now was the opportunity. However, he hadn't anticipated the vast difference in strength between himself and Xiang Ba. Duan Lang had clearly severed Xiang Ba's arm with a single sword strike. Heh, of course it's powerful. Xiang Ba's 3-point divine finger was designed to deal with the three of you. It's a natural counter to the heavenly frost fist, cloud dispelling palm, and wind god leg, just to make killing you easier in the future. Duan Lang stood up and slowly walked down. Xiang Ba, seeing this, slowly took 2 steps back. How did Duan Lang know about his 3-point divine finger? This martial art was created by Xiang Ba himself, only he should know about it. He hadn't told anyone. Alright, all of you step back. I'll do it myself. Duan Lang glanced at Bulletin Jingyun with a mocking look. He remembered how Bulletin Jingyun had challenged him before he first entered Lingyun Cave. Back then, he probably wasn't a match for Bulletin Jingyun. But now, heh! Bulletin Jingyun clenched his fist when he saw Duan Lang's gaze. Duan Lang, could you? Naifeng wanted to plead for Xiang Ba, but Duan Lang wouldn't listen and unleashed a sword strike. A fiery red sword aura shot out again, and Qin Shuang immediately used her heavenly frost fist to try and block it. White mist swirled around Qin Shuang's fist, striking the sword aura fiercely. But just before impact, the sword aura changed direction, dodging Qin Shuang's attack and flying towards Xiang Ba. Qin Shuang had grown up with Naifeng and was his fellow disciple. If he killed Qin Shuang directly, what would Naifeng think of him? He didn't care about Qin Shuang, he didn't care about Bulletin Jingyun, but he cared about Naifeng. Xiang Ba was shocked. Sword aura could change direction? This was utterly absurd. He quickly raised his hand, unleashing a 3-point divine finger towards the red sword aura. The next second, Xiang Ba's finger flew out, and in that instant, he truly felt the impending death. Duan Lang was far stronger than him. If he stayed here, he would surely die. Duan Lang didn't stop. His longsword flashed through the air, and a crimson sun slowly appeared, carrying boundless heat as it hurtled towards Xiang Ba. Eclipse Sun Sword Technique. He hadn't used it in a long time. Xiang Ba hardened his heart, striking Qin Shuang in the back with a palm strike, then using his lightness skill to fly away. A glint flashed in Duan Lang's eyes as he considered whether to use this opportunity to kill Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang was far too blindly loyal, his feelings for Xiang Ba were the deepest of all. Lang, senior brother Shuang. Hearing Naifeng's voice beside him, he sighed, sheathed his sword, and grabbed Qin Shuang. Humph, this is your master. He pushed you into my attack to escape. If it weren't for the wind, I would have killed you with one sword. Duan Lang tossed Qin Shuang aside. Qin Shuang, pale-faced, lay there listlessly, her heart deeply wounded. You all stay here and keep an eye on the Tingxia society. I'm going to kill Xiang Ba. Duan Lang's gaze swept across the room, suddenly spotting a white figure behind a screen. I almost forgot about you, Wen Zhou. Duan Lang initially wanted to kill him with one sword, but then he thought, killing him would only hurt him briefly, making him suffer indefinitely was best. You've always been so effeminate, you must want to be a woman, right? I'll help you. He pointed a finger at Wen Zhou-Chu's genitals. Wen Zhou-Chu's eyes widened violently as intense pain surged through his brain, and then he fainted. Duan Lang looked at the blood beneath Wen Zhou-Zhou, a smile playing on his lips. He then threw out the fire Kirin sword, leaped onto it, and transformed into a crimson swordlight, soaring into the sky. Flew away. Lang can really fly. Flying on a sword. Bullet and Jingyun and Naifeng stared in shock as Duan Lang flew away, their hearts filled with astonishment. How long has it been? Duan Lang has only been gone from the world society for a few months. How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? What happened to him? During his flight, Duan Lang spotted Xiang Ba still fleeing. Xiang Ba looked utterly wretched. He had lost an arm, and a finger was missing from his other hand. He was covered in dust and dirt, looking like a stray dog. Xiang Ba circulated all his inner strength, frantically using his lightness skill to increase his speed, fearing Duan Lang would catch up. Fortunately, after running for a while, he still hadn't seen Duan Lang. Duan Lang, I'll remember you. When my three-part return to origin chi technique is fully mastered, that will be the day you die. Is that so? I don't quite believe it. Chapter 282 Playing a trick on Xiang Ba. Kowtowing and apologizing. Xiang Ba was startled and turned around, but Duan Lang was nowhere to be seen. But that voice clearly came from nearby. What are you looking at? Above me. Duan Lang's mocking voice rang out. Xiang Ba looked up, and his heart sank instantly. His pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief at Duan Lang floating in the air. Duan Lang could actually fly? Wasn't that just a rumor? How could anyone in this world fly? It's completely illogical. What kind of martial arts is this powerful? He had been running for so long, yet Duan Lang had caught up in an instant. Was he doomed to die? No, I haven't yet unified the martial world. I cannot die. Let's play a cat and mouse game. I'm the cat, you're the mouse. If you escape, I'll spare your life. If you can't, sorry, I'll become the leader of the world society. Ready? You have 10 seconds to run. Xiang Ba was furious, wishing he could fly up and slap Duan Lang to death. But he couldn't, so he could only run. 10. Xiang Ba used his lightness skill, moving forward quickly. 1. Duan Lang pointed a sword finger at Xiang Ba's right side. A sword light flew out and exploded beside Xiang Ba, blasting him away. Tisk tisk tisk, a bit off. I'll try to be more accurate next time. Xiang Ba's head was buzzing, blood streaming from his head, but he didn't have time to care. He changed direction and kept running. Duan Lang flew slowly through the air. His lightness skill was far too slow for actual flight. Incredibly slow. Every so often, Duan Lang would unleash a sword strike, toying with Xiang Ba and forcing him to constantly change his escape direction. Xiang Ba fled relentlessly, without a moment's rest. Every time he stopped, a sword light would shoot towards him. He looked up at the sky several times but couldn't see Duan Lang. Thinking he could finally rest, a sword light exploded right beside him. Now, he was covered in a mixture of blood and mud, his entire body turned gray. Who would believe this was Xiang Ba, the leader of the world society? Xiang Ba was almost in despair. But he didn't want to die, so he could only keep running. He ran for several hours. Finally, he came to a riverbank, where a large Buddha statue sat silently in the distance. Xiang Ba froze. This was Lingyun Cave. Did Duan Lang deliberately lure him here? Xiang Ba suddenly realized why he had been blasted away every time he ran in another direction, only stopping when he reached this path. Duan Lang had wanted him here. Did Duan Lang want him to enter Lingyun Cave and, like his father, be killed by the fire Kailan? Xiang Ba fell silent, standing by the riverbank, looking at his disheveled reflection. Suddenly, a sword light struck the river, splashing up several meters of water. Xiang Ba stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the distant Lingyun Cave. Why did you stop running? Duan Lang's voice came from behind Xiang Ba as he slowly walked to his side. More than a decade ago, you instigated my father and Naifeng's father to fight here, leading to their capture by the fire Kailan and their tragic deaths in Lingyun Cave. More than a decade later, I brought you here to apologize to my father. You have two choices. First, kowtow before my father's remains and admit your wrongdoing, then enter the depths of Lingyun Cave, and I might spare your life. Second, I'll kill you now, throw you before my father's remains as an apology, and finally toss you before the mouth of the fire Kailan. Choose. Duan Lang's gaze fell upon Lingyun Cave. Father, I have done it. From this day forward, the fame of the Southern Kailan Sword Master will resound throughout the entire Central Plains martial arts world. Later, it will resound throughout the entire world. I will let everyone in the Fenjian world know that I, Duan Lang, am the strongest person in the world. Xiang Ba remained silent for a moment. The first choice was death, the second was also death, only one was a later death, the other an immediate one. If he had to choose, he would choose to die later. Perhaps he could still escape. Duan Lang silently walked forward, Xiang Ba following behind him, showing no intention of fleeing. Xiang Ba repeatedly considered launching a sneak attack, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Since Duan Lang dared to expose his back, he was confident he could handle any danger. The two arrived at the entrance of Lingyun Cave without hesitation and went straight inside. Duan Lang turned left, then right, heading towards his father's remains. Xiang Ba was utterly astonished. Why was Duan Lang so familiar with this place? Even he dared not enter. He had explored it years ago, only to encounter the fire Kylan upon entering and nearly be killed. After that, he never dared to come again. Shortly afterward, Duan Lang stopped before a skeleton. "Father, your son has returned. Look who I've brought back. The culprit who plotted against you." Duan Lang turned to look at Xiang Ba, his eyes turning icy cold. "Kneel." Xiang Ba stared at the skeleton before him, clenching his teeth until they bled. He was actually being forced to kneel. When had Xiang Ba ever knelt before? "Kneel." Duan Lang no longer concealed his power, his aura erupting forth. An endless pressure reverberated within Lingyun Cave, startling a red figure deep within, who looked towards the outer perimeter. Xiang Ba's pupils constricted to pinpoints. He couldn't believe such a powerful aura existed in the world. Even breathing became difficult. The hairs on Xiang Ba's body stood on end, every pore constricted, as if he were about to suffer a devastating blow. He knelt on the ground with a thud, kowtowing directly. "Brother Duan, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have instigated your duel with Niren Wang, but I truly didn't know you'd be taken into Lingyun Cave by the fire Kylan. I'm guilty." Duan Lang wore a mocking smile. "Didn't know? Stop pretending." Xiang Ba knew the fire Kylan would appear when the Buddha's knees were submerged, which is why he had them choose this time and place for their battle. If he hadn't seen it from the future pavilion, he might have been completely fooled. "Stop pretending. Don't you know what you're doing? Kneel 3 times and get out of here." Xiang Ba didn't explain, and kowtowed 3 times with a thud. He stood up and slowly walked into Lingyun Cave, afraid that Duan Lang would break his promise and suddenly attack. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature began to rise, and a streak of fire slowly approached. Roar! A strange roar echoed from nearby, reaching their ears. A smile crept across Duan Lang's face. "Here it comes. Xiang Ba, can you escape this calamity? If you can escape, then I'll personally send you on your way." Chapter 283 The Essence of the Fire Kylan. Emperor Shishan appears. The crimson flames drew closer, and Xiang Ba could already feel the temperature rising in the air. A look of horror crossed his face, and he immediately ran in the opposite direction from Duan Lang. Xiang Ba knew he was no match for the fire Kylan. Standing still would only lead to certain death. The Lingyun Cave had many paths, perhaps one of them would lead him out. He could only cling to this hope and run forward as fast as he could. Duan Lang sneered, leisurely following behind Xiang Ba. As for whether the fire Kylan would attack him, Duan Lang declared that if the fire Kylan didn't know what was good for it, he would teach it a lesson first. Roar! The fire Kylan's roar rang out again. Duan Lang paused, startled by the sound. It seemed different from the last time. Suddenly, the flames surged from in front of Xiang Ba. Somehow, the fire Kylan had somehow circled around to the front. Xiang Ba was terrified. Even at his peak, he might not have been able to defeat the fire Kylan, let alone now. But the fire Kylan was too fast, he couldn't react in time. My life is over. Both Xiang Ba and Duan Lang thought Xiang Ba was doomed. But then, the flames bypassed Xiang Ba and rushed towards Duan Lang. Xiang Ba's eyes widened. Through the flames, he seemed to see what was inside. It wasn't the fire Kylan. The fire Kylan wasn't this small. It looked somewhat like a person? A person? Not the fire Kylan? Duan Lang stared at the approaching flames, stunned. It wasn't the fire Kylan inside, but a familiar figure. Shishan. Duan Lang was shocked. How could Shishan be here? And his aura seemed only slightly weaker than before. The fire Kylan? Did Shishan kill the fire Kylan and obtain its essence? Duan Lang brandished his longsword, and a crimson sun slowly rose, colliding with Shishan. With a deafening boom, a massive explosion occurred upon contact, shaking the entire Lingyun Cave. Duan Lang's expression changed, and he staggered back several steps. Shishan was sent flying, crashing into a stone wall. Even before landing, it roared again, its eyes red as it charged at Duan Lang. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow. Shishan now seemed like a mad beast. Attacked anyone it saw. Wait, Shishan remembered him, otherwise, it wouldn't have bypassed Xiang Ba to attack him directly. Shishan, what happened to you? You've gone mad. Duan Lang dodged Shishan's attacks while mocking him. The fire Kylan, along with the divine dragon, phoenix, and Suamyu, is hailed as one of the 4 auspicious beasts, and their essences have similar effects. However, unlike the other 3 auspicious beasts, the fire Kylan seemed to have lost its auspicious nature. It could no longer bring good fortune, only knowing how to kill. Even a trace of its blood would drive someone mad, like the Nai family's bloodlust. Emperor Shishin dared to directly consume its essence. That was impressive. However, Emperor Shishin had no choice: die or consume the Fire Kylan's essence. The Fire Kylan was the weakest of the 4 auspicious beasts. Even injured, it could be controlled. The only uncertainty was whether it would go mad. The result was clear: Emperor Shishin went mad. He became a beast. He only knew primitive attack methods like using his hands, feet, and mouth, which Duan Lang easily dodged. Didn't you call yourself a god? High above, looking down upon the world. How did you end up like this? How laughable. I let you escape last time, but not this time. Duan Lang didn't fight Shishin directly inside Lingyun Cave, but instead lured him outside. After all, Lingyun Cave was just an ordinary mountain. There were many useful things inside. If it collapsed, it would be a huge loss. A few minutes later, Lingyun Cave was silent. Xiang Ba stood inside the cave with a strange expression. He seemed safe? While Duan Lang was fighting that strange man, could he leave first? But what would happen after he left? In the end, Duan Lang would still find him and kill him. Xiang Ba stood in the cave, pondering how to proceed. Either get out now, escape, find a place to hide, and dodge like a rat, or continue deeper into Lingyun Cave. That strange man is definitely connected to the Fire Kylan. Let the Fire Kylan help that strange man kill Duan Lang. However, the Fire Kylan might attack him first upon seeing Xiang Ba. If all else fails, he could lure the Fire Kylan out. Xiang Ba gritted his teeth and turned to walk deeper into Lingyun Cave. Duan Lang, today it's either you or me. After today, he'll have no chance to kill Duan Lang. He'd gamble. It's not like I, Xiang Ba, haven't gambled with my life before. Wasn't all his current achievements earned by risking his life? Outside Lingyun Cave, Duan Lang flew out of the cave entrance and floated in the air. Shishin suddenly pounced out of the cave, raising his hand to strike Duan Lang. This time, Duan Lang held back. A flash of red sword light severed Shishin's arm, sending it flying. However, before the arm even hit the ground, another arm rapidly grew from the severed spot. Duan Lang's pupils constricted. The Fire Kylan's essence truly possessed regenerative abilities. Could it be like Phoenix blood, capable of resurrection? It seemed this battle would be difficult. The Fire Kylan essence within Shishin was different from the Phoenix blood within him. The Phoenix blood had been consumed many times. Shishin had used it extensively over the past 1,000 years. But the Fire Kylan essence had never been depleted, as evidenced by the speed at which the severed arm regenerated. Incredibly fast. Fortunately, Shishin had lost his independent consciousness, only knowing to use primal attacks. However, Duan Lang hadn't expected Shishin to be able to fly, not fall from the sky. Duan Lang brandished his longsword, unleashing streaks of crimson swordlight towards Shishin. Shishin, like a wild beast, neither dodged nor evaded, charging headlong into the swordlight. Blood and severed limbs rained down from the sky, incinerated into black smoke by the flames surrounding Shishin before even hitting the ground. Duan Lang frowned, unleashing the shocking tribulation from his Sacred Heart Tribulation, a mental attack slamming into Shishin. However, Shishin seemed oblivious, relentlessly attacking Duan Lang without pause. The mental attack was useless. Shishin's mental power had likely been corrupted by the Kylan essence. Using mental attacks on him was like casting pearls before swine, utterly ineffective. No! We can't waste the Kylan essence like this. It's heavenly coins. It's too wasteful. We need to find a way to force the Kylan essence out of his body. Duan Lang retreated, dodging attacks, while pondering how to force out the Kylan essence. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a solution. Unless he could destroy Shishin and then steal the essence, but that was clearly unrealistic. He simply couldn't destroy Shishin. The Kylan essence regenerated too quickly. Unless he could destroy Shishin in one blow, Shishin would recover instantly. Chapter 284: A Ruthless Tyrant. At the same time, deep within Lingyun Cave, Xiang Ba arrived at a cavern. A strong stench of blood filled Xiang Ba's nostrils. His brow furrowed slightly, and he sniffed, searching for the source of the smell. This is Lingyun Cave, deep within it. How can there be the smell of blood? It must be the Fire Kylan. The Fire Kylan's food. Finding the blood means finding the Fire Kylan. Xiang Ba followed the scent through the cavern and finally found the source of the odor. But the moment he saw it, Xiang Ba froze. A massive head lay on the ground, behind which lay a mangled, bloodied body. And the owner of this head was none other than the Fire Kylan, one of the 4 auspicious beasts. The Fire Kylan was dead, and bitten like this. The massive body had been reduced to only 1/5, the skeleton was visible. Although the Fire Kylan had been dead for a long time, its body hadn't decomposed or emitted any foul odor. On the contrary, it had a faint, pleasant fragrance. Xiang Ba's head was buzzing. The Fire Kylan was actually dead? Who killed it? That strange man. No wonder he, like the fire Kylan, was surrounded by flames. But how did he do that? Could it be? Xiang Ba's gaze fell on the fire Kylan's corpse, and he swallowed hard. If that strange man became engulfed in flames and so powerful after eating the fire Kylan, what if he himself ate it? Xiang Ba subconsciously took a step forward, but immediately his brows furrowed. That strange man was insane. He didn't want to go insane, but if he didn't go insane, he would die. Going insane might not be impossible to recover from, but coming back to life after death was utterly impossible. Xiang Ba took a deep breath, his eyes hardening. He squatted down in front of the corpse, grabbing a chunk of flesh and stuffing it into his mouth. If Deshishin were conscious and witnessed this, he would admire Xiang Ba. Deshishin had gone mad after absorbing the essence of the fire Kylan and hadn't known anything while eating it. Xiang Ba was actually eating the fire Kylan raw. Truly impressive. Before even taking the first bite, the mere contact of the mad blood with Xiang Ba instantly turned his eyes bloodshot. He roared, burying his head in the fire Kylan's body, and then went on a frenzied rampage. Xiang Ba frantically grabbed chunks of flesh and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. Only when a deafening roar suddenly erupted outside did Xiang Ba lift his blood-soaked, terrifying face. His eyes were completely bloodshot, devoid of anything but red. Hearing the sound outside, Xiang Ba charged out. Outside Lingyun Cave, Duan Lang frowned. He had clashed with Deshishin countless times, all to no avail. To defeat Deshishin in one move? Just because he couldn't, didn't mean others couldn't. After Superman let Deshishin go, Homelander and Hancock from the Heroes Pavilion had said that if they encountered Deshishin again, they could contact him. Free henchmen, why not use them? Thinking this, Duan Lang returned directly to the Myriad Realms Tower and went to the Heroes Pavilion to find Hancock. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Homelander went mad and insisted on coming along. So the three of them returned to the Wind and Cloud world together. Deshishin's vision blurred, and two other people suddenly appeared beside Duan Lang, but his eyes were only on Duan Lang. So, he charged at Duan Lang once more. Xiaofan snorted coldly, feeling an indescribable pleasure at the sight of Deshishin. He walked up to Duan Lang and grabbed Deshishin's neck. You were so arrogant before, daring to ambush me and injure me. Xiaofan's grip tightened, and Deshishin's neck began to deform. He flailed his fists and feet, striking Xiaofan. But these attacks were like tickles to Xiaofan. Xiaofan gritted his teeth, growing angrier with each passing moment. He had never suffered such a serious injury in his life. He almost died. More importantly, Deshishin had utterly humiliated him. Xiaofan squeezed, crushing Deshishin's neck into a thin sheet, blood splattering everywhere. Duan Lang's expression changed, and he stepped forward, using his inner strength to block the flying blood. Be careful. He consumed the fire Kylan's essence. His blood is the same as the fire Kylan's blood, it drives people mad. Homelander paused, tossing away Indra's head, then looked at his right hand, which was covered in blood. Duan Lang's pupils contracted, and Hancock beside him also had a bad feeling. Oh, no! Homelander frowned, shaking the blood off his hands. I'm fine. I don't feel anything. You're overthinking it. Homelander landed on the riverbank and washed the filth off his hands with the water. A small fish swam over, accidentally drinking the water Homelander used to wash his hands. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and it jumped out, trying to attack Homelander. At this moment, the headless corpse of Indra stood up again. His shriveled neck began to swell and fill out, and in no time, a head grew. Wow! A head can even grow back, that's impressive. But I like it. Homelander shot the crazed fish dead with a laser, then appeared before Indra, grabbed his shoulder, and ripped him in two. But in the blink of an eye, the two halves fused back together, healing their injuries. Homelander smiled and began to relentlessly torture Indra. He flattened him, tore off his limbs, and subjected him to various forms of torture that made Duan Lang and Hancock want to vomit. Alright, that's enough. I need what's inside him, Duan Lang said, secretly noting Homelander's ruthlessness. This guy's ruthless. Hearing Duan Lang's words, Homelander sneered and punched Indra, turning him into a bloody mist. From within the blood mist, a bright red sphere appeared. Homelander reached out, took it out, and tossed it to Duan Lang. Without hesitation, Duan Lang found a box and collected the fire Kylan's essence. Just then, a roar suddenly echoed from the entrance of Lingyun Cave. Xiang Ba, covered in blood and with bloodshot eyes, charged towards Duan Lang. Before Duan Lang could even see clearly, Motherland slapped out. With a boom, a blood-red mist appeared in the sky, and blood rain fell into the river, instantly washed away. What was that? I don't know. It looked like a person. Alright, Duan Lang's mission is complete, let's leave. Before Duan Lang could reply, the two left the Wind and Cloud world. Duan Lang blinked and returned to Lingyun Cave, but after searching several times, he couldn't find Xiang Ba. Instead, he saw the fire Kylan's head, the rest was just a skeleton, all the flesh gone. After a moment's thought, he put the Fire Kylan's head and bones into his spatial ring and turned to leave. Xiang Ba, you're lucky you escaped this time, but you might not be able to next time. Chapter 285 The Gains from Lingyun Cave. The Dragon Vein. Since he couldn't find Xiang Ba, he decided to search for the rest of the Lingyun Cave. The 10 strongest martial arts, here I come. Duan Lang took out the Myriad Soul banner and summoned his souls to different paths. The paths inside Lingyun Cave were too chaotic. Duan Lang knew there were good things inside, but he didn't really know where they were. He figured he'd let his souls search first, and then he'd go himself once they found the locations. Over the next few hours, Duan Lang found all sorts of martial arts manuals and divine weapons. The Fire Kylan had lived for so long, and every so often it would capture people and bring them in. Some, knowing they couldn't survive, would carve their manuals on the stone walls to prevent them from being lost. Therefore, Duan Lang's gains were quite substantial, but the most powerful were the Suanya True Art and the 10 strongest martial arts. Wu Wudi's power was undeniable. He nearly killed Dishishin and almost shattered the Phoenix Blood. The Suanya True Art and the 10 strongest martial arts he left behind were incredibly powerful. Of all the opportunities within the entire Lingyun Cave, he probably ranked second. As for the first, he should find it soon. Duan Lang's expression shifted. He'd found it. A spirit had sent a message. A hint of joy appeared on Duan Lang's face as he walked deeper into the Lingyun Cave. A few minutes later, Duan Lang arrived at the deepest part of the Lingyun Cave. Unlike other caves, this place resembled a tomb. No, not just resembled, it was. At the very front was a stone seat, and sitting on it was a skeleton. The skeleton's hands rested on a sword, which, despite the many years, remained standing. Behind the skeleton was a stone tablet inscribed with Tomb of the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan. In front of the skeleton was a lifelike dragon statue. The Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan? The strongest being in the Divine Continent. The legendary strongest being in the Divine Continent, who defeated Qi Yu and ruled the continent, ultimately using Lingyun Cave as his tomb. His spine absorbed the entire fortune of the Divine Continent, becoming the Dragon Vein of the Central Plains martial arts world. It could be said that whoever possesses the Dragon Vein possesses the world. The Dragon Vein is Duan Lang's primary target. Moreover, the Dragon Vein can suppress inner demons, accelerating his cultivation speed and making his efforts twice as effective. Of course, there's also the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan sword, the Xian Yuan sword. These two items should be very valuable, but he doesn't intend to sell them directly. He needs the Dragon Vein to unify the entire world and also to increase his cultivation speed. As for the Xian Yuan sword, that's the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan's weapon. Many worlds possess the Xian Yuan sword, and they are all divine artifacts. Such a valuable item cannot be sold. After thoroughly searching the entire Lingyun Cave, Duan Lang returned to the Myriad Realms Tower. He arrived at the All Heavens coin exchange counter, and with a flick of his hand, a cluster of white orbs of light appeared. Suanya True Skill, 5th Order Technique, a peerless technique created by Wu Wudi. Item value, 50,000 All Heavens coins. The Unparalleled Saber Technique of the 10 Strong Martial Arts, 5th Order Technique, item value, 40,000 All Heavens coins. The Heaven-Asking Spear Technique of the 10 Strong Martial Arts, 5th Order Technique, item value, 40,000 All Heavens coins. The Heavenly Fate Sword Path of the 10 Strong Martial Arts, Great Ji Halberd Manual, Tiger Roar Staff Collection, Mountain and Sea Fist Classic, Suanya Divine Palm, Fierce and Powerful Leg Technique, Perfect Harmony Golden Finger, Oracle Bone Dragon Claw, 5th Order Technique, item value, 320,000 All Heavens coins. Swift Water Without a Trace, Tier 5 Lightness Skill, High Speed Movement, leaves no trace on water, item value, 20,000 Heavenly coins. Leaping Plum Blossoms, Tier 5 Lightness Skill, item value, 10,000 Heavenly coins. Invincible in All Directions, Tier 5 Technique, Advanced Technique of the 10 Strongest Martial Arts, item value, 70,000 Heavenly coins. Slaying in All Directions, Tier 5 Technique, Advanced Killing Move of the 10 Strongest Martial Arts, can unleash 10 times the power, but requires exhausting all power. Item value, 70,000 Heavenly coins. 10 Directions Annihilation, 5th Tier Cultivation Technique, 10 Powerful Martial Arts Advanced Killing Moves, item value, 75,000 Heavenly coins. 5th Tier Cultivation Technique *10, 5th Tier Cultivation Technique, item value, 200,000 Heavenly coins. 4th Tier Cultivation Technique *70, 4th Tier Cultivation Technique, item value, 280,000 Heavenly coins. 3rd Tier Cultivation Technique *310, 3rd Tier Cultivation Technique, item value, 155,000 Heavenly coins. Divine Weapons *430, Tier 1 to 4, item value, 50,000 Heavenly coins. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow. These random items actually cost 1.5 million Heavenly coins. A profit. After selling these, Duan Lang took out the two items he hadn't sold before. Divine Continent Dragon Vein, Tier 5 item. The Central Plains Martial Arts Dragon Vein of the Wind and Cloud World can suppress inner demons, enhance power, and increase cultivation speed. Item value 99,000 heavenly coins. Xianyuan Sword, Wind and Cloud, Tier 5 item. The Xianyuan Sword of the Wind and Cloud World, the weapon of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. Item value 70,000 heavenly coins. The Xianyuan Sword seemed rather ordinary, but the Divine Continent Dragon Vein was incredibly powerful. Keep them both for now. This was quite a haul. Besides these, Duan Lang also discovered 5 more blood Bodhi vines in the Lingyun cave. This brings him to 8 blood Bodhi vines, allowing him to produce 800,000-year blood Bodhi seeds a day. A huge profit. Wait, there's one more thing. I almost forgot. Duan Lang took out the Fire Kylan essence from his spatial ring, and a message appeared before him. Fire Kylan essence, a 6th-tier heavenly treasure, the essence of the Fire Kylan, one of the 4 auspicious beasts of the Fenjian world. Years of exposure to the malevolent energy of the Central Plains martial arts world have greatly increased its aggressiveness. Consuming this essence will cause one to enter a state of madness, becoming immortal, eternally youthful, and able to control flames. Cultivating fire attribute techniques will be twice as effective. Those carrying a dragon vein will not enter a state of madness. Item value 900,000 heavenly coins. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow. Having a dragon vein prevents madness? Moreover, cultivating fire attribute techniques will be twice as effective, and one can control flames. No matter how you look at it, the Fire Kylan essence seems to suit me better. My Eclipse Sword technique is inherently fire attribute, and I prefer fire attributes. Phoenix Blood is ice attribute, so they're somewhat incompatible. However, several moves of the Sacred Heart technique are ice attribute attacks, requiring the Phoenix Blood to work. This is a bit troublesome. It seems the essences of the 4 auspicious beasts can't be consumed together. Never mind. Never mind. The Sacred Heart technique's strength lies in its mental attacks. Ice attribute attacks are unnecessary. I've used Phoenix Blood for so long, it's consumed too much energy. I'll stick with the Fire Kylan essence. He'd force out the Phoenix Blood and exchange it for the Fire Kylan's essence. As for the Phoenix Blood, the auction was coming up soon. It should be available for auction. He'd just sell it. A smile appeared on Duan Lang's face. Now he'd find a place to force out the Phoenix Blood and exchange it for the Fire Kylan's essence. Here would be that ordinary world from last time. It's full of ordinary people there, there's no danger. Duan Lang decisively returned to the forest cabin world, appearing in the world he'd previously arrived in through the spatial passage. He looked down at the police station and randomly landed. Meanwhile, inside a room in the Myriad Realms Tower, the vortex rippled slightly, and a man wearing golden armor walked in, carrying a golden longsword. Chapter 286 The New Traitor. Unrivaled. Ye Ming recognized the familiar face before him. He knew who it was without even checking the information. His attire was truly dazzling. He wore golden armor, a red cloak draped over his back, and a half-face golden mask. But the most recognizable feature was the golden sword in his hand. One side of the sword was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, the other with mountains, rivers, and vegetation. If Duan Lang were standing here, he would recognize this sword as identical to the one he had found deep within the Xianyuan Yellow Emperor's tomb in the Lingyun cave. Yes, that's right. It was the Xianyuan sword. Name Yuan Tuo. Identity Xianyuan Sword, the Scar of the Sky World, TV series, Guardian of the Xianyuan Sword. Strength, late stage 6. Indeed, it was Yuan Tuo, at the peak of stage 6. The Myriad Realms Tower had gained another top-tier expert. With both the Xianyuan Sword and the Kunlun Mirror at his disposal, Yuan Tuo's strength was arguably unmatched in the Xianyuan Sword's human realm. He represented invincibility. But unfortunately, the world of Xianyuan Sword also has a celestial realm. The world of Xianyuan Sword, the Scar of the Sky possesses 5 divine artifacts, the Kunlun Mirror, the Fuxi Qin, the Nuwa Stone, the Kongtong Seal, and the Shening Cauldron. These were transformed from 5 stones that fell when Nuwa repaired the Scar of the Sky, the source of the Crimson Comet. The power of the Xianyuan Sword is actually stronger than these 5 artifacts, but unfortunately, it's not considered a divine artifact in the TV series. However, this doesn't diminish Yuan Tuo's invincibility. Even in his childhood, he easily killed 100,000 people with just a few swings of the Xianyuan Sword. Several swings in the TV series, 1 swing in the game. Although Yuan Tuo is invincible, his fate is tragic. Yuan Tuo of the Northern Zhou Dynasty, as a descendant of the Xianyuan clan, should have had a life of luxury from childhood, but fate cruelly subjected him to the suffering of national subjugation and extinction from a young age. His mother was imprisoned by his enemy, Yang Su, who used her to threaten him and force him to become Yang Su's disciple, turning her into a deadly weapon in his conquests. The Myriad Realms Tower? Mere illusion. Break it now. Yuan Tuo shouted, but there was no response. Even the Xianyuan sword in his hand seemed like an ordinary longsword, emitting no power whatsoever. Yuan Tuo's expression turned slightly serious. Could what was in his mind be real? Was it Duga Nink's doing again? Or that damned Yang Su? Ye Ming, seeing Yuan Tuo's expression, knew what he was thinking. Yuan Tuo, sit down. This isn't an illusion. Yuan Tuo frowned deeply. He had been in the military camp just moments before. How did he end up here in the blink of an eye? Someone had discovered the Heluo stone carvings in the Yangtze Canal, so he rushed here. The Heluo stone carving is a priceless treasure. Legend has it that whoever unlocks its secrets will know the location of the 5 ancient divine artifacts. With the imminent appearance of the demonic star Ying Wo, whoever obtains the 5 divine artifacts will become the ruler of the land. Many covet these artifacts, and Yang Su is no exception. Upon arriving, Yuan Tuo encountered someone trying to steal the Heluo stone carving. Had he not seen that the perpetrators seemed capable of unlocking its secrets, he would have killed them long ago. It was at that moment that he received an invitation from the Myriad Realms Tower. Skilled and daring, the supposedly invincible Yuan Tuo readily accepted. And so he arrived here. Yuan Tuo's eyes flickered as he walked to the sofa and sat down. He reviewed the information in his mind again, then raised his hand with a hint of disbelief. The appearance of numerous white orbs of light surprised Yuan Tuo. Divine Fire Clone Technique, Rank 6. Transforms into Divine Fire, instantly appearing 1,000 miles away, ignoring obstacles. Item value, 600,000 heavenly coins. Divine Fire Great Deo Technique, Rank 6. Item value, 700,000 heavenly coins. 10,000 swords return to origin, Rank 6. One sword transforms into 10,000 swords, unleashing a multitude of swords simultaneously. Item value, 500,000 heavenly coins. Yuan Family Techniques *50, ranks 1 to 6. Item value, 2,400,000 heavenly coins. Spells *30, ranks 1 to 6. Item value, 1 million heavenly coins. Xianyuan Sword, a 7th tier magic weapon. The Xianyuan Sword, Heaven Scar, an ancient divine artifact. The magic weapon has a chip, which has damaged its power. After recognizing its master, even an ordinary person can unleash a 5th tier attack. Item value, 8 million heavenly coins. Yuan Tuo was somewhat surprised. All the cultivation techniques and spells he knew were here. Just those techniques and spells alone were worth 5.3 million heavenly coins. This didn't even include the Xianyuan Sword, since he definitely wouldn't sell it. The Xianyuan Sword was actually a 7th tier magic weapon, worth 8 million heavenly coins alone. Truly impressive. Yuan Tuo hadn't expected that the Myriad Realms Tower could even detect the damage to the Xianyuan Sword. The chip was extremely small, almost no one else besides him would have known. Now, Yuan Tuo had to believe that perhaps the Myriad Realms Tower truly existed. Beyond all the Myriad Realms, wasn't it even above the Demon Realm and the Heavenly Realm? Excluding the Xianyuan Sword, you'll receive 5.3 million heavenly coins, which are the Myriad Realms tokens. You can check the trading area, perhaps there's something that can help you. The Future Pavilion on the 3rd floor allows you to see the future of your world. Your world is a world above the 7th rank, but only the human realm situation requires 10 million heavenly coins. The Xianyuan Sword, the Scar of the Sky World, has immortals and a celestial realm, so it's definitely a world above the 7th rank. However, the highest strength in Yuan Tuo's human realm is only the 7th rank. Yuan Tuo was shocked upon hearing this. He could even see the future. This is interesting. Then wouldn't he be able to directly find the locations of the 5 divine artifacts? He wondered if he had rescued his mother. He was still short 4.7 million heavenly coins. Selling the Xianyuan Sword would be useful, but he couldn't sell it. He could only go back and find some cultivation techniques. With his status, a few techniques wouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Master. I'll take my leave now. Yuan Tuo stood up and turned to leave. He wasn't interested in the trading area, he only wanted to know how to rescue his mother. Yuan Tuo stepped into the vortex and disappeared from the Myriad Realms Tower. In the world of Xianyuan Sword, the Scar of the Sky, Yuan Tuo looked at the surrounding soldiers, who seemed to be exactly as they had been when he left. The Myriad Realms Tower, interesting. Let's go check out the Heluo stone carvings first. Yuan Tuo's figure instantly transformed into a flame and vanished from the spot. On the road in the distance, a strangely shaped dragon horse was galloping rapidly. Tuoba Yuer stared at the Heluo stone carvings before her, a look of utter frustration on her face. She'd gotten the item, but how did she unlock it? The next second, Tuoba Yuer was startled. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a man clad in golden armor standing beside her. Yuan Tuo. When did he get in? Is it untied? Yuan Tuo asked calmly. Tuoba Yuer, not to be outdone, retorted defiantly. Looks like I underestimated you. You dared to enter my white dragon carriage? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to get out? Yuan Tuo smiled and said domineeringly. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you return the stone carving to me, and I can let you choose your own way of dying. or you obediently untie the stone carving. If you satisfy me, I might spare your life. Chapter 287 Exclusive Technique, 6th Level. As death returns. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower room, Ye Ming tallied his recent gains. Sun Wukong from the journey to the West World traded items worth 11 million heavenly coins. Duan Lang's 300 Millennium Blood Bodhi seeds, though not sold, were also part of the 3 million heavenly coin transaction, as all items listed in the shop had already passed through the Myriad Realms Tower. Subsequently, Yao Chen traded 17 million heavenly coins, and Duan Lang traded 1.5 million heavenly coins. Totaling this was 32.5 million heavenly coins in transactions. The Level 5 Myriad Realms Tower takes a 50% cut, making it 16.25 million heavenly coins. Previously, he had 92.71 million heavenly coins, adding the 16.25 million, that's 108.96 million heavenly coins. His heavenly coins have successfully surpassed 100 million. This means Ye Ming can break through to the 6th level of his exclusive cultivation technique. After the breakthrough, Ye Ming's strength will directly reach the peak of the 6th rank. His strength finally caught up with the traders, making him the true number 1 among them. Although Yao Chen had broken through to the Doshang realm, becoming a powerful early-stage 7th-tier expert, Ye Ming dealt with him with great ease. Besides his own Myriad Realms coins, the Lord's treasury had also increased significantly. Just Xiao Yan's viewing of his world's future and Sun Wukong's viewing of his world's future alone amounted to 20 million Myriad Realms coins. The transaction commissions from various shops, plus the commissions from various Myriad Realms Tower facilities, totaled a whopping 5 million Myriad Realms coins. Adding the previous 10.57 million Myriad Realms coins, the total was 35.57 million Myriad Realms coins. Unfortunately, there was still a distance to go before reaching 100 million Myriad Realms coins to unlock the next Myriad Realms Tower facility. Ye Ming sighed. He'd upgrade his cultivation technique first. He disappeared from the room and appeared in the void layer of the Myriad Realms Tower. Myriad Realms Tower, cultivating the 6th level of the exclusive technique. Ding, consuming 100 million heavenly coins, beginning cultivation of the 6th level of the exclusive technique. The power within Ye Ming's body began to transform, his already abundant power now becoming even stronger. If the energy within his body before was the ocean, then the energy within his body now was the full ocean. His body began to transform in every aspect: physical strength, defense, stamina, endurance, power, soul, divine sense, and mental strength were all rapidly increasing. The 6th-tier exclusive technique was gradually gaining the power to destroy planets. His every move, if uncontrolled, would cause earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions on planets. His speed had surpassed the speed of light, a speed that even some 7th-tier and even 8th-tier powerhouses could not reach. His body could withstand even the explosion of the earth without harming him in the slightest. He could even enter the core of the sun, take a bath inside, and see if there were any 3-legged golden crows there. His soul entered the Soul Society, and his soul and body alone could withstand the attacks of all Zanpakuto. His spiritual power could even move continental plates and shake the earth. This was the strength of a peak 6th-tier cultivator. Once his exclusive cultivation technique reached the 7th tier, he could easily destroy planets. Ye Ming suddenly opened his eyes, the brilliant light shooting from them instantly traveling tens of thousands of miles before slowly dissipating. He felt the energy within his body and was extremely satisfied. Name: Ye Ming. Level of the Myriad Realms Tower, Level 5. Realm, Peak of Tier 6. All Heavens Coins, 8,965,000. Lord's Treasury, 35,570,000 All Heavens Coins. Myriad Realms Tower Facilities, Mission Hall, Future Hall, Herb Hall, Level 1, Martial Arts Arena, Soul Hall, Auction House. Cultivation Technique, Exclusive Cultivation Technique, Level 6. Owned Worlds: Ip Man World, The Return of the Condor Heroes World, The Cabin in the Woods World, Demi-Gods and Semi-Devils World, Storm Riders World, Jade Dynasty World, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer World. Connected Worlds: The Cabin in the Woods, Xian Yuan Sword, The Scar of the Sky, Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons, Akame Ga Kill. Trade items: See Heartflame, Top 10 Martial Arts, Suanya True Skill, Divine Fire Clone Technique, Divine Fire Great Deo, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Only 8.96 million All Heavens coins remain, and the next upgrade to the 7th level of the exclusive cultivation technique requires 1 billion All Heavens coins. Just thinking about it is giving me a headache. The Lord's treasury is still 65 million All Heavens coins short. The worlds Ye Ming now possesses include the Cabin in the Woods, the Demi-Gods and Semi-Devils, and the Smiling, Proud Wanderer. These 3 worlds are relatively low level, though not exceptional. The Storm Riders and Jade Dynasty worlds are better, belonging to the mid-level. The Jade Dynasty world reached 100% change level because the Ghost King rescued the Beast God, unified the righteous and demonic paths, and destroyed the Tianyan Temple. In the Storm Riders world, Duan Lang nearly wiped out all the villainous bosses. Deshishin, Huo Kailan, and Xiong Ba are all dead. Wushuan City and the World Alliance are now under Duan Lang's control. Most importantly, Duan Lang has obtained the Dragon Vein and the Xianyuan Sword, causing the world's change level to soar to 100%. After both worlds reached 100% change level, Ye Ming absorbed them into his body. In other words, Ye Ming can now visit the Jade Dynasty and Storm Riders worlds. Just as Ye Ming was about to explore the two worlds, he suddenly sensed a traitor approaching. He could only return to his room, where he saw the traitor. She wore a white nightgown that reached her thighs, completely obscuring whether she was wearing pants. The buttons on the nightgown only went up to her lower abdomen, revealing a shockingly full bust. Long, pale blue hair cascaded down her thighs. The sight was truly breathtaking. Ye Ming's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, a white garment was draped over her. Be mindful of your appearance outside. Estetha's lips curled into a slight smile, and she raised a delicate eyebrow. What, afraid someone will see? It's just you here. Esteth stretched, and the garment slowly slid down to her thighs, revealing her ample bosom. The white nightgown slowly rose, revealing a flat, firm abdomen, as smooth as finely sculpted jade. Ye Ming waved his hand again, and Estetha's attire instantly transformed into long sleeves and trousers. He's not dead. Seeing this scene would definitely give him pause. However, Ye Ming stuck to his initial idea. He couldn't let emotions affect the fairness of the Myriad Realms Tower's transactions. What if something happened between him and a traitor? What would happen to future transactions? Would he have to interfere in the traitor's worlds? To avoid this, Ye Ming steadfastly maintained his bottom line. The previous female traitors were alright. After all, they were women from ancient times and were relatively conservative. Esteth, however, is truly difficult to deal with, lured by all sorts of temptations. Until he has fully grown to the true pinnacle of the Myriad Realms, he will not choose to have anything with female traitors. Only when he becomes the true master of the Myriad Realms Tower, his strength overwhelming all the heavens and Myriad Realms, will he consider such things. Have you collected everything? Esteth glanced at Ye Ming teasingly. He was still useful, otherwise, he wouldn't have changed his clothes. What an adorable man. She flipped her hand, and 10 white orbs of light appeared in his palm. Chapter 288 10 Imperial Arms. Esteth requests to fight. 2 great axes, Belvark, Tier 4 treasure, Imperial arm of the axe. The stronger the user's arm strength, the stronger the attack. It can separate into 2 axes in the middle, and can track as long as the user has strength. Item value 3,000 heavenly coins. Military music Dream Scream, Tier 4 treasure, Imperial arm of the flute. Allows free manipulation of emotions. Item value 4,000 heavenly coins. Water Dragon Possession Black Horse Forest, Tier 4 treasure, Imperial arm of the ring. The wearer can freely manipulate the liquids in anything they come into contact with, and can even control their own blood to form a blood blade. Item value 5,000 heavenly coins. Lightning Strike Susanoo, Tier 4 treasure, Biological humanoid Imperial arm. It can absorb the master's life force to complete its berserk state. After berserk mode, it possesses powerful attack power, can reflect enemy attacks, and can move at high speed. It is also highly skilled in housework, proficient in cleaning and laundry, and has thousands of signature dishes. Item value 6,000 heavenly coins. Transformation at will Gaia Foundation, Tier 4 treasure, Cosmetic Imperial arm. It can transform into anything it will. Item value 3,000 heavenly coins. Azura Incarnation Noble Chariot, Tier 4 treasure, Armored Imperial armor. Item value 4,000 heavenly coins. Beast Transformation 100-armed Giant, Tier 4 treasure, Biological Imperial armor, can grow larger, regenerates without breaking its core. Item value 6,000 heavenly coins. God's Hand Perfector, Tier 4 treasure, Glove Imperial armor, makes fingers hundreds of times more agile. Item value 2,000 heavenly coins. Purgatory Summons Rubigand, Tier 4 treasure, Flame-emitting Imperial armor, can spew flames that cannot be extinguished by water, and can also spew magma from a distance. Its trump card is a massive self-destruction. Item value 6,000 heavenly coins. 10,000 Mile Flight Saitama, Tier 4 treasure, Winged Imperial armor, allows flight, feathers can be launched. Item value 5,000 heavenly coins. 10 Imperial arms, almost all of them belong to the Empire. Whether they were given to others is unknown. Whether Esteth obtained them from the Imperial Treasury or from the users themselves is unknown. The only thing Ye Ming knew was that all 10 Imperial arms could be put up for auction. 10 Imperial arms weren't very expensive, but ordinary people could use them, and they could unleash 4th tier power after using them. That's the power of Imperial arms. You said 5 Imperial arms, and I brought you 10. You can't refuse me now, can you? I want a fight. Ye Ming sighed and waved his hand, putting away all 10 Imperial arms. This is your multiverse token. You're no match for me, why fight? There are many stronger people in the multiverse tower, you can go find them. Esteth stood up, looking down at Ye Ming. No, I'm only interested in you. You said you'd agree if I found 5 Imperial arms. Are you going back on your word? Sigh, of course not. All transactions in the Myriad Realms Tower are valid. Since I said so, I won't go back on my word. Ye Ming stood up, waved his hand, and the surrounding spacetime instantly shifted. Esteth hadn't even reacted before she found herself in a snow-covered wasteland with heavy snowfall. This was an arena within the dueling grounds, and Ye Ming had brought Esteth directly here. The surrounding environment was deliberately arranged by him so that Esteth could unleash her full power. Since you're so eager to fight me, then let's begin. Ye Ming stood opposite Esteth, hands behind his back, not even releasing his aura. He feared that if he unleashed his power, Esteth wouldn't even be able to stand, let alone fight. Esteth's eyes lit up, a hint of excitement flashing within them. Her entire demeanor instantly transformed, from her previous languidness to that of a battle-hardened warrior. Then you'd better be careful. I'll be heartbroken if I hurt you. Esteth teased him, but her attack was anything but hesitant, immediately using her full strength. The swirling snow suddenly stopped, then transformed into ice spikes that hurtled towards Ye Ming. Everywhere she looked, there were ice spikes, probably tens of thousands, densely covering Ye Ming's entire surroundings. Esteth's lips curled into a slight smile, her heart pounding with excitement. What would he do? Take the hit head-on? Or smash through them and break free? Or would his energy shield block all attacks? Or perhaps he would suddenly vanish in an unexpected way, reappearing behind her? This feeling was incredible. Her blood was boiling. This was real battle. Esteth stared intently at the ice spikes, her heart pounding in her throat as they were about to pierce Ye Ming. But the ice spikes remained frozen in midair, unresponsive to Esteth's attempts to control them. The ice spikes, which she had conjured, were now beyond her control. Ye Ming simply stared at Esteth, the surrounding ice spikes slowly shifting direction, their sharp points aimed at her. Esteth's face showed a hint of surprise, seemingly wondering how Ye Ming could control the ice spikes she had conjured. The next second, tens of thousands of ice spikes shot towards Esteth simultaneously. Esteth frantically tried to control the ice spikes, whether to control them or make them disappear, anything was possible. But it was useless, she had absolutely no way to control them. Her expression turned incredibly serious. Her opponent was merely returning her attack, and she was powerless to do anything about it? The difference in strength was so great? She couldn't just admit defeat like this. Mahavatara. A flash of blue light appeared in Esteth's eyes as she directly activated the hidden ability of the demon's essence. This ability could freeze time and space. No matter how powerful someone was, they would be defeated by this attack. Esteth looked at Ye Ming, then gasped in shock. Her pupils contracted as she realized Ye Ming had vanished. What are you looking at? A voice came from behind, making Esteth's hair stand on end. She raised her long, beautiful leg and kicked backward, but missed completely. Turning around, Ye Ming was already gone. The surrounding ice spikes remained suspended in midair, and the falling snowflakes were also frozen in place, indicating that the Mahapadma had been successfully activated. Time should have stopped. Why is Ye Ming still moving? Esteth turned around again, and Ye Ming's incredibly handsome face appeared before her, making her instinctively kick him in the groin. This time, he kicked and missed again. Ye Ming returned to his starting position, just as he had at the beginning, looking at Esteth. How did you do that? Why can you still move? Mahapratama? Freezing spacetime? It only temporarily immobilizes the weak. For the strong, that power is easily broken. Esteth looked thoughtful. She was the strongest in her own world, but her world was still too weak. There were so many powerful beings in the Myriad Realms Tower, many stronger than her, not to mention the Tower Master. Can you show me what true power is? Chapter 289 The Creation of Heaven and Earth. The Bodhi Pill. True power? Ye Ming raised an eyebrow and calmly said, Do you know the location of the Myriad Realms Tower? Esteth looked puzzled. The location of the Myriad Realms Tower? She genuinely didn't know. She only knew from the information in her mind that the Myriad Realms Tower was above all the heavens, but its exact location was unknown. I don't know. Being above all the heavens and myriad realms, it shouldn't be in any single world. Ye Ming smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. An image appeared in Esteth's mind. In the boundless void, countless tiny orbs of light floated in the air, densely packed and uncountable. Above these numerous orbs of light, a colossal pavilion stood in the void, radiating boundless power and light. And this pavilion was the Myriad Realms Tower. The small orbs of light below were the myriad realms, each orb containing a world. Some orbs of light were large, some small, representing the size and strength of the worlds. Orbs of light continuously destroyed and reappeared, like new life being born. The Myriad Realms Tower stood atop them. As every trader knew, it transcended all realms, its position as self-evident as its name suggested. Suddenly, her vision narrowed, and Esteth felt herself rapidly approaching a newly appeared orb of light. Then, she entered this world. This world was a chaotic void, devoid of anything, where nothing could be seen, until someone suddenly stood up, picked up an axe, roared, and brought it down with a mighty chop. Esteth was completely stunned. She heard no sound, but she could see ripples spreading throughout the world. The entire chaos was split in two, pure energy rose, turbid energy descended, and the man stood between the pure and turbid energies, supporting them. Time flowed rapidly, the man grew taller and taller, the pure and turbid energies becoming increasingly distinct, gradually forming heaven and earth. One day, the man suddenly collapsed. His head transformed into towering mountains, his eyes into the sun and moon, his blood into rivers, and his hair into flowers and plants. Esteth was utterly shocked. Was this the creation of the world? A god who created the world? Esteth watched as all sorts of divine beasts sprang up in the world: dragons, phoenixes, and Kylan. The dangers she knew were like celestial behemoths and ants on the ground before these divine beasts. Is this the power of the strong? If even the creatures that casually grew in this newly created world are so powerful, how strong must the man who created this world be? This is the power of the strong. Esteth's blood boiled, she could feel her heart pounding. She wanted to become that kind of strong person too. Did the author show her this world just to let her witness the true power of the strong? She understood. Is this the power of the strong? I understand. The strong? No. Ye Ming's lips curled slightly upward, and he stretched out his hand and slapped it down. Esteth was still wondering what Ye Ming was doing when the image in her mind changed. From the Myriad Realms Tower, which reigns supreme over all the heavens and worlds, a gigantic hand reached out and slapped down upon the newly formed world. As the palm descended, the nascent world's orb of light shattered instantly, like an egg falling to the ground, vanishing into nothingness. Disappearing along with it were hundreds of orbs of light of varying sizes surrounding it. The void where the giant palm had landed was instantly empty, not a single orb of light remained. Esteth stared in disbelief, her mind reeling. The world she had just known was gone? Killed? Just one snap, and not only was that world gone, but hundreds of surrounding worlds were gone too? Esteth stared wide-eyed at Ye Ming, her hands slowly retracting, her heart churning with shock. This is true strength. Ye Ming calmly uttered these words before disappearing from the spot. Esteth stood there, unable to process what she had just witnessed. The shock Ye Ming had inflicted on her was immense. Just one palm strike and so many worlds were destroyed? Each of those worlds was far stronger than hers. But in just a moment, it was gone. He actually dared to attempt to fight against such a powerful being. His vision was ultimately too limited. No wonder he's the master of the Myriad Realms Tower. In the world of battle through the heavens, Yao Chen activated the bone spirit cold flame in his hand to complete the final tasks. Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the pill cauldron. Yao Chen lightly flicked his hand, easily deflecting the lightning. A mere 7th grade pill's lightning bolt was far too easy for a Do Shang like him to handle. Yao Chen opened the pill cauldron, and a red pill emerged from it. A rich fragrance of pills instantly filled the entire room. A smile appeared on Yao Chen's lips as he took the red pill and vanished from the spot. Inside the pill pavilion, Yao Chen found Xiao Yan and took out the pill. Here you go, the pill is finished. It's a 7th grade Bodhi pill. It can increase your internal energy cultivation by 700 years, which translates to 140 years in Do Chi cultivation. It's 10 years less than expected, but not bad either. Take it and consume it. After that, we'll go to the Yunlin sect. Xiao Yan happily accepted the pill. Just smelling it made him feel his cultivation level increase. Alright, Elder Yao, I'll go back to cultivate now. After you finish cultivating, I'll help you refine the Sea Heart Flame. Sea Heart Flame? A strange fire. Thank you so much, Elder Yao. I will forever remember your great kindness. Alright, go on. Good. By the way, Elder Yao, since it's possible, could we refine some Bodhi pills to sell? Should we discuss with the master about listing these difficult to refine high-grade pills on the auction house? Low-grade pills can be mass-produced, but high-grade pills can't. If Bodhi pills could be auctioned, the price would definitely be much higher. That makes a lot of sense, but I already asked, and it's not possible. The master's exact words were that high-grade pills are difficult to refine because we're inexperienced, so we should practice more. If alchemy skills were strong, one person could refine thousands of 7th grade pills a day. And if we unified the world, with so many alchemists, producing dozens of 6th grade pills a day wouldn't be difficult. Yao Chen had already asked, as soon as the auction house function appeared. Unfortunately, it's not possible. As for someone being able to refine thousands of 7th tier pills a day, to be honest, he had some doubts. But then he thought about how this was the Myriad Realms Tower, and it didn't seem impossible. No good, sigh, what a pity. Are you still buying those 1,000-year-old blood Bodhi pills from Duan Lang? Yes, but not so many. Just refine a few dozen Bodhi pills for backup, no one will use more. Bodhi pills should be very popular, after all, they're cultivation pills. Chapter 290 Knowledge Collection. Truly a genius. In an unknown world, on the top floor of a skyscraper. Ring ring, ring ring. The phone rang. A man walked to the sofa, looked around, and finally pulled the phone from under a cushion, seeing the name on the screen. Pepper Potts calling. The man answered the phone and heard a woman's voice. Tony? Suddenly, a piercing buzzing sound erupted, an invisible sound wave instantly invading the man's mind. The man felt his head go blank, his body went out of control, and he couldn't utter a word. A hand reached out from behind him, taking the phone, the other hand held a cylindrical electronic device, the buzzing sound emanating from it. Tony, are you there? Hello? The call was abruptly ended. The hands holding the electronic device gently supported the man's head, laying him flat on the sofa. Relax, breathe, relax, relax. Tony's eyes were wide open, his body felt completely hollow, and he could do nothing but lie on the sofa. His body seemed to no longer belong to him. A bald man held up a device, fiddling with it in front of Tony. Remember this little gadget? The bald man looked at the device with regret. It's a pity the government didn't approve it back then. Temporary paralysis still has many uses. The man walked from behind the sofa to the front, looked at the pale-faced Tony, and grabbed his chin. Tony, when I wanted to kill you, I was very worried, afraid I'd kill the goose that lays golden eggs. As he spoke, the man took a strange-looking device from a bag and placed it on Tony's chest. See, you survived, it was destiny. As the device activated, it made a sound, and the reactor in Tony's chest was instantly seized by the device. Tony let out a muffled groan, but could only watch helplessly as the reactor was removed from his chest, unable to react. Because you still have to lay your last golden egg. The bald man looked at the removed reactor, a slight smile on his face. He looked at Tony mockingly, saying, "You think your ideas are yours?" He completely removed the reactor, admiring it in his hands. How beautiful. Tony, this is your 9th symphony, a masterpiece. Look at it, this will be your legacy, the core of the latest generation of weapons. We can change the entire world Gaju, a concept encompassing the overall structure, environment, and overall character, through weapons. We can bring the world back on track. The bald man put the reactor back into the box, his mouth still chattering. Unfortunately, you dragged Pepper into this too. I really wanted her to live, but unfortunately, she knows too much. The bald man stood up, gave Tony one last look at his pale face, and turned to leave. He knew that without the arc reactor, Tony was doomed. The arc reactor's function wasn't just to power his armor, more importantly, it was to control the shrapnel inside him, preventing it from reaching his heart. Now that the arc reactor was gone, if he didn't continue controlling the shrapnel, he was certain to die. This is why the bald man didn't kill Tony outright. After the bald man left, Tony regained some of his mobility. He staggered to his feet, only to collapse to the ground as soon as he stood. Tony was utterly bewildered. Was he really going to die here? Ding, Destined 1, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? The Myriad Realms Tower. Can it save me? If it can save me, I'll go in. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, the vortex before Ye Ming's eyes rippled, and a pale-faced man emerged. Tony was astonished to find that after entering the Myriad Realms Tower, his weakness had completely vanished, even the stabbing pain near his heart had disappeared. He looked at the message in his mind, completely shocked. The Myriad Realms Tower, which transcends all the heavens and myriad realms? With heavenly coins, one can obtain everything. Ye Ming recognized the man's face immediately. This traitor looks so familiar. Tony Stark, the famous Iron Man, the Marvel Universe. Name, Tony Stark. Identity, Iron Man 1 World, Iron Man. Strength, none. Iron Man 1 World? Not a Marvel Universe? Then are there Iron Man 2 World, Iron Man 3 World, etc.? If that's the case, wouldn't there be dozens of Marvel Universes? Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hulk, Thor, each is a separate universe. There are just too many universes. Tony Stark, have a seat. Tony nodded, looking at the very young man before him, somewhat admiring that the other could conduct transactions across countless worlds. He himself owned a company and sold goods. He considered it incredibly impressive to be able to do business with a nation. He never expected that this guy, even younger than himself, could actually do business with a different world. He sat down on the sofa and flipped through the information in his mind. Complete collection of firearms manufacturing knowledge, Tier 6, containing manufacturing methods for various weapons, from pistols to nuclear bombs. As long as you have the materials, they can be manufactured. Item value, 50,000 heavenly coins. Artificial intelligence manufacturing methods, Tier 5, capable of creating super artificial intelligence with human-like intelligence. Item value, 5,000 heavenly coins. Arch reactor manufacturing method, Tier 5 knowledge, allows you to build a small arc reactor for functionality. Item value 7,000 celestial coins. Nuclear fusion reactor manufacturing method, Tier 4 knowledge, allows you to build a nuclear fusion reactor and apply nuclear fusion in various fields. Item value 900 celestial coins. Advanced knowledge collection, Tier 4 knowledge, includes engineering and mechanical manufacturing, physics, materials science, electronic information technology, chemistry, biology, and computer science. Note that after purchase, you only have this knowledge in your mind, you'll need time to practice and apply it effectively. Item value 900 celestial coins. Dating knowledge collection, Tier 1 knowledge, starts with attracting women's attention through conversation, a must-have for playboys. Item value 1 celestial coin. Truly a genius, one of the smartest people in the Marvel Universe, the trade items are all knowledge. The mere knowledge of firearms manufacturing astonished Ye Ming. It was worth 50,000 heavenly coins. Although it was a 6th-tier item, it was still just knowledge, and knowledge-based items are generally less expensive. However, this price was already very high. Ye Ming carefully examined the weapon manufacturing compilation and understood why it was so expensive. It contained the manufacturing methods for all of Stark Industries' weapons, including fighter jets, tanks, missiles, nuclear bombs, aircraft carriers, and more. Once you obtained this knowledge, you could manufacture all of the aforementioned weapons. Therefore, the high price was justified. If a modern technologically advanced nation obtained this knowledge, its military strength would far surpass that of other nations by hundreds of times. Chapter 291 Tony's Spending. What are you without your armor? This is the last collection of tips on picking up girls. The price isn't high, but the girl picking skills have clearly earned the approval of the Myriad Realms Tower. No wonder he's a playboy. It'll cost 63,801 Myriad Realms coins. You can buy a pill, then directly remove the shrapnel from your body. When you're about to die, take the pill and you'll recover. Check the trading area for details. Tony nodded, seemingly remembering something. Can you sell military equipment? Yes, but the Myriad Realms Tower doesn't accept much. They've stopped accepting firearms and grenades, but they can accept some missiles. Tony's eyes lit up. Missiles? He has plenty of missiles. He can manufacture nuclear bombs, but unfortunately, he hasn't. 10,000 missiles of various types, Tier 4 items, including large missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, small missiles, and split-type missiles. Item value 50 million heavenly coins. Ye Ming's eyelids twitched. No wonder they're an arms manufacturer. 10,000 missiles directly, and these missiles are all extremely powerful. These 10,000 missiles alone brought Tony 50 million heavenly coins. Only 50 million? That's a bit unbecoming of a billionaire like me. Oh well, I'll just have to make do for now. 10,000 missiles weren't Tony's limit. If he wanted, he could manufacture 1,000,000 missiles. However, the Myriad Realms building only accepts 10,000 missiles at a time. They'll only accept more after these are used. The future pavilion on the 3rd floor of the Myriad Realms Tower can see the future of your world. However, your world is very powerful. 50 million probably can't see the entire future of your world, but it can see your recent future. The Soul Pavilion on the 6th floor can store your soul. You can be resurrected there after death. A glint of light flashed in Tony's eyes. The Future Pavilion lets you see the future. The Soul Pavilion lets you be resurrected after death. This Myriad Realms Tower is actually so powerful, it can even resurrect people. Then I'll go take a look. Thanks. Tony waved and left the room. He arrived at the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza and saw several shops, especially the Pill Pavilion. He remembered what Ye Ming had said earlier. Could buying a pill heal him? Not so fast. Let's see what's here. Tony went to the trading area and then to the martial arts area. What is this? Kung Fu? Eastern Kung Fu? This is actually real. I thought it was just fancy moves. The 18 subduing dragon palms? I've heard of that. I didn't expect they even have this. The martial arts area had a wide variety of items, but he wasn't particularly interested. The only thing that truly shocked him was the Sacred Heart Technique. Sacred Heart Technique General Principles, 5th Order Technique. When learned with complete Phoenix blood, it grants immortality and eternal youth. Even with incomplete Phoenix blood, lifespan will double and aging will be halved. It can also revive inanimate objects with bodies. Item value 99,000 heavenly coins. The item was cheap, but did it require Phoenix blood? If not, he would have taken it himself. Leaving the martial arts area, Tony arrived at the Immortal Cultivation area. What? An immortal cultivation technique? Living to be 1,000 years old. Unbelievable. Spells? This isn't magic, it's witchcraft. It's amazing. The Immortal Path Zone is far more exciting than the Martial Path Zone. All sorts of spells and cultivation techniques, enough to make someone live for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Tony didn't understand these cultivation techniques and magical artifacts. After all, he was a Westerner. The Martial Path Zone and the Immortal Path Zone both looked distinctly Eastern, and they all came from that ancient Eastern country. Tony left the Immortal Path Zone with a mix of excitement and trepidation, looking towards the last area, the other zones. If he wasn't mistaken, the Western stuff was most likely in the other zones. He went in, and sure enough, he saw familiar things. Vampires, werewolves, wizards, magicians, battle chi. These are Western things. Witchcraft that manipulates minds. Witchcraft that allows spatial teleportation. So cool. Immortal vampires. Battle chi that can be cultivated to godhood. Holy crap. That's amazing. Tony's smitten. He's really smitten. This is Superman. Kryptonian Bloodline, Tier 6. After fusion, one gains Kryptonian abilities. Bathing in a yellow star enhances one's power, granting super vision, super hearing, super brain power, super speed, light speed flight, heat vision, X-ray vision, cryogenic breathing, and a bioforce field. Red stars suppress these abilities, and kryptonite weakens powerful Kryptonians. Value 770,000 All Heavens coins. Angel Bloodline, All-Star Superman World, Tier 5. After fusion, one gains angelic power, immortality, super strength, super speed, super regeneration, flight, and the ability to manipulate some celestial phenomena through emotional fluctuations. The longer one spends with their destined angel partner, the more their abilities will gradually decline until they become an ordinary person. Value 99,000 All Heavens coins. Homelander Bloodline, Tier 5. After fusion, one gains all of Homelander's superpowers, super speed, super strength, super defense, laser eyes, super hearing, X-ray vision, and flight. Value 77,000 All Heavens coins. Tony's eyes widened, his breathing quickened. Super strength, super speed, super vision, super hearing, light speed flight. Each one is amazing. Most importantly, super brain power. His intelligence, his knowledge. What kind of sparks would fly if combined with super brain power? Kryptonian Bloodline only costs 770,000 all-dimensional coins, and you can get stronger just by sunbathing. You're the one. No need to train, you just lie down and get stronger. An ability born for me, Stark. But it doesn't say how long you can live. Let's get the Angel Bloodline too, only 99,000 all-dimensional coins, then I won't die. Homelander Bloodline? That's a bit trash, it seems like the other two bloodlines already include that, I don't want it. 869,000 all-dimensional coins, right? Too cheap. I'll take it. Tony directly acquired both bloodlines and fused them into his body. In the Marvel Universe, there's no kryptonite and no other angels, which means there are no weaknesses. Strong. Incredibly strong. Just thinking about it is awesome. And with super brain power, he might be able to create his own armor even faster, and his mind would work even faster. The armor wasn't just for his power, more importantly, he loved doing it. He's a genius, he loves scientific research. He'll admit it to everyone, he is Iron Man. Even if someone comes looking for trouble, he doesn't care. Do they think they're superheroes just because of their Iron Man armor? Do they think they're just ordinary people, easily manipulated, once they take off their armor? If someone asks him, what are you like without the armor? He'll proudly tell them he's a genius, a billionaire, a playboy, a philanthropist, and Superman. Chapter 292 Female Driver. Battle of Steel Armors. Tony was brimming with excitement. He felt his strength increasing, his body changing, and he could even feel the shrapnel inside him. As long as he returned to the real world, he could remove the shrapnel and heal instantly, without needing to buy any elixirs. After buying those two items, Tony didn't buy any other bloodlines or similar items. Instead, he set his sights on other items. The AI from the Resident Evil world, the AI from the Wandering Earth world. I'll buy them and see how they differ from the AI I developed myself. The planetary engine from the Wandering Earth world? It can actually propel planets? That's interesting. I'll buy it. An exoskeleton? Interesting. I'll buy it. Let's see if I can upgrade my armor. Tony bought whatever he wanted, but most of it was knowledge. For abilities, he only bought the Superman and Angel bloodlines. The rest required cultivation, and he didn't want to cultivate. He'd rather use the time to research new armor. For example, an anti-wizard armor, an anti-Superman armor, an anti-chi armor, an anti-magic armor, and so on. After buying his things, Tony glanced at his multiverse coins. Over 40 million left. To be precise, over 48 million. Sigh, so much money, nowhere to spend it. Future Pavilion? Soul Pavilion? Let's check that out. Tony went straight to the Future Pavilion and began to check his future. Tony Stark, worlds of rank 7 or higher. Current multiverse coin balance cannot view the future of these worlds. Spend 10,000 multiverse coins to view a portion of the future. Query? Rank 7 or higher. Tony was stunned. He roughly understood the ranks of the multiverse tower. Rank 7 was already a very high level. Wasn't their world an ordinary world? How could there be powerhouses of rank 7 or higher? Query. Please proceed to room 7 on the left to perform your query. A few minutes later, Tony walked out with a grim face. Damn Stan. Thankfully, Pepper Potts had left him the reactor. If the Myriad Realms Tower hadn't invited him, and Pepper hadn't left the reactor, he would have been dead for sure. Stan, you just wait. Tony arrived at the Soul Pavilion on the 6th floor and began storing his soul. Although he had obtained Superman's bloodline, his strength hadn't reached the 6th rank, since he hadn't sunbathed yet. However, he still had angel blood, and his strength skyrocketed to the late 5th rank. Perhaps sunbathing later would allow him to break through to the 6th rank. Tony Stark, strength 5th rank, storing soul requires 1 million celestial coins, store? Store. After storing his soul, Tony left the Myriad Realms Tower and returned to his own world. In the Iron Man world, Tony felt the powerful energy within him and his strong physique, and couldn't help but feel excited. Before, there was suppression in the Myriad Realms Tower, so his feelings weren't very noticeable. But now, without any suppression, he felt as if he could destroy everything. Tony looked down at his chest. There was a shrapnel inside. He manipulated his body, squeezing the shrapnel out of his body. Then Tony took the shrapnel out, held it in front of his eyes, clenched his fist, and crushed it into powder. His wounds healed at a visible speed, even the structure that had housed the arc reactor was pushed out, and the large hole in his chest healed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his body returned to its original state, without a single scratch. Tony went into his lab, took out the old arc reactor Pepper had left him, and handed it to the mechanical arm beside him. He entered a room, and as he stood in the center, the ground began to deform. One by one, red steel parts were retrieved by the mechanical arm and installed onto his body. Tony stretched out his arms, and the mechanical arm began to assemble the red and gold armor piece by piece onto him, the mechanical sounds incessant, the whirring of parts turning and assembling, until the last helmet fell off. A suit of gold and red Iron Man armor appeared. A mechanical arm extended, holding Tony's arc reactor, and then installed it on the chest of the armor. The entire armor suddenly became electrified, and its eyes emitted a bright light. Tony, wearing the armor, took to the air and flew towards Stan's direction. As soon as Tony approached Stan, he saw Stan standing in front of Pepper Potts, seemingly about to do something. Stan certainly talked a lot. Tony flew over and kicked Stan's giant mark eye, sending it flying hundreds of meters before crashing into the road. Vehicles on the road swerved to avoid the massive suit of armor. Only one female driver couldn't react in time and was about to hit Stan. Luckily, she managed to brake in time. Then the female driver honked her horn, and Stan stood up, lifting his car and intending to slam it down on Tony. Gather energy in your chest. A chest blast was unleashed, sending Stan flying, while Tony caught the falling car. Energy at 19%. Tony slowly lowered the car and then gripped the hood tightly. Sure enough, as soon as the car was lowered, the female driver floored the accelerator. It was unclear where she learned to drive. If he hadn't glimpsed the future earlier, he probably would have been crushed under this car and dragged for hundreds of meters, just like in the future pavilion. Tony's strength was immense. After pressing down on the front of the car, it wouldn't budge. The tires screeched against the ground, belching out a long trail of black smoke. Hey, ma'am, relax. Use the brake, not the accelerator. The left side is the clutch, the middle is the brake, and the right side is the accelerator. Please take your foot off the accelerator and press the middle brake, not the innermost accelerator. With Tony's persuasion, the woman finally calmed down a bit and quickly took her foot off the accelerator. I'm sorry. No. Before she could finish speaking, Stan appeared beside Tony and punched him, sending him flying. Tony's feet spewed flames, and he floated in the air. Stan snorted coldly, and the parts under the giant Mark-Eye's feet shook, then also spewed flames. Impressive. You upgraded your armor, and I made some upgrades too. Sir, his armor seems to be flying. Tony's AI alerted him, and Tony confirmed he had seen it. Fly straight up, to the highest point. Only 15% power left. I know, fly higher. What's there to be afraid of? Even without the armor, I can still fly. Stan chased after Tony, flying higher and higher. Sir, 13% power left. Keep flying. 7% left. Climb. Stan grabbed at Tony, who had anticipated this and didn't dodge. Tony, you're great, but my armor is superior to yours in every way. Really? Then how did you solve the icing problem? What icing problem? The next second, Stan's armor suddenly shut down, froze, and plummeted to the ground. Chapter 293 The Fragile Steel Armor. Tony grinned and tapped Stan's suit on the head. Don't forget to finish this. His joy lasted only 3 seconds before his own suit spoke. Power down to 2%. The suit began to fall. Tony activated his biofield, hovering in the air before slowly descending. Landing on a rooftop of Stark Industries, Tony removed his suit and stood waiting. He had seen the future and knew Stan was still alive. A massive figure landed behind Tony. Stan, seeing Tony's suit completely removed, didn't immediately attack. That was a good move, but you shouldn't have taken it off so soon. Tony turned, spreading his hands. Why? Having the suit or not doesn't really make much difference. Stan sneered, saying nothing more. Villains die from talking too much. Really? Then I'll show you the difference. Stan, controlling his armor, raised his fist, the size of a wash basin, and slammed it down towards Tony. He could practically see Tony being smashed into a pulp. The armor's strength could dent even steel, let alone a human. Tony stood rooted to the spot, seemingly paralyzed with fear. He slowly raised his arm, reaching out to grab Stan's armor arm. Stan burst out laughing at this. Tony Stark was nothing special, he was already scared stiff. He actually tried to grab the armor with his bare hand. That's hilarious. Stan laughed out loud, tears streaming down his face. But the next second, a powerful force gripped his fist, causing Stan's smile to abruptly freeze. What's going on? He stared in shock at what was happening before him. Tony had actually grabbed his armor with his bare hand. How could this be? That was several tons of force. Tony felt the force in his palm, exactly the same as the force of those women pounding his chest with their small fists. It couldn't cause any damage whatsoever. Laugh? Why aren't you laughing anymore? Tony grabbed the arm of the suit and, with a sudden burst of strength, ripped the arm off, tossing it aside. What a fragile thing. Stan stared in horror at the scene before him, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. How is this possible? Who are you? You're not Tony. Of course I'm Tony. The real deal. The world's most brilliant scientist, the playboy every woman dreams of, the billionaire everyone envies. That's me, Tony Stark. Tony opened his arms, as if embracing the sky, embracing the entire world. I don't believe it. Stan raised his other arm, and the Gatling gun mounted on it began to spin, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Tony stood rooted to the spot, offering no resistance, letting the bullets strike him. Even when the bullets hit Tony's pupils, they didn't harm him in the slightest. Instead, they seemed to strike indestructible steel, instantly flattening themselves before falling to the ground. With the metallic clang of the spent cartridges hitting the ground, the barrel of Stan's Gatling gun gradually turned red, emitting white smoke. The ground was now littered with spent bullet casings, easily numbering in the thousands. Standing before Stan was Tony, aside from his clothes being riddled with bullet holes, without a single wound. Stan then noticed that the hole in Tony's chest where the arc reactor had been located was gone, replaced by smooth, white skin. How could this be? Just minutes before, he had removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest, leaving only a large hole extending deep into Tony's body. Now, there was nothing there. You really aren't Tony. Who are you? Perhaps we can discuss this. You want to replace Tony as the owner of Stark Industries? With my help, things will go much more smoothly. Stan was getting anxious. Even at this close range, the Gatling gun fire hadn't harmed this fake Tony in the slightest. His other attacks were likely ineffective as well. Tony looked at his powerful physique, a lewd smile spreading across his face as he seemed to have an idea, then ripped off the tattered clothes and tossed them aside. I already told you I'm Tony, why don't you believe me? Fine, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Fine, you're Tony, we can sit down and have a proper chat. Forget it, I have nothing to talk to you about. Stan was frantic. What was wrong with this fake Tony? Damn it. No, he couldn't stay here. Stan's armor suddenly erupted with flames from its feet, about to take flight. Tony gently blew a breath, and a cold wind instantly swept across the entire rooftop, freezing the ironmonger solid and shutting it down again. He slowly walked to the ironmonger, grabbed its hood, and with a sudden burst of strength, his fingers dug into the steel. Stan was completely stunned. He had a bad feeling. The next second, the hood was ripped off, revealing Stan inside. Tony smiled slightly and straightened Stan's clothes. Good luck. With that, he grabbed Stan by the collar, yanked him up, and threw him off the roof. Go for it. You can fly even without the ironmonger. I believe in you. Fuck, Tony. Fuck you. Boom. Tony clicked his tongue, shook his head, looked at the pile of flesh on the ground, and turned away. What a pity, you can't even fly. The AI voice came from the nearby armor. Sir, humans can't fly. Oh, is that so? Thanks for reminding me. Looks like I was mistaken. Tony smiled and left the rooftop. This is power. He's really too strong. Terrifyingly strong. What armor? It's like paper in front of him. Looks like he needs to find a new material to make the armor, otherwise, it'll be too easy to crush. Once the armor research is nearly complete, perhaps I can open a shop and sell armor directly in the Myriad Realms Tower. From anti-human armor to anti-superhuman armor. Battle through the Heavens World, Mutant City, Xiao family. Xiao Suner looked at Xiao Yan's room with a worried expression. He had been in seclusion for several days and hadn't come out yet. Brother Xiao Yan, I hope nothing bad has happened to you. Don't worry, he's fine. He's just in seclusion cultivating. A voice suddenly appeared behind Xiao Suner, startling her and Ling Ying, who was secretly protecting her. When did this guy appear? Even with her Do Huang strength, she hadn't seen him appear. Ling Ying immediately appeared in front of Xiao Suner, her expression grave, and said, "Miss, please leave first and inform the patriarch. This person is extremely powerful." Chapter 294 Battle Chi Vale. Preparing to head to the Yunlin sect. Yao Chen smiled, observing Ling Ying's cautious demeanor. This guy doesn't think his Do Huang strength is enough to stop me, does he? He had seen this guy before at the future pavilion. He was the guardian sent by the ancient clan to protect Xiao Suner, a 7-star Do Huang. A 7-star Do Huang. Even in the entire Jima Empire, that's a powerhouse among powerhouses. It's certainly enough to protect Xiao Suner now, but unfortunately, it's far from enough against me. Xiao Suner blinked. She could sense that the old man meant her no harm. Brother Ling Ying, it's alright. You can step back now. Grandpa, are you Xiao Yan's brother's teacher? Xiao Yan's strength had recently increased rapidly, rising from Do Qi to Do Jie. His true strength was hidden. Everyone suspected he had a powerful teacher, and Xiao Yan didn't hide anything, directly telling everyone that a powerful white-bearded old man had indeed taken him as a disciple. A white-bearded old man. Isn't this old man the white-bearded one? Yao Chen smiled and nodded. He adored Xiao Suner. Not only was she beautiful and cute, but her future actions were all for Xiao Yan. She was a perfect match for him. That's right, I'm your brother Xiao Yan's teacher. Just call me Elder Yao. Yao, is it that Yao? The Yao clan's Yao? Xiao Suner greets Elder Yao. Xiao Suner gave a graceful and elegant bow. Ling Ying then stepped aside, but didn't disappear immediately. I often hear Xiao Yan talk about you. You're quite good. Xiao Suner blinked, asking curiously. Elder Yao, what does brother Xiao Yan say about me? He says you're smart, a genius, beautiful, gentle basically, he says all sorts of nice things. He even said he wants to marry you. Upon hearing the last sentence, Xiao Suner's face suddenly turned red, even her ears and neck. Ah, brother Xiao Yan, how could I say such nonsense? I've decided to ignore him for a week. With that, Xiao Suner ran off. Ling Ying glanced at Yao Lao and caught up with her. Miss, you must remember, you are the eldest daughter of the Gu clan, and Xiao Yan. Hearing Ling Ying's words, the blush on Xiao Suner's face faded, then quickly turned deathly pale. Xiao Yan's image was already etched in her heart. If she were truly Xiao Suner, everything would be fine. But she was Gu Suner, the daughter of the Gu clan's patriarch. The Gu clan would not allow her to marry an outsider, not even if Xiao Yan was once a member of the Xiao clan, unless his strength was sufficient. Xiao Suner thought of Yao Lao. Under Yao Lao's tutelage, brother Xiao Yan must have become incredibly strong. Ling Ying didn't know how powerful Yao Lao was, but she knew. The Golden Emperor burning heaven flame within her sensed Yao Lao's strength and gave her a warning. According to the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame's perception, Elder Yao's strength was already roughly equivalent to that of the elders within their ancient clan, and most of the ancient clan's elders were at the Do Sheng level. Even the weakest of them were close to Do Sheng. In other words, even if Elder Yao wasn't a Do Sheng, he was at least a peak Do Zun, close to Do Sheng. Thinking of this, Xiao Suner's expression became somewhat solemn. Surname Yao, and with the strength of a Do Sheng. Does the Yao clan know about the Tuashi ancient emperor Jade? No, I must tell my father immediately. Yao Chen watched Xiao Suner leave, then turned his gaze to Xiao Yan's secluded cultivation room. Soon, his seclusion will end. Once it's over, he can go directly to the Yunlin sect. After the Yunlin sect matter is settled, he can return to Zhongzhou. Sai Zhongzhou. A few hours later, Xiao Yan's room opened, and Xiao Yan walked out with a beaming smile. Elder Yao, I've broken through. Yao Chen nodded. One Bodhi pill, 140 years of cultivation. It would be strange if he didn't break through. Next, I'll help you refine the Sea Heart Flame. After that, do some simple Do technique training, and then go to the Yunlin sect. Good. And the Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame, take it before going to Zhongzhou too. Yao Chen glanced at Xiao Yan. Did this kid want the strange flame, or did he want to win over Queen Medusa? Alright, if you want to rekindle your romances with those women, go to Central State and settle things there. Xiao Yan awkwardly scratched his head and nodded. In the forest surrounding Mutant City, Xiao Yan picked up the Xian Heavy Ruler and began practicing his fighting techniques. He had thoroughly mastered techniques like 8 Extremes Collapse, Flame Dividing Wave Ruler, and Fire Blowing Palm. Originally, he shouldn't have been able to learn them so quickly, especially the Flame Dividing Wave Ruler, which was a Earth-rank fighting technique. However, Xiao Yan discovered that the future world he saw in the future pavilion was centered around him, and this was reflected in his training of fighting techniques. Although he didn't have specific insights, he still cultivated them very quickly. Besides these fighting techniques, he also practiced some martial arts, and using Do Qi to propel these martial arts actually worked. Xiao Yan put away the Xian Heavy Ruler, then gathered his palms in front of his chest and pushed out forcefully. A golden, illusory divine dragon appeared, flying out with a roar. The 18 subduing dragon palms. Martial arts are much easier to cultivate than fighting skills. Elder Yao stepped forward and nodded. It's about time. Let's prepare to depart. We're heading to the Yunlin sect. Should you tell your family? Xiaoyan thought for a moment and nodded. Right now, the entire Wutan city is laughing at our Xiao family. It's better to announce this to everyone publicly. However, I might need Elder Yao to accompany me. Then let's go. Wutan City, inside the Xiao family's main hall. What? You're going to the Yunlin sect now? Wasn't it supposed to be 3 years? It hasn't even been 3 months. Xiao Zhan stared at his son in shock. Had he gone mad? The elders nearby discussed amongst themselves. Xiao Yan's strength had indeed improved rapidly recently, already reaching the level of a Doujia. But Nalan Yanran was a 3-star Doujia when she came to annul the engagement. Her strength might have increased again recently. And Xiao Yan had only just broken through to Doujia. Xiao Yan, don't rush. Now that your talent has recovered, you'll definitely surpass Nalan Yanran in 3 years. Why be in such a hurry? Yes. Nalan Yanran might already be a 5-star Doujia, while you're only a 1-star. Exactly. Most importantly, that's the Yunlin sect. Even if you win by chance, the final outcome is uncertain. Calm down. I know you're upset and humiliated, but you're the hope of the Xiao family. You can't be harmed. Everyone tried to persuade Xiao Yan, but he knew their words were useless, so he revealed his secret. A layer of sheer protective fabric appeared on Xiao Yan's body, like a veil. Everyone instinctively held their breath, staring at Xiao Yan in shock. A Do Qi veil. You've broken through to the Do Shi level. Chapter 295 Farewell. The human heart is treacherous. Xiao Yan nodded. A Do Shi? He had already broken through to Do Shi long ago. If he revealed his full strength, he could terrify them on the spot. That's right, I've already broken through to Do Shi. Nalan Yanran is definitely no match for me. Xiao Zhan and the others exchanged glances. A Do Shi could indeed defeat Nalan Yanran, but this was, after all, the Yunlin sect. The most powerful sect in the entire Jiama Empire. A sect rumored to have a Do Huang expert. Yanner, I know you're deeply troubled and want immediate revenge, but the Yunlin sect is, after all, the most powerful force in the Jiama Empire. And Nalan Yanran is the sect leader's personal disciple. If you defeat Nalan Yanran in front of everyone, you might not be able to leave the Yunlin sect. Alas, I have no power to protect you, nor does the Xiao family. So all I can do is advise you. Your talent is excellent, it's not impossible for you to surpass the Yunlin sect one day. But if you insist on going regardless of the outcome, then I will have no choice but to resign as family head and accompany you. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Xiao Zhan in shock. Some wore anxious expressions, while others held intriguing glances. Patriarch, you mustn't. Xiao Yan, the Xiao family doesn't have the ability. Even if you really defeat Nalan Yanran, the only outcome will be the annihilation of our Xiao family. Nalan Yanran will still be the sect leader's disciple, nothing will change. Don't ruin the entire Xiao family because of a petty squabble. Although I don't agree with this guy's idea, I think you can wait a little longer. At least wait 3 years. Give yourself some time to develop, and give the Xiao family some time to develop as well. Xiao Yan heard the voices of the elders, but he didn't listen. These people were all afraid of being implicated. The Yunlin sect killed them all in a fit of rage. Only his father's words moved him deeply. Even if he insisted on going to his death, his father would die with him. Father, don't worry, my master will go with me to the Yunlin sect this time. Master? The white-bearded old man? Your master? The Yunlin sect master has a Do Huang level expert. My master is a Do Zone. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, everyone fell silent, their eyes wide as they stared at him. A Do Zone. A Do Zone above Do Huang. Yanner, your master is a Do Zone expert? Xiao Yan nodded. He had underestimated Yao Lao's strength by a tiny bit. Even so, everyone present was utterly shocked. You must know that the strongest in Wutan City was only a great Do Shi. Even Do Ling were pitifully few, let alone Do Wang or Do Huang above Do Ling. Do Huang was already a super strong expert they could only look up to, someone they could never even come into contact with in their lifetime. And yet, a Do Zone, stronger than a Do Huang, was actually the teacher of the family head's son. Doesn't that mean the Xiao family has a Do Zone as a backer? Xiao Zhan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a long while, an uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. A Do Zone. Excellent. I knew it. My son is such a genius, someone with discerning eyes would recognize his talent. Sure enough. Since your master is here, go to the Yunlin sect if you want. The elders around echoed, their faces beaming with excitement. Yes. Since a Do Zone senior is here, let's go. A Do-zoned senior's disciple is not someone anyone can insult. Xiao Yan, where are you now, senior? Why don't we have a banquet together? That's right. We should also properly thank your master for raising such a talented young genius for our Xiao family. Xiao Yan shook his head. Elder Yao had no interest in these trivial matters. My master isn't interested in these things. I'm leaving for the Yunlin sect soon. After learning about the Yunlin sect, I'll go on a training trip with my master for a while. A hint of reluctance appeared in Xiao Zhan's eyes, but he knew this was the best choice. Staying with the Xiao family wouldn't allow him to provide more resources. After all, he was only a great doshi. Good. If you feel tired outside, come back to the Xiao family. Your family is here, this is your eternal haven. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with joy for his child. What did it matter if he met a Do-zone expert? He only knew that his child now had a backer, no one could bully him anymore. Alright, you can all leave. I need to speak with Yanner alone for a few minutes. The elders didn't say much and left. After all, Xiao Yan was going on a long journey, and it was only natural for his father to give him some instructions. Xiao Zhan led Xiao Yan back to his study, his expression immediately turning serious. He was probably the only one in the Xiao family who knew the true situation of his own family. The Xiao clan, one of the 8 ancient great families. The sudden appearance of a Do-zone level expert made it hard for him not to connect the two events. Could it be that he was also here for the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade? How should he tell Yanner about this? Should he warn him to be careful of his master? Xiao Yan, seeing Xiao Zhan's solemn expression and bitter face, roughly guessed what he was thinking. Father, what's wrong? Xiao Zhan opened his mouth, but swallowed the words. Sigh, never mind, it's nothing. How is your master treating you? Very good. He's helped me a lot. My current strength is all thanks to my master's help. Sigh, never mind. Be careful yourself. Xiao Zhan hesitated, ultimately deciding not to say anything. Firstly, it wasn't appropriate to say, and secondly, this matter was too important. Xiao Yan was still young, he could talk about it later. Xiao Yan smiled and said what Xiao Zhan wanted to say but dared not. Father, are you going to talk about the 8 great clans? Xiao Zhan's expression changed drastically. How did Xiao Yan know? This was information he shouldn't have access to. Could it be that his master really has a problem? Did your master tell you that? No, but I know the specifics. Father, don't worry. My master is a good person. I know pretty much everything about this world. You're still young, be careful. People can be treacherous. Xiao Zhan thought Xiao Yan had been deceived and tricked by that so-called master. You must know that the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade is the key to becoming a Dodi. Before a Dodi, everything else is meaningless. Xiao Yan scratched his head, wondering how to tell his father. Or perhaps, should he just drag his father into the Myriad Realms Tower? Chapter 296 Xiao Zhan enters the Myriad Realms Tower. Xiao Yan's strength. After some thought, Xiao Yan decided to bring Xiao Zhan into the Myriad Realms Tower. Xiao Zhan was his father, the person closest to him and the one he cared about most. Entering the Myriad Realms Tower would not only make Xiao Zhan stronger, but also protect him from any future accidents. He could be notified immediately of any situation. How convenient. As for Xiao Suner and the like, they could talk about that later. Before, he could only bring one person, but now he could bring 2, and there would be even more in the future. However, he needed to discuss it with Yao Lao. After all, the current heavenly coins were provided by Yao Lao. Even though he was the main trader, he wouldn't just take it all for granted. Father, please wait a moment. Xiao Yan communicated with Yao Chen through the Myriad Realms token. Yao Chen directly tore through space and appeared in the study. Seeing Yao Chen suddenly appear, Xiao Zhan immediately pulled Xiao Yan behind him, protecting him. Father, this is my master. Yao Chen, Elder Yao. Master, this is my father, Xiao Zhan. Yao Chen nodded, of course he knew Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, didn't relax, instead, he became even more tense. Yao. One of the 8 ancient clans was surnamed Yao. So, they really came for the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade. Xiao Zhan greets Senior Elder Yao. No need to be polite. Xiao Yan is my disciple and has done me a great favor. You are Xiao Yan's father, so we are family. Xiao Yan grinned, saying with a grin, Elder Yao, I want to bring my father into the Myriad Realms Tower. Is that alright? Yao Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, yet it seemed reasonable. Xiao Yan was a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, extremely kind to his brothers and friends, let alone his family. Sure, the initiative is in your hands. I have no objection to whatever you do. Elder Yao, that's not right. The Myriad Realms Tower isn't just my opportunity, it's yours too. I've never treated it as my personal opportunity. I think it's better to discuss this matter. After all, you're the one who exchanged all the heavenly coins. How about I let father go in this time, and next time you can choose who to bring in? Yao Chen smiled slightly. It didn't matter to him who entered the Myriad Realms Tower, he had no intention of bringing anyone in. He had lived a lonely life, and even the only child he had raised had betrayed him. He had never considered bringing anyone into the Myriad Realms Tower. However, Xiao Yan's words made him feel valued. Xiao Yan could have made the decision himself and informed him afterwards, but Xiao Yan had discussed it so seriously with him, which made him like the boy even more. Alright, we'll talk about it next time. This time, I'll bring your father. Xiao Zhan looked confused. What were these two playing at? What Myriad Realms Tower? What recruiting people? Why do I feel like an outsider? Are they father and son? What are you talking about? What Myriad Realms Tower? Xiao Yan smiled mysteriously, then took out the Myriad Realms token and extended an invitation to Xiao Zhan. Ding! You have received Xiao Yan's invitation to enter the Myriad Realms Tower. The Myriad Realms tokens you obtain upon entering will be bound to Xiao Yan's Myriad Realms token in a primary-secondary relationship. All heavenly coins will only exist within Xiao Yan's Myriad Realms token. The secondary Myriad Realms token can only be traded after the primary Myriad Realms token actively activates its function. If the user of the primary Myriad Realms token dies, the secondary Myriad Realms token can only be used to revive the user of the primary Myriad Realms token by consuming heavenly coins. Do you accept the invitation and enter the Myriad Realms Tower? Xiao Zhan's body trembled, his eyes widening as he stared at Xiao Yan. I heard a voice beside my ear. What Myriad Realms Tower? Just accept. Xiao Zhan nodded, accepting the request without hesitation. The next second, Xiao Zhan vanished from his spot, reappearing in the Myriad Realms Tower Plaza. Xiao Zhan looked around in bewilderment, processing the information in his mind, his heart churning with shock. Come on, father, I'll show you around the Myriad Realms Tower. Xiao Yan's voice came from behind, leading Xiao Zhan forward. These vortexes are world passages, these are open worlds, this is the Resident Evil world, it's full of zombies are, this is the Misty world, this is the Cabin in the Woods world. I heard there's a 7th tier titan being forced to kneel at the entrance of the passage by the Lord. I haven't seen it yet, I'll go check it out later. Oh, right. 7th tier is the power ranking in the Myriad Realms Tower, from 1st to 7th tier. Elder Yao is now a Do Sheng, a powerful early 7th tier expert. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened, stunned for a long time before he could react. Do Sheng, didn't you say Do Zong? Xiao Yan scratched his head and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, no, I was afraid of scaring you, so I lowered the score. Elder Yao broke through to Do Sheng recently. And you're Do Shi, you didn't hide it either, did you? Having arrived at the Myriad Realms Tower, he finally understood what kind of place it was. It allows trading with all the Myriad worlds. As long as you have Myriad Realms coins, you can quickly become stronger. No wonder Xiao Yan's strength improved so quickly. I just wonder what his current strength is. Xiao Yan chuckled and pulled up his character panel. Name, Xiao Yan. Strength, 5-star Do Huang, late stage 5. His talent was already very strong, and before reaching Do Zone, he only needed to accumulate experience. With 140 years of cultivation, plus the fusion of the Sea Heart Flame and the Bone Spirit Cold Flame, his realm directly reached 5-star Do Huang. 1 pill plus 2 different flames, and his strength jumped directly from Do Shi to Do Huang, skipping the Great Do Shi, Do Ling, and Do Wang realms. Is that fast? No, not fast at all. Keep in mind that Xiao Yan was only 36 years old when he became Do Di. He became Do Di after 20 years of cultivation. Now, 140 years of cultivation to become Do Huang isn't unreasonable, is it? In reality, the pills only raised his strength to the peak of the Do Wang realm. It was only after fusing with the Sea Heart Flame and then purchasing the Bone Spirit Cold Flame from the Myriad Realms Tower and fusing with it that he reached the 5-star Do Huang realm. That's only 5 realms higher than Nalan Yan Ran. Me? Just broke through to the 5-star Do Huang realm, my speed is still a bit slow. Xiao Zhan almost choked on his own saliva, he even doubted his own ears. How much? 5 stars. A Do Huang. You've reached Do Huang level. That's right. A 5-star Do Huang, and he's even fused with 2 different kinds of strange flames. 2 different kinds of strange flames. That's amazing. My son is actually a Do Huang. I'm just a great Do Shi. Xiao Zhan was somewhat dazed. What happened to the Do Shi? How did he suddenly become a Do Huang? It's alright. Some ordinary people can become late-stage 5th-tier powerhouses with just a few 100,000 heavenly coins. The Myriad Realms Tower has a superhuman bloodline, you can become stronger just by basking in the sun. Fusion equals 5th tier. From an ordinary person, directly becoming a Do Huang. Is becoming a Do Huang that cheap? Father, it's not that becoming a Do Huang is cheap, it's that the Myriad Realms Tower is too powerful. Times have changed. As long as you have the Myriad Realms Tower and heavenly coins, you can easily obtain anything. Chapter 297 My son Xiao Yan has the potential to become a Do Di. A look of longing appeared in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Could he really reach the strength of a Do Huang so easily with heavenly coins? That was a Do Huang, a realm he wouldn't even dare to dream of. You mean, I also have a chance to become a Do Huang? Of course. Once Elder Yao refines a Bodhi pill, you can take it, and it should greatly increase your strength. Bodhi pill? What kind of pill is that? I've never heard of it. The Bodhi pill is a 7th grade pill that can increase one's Do Chi cultivation by 140 years. The main ingredient is the 1000-year blood Bodhi from the Myriad Realms Tower, a pill researched by Elder Yao. Xiao Zhan was completely stunned. A 7th grade pill? The most expensive, highest grade pill the Xiao family had ever used was a 4th grade pill. Even a 4th grade pill was incredibly expensive. He never expected to come across a 7th grade pill in his lifetime. Increase his Do Chi cultivation by 140 years. He's only in his 40s. And this Elder Yao can even refine 7th grade pills? Is he really that amazing? His strength is already at the Do Sheng level, and his pill refining skills are so strong. This Elder Yao is from the Yao clan of the 8 great families, right? And in your previous exchange, you already brought him into the Myriad Realms Tower? Yes. I've already brought Elder Yao into the Myriad Realms Tower. Elder Yao has a lot of resources, which I exchanged for a huge amount of heavenly coins, allowing my strength to improve so quickly. Father, look at those shops by the plaza. That pill pavilion is what Elder Yao and I opened. That's the first shop in the Myriad Realms Tower. Everyone buys pills from our shop. Xiao Yan pointed to a shop and led Xiao Zhan inside. Xiao Zhan thoughtfully looked at the pills around him, all kinds of pills, some familiar, some unfamiliar, some seen, some not. Cultivation pills, recovery pills, pills that increase comprehension, pills that enhance various effects. It seems this kid Xiao Yan is doing quite well in the Myriad Realms Tower. This old apothecary doesn't seem like a bad person, he's helped Yanner a lot. However, we can't be careless. The stronger they are, the stronger their desire for Dode becomes. It's indeed very good, but the opportunity to become a Dode is too great. You have to. Xiao Yan interrupted Xiao Zhan somewhat helplessly. Xiao Zhan still didn't understand the Myriad Realms Tower very well. Mainly, his vision was too shallow. After all, he had been in Mutant City, and the people he interacted with were only great Do masters. Father, you're overthinking it. A Dode is only at the mid-stage of the 7th rank. Even in the current Myriad Realms Tower, that's not considered a strong person, let alone above the 7th rank. There are the 8th rank, the 9th rank, and so on. Once you enter the Myriad Realms Tower, breaking through to Dode is just a matter of time. Dode is just the starting point, it's not such a great opportunity. Xiao Zhan was stunned. Dode is just the starting point? Entering the Myriad Realms Tower and you can break through to Dode? Then I can also break through to Dode. His years of experience and rationality told him that what Xiao Yan said was all lies, but he couldn't refute it. Ultimately, his knowledge was too limited. Xiao Yan understood Xiao Zhan's situation, so he led him to the future pavilion on the 3rd floor. Xiao Yan had already seen the future of the Dupo Kangxing world, and the traders he had brought in could also see it, so he brought Xiao Zhan here first. This is the future of our Dupo Kangxing world. After you've seen it, you'll understand Yao Lao. 10 minutes later, Xiao Zhan emerged, his face beaming with excitement. His son had actually become a Dode. My son, Xiao Yan, has the potential to become a Dode. Yanner, I was overthinking it. I'll apologize to Elder Yao later. I never imagined you'd become a Dode even without the Myriad Realms Tower. It's all thanks to Elder Yao. Yes. Whether now or before we encountered the Myriad Realms Tower, it was Elder Yao who diligently nurtured me. Without Elder Yao, there would be no Xiao Yan. A teacher for a day is a father for life. From now on, you must treat Elder Yao as your father. Yes, father. I know. When will I get that Bodhi pill? Xiao Zhan glanced at Xiao Yan. His 140 years of Do Chi cultivation was something he greatly envied. Let's go to the 6th floor first and store your life soul. That way, even if you die, you can be resurrected. Resurrected? Yes. Elder Yao only refined 1 Bodhi pill, which I consumed. I'll talk to Elder Yao about it. After storing his life soul, Xiao Yan left Xiao Zhan at the Myriad Realms Tower and returned to the battle through the Heavens world. Elder Yao saw Xiao Yan appear and came to his side. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Xiao Yan scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly spoke. I want to go to the Magical Beast Mountain Range. Xiao Yan lowered his head, feeling his face burning. Elder Yao looked at Xiao Yan with a teasing expression. The Magical Beast Mountain Range? To see Little Fairy Doctor and Yun Yun? This kid's quite the romantic. Alright. Your current strength is considered quite formidable in the Jiama Empire, so you shouldn't be in any danger. I won't be a third wheel. Contact me again when you need to retrieve the Azure Lotus Core Flame from the Tager Desert. With that, Yao Lao patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and disappeared. After Yao Lao left, Xiao Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little embarrassed. However, after learning about the future's development in the future pavilion, he was indeed reluctant to part with these people. Little fairy doctor, Yun, Queen Medusa, Ye Fei, sooner he didn't want to give up any of them. Only children make choices, he, Xiao Yan, wanted them all. First, he would go to the magical beast mountain range to find little fairy doctor, then wait for Yun, and then go to Queen Medusa to retrieve the azure lotus core flame. The Ice Emperor had also helped him a lot. He would remove his seal while he was there and have him help look after the Xiao family. After making all the preparations, Xiao Yan arrived at the magical beast mountain range. But what one imagines is one thing, and what's actually quite another is quite another. Little fairy doctor was indeed in a small town near the monster beast mountain range, but they hadn't experienced anything together, and both were complete strangers. When Xiao Yan arrived at little fairy doctor's location, he discovered that she wasn't as easy to approach as he thought. Little fairy doctor's beauty and medical skills had attracted many admirers. The number of men seeking her every day could circle the monster beast mountain range. Upon arriving, Xiao Yan was momentarily at a loss for how to communicate with little fairy doctor. It was at this moment that Xiao Yan realized his relationship with Yun might be even more difficult to maintain. What he saw in the future pavilion was him living with Yun in the monster beast forest for a period when his strength was weak, and their feelings for each other had blossomed over time. And, most importantly, the timing was wrong. Yun should be at the Yunlin sect right now. By the time she goes to the magical beast mountain range, he'll have already fulfilled his 3-year agreement, and the Yunlin sect will probably be gone by then. What could possibly happen between him and Yun then? Nothing could happen. Xiao Yan sighed. Forget it, he wouldn't think about it so much. If nothing could happen, then it was simply a case of being destined to be apart. He hadn't experienced much yet, and he didn't have deep feelings for any of them. He only felt a little regretful that they hadn't ended up together in the future pavilion. Chapter 298 Meeting Little Fairy Doctor. Unexpected difficulties. In the world of battle through the heavens, in Qingshen Town, at Jungui Medical Clinic, Xiao Yan entered the clinic and saw the figure he had seen in the future pavilion. He had to admit, after meeting her in person, Xiao Yan found that little fairy doctor's aura was even more outstanding than in the future pavilion. She possessed a fresh and ethereal beauty, with a smile that could captivate all things. Hello, are you injured somewhere? Xiao Yan shook his head, cutting to the chase without any pleasantries. I can solve your physical problems. Little fairy doctor's smile froze, then her expression turned serious. I don't know what you're talking about. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. I have many other patients. The calamity poison body. Little fairy doctor's body trembled upon hearing these 4 words. She didn't know what it was, but she was very familiar with the word poison. She had long since discovered that she was different from others. Taking poison didn't poison her, but instead increased her strength. The man before her seemed to truly know something. She stood up and said to the remaining patients, I'm sorry, everyone, this patient's condition is very serious and may be contagious, so will be temporarily closed for today. Please come back tomorrow. Upon hearing about a contagious disease, everyone immediately backed away, not a single person complaining, all keeping their distance. Little fairy doctor closed the door, then looked at Xiao Yan with a serious expression. What is the calamity poison body? It's a very special and rare constitution. Taking poison not only won't cause any harm, but will also rapidly increase one's strength. However, the toxins are constantly harming the host. And every so often, the toxins will erupt, releasing extremely terrifying poisonous gas. This constitution is both good and bad. It doesn't need cultivation, it only needs to consume poison to increase its strength. The stronger the poison, the faster the strength increases, with almost no upper limit. Of course, the toxins will also be stronger, and the power will be greater when they erupt. Little fairy doctor's face was extremely grim. She did indeed increase her strength by consuming poison, and what she said was very similar to what Xiao Yan had said. What evidence do you have? How can you be so sure I have the calamity poison body? It's simple. There should be a thin, 7-colored hidden line on your lower abdomen. This line is the standard for the accumulation of toxins. The more toxins, the longer the line will be. When it extends to your heart, that's when the calamity poison body is at its strongest, and it will erupt. All life within 1,000 miles will be destroyed, and you will suffer the excruciating pain of countless poisons devouring your body, ultimately dying in endless agony. Hearing this, little fairy doctor didn't succumb to pain and confusion. Instead, she sneered. Humph, you really are a liar. What 7-colored hidden line? I don't have one at all. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. No one? Impossible. The Myriad Realms Tower couldn't be wrong. Your strength is too weak right now, and you've absorbed very little toxin, so it's not obvious. Little fairy doctor opened the door, stood by it, and pointed outside. Now, please leave. Don't I know my own body? Xiao Yan shook his head and sighed. Sigh, this is a communication stone. I'll be staying in Qingshan Town for a few days. Once you've figured things out, contact me. Just input your fighting spirit into it and speak. Xiaoyan took out a communication stone from his spatial ring and placed it on little fairy doctor's table before turning to leave. He had anticipated communication difficulties, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. If he hadn't received a message from little fairy doctor before he left, he would be powerless. This communication stone was bought from the Myriad Realms Tower. It could connect to another communication stone, but it only worked within 10,000 miles. Beyond that, it was useless. Little fairy doctor picked up the stone beside her and threw it into the nearby trash can, completely disbelieving Xiaoyan's words. What 7 colored hidden lines? She didn't have any. This was probably just another admirer, coming up with some ridiculous trick. She was getting fed up. People were doing this every day, changing the trick every time. It was driving her crazy. But at least this guy had done his homework. He knew that taking poison could make him stronger. In the blink of an eye, little fairy doctor had forgotten about Xiaoyan and began treating her patients. At night, after a long day, little fairy doctor took a relaxing bath. Looking at her smooth, white abdomen, she suddenly remembered what Xiaoyan had said that morning. I must be crazy. How could I believe a madman? What 7 colored hidden lines? This is clearly a white and tender abdomen. Where are the lines? Little fairy doctor stared at her abdomen. There was nothing there. What a fuss. She had really been brainwashed by that guy. She rubbed her abdomen and suddenly noticed a strange spot. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly examined her abdomen more closely. Upon seeing it, her face instantly turned deathly pale. There really was a 7 colored hidden line. It was extremely short, looking like a tiny dot, and very faint. You couldn't see it at all unless you looked very closely. She took a deep breath and examined it again carefully. It really was there. The words Xiaoyan had spoken earlier echoed in little fairy doctor's ears. Your strength is too weak right now. It's not very obvious. Could it be that the calamity poison body he mentioned was real? Will she die in the future? Little fairy doctor's face turned deathly pale. She had no desire to bathe anymore and started looking for the stone she had thrown away earlier, still dressed. Fortunately, the trash hadn't been cleared away yet. After searching for a while, she finally found the communication stone. Why you, hello? Can you hear me? Little fairy doctor looked at the stone in her hand with some suspicion. It looked so ordinary. What was its use? Yes. You've figured it out? It can actually communicate. What is this thing? It's so amazing. Little fairy doctor was somewhat surprised, but in the face of the calamity poison body, these were all minor matters. Sorry about the daytime. I just discovered the 7 colored hidden lines. Am I really a calamity poison body? Yes, a congenital calamity poison body. Do you have a solution? Yes, let's talk in person. Alright, we'll meet tomorrow. Before she could finish speaking, there was a knock on the door. Little fairy doctor opened the door, looking bewildered, and saw Xiaoyan standing there. Why is this guy so fast? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be in a girl's room so late at night? Xiaoyan walked straight in and found a seat. A hint of surprise flashed in little fairy doctor's eyes, then she closed the door. She was prepared. If this guy dared to act recklessly, she'd teach him a lesson. I'm so sorry about what happened during the day. It's all right. Let's get straight to the point. What is the calamity poison body? I already told you during the day. Taking poison can increase your strength, but if the poison erupts, you'll die. So you need to suppress the poison's eruption. How do I suppress it? There are 3 ways. 2 methods can only buy time, but the third method can completely control the calamity poison body. Chapter 299 Solution. Farewell. Little fairy doctor breathed a sigh of relief. There were 3 ways to solve the problem, thank goodness. There was even a way to cure it completely. She would definitely choose the cure. I choose the cure. How can it be cured completely? Little fairy doctor seemed to have thought of something, glancing at Xiaoyan suspiciously before taking a step back. You wouldn't be thinking of. Xiaoyan rolled his eyes. What did she take him for? I am Xiaoyan, the future Dodi. Do I need to use this method to coerce a little girl? You're overthinking it. Each of these 3 methods is difficult. I'm not forcing you to choose, I'm just telling you. The first method is a different kind of fire. Different kinds of fire are the nemesis of poisons and can suppress the poison in your body, but only temporarily. Little fairy doctor shook her head. How could she possibly obtain a different kind of fire? Different kinds of fire are incredibly precious. As long as they appear in the world, countless powerful figures will rush to fight for them. How could she possibly have a chance? Besides, even if a strange fire were placed before her, she wouldn't dare touch it, otherwise she would be instantly burned to ashes. That method sounds unrealistic. Where am I supposed to find a strange fire? What's the second method? The second method is that I know someone whose friend has the calamity poison body, so he created a sealing technique. While this method can't cure it completely, it can delay the onset of the calamity poison body and extend lifespan. Little fairy doctor's eyes lit up. This method is great. A sealing technique. Much more reliable than any strange fire. That person wouldn't be you, would it? The more little fairy doctor thought about it, the more likely it seemed. This guy recognized her calamity poison body at a glance and was so familiar with it, maybe he was the person she was talking about. Xiao Yan shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm not. I also don't have a sealing technique. Then tell me who he is, and I'll go find him. His name is Yao Tianhuo, and his strength is a Dozun. What? Dozun? Little fairy doctor was completely dumbfounded. Dozun? What kind of strength is that? She's only a Doje. She's far from a Dozun. How can she ask a Dozun for a cultivation technique? Little fairy doctor suddenly had a bad feeling. These two methods were already so difficult, wouldn't the last method, the one to completely cure the problem, be even more difficult? This is even harder. What's the last method? Just give up already. The third method can cure it completely, but it's also the most difficult. It requires 3 different kinds of strange fire, a magic core from a 7th tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast with strength roughly equivalent to a dozone, and finally, the Bodhi transformation liquid to help you condense a poison pill. The poison pill can completely control the calamity poison body, eliminating any threat. Little fairy doctor took a deep breath. 3 different kinds of strange fire. That alone had already blocked all her paths, let alone a 7th tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. A 7th tier magical beast strength is roughly equivalent to a dozone, and heavenly poison scorpion dragon beasts are extremely rare. Finally, she had never even heard of that Bodhi transformation liquid. Her expression darkened, filled with bitterness. In the end, could she still not escape the fate of death? Thank you for informing me. I still don't know your honorable name, benefactor. Xiao, my name is Xiao Yan. Thank you, benefactor. Some time ago, while gathering herbs, I discovered a cave that appears to contain treasure. I have no way to repay you but to share this information with you. Xiao Yan waved his hand. He already knew the location of that cave. You can go to that cave. There's a 7-colored poison scripture inside, which might be useful to you. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. Now let's get down to business. Business? Little fairy doctor paused, then slowly retreated to the doorway. What business? Xiao Yan was speechless. Did he really look like a bad guy? To help you suppress the poison for a while. Suppress the poison? Little fairy doctor's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise. You have a strange fire. Yes, otherwise why would I come to you? To chat? Xiao Yan raised his hand, and the sea heart flame appeared in his palm. The flame, as beautiful as the sea, captivated little fairy doctor at first glance. It was too beautiful. What kind of strange fire is this? It's so beautiful. Ranked 15th on the strange fire ranking, the sea heart flame. 15th. So high. How did you get this strange fire? Little fairy doctor looked at Xiao Yan curiously. This guy looked about her age. How did he get the 15th ranked strange fire? And he didn't even get burned to death. After asking that question, little fairy doctor smiled sheepishly, feeling like she might have asked too much. Sorry, I was too talkative. Brother Xiao, what do I need to give in return? You came all this way to tell me this, and you even plan to use your strange fire to help me. I have nothing to repay you with. Little fairy doctor lowered her head. Besides herself, she had nothing. It doesn't matter. I never intended for you to repay me with this. Come on, let's suppress the poison gas first. A few minutes later, Xiao Yan withdrew the strange fire from his hand. Alright, there shouldn't be any problems for a while. If you find the hidden lines growing too fast, try to control them a bit. If I happen to encounter venerable heavenly fire, I'll help you get the sealing method. Little fairy doctor hesitated for a moment before asking, how should I find you afterward? Xiao Yan glanced at her, then calmly said, you probably won't be able to find me. I'm going to Central Continent soon. Central Continent? Where is that? She'd never heard of it before. Little fairy doctor looked somewhat confused. After all, she was just a doge, she'd never heard of Central Continent. Some of the larger powers and strong individuals in the Jima Empire might have heard of it, but ordinary people had no idea about those places. They probably thought the Jima Empire was the most powerful. Seeing that little fairy doctor was completely clueless, Xiao Yan gave a simple explanation. Central Continent is the core region of the Dochi continent, a place teeming with powerful individuals and numerous forces. Moreover, its resources are incredibly abundant. Even Do Huang isn't considered strong there, only Do Zun and Do Shang are truly powerful. Little fairy doctor's breath hitched. Such a powerful place? Do Huang was already an unattainable power for her, yet in Central Continent, it wasn't even considered strong. Besides Do Zun, there were Do Shang. A sudden longing arose within her. She wanted to see that place called Central Continent. That holy land for cultivators must be incredibly exciting, but she was just a doge. Then be careful, stay safe. Don't worry, I will. I'm leaving now, see you again someday. Xiao Yan turned and left without a trace of regret. Watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure, little fairy doctor suddenly felt as if she had lost something. She had lost something very important. Instinctively, she opened her mouth and asked, "Can I go to Zhongzhou with you?" After saying that, little fairy doctor's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Chapter 300 Little fairy doctor joins the team. The 7-colored poison scripture. Little fairy doctor's mind went completely blank. How could she have asked such a question? It felt like a confession. How embarrassing. They'd only met twice, and she'd already asked if she could be with him? Was she crazy? No, I know medicine, I can help you, heal your wounds. No, it's not that you get injured often, it's just that being with you means I'll be saved. It's just that you can help me suppress my calamity poison body whenever I want. Yes, that's it. If I'm with you, I won't be tormented anymore, that's why I asked. It's okay if you don't agree, after all, we've only just met, I admit I was a bit abrupt. Little fairy doctor quickly explained, but the more she explained, the more awkward she felt. So her voice trailed off, and her head slowly lowered. Xiao Yan smiled slightly upon hearing little fairy doctor's explanation. It was about what he'd expected. He'd thought the same thing before. It would be best if little fairy doctor could be with him. If she didn't go, it could only be said that they were destined to be apart, and they probably wouldn't see each other again. Fortunately, little fairy doctor finally spoke up. All right, then you can come with me. Ha! Little fairy doctor looked up in astonishment. Xiao Yan actually wanted to take her along? Pack your things quickly, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. With that, Xiao Yan left without waiting for little fairy doctor's reply. Little fairy doctor watched Xiao Yan's retreating figure, feeling a mixture of joy and absurdity. Why did she feel like she'd been sold off? She'd acted impulsively just now, but now, realizing what she'd done, she felt a pang of regret and hesitation. Should she go with Xiao Yan? Little fairy doctor closed the door and sat down in a chair. It felt like two little voices were locked in a fierce battle in her mind, one saying go, the other saying no. Go! That central continent, full of powerful figures. Don't you want to see them? There are so many powerful figures in central continent, they could crush you with a single finger. Following Xiao Yan, your calamity poison body won't have any problems. Xiao Yan is a man, and no man is good. This kid seems indifferent, but he's actually incredibly shrewd. He hooked you up with just a few words. Xiao Yan is great. What's wrong with him? He didn't ask for any reward. And if we hadn't asked, he would have left already. We can't go. Go! There's danger. There's no danger. Little fairy doctor rubbed her hair, her heart filled with conflict. Should she go or not? Should she stay for a day? If Xiao Yan has any bad intentions, she can leave immediately. But Xiao Yan has a different kind of fire, his strength should be very strong. What if she can't leave him? Whatever Xiao Yan wants to do, he can do it tonight. Why wait until later? She's overthinking it. Little fairy doctor spent the entire night in turmoil, unable to sleep a wink. When Xiao Yan knocked on the door in the morning, little fairy doctor was still awake. She quickly tidied herself up and opened the door. She felt it was still too dangerous, so she decided against it. Are you ready? Let's go to the Monster Beast mountain range first and retrieve the 7-colored poison scripture. Little fairy doctor's words reached her lips, but she swallowed them back. Ready? Let's go. Hey, why are your dark circles so bad? Oh, I didn't sleep well last night. Do you want to sleep a little longer and leave later? It's okay. Let's go. And just like that, Xiao Yan successfully recruited little fairy doctor into his team. After arriving at the Monster Beast mountain range, the two headed straight for the cave. Xiao Yan told little fairy doctor to wait upstairs while he retrieved the 7-colored poison scripture and the high-level Xian rank flying combat technique, Eagle Wings, inside the cave. There was also a fragment of a map of the purifying lotus demon flame, but unfortunately, it was useless to Xiao Yan. After obtaining the 2 cultivation techniques, Xiao Yan first returned to the Myriad Realms Tower and sold both techniques. 7-colored poison scripture, a 6-tier cultivation technique, containing detailed explanations of various poisons and venomous creatures, allowing cultivation using poison. Item value, 250,000 heavenly coins. Eagle Wings, a 4th-tier cultivation technique, allows one to condense energy wings for flight after learning. Item value, 8,000 heavenly coins. Xiao Yan hadn't expected the 7-colored poison scripture to be so valuable. 250,000 heavenly coins. That's practically free heavenly coins. After returning to the battle through the heavens world, he went back to little fairy doctor and handed her both cultivation techniques. The 7-colored poison scripture will be very useful to you. You can cultivate eagle wings, having a flying combat technique will make traveling easier. Little fairy doctor took the 7-colored poison scripture and then pushed eagle wings back. I already have one, this one's yours. You know this place, getting the 7-colored poison scripture is already a bargain. It's alright, I don't need it. Take it. We'll probably be traveling soon. Xiaoyan stuffed the eagle wings into little fairy doctor's arms. What use was this thing to him? Flying techniques are quite useful below the Do Wang level, but not very useful at the Do Wang level, let alone the Do Huang level. Little fairy doctor hesitated for a moment, then put the eagle wings away as well. Okay, I'll take it first, I'll give it back to you if you want to cultivate. Where are we going next? To find the amethyst-winged Lion King. A look of horror flashed across little fairy doctor's face. The amethyst-winged Lion King? That's a 6th-tier magical beast, equivalent to a Do Huang level expert in humans. It's the overlord of the magical beast mountain range. Now Xiaoyan actually wants to go find it? Isn't that courting death? What do you want with it? That's a 6th-tier magical beast. Well, I heard it's pretty cool, so I'm going to take a look, just one look and I'll leave. Want to go? If you're scared, you can go back to town and wait for me. You're crazy. A 6th-tier magical beast you're going to see just because it looks cool. Fine, I'm going to die anyway, I'm going to die sooner or later, let's go see it. Just thinking about it is so exciting. Little fairy doctor was puzzled, but also very tempted. Her life had been too uneventful these past few years, and suddenly encountering something so crazy, she actually found it incredibly exciting. Ha ha ha, you won't die, don't worry. If it wants to kill you, it'll have to step over my dead body. But, no one in this world can step over my dead body. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, little fairy doctor's heart began to pound wildly. She suddenly felt that Xiao Yan was incredibly manly. Xiao Yan led little fairy doctor deeper into the monster mountain range. Along the way, they encountered almost no monsters, all of which were frightened away by the aura emanating from Xiao Yan. As the two approached the center of the monster mountain range, a majestic roar echoed from afar. Roar! A body 7 or 8 meters long was covered in a layer of purple crystals, and its ferocious lion head had 2 pupils that shimmered with an eerie purple light. A red spiral horn adorned its head, surrounded by purple flames. A pair of purple wings spread out, seemingly blotting out the sun. It was the amethyst-winged Lion King, and opposite it, a woman was battling it.